keep in mind, it started really simple. You can describe the initial conditions of the universe on a single sheet of paper. And it became complex because of gravity. The universe was uniform to start with, to 1 part in 100,000. But then regions that were slightly denser than average acted upon themselves by gravity and condensed to make bound objects like the Milky Way galaxy that we live in, inside of which you have stars like the sun, and next to which the debris from making the star coagulated to make a planet like the Earth that we are sitting on. So all the complexity we see on Earth that you cannot summarize, in thousands of books, all of that came from very simple initial conditions. And if I wanted to create the simplest universe possible, ours is pretty much it. And so what started it is a good question. And how did we get all this mess that we see around us, including in politics, from those very simple initial conditions? If you just start with those conditions, you'll end up with all the mess we see around us, which is amazing by itself.
How do we know that the universe started with the Big Bang?
Because we can see what is going on right now. It's expanding.
And so is the expansion?
So we go back in
expansion
time.
like a shock wave?
No, it's actually the way to think of it is like a balloon that is blown up. So the surface of a balloon is two-dimensional. There are 2 dimensions that describe it. That's the only difference from space itself expanding in the universe, because that is in 3 dimensions. But other than that, if you imagine, marking dots on the surface of the balloon, they would recede away from each other as the balloon expands. So in the same way, galaxies like the Milky Way that are spread all around the universe, they are receding away from each other because space itself is expanding.
So does that mean every second distant galaxies, planets and stars are
moving away from us,
increasing in distance,
as if they don't like us? But it gets more extreme than that. When I came to Harvard, I gave a course in cosmology, and one of the students in my class told me that what I said in that class motivated him to pursue a new line of research that ended up concluding that not only the universe is expanding, but the expansion is accelerating over time. That student was Adam Rees.
That's factor theory.
He got the Nobel Prize for it, together with 2 others. So we now know that other galaxies are running away from us at an ever-increasing speed. And this started when the universe was roughly half of its current age, that it started to accelerate. It's as if gravity is repulsive. And you can understand that because when you look at Einstein's gravity, if the vacuum is what is left after you remove all the matter, in a box. If the vacuum itself has some mass per unit volume, some mass density, that creates repulsive gravity according to Einstein's theory of gravity. And that's what we see in the universe. So we realize that the universe initially expanded. The mass budget was dominated by matter and radiation, but once they got diluted enough, the vacuum started dominating, and the vacuum is causing this accelerated expansion. So that's what we see now. And what it means is, if you have a friend in another galaxy far away, at some point in time, that friend will be carried away from you at a speed larger than the speed of light. So you won't be able to get any Instagram updates or from that friend beyond a certain point in time. It's just as if the friend fell into a black hole, because the same thing happens if your friend crosses the event horizon of a black hole. The image of that friend fades away and freezes at the last frame of that friend when they cross the horizon. So that's the only information you have, because no information can escape from inside a black hole. Mm-hmm. And the same is true for crossing the cosmic horizon, the edge of our universe, by a friend that you have in a galaxy that is receding from us faster than light. And you might ask, how is it possible for something to move faster than light? Because after all, the speed of light is the maximum speed that any material object can move at. Well, that's true, according to Einstein, only when you deal with things close to you. But imagine again this balloon, and imagine ants walking on the surface of the balloon. So the ants walk at some speed, but if we blow the balloon fast enough, then the separation between the ants will grow faster than they can traverse it. So in fact, they will never be able to communicate with each other if the balloon is expanding too fast. And the analogy is with the expansion of the universe. The ants are light particles of light, photons. So they move at some speed, but if space itself is expanding fast enough, even light cannot bridge the gap that is being opened between us and the friend that is receding from us after some time. So we will be left lonely in the distant future. We will be surrounded by our own Milky Way galaxy, and beyond that, there will be darkness, emptiness. There is a very lonely future for us, which I don't mind. I actually like space. You know, I hate crowded environments. And being here, I mean, I was born on a farm, as I told you. I'm very much connected to nature, and I enjoy whatever nature brings to my doorstep. But this is one fundamental question. An even more fundamental question is, are we alone? You know, is there someone else in our neighborhood? Is there a smarter kid in our cosmic block? Now, we tend to think throughout our history, humans thought, oh, we are very privileged. We are the smartest beings on Earth. And guess what? We can put on the menu in restaurants animals that are less smart than we are. We can eat them. That's what we do, right? You go to a restaurant, you can eat a chicken, no problem. We don't have any ethical issue with eating animals that are less smart than us. But suppose we encounter an extraterrestrial. If we don't leave a good impression on that extraterrestrial, they might put us in their soup.
Well, you might want to think about taking some of that cash and try to protect your purchasing power with precious metals like gold and silver. It's simple. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD. You'll learn about top-rated precious metals company Goldco and how they can help you. They're a top-rated company with over 6,000 five-star reviews, tons of awards, and they support this show. And for my listeners, you can get up to a 10% instant match and bonus silver on qualified orders. So if you're worried about your money losing value, or you just want to buy some precious metals that you can physically hold on to, something that's real and been around for thousands of years, Goldco can help. So go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD. That's 855-936-GOLD. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. I want you to think of a time where you don't think you could be your full self. Kind of like you were hiding behind a mask. October is a season for wearing masks and costumes, but some of us feel like we wear a mask and hide more often than we want to. At work, in social settings, around our family. Therapy can help you learn to accept all parts of yourself so you can take off the mask. Because masks should be for Halloween fun, not for our emotions. Therapy is helpful for learning positive coping skills and how to set boundaries, and empowers you to be the best version of yourself. It isn't just for those who've experienced major trauma. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. Designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Visit BetterHelp.com/SRS today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/SRS.
So it's really important to know whether there are others out there. And by the way, we are engaged in conflicts, wars here on earth. We are led by our politicians to conflicts because here on earth, everything is zero-sum game. Like there is a certain territory, one nation wants it, another nation wants it. There are two wars right now related to that. So it's a zero-sum game. If one side benefits, the other loses. That's what politics is about. But if we find someone out there, first of all, there is unlimited real estate beyond Earth. There is no point in fighting over territory on this rock that we happen to be born on. There is so much out there. We should think about going somewhere else. But moreover, that neighbor that we might find may serve as a better role model for us than our politicians, because it might inspire us to behave better. It might be more intelligent than we are. And the strange thing is, when you bring this up, people say, oh, this is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. It's very unlikely we might be alone. In fact, Elon Musk motivates the idea that SpaceX should bring people to Mars because we have a duty. We might be the only conscious beings in the entire universe. I don't think so. He didn't really search for others. And the whole point is scientific knowledge does not fall into our lap. It requires a lot of work. So Elon Musk said, well, I have all these communication satellites and none of them collided with an unidentified flying object, a UFO. Therefore, I haven't seen any evidence for aliens. That's not the right approach. I actually calculated this week that if you were to consider a meter-sized object, moving around at an altitude of 550 kilometers, where Elon Musk's communication satellites are, it will only collide with one of these 6,000 Starlink satellites in 1,000 years.
Wow.
So this is not really a good measure. And moreover, if there are any functioning devices near Earth, they might be at much lower altitudes. They might be doing something else. They will not collide with communication satellites. In fact, you want to use sensors to look up. And my whole point is that the intelligent thing to do is actually be curious and humble. And we find it really hard. We keep insisting that we are at the center of the universe. If before Nicolaus Copernicus that you mentioned, it was thought that we are at the center, and the church promoted that idea because people feel better if they are at the center of attention. And so then Nicolaus Copernicus was a priest, by the way. I learned it when I went to Poland. He was a priest. He didn't want to rock the boat. And he wanted to help the church. So he realized the church is unable to figure out exactly when Easter is. They have a model where the earth is at the center and everything moves around the earth, and they get Easter wrong by a few days. So he said, well, let's think about it. If we look at all the data and we put the sun in the middle, it actually works quite well. We can figure out when Easter is quite accurately. So he gave the church this model where the sun was in the middle of the solar system, and they said, great, we will use your model, but we will ban your book. The book was forbidden until the 19th century because they said the earth is still, they didn't want to change the public perception. And so they said, in reality, the earth is at the center, but this is a theoretical model that we will use to figure out Easter. And the lesson from this is that, sometimes it's important to rock the boat if the boat is going in the wrong direction. And our boat right now, if you look at politics, at everything, it's not going in the right direction. And I'm trying to rock it. My hope is, if we find evidence for a neighbor, it will change everything, because first we would realize there is someone more accomplished than we are out there. And perhaps, just like finding a smarter student in your class, you can learn from it. And second, it will inspire us to do better, to go to space, to preserve ourselves. We live for less than 120 years, which is 1 part in 100 million of the age of the universe. We live for such a short time, and yet we engage in wars and conflicts that shorten this time that we are on this earth even more. Does that sound intelligent to you?
No.
So my hope is, there are religions talking about Messiah coming to earth, bringing peace and understanding. My hope is that the Messiah will not necessarily come from this earth, that it would come from another star and would give us a better perspective about how to handle ourselves as the human species, to do better, basically. Mm-hmm. And, maybe I can help bring the message to us. That's really my hope. So these are examples for questions that you asked me, what are some of the existential questions? These two are another thing I wanted to mention is that in 1882, Friedrich Nietzsche, a philosopher, declared God is dead. Okay? And by the way, he belonged to the same nation that killed 6 million Jews a century later. But it also led to the hubris that you find nowadays without spirituality, where science and technology is celebrated and there is no sense of a purpose other than enjoying yourself, Mm-hmm. And perhaps finding a superhuman entity out there will bring back the sense of awe that religion did bring, a sense of modesty, humility. You are not the most powerful thing. There is someone else out there. When Moses in the Old Testament, he saw the burning bush that was never consumed. And that convinced Moses that God exists. Nowadays, you can buy online a burning bush that will never be consumed, and it would have impressed Moses. All I'm saying is technology, when it's advanced enough, well beyond what we possess right now, can show up as a miracle, can be very impressive, convince us that there is something much more powerful than us. And this dose of modesty is really needed now.
Very interesting. I want to go all the way back to when we were talking about the universe expanding and the Big Bang. I've heard this so many times, I've watched so many videos, and I'm just, like I said, I am fascinated with this. But how is it that we're able to know that have we found the edge of it? By the way, just a footnote. I'm in the trenches. Mm-hmm. I'm doing science. I write a few papers every month. There are some people who publicize science, claim that they are defending science, and if you check their record, they haven't published a single scientific paper over the past decade. It's similar to commentators that are watching a soccer match and telling the players how to pass the ball. I'm one of those players. How dare they, when they criticize me, not doing any science, how dare they represent science? Mm-hmm. So that's just a side comment. But coming back to your question about the universe, there is no edge. We haven't seen any edge. So again, think about this balloon that is expanding. It has no edge. You can walk around the balloon, but there is no edge to it. And space itself, as far as we can see, all the way to the time of the Big Bang, as far as we can see, the conditions were the same everywhere, to 1 part in 100,000. And moreover, we can also say what lies beyond the region that we can see. The region that we can see is the distance that light traversed since the Big Bang,
13.8 billion years ago. So as I said, we can reverse the movie backwards and we calculate the time that elapsed since the point of that Big Bang singularity. It's 13.8 billion years. And gladly, we see that everything in the universe is younger than that. We haven't seen anything older than 13.8 billion years. So it hangs together. We have a lot of evidence that shows that everything started 13.8 billion years ago. We can even see the radiation that was left from this early hot and dense phase. It's called the cosmic microwave background, discovered by chance in the 1960s. But the point is, everywhere we look, we see that the universe started the same, to one part in 100,000. And even beyond the region that we can see, if you go to a distance that is 4,000 times bigger, the conditions must have been the same, because if there was a cliff, if there was an edge, it would have affected what we see.
Okay.
So we can tell that not only that there are 1 trillion galaxies like the Milky Way in the volume that we can see, but also beyond that, if you go 4,000 times farther, conditions must have been the same. And the other thing to keep in mind is, as we go deeper into the universe, we see light that was emitted at an earlier time because it had to make the journey to reach us by now. So we can see actually photographs of the universe when it was younger.
Wow.
I mean, when you look at a mirror, if it's, let's say, a few feet away from you, it just takes a few nanoseconds for the light to cross that distance. So in principle, you are looking at an image that is younger than you are because the light bounced off your face, went to the mirror and back to your eyes some time ago. So you're looking at yourself at a younger...
So you're looking back in time.
Yeah, but if you put the mirror a light year away, then you would see yourself the way you looked 2 years ago because of the time it takes the light to go from your face to the mirror and back. And we can look all the way back to the beginning of the universe, so we can see how the universe looked like earlier. And it all hangs together to an extreme precision at the level of percents. So we have a lot of data by now that is fully consistent with this picture. And the only problem is, if we calculate what will happen in the future, it looks very lonely. We will be left in our own galaxy with the stars that are in the Milky Way. Actually, also the stars of the nearest neighbor, the Andromeda galaxy, will join us within a few billion years. That galaxy is heading on a collision course with the Milky Way. I wrote the first paper calculating what will happen. The night sky will change, because right now the Milky Way is a disk of stars and gas, and our sister galaxy, Andromeda, is similar, but when the two will collide, the stars will mix in their orbits and will make what is called an elliptical galaxy. So the night sky, a few billion years from now, will look very different. The sun will still be around, but we may be tossed away from the center of the combined galaxy, which I termed Milkomeda. But in the very long future, once the universe will age by a factor of 10 or so, all the galaxies that we see will not be visible to us anymore.
So so many questions.
Okay.
If the universe is expanding and everything's moving farther and farther apart from each other, how are we going to collide with another galaxy?
Oh, excellent question. It's just that this Andromeda galaxy was made in a region that was quite dense, and it's not following the cosmic expansion. So you can ask, why aren't atoms expanding with the universe? Or why isn't the solar system expanding with the universe? The answer is that it's held together by a force that is far greater than the repulsive gravity that is causing the accelerated expansion of the universe. So systems that are bound by a strong force, they don't care about the cosmic expansion. You need to go to very large scales of millions of light years before the cosmic expansion rules the behavior of objects. And that's why in the solar system, we don't need to lose any sleep about the expansion.
So when you say the solar system, when you say not the solar system, when you say the universe is expanding,
Right.
and that there is no edge,
Right.
what is beyond?
We don't know.
So,
see,
so
the
is
beauty-
the
the
farthest
beauty-
we can see is back in time to the beginning of the
To
universe.
the Big Bang, that's all we can see, and we can infer that conditions are similar to what we see out to a distance at least 4,000 times bigger than what we can see. But beyond that, we have no clue. And
So does that mean the way I thought about this 30 seconds prior to you talking about this was that I envisioned, because I've heard we have multiple universes.
okay, so here we come to a situation where some scientists are not following the scientific method, in the sense that they are saying, okay, obviously we can't get any data or evidence about what lies beyond the region that we can see, but let's speculate. So maybe there are many other regions of space where conditions are quite different. It's called the multiverse. And maybe anything that can happen will happen an infinite number of times in other places. Now, why is that a good idea for some people? Because if you are a student and you get a D in an exam, then you can say, well, that's not a big deal because there must be another region of the multiverse where I get an A. If anything that can happen will happen an infinite number of times, I shouldn't be distressed about what happens right here, right now. So it takes away responsibility from people. And I have a problem with that because we have no evidence that such regions exist. But it became a very popular idea because if you use quantum mechanics, you can make the case that very early on in the universe, the conditions that we have in our region of space, there could have been many other regions with very different conditions. Because of quantum mechanics, the conditions could have been very different. And as a result of that, anything that could happen will happen an infinite number of times if space is infinite. I have a problem. This is a speculation. Nevertheless, it's popular in the mainstream of theoretical physics. There is another speculation, very popular, that there are extra dimensions, that we live in 3 spatial dimensions and time. But there could be additional spatial dimensions. That's a popular idea. And there is even a whole branch of theoretical physics called string theory that is exploring the implications of that assumption and claiming that perhaps we can unify quantum mechanics and gravity. The only problem is when you ask them to predict what happened before the Big Bang, they say it's too complicated. When you ask string theorists to tell you what lies at the center of a black hole, where again Einstein's theory breaks down, they say it's too complicated. So I ask you, if you have a plumber coming to your home and you say, can you please fix the toilet for me? The plumber says it's too complicated. And then you say, well, would you mind please, I have a leaky pipe in the kitchen. Could you fix that? And the plumber says, no, I can't. This is too complicated as well. But he says, if you look at the metaverse, this thing that you watch when you put goggles on your head, as Mark Zuckerberg asks you to do, if you go there, there I'm a very accomplished plumber. That's pretty much the sense that I get from speaking with string theorists, because they talk about things that I cannot verify. But when I ask them to do a task that will resolve a puzzle in fundamental physics, they say it's too difficult.
String theory is the theory that everything is connected, correct?
Well, no, it's supposed to be the fundamental theory of reality, where quantum mechanics and gravity, 2 pillars of modern physics, are unified. And the way they are unified is with the use of extra dimensions. I'll tell you a funny story, an anecdote. A year ago, I had breakfast with a string theorist. And I asked him, what was your most important scientific paper? And he said, it's a paper I wrote, and that is a distinguished scholar, a paper I wrote about supersymmetry, which is a new symmetry of nature that was used by string theorists and other theoretical physicists. The only problem is the Large Hadron Collider, which smashes particles at the highest energies at CERN, looked for this symmetry in its natural parameter space and couldn't find evidence for it. So it was ruled out in the original natural parameter space where supersymmetry was supposed to show up when we smash particles at very high energies. So then I tell my friend, I say, well, why would you be proud of a paper for which there is no evidence, and in fact, there was the experiment at CERN that didn't find supersymmetry? And he said, well, because I'm not worried, because maybe if we build a bigger particle collider, we will find that. And that reminded me of the Jewish Orthodox community in Brooklyn, New York, Crown Heights, the Lubavitchers, where they had a theory that their rabbi, once he dies, he will come back as the Messiah. And then he died and didn't come back. So that's a data point, right? You had a theory, now you have data. The theory is not supported by the data. What did they say? We just have to wait. So I ask you, what's the difference between a believer in religion and a believer in physics? The point is, science is supposed to be attentive to evidence. In other words, there are plenty of good ideas that are just not describing reality. And how do we figure it out? We have the guillotine of experiments that chops the head of ideas that are not matching the evidence. So you have to forget about it and move on. But to call your paper successful when experiments disprove that theory is really the wrong attitude.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Back to the universe expansion.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to understand this. And so the way I'm understanding it is, let's say we have a telescope in the center of the U.S. And the telescope cannot see past the borders of the United States.
Okay.
It doesn't mean there's nothing there. It just means, it doesn't mean there's an edge. It doesn't mean...
By the way, the best telescope we have can resolve a human hair from California to Boston.
Wow. Wow.
Can you believe that?
No. But so it doesn't mean that there's nothing there. It just means that we cannot see beyond the border. We don't have the capability to see beyond the border.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's kind of what you're saying.
We are
about
in
the
that
universe
situation
is...
simply because light did not have enough time to reach us from greater distances.
Okay.
But it's a fundamental limit because, as I said before, now the universe is accelerating. You're actually losing what you already saw in your... So it's as if you're sitting in a room, and as you say, you can't see beyond the walls, but then people are leaving your room. The room is
Things
getting
are
emptied.
leaving the... Okay.
Yeah, so you will even
like
know less.
You're sitting in the middle of the U.S. and let's say you're in Chicago and you're looking at Los Angeles. Eventually, Los Angeles will have expanded so much that you can no longer see.
You will not be able to see what's happening there, and you will not get any updates on social media from any of your friends there.
So the more time that passes, the less
we're losing. Yes, we are losing information. Exactly.
Every day we're losing.
And there is I wrote a paper about it when the accelerated expansion of the universe was discovered at Harvard, actually. My paper said that the future of astronomy is gloomy. In the distant future, we know less. We will see less. And the question is, like, imagine 1 trillion years from now. By the way, there will be plenty of stars still burning 1 trillion years from now. The most common stars are 1/10 of the mass of the sun, and they live for a few trillion years, okay? So there's still, 1 trillion years is 100 times more than the current age of the universe. So imagine us then, and you will basically see emptiness, darkness around our own galaxy. Why would people believe in the story of the Big Bang at that point? There is nothing beyond our galaxy. And it will become a story being told, just like in religion. You know, you won't be able to find evidence for the radiation that came from the early universe, because by then it would get rarefied so much you wouldn't be able to detect it. So it's really interesting that the origins story of how the universe started will not allow itself to be revealed through looking at the sky if the universe will continue to accelerate its expansion 1 trillion years from now.
Wow. Wow. Let's talk about dark energy.
Okay.
So it sounds like that not long ago we thought that there was just empty space.
Right.
There was nothing in there.
Right.
There
Nothing
was
in
nothing
there
in
because-
between the
yeah.
distance.
Right.
Between matter and matter. Now it sounds like we've discovered that there actually is a lot of matter. And is it energy?
Well, mass and energy
In
are the
between.
same, according to Einstein. He basically had this insight that energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, E equal mc squared. And that was demonstrated with atomic bomb. You know, like a small fraction of mass was converted to a huge amount of energy. And that's how the sun shines. It burns, it fuses hydrogen atoms and makes heavier nuclei. And in the process of doing that, it releases energy. So the sun is losing right now 6 billion tons every second. It's losing mass. 6 billion tons every second in the form of its radiation, mostly radiation coming out, but also the solar wind. There is a wind of particles coming out, and we see it. It shows in a very colorful display in our sky. Just over the past week, there was a geomagnetic storm that showed up as the aurora. These beautiful colors are the interaction of the solar wind with the magnetic field that surrounds Earth. And it creates very energetic particles moving along the field lines, bombarding atoms like oxygen, molecular nitrogen. And these atoms or molecules get excited and they emit the blue, red, and green lights that we see in the sky as an aurora. Mm-hmm. So the sun is losing mass, but it's also losing radiation. And altogether, 6 billion tons of matter. So it's a small fraction of the mass of the sun, but mass is equivalent to energy. And the dark energy is just this constituent that fills the universe, and it makes the vacuum, so it's the same everywhere. And the only effect that it has is on gravity, because usually in any other process other than gravity, all you care about is the energy difference between different states. You transition from one state to another and you care about how much energy that requires or that releases. So if the vacuum has the same energy everywhere, you don't care about it. But gravity says, needs to know how much energy or mass there is per unit volume. And if the vacuum contributes to that, it affects the expansion of the universe. And Einstein at first introduced the vacuum in order to make the universe not expand. At the time when he came up with his theory of gravity, that was November 1915, it was not known that the universe is expanding. So Einstein said, well, it doesn't make sense that the universe started at a specific point in time. It makes more sense that the universe existed forever. So how can I keep the universe forever if I balance the attractive gravity of matter with the repulsive gravity of the vacuum? So he put exactly a perfect balance between the two, But then it was realized a decade later that, in fact, the universe is expanding. So Einstein regretted making that suggestion, thought that it was a mistake. As it turns out, the vacuum does have a mass density. It's just early on, it was not significant at all. So the universe expanded, and then right now it's dominating. So what is it is not known. We don't know whether we can excavate it, whether we can use it, because it's negative gravity, you know. And one thing I thought about, you know, in 1957, there was a British physicist named Hermann Bondi, who realized that Einstein's gravity allows for a negative mass in principle. I mean, we know that any mass we see is positive, right? It's attractive. Gravity brings things together. But he said, what if, just like in electromagnetism, you know, you have a positive electric charge and a negative electric charge. So in electromagnetism, positive charges repel each other, and positive and negative charges attract each other. In gravity, positive masses attract each other. But if you were to introduce a negative mass, it will repel the positive mass. So he realized that if you take a positive mass and a negative mass, put them next to each other, the positive mass will attract the negative mass towards it, and the negative mass will push the positive mass away from it. So this pair will accelerate indefinitely. It's like a rocket without a fuel. It will accelerate to the speed of light. He realized that. So if you think, oh, that's great, so maybe we can build a spaceship that has a positive mass and a negative mass. If we can take, let's say, the vacuum energy from the cosmic expansion, if you can engineer it, put it in a vessel, enhance its density, and then we'll get a negative mass. If we can do that and put it next to a positive mass, we'll have a spaceship that doesn't need any fuel and will accelerate as much as we want. The problem is that if you introduce negative masses, this is something that Bondi did not realize. If you introduce a negative mass, you can build a time machine, meaning that you can, in principle, go back in time and kill your grandfather, and that will be a problem. Because if you kill your grandfather, how come you exist? So physicists don't like the idea of time machines because it leads to contradictions. Mm-hmm. And if you have a negative mass, you can build a time machine. How do I know that? Because when you take a positive mass, like, you know, the sun, the earth, a positive mass, you pass a light beam next to it, the light is delayed. Time is ticking more slowly near a positive mass. This was realized by a colleague of mine at Harvard named Erwin Shapiro, who is now in his 90s, but he calculated how much delay the light would suffer when it passes near a positive mass, according to Einstein's theory of gravity, and that was measured and verified. Now imagine replacing the positive mass with a negative mass. Instead of delaying the light, you will advance it. It will actually move faster. And that's a problem because once you make light move faster, you can create a time machine because you can then, in principle, visit your past. And if you don't believe that going back in time is possible, then negative masses should not exist in the universe.
How would you go back in time? I mean,
so the idea is that in principle, you can build a time machine using negative masses such that you go next to the negative mass and you come back to your source at an earlier time than you left your source.
Wow.
So that means that you know...
So you'd go out and then back.
And back, and you arrive before you left. And of course, you know, it poses a problem because, as I said, you can prevent yourself from making the trip. And so that there would be a logical inconsistency. There is a lot of debate about whether moving faster than light is possible, whether going back in time is allowed. Most physicists think that it's forbidden because it leads to inconsistencies. And if that's the case, there shouldn't be any negative masses.
You're blowing my mind here, Avi.
This is a paper that I'm writing right now, by the way. It's not out yet. So I'm giving you the latest.
Very interesting. I wanted to talk about, you brought up CERN. What are they doing there? There's a lot
I actually visited CERN.
You visited CERN?
Yeah, because they invited me to give a public lecture just a few months ago. And it was a very fun visit to go through the various experiments that they have there. They smash particles at very high energies. They create antimatter. I was there to discuss extraterrestrials. And it was interesting to see what they are doing. But at dinner, when there were a number of high net worth individuals that came to dinner and sat with me, and out of a group of about a dozen people at dinner, 2 of them said that they saw some unidentified objects, very unusual objects. For example, one of them said that 20 years ago, he saw a giant object in the sky that was moving so fast that it could move faster than fighter jets that were chasing it at the time. Of course, he didn't have any record of that. But what I found interesting is that there are people who saw very unusual things. I never had an experience myself. But as I said, I'm curious, so it raises my interest. And that's what the Galileo project is all about. We're trying to collect evidence in the scientific way and figure out whether there are things in the sky that we cannot explain. And the point is that, that the sky is not classified. The US government has a day job, which is national security. So obviously they're monitoring the sky, looking for things that may belong to adversarial nations that are spying on the US. But if something came from outside the solar system, that's not part of their day job. That's my day job as an astrophysicist. So if they say that they looked at 99% of the objects, as the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office is saying right now in the Pentagon, that may be impressive for their own record to say that they understand most of the objects in the US, because from a national security perspective, that's good to know, But from a scientist's point of view, it's not very impressive, because even if 1 in a billion objects that you look at in the sky, and by the way, we looked at 1 million objects already in the last few months with the Galileo project. We built an observatory that monitors the entire sky all the time. So even if 1 in a billion happens to be from outside of this Earth, it will be a huge message to deliver to humanity that we are not alone. There is something out there. So I'm really interested in the rare objects. Obviously, there is a lot of crap in the sky that we produce, balloons, drones, airplanes. These are boring as far as I'm concerned. If I see a bird, I'll be happy to give all these images to a zoologist. If we see in the Galileo project, we see Chinese balloons, happy to deliver all this information to Washington. These are boring objects as far as I'm concerned. I just want to see if there is anything else that is not familiar. And, it's a matter of being curious. Why should we have an opinion without seeking the evidence? We should look for the evidence and figure out what's out there. If we find a tennis ball in our backyard, we will know that the neighbor plays tennis.
Great point. Before we get too into the Galileo project, I am very interested in CERN.
Okay.
There's a lot of conspiracies around CERN. Nobody really seems to know what's going on. You're the first legitimate person that I've talked to that's actually been there.
Ask me anything.
There's a lot of talk about CERN trying to open up some type of a portal. Is there any?
No. If there was, Actually, the situation right now with the Large Hadron Collider is that aside from finding a prediction made in the 60s to be correct, which was the discovery of the Higgs boson, we haven't...
The discovery of the what?
The Higgs boson. There was a particle that is really fundamental to the standard model of physics. It gives all the particles their masses. And it was realized that such a particle should exist by several independent groups, but one of the original authors of the papers that were written about it back in the 60s, his name was Peter Higgs. He just passed away recently. And so it's called the Higgs boson, if it's called after him. Initially, his paper was not accepted for publication, and then he wanted, because he just talked about some symmetry, and then he refined it to make it a little more edgy, so that it will be accepted for publication, and mentioned the fact that the model predicts a particle. And now the particle is called the Higgs boson. Boson is a type of particle that actually likes to be in groups of other particles in exactly the same state. For example, the photon is the particle of light is a boson, in the sense that if you put a lot of photons together, they actually enjoy that, in the sense that that's what a laser is. A laser is a lot of photons in exactly the same state, the same frequency, the same phase, and that's why a laser beam is so powerful. But the other type of particles, they are not so social. They're called fermions, after Enrico Fermi. The name bosons is after Bose, Indian physicist. So fermions are particles that do not allow others of their type to be in the same state. So the electron is a fermion, and an electron does not allow another electron to be in the same state, the same energy, the same moment, the same place. And so as a result of that, if you consider a metal, it's basically a lot of electrons packed together in a very cold state, but they don't allow each other to be in the same location. And so as a result of that, if you try to compress a metal, you have resistance to that. And that's why a metal is a solid, very dense state of matter that is not, where compression requires a lot of force. And so at any event, the Higgs boson, it's a boson, was discovered in 2012 by the Large Hadron Collider, when it smashed nuclei at very high energy and produced it. So they discovered this particle, and the Nobel Prize was awarded for this discovery. It was very important. It was 50 years after the original conception of this particle. And nevertheless, it was very significant, but it was old news. And a lot of physicists were hoping for something completely new coming from the Large Hadron Collider. But nothing was announced. Nothing was found as of yet. And of course, there are plenty of physicists that would be delighted to get a Nobel Prize for a new discovery of fundamental physics. That's why I don't think anything, it's not like the government. There is a huge incentive for physicists to come forward if they have good evidence. So there is nothing there at the moment.
Thank you for clarifying that. Avi, before we move on, I forgot to do so. Everybody gets a gift that comes on the show.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We should have done this about an hour ago, but those are Vigilant
Gummy
gummy bears.
Yeah.
It's a little something for the ride home.
Thank you.
But moving into some of the stuff you're doing right now, I know you are interested in the nearest black hole to Earth.
Right.
Can you tell us a little bit about that and start with what exactly is a black hole?
So a black hole was the first solution to Einstein's equations of gravity. That back then, in 1915, there were no computers. And the equations are very complex. But a German physicist named Karl Schwarzschild. He was 40 years old, the head of the Potsdam Observatory, and he was a patriot, by the way. Einstein was a pacifist. So the First World War started, and Schwarzschild, who was very distinguished, was drafted to the military, went to the front against the Russians. And when he was there, he realized that he can solve Einstein's equations for a point mass. If you take matter and condense it to a point, he could solve the space-time around that. And he sent a postcard to Einstein, who publicized it in Germany, because he didn't participate in the war. And within a few months after that, Schwarzschild died from a rare lung disease, which shows you that being a pacifist is better if you want to derive the consequences of a theory, because Einstein lived much longer. At any event, Schwarzschild is remembered for finding the structure of space-time around a black hole. Now, what does it mean? How can you make such a point mass? One way to think of it is imagine a star, a very massive star, let's say tens of times the mass of the sun. Burning nuclear fuel. A star is just a nuclear reactor held together by gravity. That's it.
Okay.
So, we have a difficult time creating fusion reactors on Earth because confining them is difficult with magnetic fields. But in nature, they appear everywhere. These are the stars. They are confined by gravity. And at the core of a star, the temperature is tens of millions of degrees. And so that nuclear reactor burns the fuel, which is mainly hydrogen left over from the Big Bang. By the way, it was not clear to people that the sun is made mostly of hydrogen. So 100 years ago, the first PhD in astronomy at Harvard University was written by Cecilia Payne-Kopashkin. And she realized that when looking at the surface of the sun, she can infer the composition of the surface and realize that it's mostly probably hydrogen. And she wrote it in her thesis, and then the chair of the thesis committee, Henry Norris Russell, who was the director of the Princeton University Observatory, said, you need to remove that statement because we all know that the sun is made of the same materials as Earth. She removed it. Of course, she wasn't as confident at a young age. And then for 4 years, he checked the data and concluded that she was right. And it's not only the sun, but the entire universe is mostly hydrogen, the ordinary matter. That at any event, stars burn hydrogen into heavier elements. That's why we exist, because the Big Bang didn't have heavy elements. It had mostly hydrogen and helium. So life, as we know it, was not possible. We are a byproduct. We were not part of the cosmic plan. By the way, this is something we need to remember, that we arrived late in cosmic history. We arrived late to the play. We are not at the center of stage. So the play is not about us. And if we want to learn more about the cosmic play, we better find other actors who may have been around for longer than us. Mm-hmm. But coming back to the stars, they burn hydrogen and produce the energy that we see coming out of stars. Now, when a star has more than tens of times the mass of the sun, it has such a strong gravity that when the fuel is consumed, there is no more fuel. Gravity pulls it together and it cannot stop the collapse, and it ends up draining all the mass that made the star into a black hole at the center. So that's one way to make black holes, by massive stars collapsing. Now you ask, okay, what is the final product, the black hole that you get from that? It's empty space because all the mass went to the center, so to speak. But it's an extreme structure of space and time, because Schwarzschild realized if the black hole is not spinning, that there is a certain distance from the center inside of which nothing can escape. It's the ultimate prison. Even if you move at the speed of light, you cannot escape from that region. So think of a black hole as the ultimate prison. And the walls of that prison cell is the so-called event horizon, inside of which everything is hidden. So a black hole is just like Vegas. Whatever happens there stays there.
Okay.
But you can also make a black hole by taking a big cloud of gas and letting it collapse. That's what happens at the centers of galaxies. So just to give you a sense, if you were to fill the orbit of Jupiter around the sun with water, a huge swimming pool, it will make a black hole of about 100 million times the mass of the sun. So the bigger the black hole is, the less dense is the material that can make it. When a star makes a black hole, the density of matter gets higher than the density of an atomic nucleus. But when you make those supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies, you can make them out of rarefied gas clouds that just contract. Okay. And once you have the seed black hole, it keeps collecting more and more gas from it, just like a drain, that water circles into. The gas in the center of a galaxy is getting consumed by the sink at the center. And you can also have stars. If a star comes close to a black hole that is not too massive, then it will get ripped apart and shredded. And you spaghettify the star, create spaghetti out of it, and the stream of gas. We see those events where stars are getting destroyed by coming close to a black hole that has a mass less than 100 million times the mass of the sun. So that's in a nutshell.
You've actually seen stars be consumed by black holes.
Yes, stars like the sun coming too close to a black hole of less than 100 million times the mass of the sun, and they get ripped apart. And before they enter the event horizon. So then the gas that they leave behind in a stream of debris circles the black hole and creates a flare of radiation. The amazing thing about black holes, even though they are black in the sense that nothing can escape from the inside, when gas is circling the black hole, it's moving at a very high speed, approaching the speed of light. And if the stream of gas intersects itself, or if there is turbulence or viscosity to the gas, then it shines very brightly. So ironically, the brightest sources of light in the universe are actually those supermassive black holes that we see now with the Webb telescope, all the way back in time to when the universe was just a few % of its present age.
Wow.
So these big black holes form very early. And I actually worked out a theory that that could explain early formation of those seeds out of very massive stars that form at the centers of galaxies.
Can you see both sides of a black hole? Or is it just one?
Well, it's just a spherical region. You can go around it.
Is it shaped like a donut?
No, it's more like a sphere if it's not spinning. Okay. If it's spinning, then it looks like a disk. But the interesting question that has no answer at the moment is what happens to the matter that falls into a black hole, because Einstein's theory of gravity predicts that it will increase its density. Again, indefinitely, just like in the Big Bang, and then the theory breaks down because it can't really tell us what happens. You need a theory that unifies quantum mechanics and gravity to tell us what happens at the center of a black hole. And, you know, I once had a flood in the basement of my home. And I went with a plumber down to the basement, and I realized, actually, you know, I never thought about this. It would appear natural to me that the water is flowing out of my home, but we realized that actually there is, the sewer is clogged by tree roots, okay? And the roots were blocking the sewer, and so the water flooded the basement. So that, in the hours that I was helping the plumber to fix the problem, I thought about a black hole. What happens if there is no portal or sink at the center of a black hole? Because some people say, well, maybe the matter goes there and then exits somewhere else. But no, suppose it's really clogged. So what will happen is that the matter will collect at the maximum density that matter can have, which physicists call the Planck density. So the way I envision that is maybe there is an extremely dense object at the center of a black hole, and it keeps collecting matter that falls into it. We don't know if that is the reality because we don't have a theory of quantum gravity. And there is one way to find out. If you enter a black hole, you might find what happens inside of it, but then you won't be able to submit a paper for publication on Earth, because no information can come out. So, you know, when I propose to physicists to enter a black hole and figure out quantum gravity, they think that I have an ulterior motive of sending them into a black hole. But, you know, you may ask, okay, are we at risk that a black hole would ever impact Earth and consume it? Turns out that the nearest black hole to Earth is about 100 light years away, based on how many we expect in the Milky Way galaxy. Not very close to us. There is no risk that it will cross the solar system. But there is a possibility that most of the matter in the universe is black holes. We don't know what most of the matter in the universe is. About 84% of the matter is invisible to us. We call it dark matter. Mm-hmm. You know, we keep saying that we understand the universe, but we don't know most of the matter, and we don't know most of the energy, which is in the form of dark energy or the cosmological constant that I mentioned before. So the dark matter could potentially be tiny black holes left over from the Big Bang that have the masses of asteroids, for example. And if that's the case, there should be many of them crossing the solar system. But the chance of one of them passing through Earth is really small. You wouldn't expect that very often, maybe over billions of years. And in fact, these black holes have a size. Their event horizon is the size of an atomic nucleus. So really tiny. Unless they go through your body, nothing bad will happen. They just go through Earth. They don't affect anything. So maybe the nearest black hole is much closer than we anticipate based on the collapse of stars, you know, which is the 100 light years that I mentioned before. But it will be harmless unless they pass through your body. And the chance for that is completely negligible. I don't think that any insurance companies need to worry about it.
I mean, how would you even, how do we study these?
Black holes?
Yeah, how do we study
Well,
them?
we can see the radiation emitted by the hot gas that is swirling around them. So, for example, I was the founding director of the Black Hole Initiative at Harvard University, and that's a program that brings together physicists, astronomers, mathematicians, and philosophers that are interested in black holes. And one of the accomplishments of that initiative was taking an image of a black hole which appeared in all major newspapers in 2019. Basically, it's an image of a giant black hole in a nearby galaxy called M87. And what you see is the shadow of the black hole being illuminated by some backlight from the hot gas swirling around it. So you see a ring of light around a dark region. And that's the silhouette of the black hole, because the radiation going into the black hole can never come out. You see it as a dark region surrounded by a ring of light, because the gravity is so strong that it can focus light, just like a lens. This is called gravitational lensing. And that focusing of light creates an image of a bright ring with the silhouette of the black hole in the middle. So we already have that photograph, and we know that black holes are real. This particular black hole is huge. It's about 6 billion times the mass of the sun. Actually getting into it would not be harmful to astronauts. If you cross the event horizon, you wouldn't be torn apart, because it's such a gigantic black hole that the difference in force between your legs and your head is tolerable. It's not a problem at all. The problem starts when you get very close to the center, the singularity, where you will get ripped apart. And I once described this in answer to a question in my daughter's class. And when I got to describe what happens to the human body when it comes very close to the center of a black hole, the teacher stopped me and said, "Please don't continue any farther, because it will create nightmares to the kids." But they were really curious about it. I mean, a black hole is a fascinating thing. It's a structure of space and time empty. And, it's the most extreme realization of Einstein's idea that space and time are curved. Just think about it. Before Einstein, we thought of gravity as being a force. So the sun exerts a force on the Earth that orbits around it. Einstein said, no. All objects follow exactly the same behavior under the influence of gravity. Therefore, it has nothing to do with a force. It's a property of space and time that affects all objects. And he basically made the analogy, just think about a trampoline being the space-time, okay?
Okay.
If you put a very heavy ball in the middle of the trampoline, it curves the surface, right? And so imagine now a marble moving around. So if you give it just the right kick, it will move in a circle around the heavy ball in the curved surface of the trampoline. It will just move in a circle around it. If you now were to remove that heavy ball from the center, the marble will continue on a straight line on the flat surface. And so the same applies to gravity in the context of Einstein, where the space around the sun is curved such that the Earth is trying to go on a straight line, but actually because of the curvature of space, it's moving in a circle around the sun. And if you remove the sun, the Earth will continue on a straight line indefinitely.
So there's an invisible fabric. It sounds
of space and time. And it's being curved by masses. And in the context of the universe, there is a mass distributed throughout the volume of the universe, and it affects the way it expands.
So if you're saying that we know the universe is expanding and it's becoming less dense, correct?
Right.
So if it continues to expand and become diluted or less dense, then wouldn't that fabric, will that fabric ever stop
evolving? No, it will continue to evolve.
Will it become, I mean, it sounds like the fabric of space might become weaker as the universe expands. And so what I'm asking, would that throw planets, Earth, Moon, out of orbit because it's less dense?
Yeah,
it won't be able to hold.
No, because the thing is that the solar system, the planets orbiting the sun, they are held together by a force or they're held together by the local conditions that are far stronger than gravity on a very large scale in the universe. So just think about the atom, okay? The electron is bound to a nucleus by the electric force. The electric force is many orders of magnitude larger than gravity. So the fact that the universe is expanding in some way doesn't affect the atom, it stays the same. It's as if you have a leash that you keep the electron tied up to the proton, and you don't let it be part of the cosmic expansion. So the same thing is true for the solar system. It's much denser than the average density of the universe. The average density of the universe is 29 orders of magnitude less than the density of this table. So that means 1 with 29 zeros, less dense. There is roughly 1 atom per cubic meter in terms of the mass density in the universe. Like, it's really
One
rare.
atom per cubic meter?
Meter, yeah.
Wow.
That's the average density of the universe. If the universe was denser than that, it would have collapsed back to a point, to an infinite density by now.
So if the universe is expanding, when will it be 1 atom per 2 cubic meters?
Oh, in the near future, a billion years from now. So, you just have to be patient. And as I said before, it's not only that things get diluted, but they get diluted exponentially. So as time goes on, they get separated by a speed that gets higher and higher.
Do you think that, this is going back, sorry, I have so many questions. When we talk about the universe is expanding and galaxies, planets, stars continue to get farther and farther and apart from each other, and will our technology be able to outpace the expansion of the universe?
Yeah, so I actually addressed that in a paper that I wrote. How far can we reach, let's say, with propulsion systems, given that the universe is expanding? The point is, right now, all the spacecraft that we launched are moving at 1 part in 10,000 of the speed of light. Since Sputnik to New Horizons, we haven't changed the chemical rocket technology that we used, and it can get us to about 1 part in 10,000 of the speed of light. Unfortunately, with that speed, we cannot escape the Milky Way galaxy. The gravity of the Milky Way is too strong for such rockets to leave the Milky Way galaxy. So that's in a way good news, because anyone in the Milky Way galaxy which is using the same rocket propulsion that we used, if they send objects to interstellar space, these objects are trapped in the Milky Way galaxy. So they collect like plastics in the ocean. And we can look for those objects in our backyard. So it's a blessing. The fact that rocketry cannot get you faster than the escape speed from the Milky Way is a blessing, because we can then look around us and see all the space trash that other civilizations polluted our environment with over billions of years. Most of the stars formed billions of years before the sun. The sun is a late bloomer, formed only in the last 1/3 of cosmic history. And most other stars from billions of years before that. It takes less than 1 billion years for Voyager, for example, to go from one side of the Milky Way to the other. Less than 1 billion years. That means that all the space trash that was sent by other civilizations would have reached us by now, if the star that hosted that civilization existed, billions of years before the sun. So we might be swimming in an ocean full of plastics, and we could find evidence for other civilizations. But in order to leave the Milky Way, we need some propulsion scheme that will at least be 10 times or 20 times faster than chemical rockets. It's possible. There are ideas that various scientists are exploring. Even if you use a propulsion scheme that is 100 times faster than chemical rockets, you could only reach a distance that is about 100 million light years from us, which is about 1%, less than 1% of the size of the universe, okay?
Wow.
And that is because by the time you get to that distance, the galaxies that used to be there are now much farther away. So you cannot catch up with the accelerated expansion of the universe. Eventually, you reach your limit. And I calculated that the limit is relatively near us, even if you enhance our propulsion method by a factor of 100. If you reach the speed of light, or a fraction of the speed of light, which is something that I explored because I chaired the Breakthrough Starshot initiative. The idea was to reach the nearest star to the sun within our lifetime. So the nearest star is 4 light years away, Alpha Centauri system that has 3 stars actually in it. In order to reach it within 20 years, we need a spacecraft that moves at a fifth of the speed of light. And the only method that I could find that might be practical for that is what is called solar sails or light sails. Basically, just think of the sail on a sailboat. It's being pushed by the wind, which is basically air bouncing off that sail and giving it a push. Now imagine making a very thin film and shining light on it. It will also give it a push. So if you take a very powerful laser of 100 gigawatt and shine it off a very thin film, roughly 1 part in 10,000 of the size of your thumb, okay? So a very thin film that we use to wrap sandwiches. And if you take such a film and extend it to a scale of the height of a person and just shine 100 gigawatt of laser on it and make it a reflective surface, within a few minutes, this sail, which weighs roughly a few grams, will be accelerated to a fifth of the speed of light across a distance that is 5 times the distance to the moon. So that was the concept. Making it practical is a huge endeavor, but it's in principle potentially possible. So if you move at a fraction of the speed of light, then you can reach greater distances beyond the Milky Way galaxy. And if you move very close to the speed of light, you can, in principle, get through most of the volume of the universe. So, by the way, one thing to keep in mind, we are currently experiencing 1g. That's the acceleration that the Earth puts on our body. That's what binds us, gravity, to the Earth. That's comfortable. We feel comfortable in that, right? Now, you would feel as comfortable in a spaceship, a rocket, that is being accelerated at 1g. You couldn't tell the difference, according to Einstein, between a rocket that pushes against your body at 1g and Earth's gravity. You would not be able to tell the difference. Now, if we were sitting on a rocket accelerating at 1g, then in 1 year, we would reach the speed of light. 1 year. If you were to continue to accelerate at 1g for about 20 years, you will get so close to the speed of light that time would pass much more slowly in our frame than in the rest of the universe. So we would be able to actually cross the entire scale of the visible universe, billions of light years, in 20 years, on the spacecraft, at 1g. Whereas, obviously, everyone would die on Earth during that journey. If we come back, we would not find it. I mean, the sun, if we continue over 7 billion years and we come back, the sun would already burn its nuclear fuel, become a giant, what is called a red giant, would engulf the Earth. There will be nothing left. The Earth would be burned up and eventually spiral into the center of the sun. And the core of the sun will become a dense body that is basically like a piece of metal, the size of Earth, carrying about 60% of the mass of the sun. That is called the white dwarf. So if we made that journey and came back, our home will look very different than we left it. But it's an amazing thought experiment to think that if you accelerate at 1G, which is very comfortable for us, we can reach very close to the speed of light and cross the entire universe in our lifetime.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Let's take a quick break.
Okay.
When we come back, we'll get into some extraterrestrial stuff.
Did you know that only 4 companies own over 80% of the U.S. meat industry? And reports say that China owns the largest portion of the pork industry in the U.S. These companies seem like they are using tactics to try to crush American family farms with the additives they're putting into our food. Americans are stuck with sketchy meat, so what can we do about it? Let me tell you about a company that's coming up swinging on behalf of the American family farm and your family's food security. Moink. The business is simple. Moink's meat comes from animals raised outdoors, and their farmers are given an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. They deliver meat straight to your doorstep at prices you can actually afford. Born, raised, and harvested right here in the United States of America. Keep American family farms farming by joining the Moink movement today at moinkbox.com/SRS. Sign up today and get free hot rolls in your first order. Spelled Moink, M-O-I-N-K box.com/SRS. Oink oink, get moinked. moinkbox.com/SRS. Managing your personal finances can seem very complicated and it's very time consuming, right? But it doesn't have to be. Check out Rocket Money. Rocket Money simplifies everything, making it so easy to see exactly what's happening with your finances, track your spending, and give you full control of all of it right from your phone. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. See all of your subscriptions in one place and know exactly where your money is going. Need to clean up your subscriptions? Rocket Money can help you cancel them with a few taps. Rocket Money's dashboard gives you a clear view of your expenses across all of your accounts. You can easily create a personalized budget with custom categories to help keep your spending on track. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. Stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/Sean. That's rocketmoney.com/Sean, rocketmoney.com/Sean.
All right, Avi, we're back from the break, and we're going to get into some extraterrestrial stuff in the Galileo project. But we'd started having a pretty interesting conversation at breakfast about if we think that the U.S. government is hiding any type of evidence when it comes to UFO, UAP, extraterrestrial life phenomena type stuff. So I had said, yes, I do believe they're hiding something. I don't have any hard evidence, but, I just don't trust the government. So they've lied one too many times, and I didn't want to get your answer at breakfast. I wanted to wait until the interview. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
Well, astronomers are focusing on very distant sources of light, and usually a small portion of the sky. And if something flies overhead, they ignore it. However, the US government has to monitor the entire sky and look for unusual objects because they might represent adversarial nations that are spying on the US. So while doing so, they might have noticed things that are unusual. And I don't expect the US government to figure things out if they are not made by humans, because they're not a scientific organization. They're dealing with national security. So the only question is whether they provided unusual materials, unusual evidence to corporations outside Washington, D.C., whether they classified such information in a way that even within government, most people are not aware of it. And until I see the evidence, I cannot tell from the outside, because you get conflicting reports, and because there is also an effort to create some buzz in the public about unidentified objects, because the US government develops new technologies. And if people use their cell phones to record something unusual, they might realize what the US government is doing, and therefore there is an interest on behalf of the intelligence agencies to create some buzz about extraterrestrial objects so that people will not be suspicious of the US doing things. That I can understand. I can also imagine a motivation to create some confusion in other countries about what the US is capable of. And so given all the dust that is thrown up, it's really difficult to see anything specific. And I spoke for an hour with David Grush, who testified in the US Congress under oath, and asked him to mention anything I don't already know from the public domain. And he said that he's unable to speak about it. And without that evidence, I really have no way of believing a story, because there may be other reasons for the story to be told. And as a scientist, I realize that the sky is not classified, the oceans are not classified. Why should I wait for the government to tell me what lies outside the solar system? Mm-hmm. And so I am leading the Galileo project, which is trying to collect evidence. And for 70 years, we've been searching for radio signals from other civilizations. When radio communication was used on Earth, scientists realized, well, maybe we can look for signals from other civilizations. But first of all, this is relatively early in our technological development. We don't use radio communication as much nowadays. And moreover, if you were to transmit signals, you are vulnerable to predators in interstellar space. And so it's not clear at all that such signals will be abundant. And we haven't found anything. It's just like waiting for a phone call at home. And, nobody may recognize that you're lonely. And moreover, if other civilizations are addicted to their digital screens, the way we are right now, they wouldn't care about us. So there is an alternative way, which is to look for space trash, objects that came from our neighbors' yards, and find them near us, because they are bound to the Milky Way galaxy. They keep accumulating over time like plastics in the ocean, and we can search for them. And if we find an object like Voyager 1, Voyager 2, Pioneer 10, Pioneer 11, New Horizons, the 5 interstellar probes that we are trashing interstellar space with, that will tell us that someone like us existed elsewhere. And by the way, most of the scientific community, the astronomy community, is interested in finding evidence for microbial life, primitive life. Because when the Earth cooled 4 billion years ago, microbes immediately emerged. But the signature that they leave, that we can pick up at a distance, is very subtle. They produce some molecules that we can search for in the atmospheres of planets as they orbit their stars. So we can look for the fingerprints of these molecules, like oxygen, methane, carbon dioxide, water vapor, and say, well, if we find these molecules, maybe they are indicative of microbial life. This is where the astronomy community wishes to put its funding in terms of the search for extraterrestrial life. And I say, well, if we were to find a gadget that was sent by another civilization, that would be conclusive. It wouldn't be subtle, because these molecular fingerprints can be also produced by natural processes. You can imagine processes that have nothing to do with life, that make oxygen, methane, and these could be processes that have to do with geology, with just natural chemistry. So it will be debated, even if you invest tens of billions of dollars in finding those fingerprints in the atmospheres of planets that transit in front of the star, and the light from the star goes through the atmosphere of the planet. Even then, if you find it, it will still be debated whether they mean that there is microbial life or not. And I say, if you find a gadget, there is no debate. If it's not produced by humans, it represents technologies beyond what we possess. If you find industrial pollution in the same atmospheres of other planets, you will have evidence for molecules that are not produced by nature, just like CFCs that our refrigerating systems are producing. It's clear. It's a clear signature of technology. So we could look for that. We could look for city lights on the night side of planets. These are things that, if we find, would tell us that not only there is life elsewhere, but it's intelligent. And that's why I think that focusing all our attention on microbial life doesn't make sense. We need to hedge our bets and invest at least as much funding in the search for technological life elsewhere. And my approach is to look for objects. This is something that was never attempted before the last decade, because only over the past decade we discovered the first objects from outside the solar system in the form of the interstellar object that was the size of a football field, Oumuamua, discovered by a telescope in Hawaii and in 2017, and it had very strange properties. It was changing its brightness. The reflection of sunlight from it changed by a factor of 10 as it was tumbling every 8 hours. And modeling these variations implied that it was flat, pancake-like. And moreover, this object was pushed away from the sun by some mysterious force without shedding any of its mass. It didn't have a cometary tail the way comets have. So it was not the rocket effect which was pushing it. And I said, well, based on my research, maybe it's a very thin membrane, a very thin film pushed by reflecting sunlight, like a solar sail, or maybe a surface layer of
like what you were describing earlier.
Yes. So I just wrote a paper saying this object is so weird that it could be technological in origin.
Where is the object now?
Now the object is much farther away, a few times the distance between the Earth and the Sun, but it's actually 1 billion times fainter because it got so far away from the Sun. And so we cannot really see it. We cannot chase it because it's running away from us faster than our best rockets. And so the only way to figure out what such an object might have been is to find more of the same. And actually in 2025, there will be a new observatory monitoring the sky, serving the sky in Chile called the Rubin Observatory, funded by the National Science Foundation. It will employ a camera that is 1.2 meters in diameter, significant fraction of the size of a person, and will have 3.2 billion pixels, 1,000 times more pixels than your cell phone camera. It will survey the southern sky every 4 days, the entire sky. And our calculations imply that every few months it should find an object like Oumuamua. So obviously when we see the next weird object from interstellar space. And we can tell because if it's moving too fast to be bound by gravity to the sun, we know that it came from outside the solar system. That's what Oumuamua did. And Oumuamua means a scout in the Hawaiian language. That's where the name came from. But hopefully we'll find many more scouts like it. And then we can study them in great detail. For example, now we have the Webb telescope. And it's about 1 million miles away from Earth. So if we look at the same object from Earth and the Webb telescope, we will see it from different directions, just like having two eyes. It will allow us to infer the exact location of this object, the distance to the object. And we could also detect the heat that it emits in the infrared with the Webb telescope. We can tell the size of the object, the reflectance of sunlight. We will learn much more about such an object given that we have the Webb telescope. So altogether, within a year, my hope is we will find many more objects like Oumuamua. But even before Oumuamua, 4 years earlier, there was a meteor, an object the size of a watermelon, 0.5 meter or so, or bigger, that collided with Earth and burned up in the lower atmosphere. And it was detected by US government satellites that are monitoring the Earth for ballistic missiles. Every now and then they notice a collision between an object from space with Earth because they see the fireball. This collision released a few percent of the Hiroshima atomic bomb energy. And once the Department of Defense realized that it's an astronomical object, not related to any warfare here on Earth, they released the data in a catalog that NASA put out. And together with my student, Amir Siraj, we realized that this object was unbound to the sun, that it came from outside the solar system. So it was actually the first interstellar object before Oumuamua, almost 4 years, discovered on January 8th, 2014. And it also looked weird because it was moving faster than 95% of the stars near the sun. And also it exhibited material strength that is tougher than iron meteorites. So it was tougher than iron. It only disintegrated when it reached the very dense lower atmosphere of the Earth. It exploded about 20 kilometers over the Pacific Ocean. And the US Space Command confirmed that this object was indeed interstellar, that it was moving too fast to be bound to the sun. And I reached out to them because my colleagues were saying, we don't believe the US government. And I reached as chair of the board on physics and astronomy, I reached through the White House, and the US Space Command issued a letter submitted to NASA to confirm that this is indeed an interstellar meteor, the first recognized interstellar meteor. And there was another object that was discovered in 2019 from interstellar space that happened to be a comet, a regular comet, the way we see comets in the solar system. They're basically a rock covered with water ice that gets evaporated when it comes close to the sun. And people ask me, okay, well, this one, which is named Borisov, this comet is familiar. It's natural. We know about comets. So doesn't it convince you, they ask me, that Oumuamua was also natural and not artificial, not technological? And I said, well, if you go down the street and you see a weird person, and after that you see a normal person, it doesn't make the weird person normal. So Oumuamua was still quite unusual. Mm-hmm. And so this entire field of study of looking for objects that came into the solar system from outside and figuring out whether among the rocks that look familiar, there might be some space trash from extraterrestrials. That was never pursued before. And that is my current focus. I'm trying to figure out if any of these objects might have been technological in origin.
Very, Very interesting. And when it comes to, I mean, you say that the universe is 13.8
8
billion
years.
years. Humans have been around for how long?
A few million years. Just one part in 10,000 or so.
So, kind of what I'm getting at is, I had this conversation. It may have been Tim Colladette, but whoever it was, we were talking about what are the chances that humanity as we know it lines up on the same timeline as other extraterrestrial life. Maybe we are the only ones in the universe
Right now.
at this time.
Yes.
And I've been thinking about that ever since we had that conversation. But now, when you're telling me that we can see back to the beginning of the universe, it sounds like there's nothing that we couldn't collect
Right.
over the 13.8 billion years with the technology that we have.
And also that the Milky Way is like a wastebasket that collected all the space trash over the billions of years that elapsed since the first stars formed. And, we can look into this wastebasket and check if someone existed before us. They don't need to live right now with us. And so it's a completely different approach to searching for others that may have existed billions of years ago, left behind some monuments, some space trash that we can find.
Wow.
And now the key question is whether any of the objects that comes close to Earth is still functional. Because our own Voyager, for example, will not be functional once it leaves the solar system to interstellar space. When it exits from the Oort cloud, the outer boundary of the solar system, it will not be functional in 10,000 years. So it will be just space trash. But you can imagine a more advanced civilization, because we had only 1 century of science and technology. But if another civilization, had science and technology for thousands of years, maybe 1,000,000 years, they could have sent probes that would survive the journey and would still be around now, billions of years after they were made. And the question is, are they around us? Is there any evidence? Because the Director of National Intelligence submitted 3 reports to the US Congress about unidentified anomalous phenomena. And if you think about it, these reports, if you don't believe that there are any extraterrestrial objects that these reports are describing, then it's the intelligence agencies admitting that they're not doing their job. Because if it's all made by humans and they cannot figure out the nature of these objects, either they should get a pay cut or a boost in their funding so that, people should get alarmed that there are objects flying in the sky that we don't understand. And indeed, there was this Chinese spy balloon that was shut down. Maybe there are many more that we haven't realized. My point is that it's a question that should be addressed using the scientific method by collecting data, and we should figure out if humans are sending these anomalous objects that the government is unable to identify. I was actually at the Washington National Cathedral in the company of Avril Haines, the Director of National Intelligence, after she submitted the first report. And since she has a bachelor's degree from the University of Chicago in physics, we speak the same language. And I asked her, what do you make of these objects? And she said, I don't know. And then Jeff Bezos went to the stage and talked about the fact that he was inspired to create Blue Origins after watching Star Trek as a kid. And I said to Avril, I never liked science fiction because it involves fiction, and I cannot enjoy it because it violates the laws of physics. The storyline, it doesn't make any sense. And she said, Avi, we have to work on you. So, and it was interesting that I was invited, the first scientist to be invited to this Munich Security Conference, where heads of state and other important politicians come together every year. And when we went to have a drink on the roof of the hotel, I could see snipers with black head covers on the roof. And I realized they're not here to protect me. They're here to protect Volodymyr Zelensky, for example. And I then realized that indeed being a politician is far more controversial than being a scientist. So I'm in the right business. I'm just trying to figure out the world, you know.
What do you make of some of these? I mean, I know you did Ryan Graves' podcast.
Right.
And David Fravor, I think I'm saying his name right.
Fravor, yeah.
Fravor, excuse me. But, you know, these underwater UAPs, just all of the UAP, UFO phenomena type stuff that we're catching on camera. What do you make of this stuff?
Well, we need better data. The data that is available is not good enough because we don't know the distances to those objects. Just to give you an example, suppose you are in a highway and you see a black car behind you, and then you look forward and you see a black car in front of you, and then you say, wow, that's amazing. This black car was moving really fast. I didn't even notice when I looked at the rear view mirror. I didn't really notice the car passing. But it could be that it's not the same car. And so if you have a swarm of objects that come in and out of view, you might think that they're moving really fast, but it's not the same object. So what we need is really much better data. And unfortunately, as we discussed before, the US government classifies most of the interesting data. They release data which is not as convincing. Mm-hmm. And the fundamental question is, are they hiding something of great scientific interest? I would not exclude that possibility, but waiting for them to release classified information is like waiting for Godot, the play of Samuel Beckett. You can wait forever. And that's not a good approach because we live a short life. I want to know the answer. If they do have the information, I beg them to release it because otherwise I'll waste 20 years of my life, the remaining part of my active life, looking for the answer when they already have the answer. So I really hope that they would share it because anything that lies beyond the solar system, it's not a matter of national security. From a large distance, you can't really tell that the Earth is split into nations. When you look at the Earth from the moon, mm-hmm. you don't see the border between Russia and Ukraine. And so it makes zero sense to maintain such information confidential. It's as if you were the President of the United States were to decide that indeed the sun is made of hydrogen, but we shouldn't let the public know about it. And hiding information from the public on scientific matters makes no sense because eventually it will come to light. And the way I approach it is in the scientific way, that I don't care about anything that may have national security implications. That's what the government should do. But if there is 1 in a billion objects that came from outside of this Earth, we should know about it. And with the Galileo project, we developed a new brand of observatories. We have one operating right now at Harvard University. Over the past few months, we looked at 500,000 objects. It's looking at the entire sky in the infrared, in the optical, in the radio, and in audio. And then we have machine learning software trying to figure out whether we are looking at a bird, a drone, a balloon, an airplane. So far, we haven't seen anything anomalous, but it's one location near Boston. And we are assembling a copy of that observatory in Colorado.
How were these locations chosen?
The Harvard location was just a test place. We wanted to be able to test the instruments that we have, calibrate them, see that they perform to our satisfaction. The Colorado one was for a change in place, but it potentially could be moved elsewhere. And then we have a third one that was just funded by the Richard King Mellon Foundation at $575,000. And we will assemble a third observatory in Pennsylvania because they paid for it to be there. In principle, we can build an observatory for $500,000 in any location. So it's just a matter of funding. And my hope is that we will have tens of them and we will record billions of objects over several decades. So we will get to the bottom of the question of whether there are objects in our sky that are not from this earth. Okay, we will know. Whether anything happened in the distant past, like 50 years ago, will be very difficult for us to tell, because if events are very rare, that they happen once per century, once per half century, then we might not be lucky to be at the right place at the right time to see them. But what is important is that military personnel, when they report about an unidentified anomalous phenomena, they happen to be at the right place at the right time. But that is an anecdotal report. They don't sit there for a long period of time looking at the entire sky. And so what we are doing allows us to calibrate the noise from the background so that if something unusual shows up, we can say how unusual it is. And this is one branch of the Galileo project. A second branch is to search for unusual interstellar objects using the data that comes from the Rubin Observatory in a year, that will monitor the southern sky every 4 days, and we'll have the sensitivity to find objects like Oumuamua.
Is this the one in Chile?
In Chile.
How was that location chosen?
That was the National Science Foundation. That's a very good location for telescopes because the visibility is great. Chile has this set of mountains where the best telescopes in the world they operate. So it was chosen for that reason. Okay. It's very good for astronomy. And we hope to use the data coming from that observatory to find more objects that are interstellar in origin and look as weird as Oumuamua, so we can figure out whether any of them might be technological in origin. Okay? And then there is the third branch of the Galileo project that I'm most excited about, and that is looking for the materials of interstellar meteors. So, for example, the one discovered in 2014 by the US government satellites exploded about 70 miles away from the coast of Papua New Guinea in the Pacific Ocean. So once the US government confirmed, the Department of Defense confirmed the location and the velocity of this meteor, I decided to lead an expedition to search for the materials, the remains of that meteor at the bottom of the ocean. And just to explain, we're talking about the floor being at a depth of a mile across a region that is 7 miles in width.
Wow.
And that is the fireball location that was publicly disclosed by the US Space Command. And so we went there. This expedition cost $1.5 million. There were about 30 people with me on a ship that was fittingly called Silver Star. And we used a sled that had magnets on both sides and placed it on the ocean floor and dragged the sled back and forth 26 times across that region. And it's just like mowing the lawn. Except the first challenge was to keep the sled on the ocean floor because it would very often kite by the tension in the cable that connected it to the ship. The length of the cable was about 3 miles. And we would just skim the ocean floor and eventually bring the sled to the deck of the ship and collect all the materials on the magnets. And I was the chief scientist on this expedition, and they would wake me up in the middle of the night. I didn't sleep much. I wrote 43 diary reports on this expedition and put them on medium.com. And That's where I post essays every day or two. And they were read by millions of people around the world, translated to Spanish. People were fascinated by the way science is done, which is collecting materials and analyzing them to figure out the origin of this object. There was even a person in Denmark that emailed me when I was on the ship to tell me that he had a stroke, and reading about the expedition gave him the will to live. For me, that was the most rewarding message that I got, because, just being curious and following the method of science appears to be rare. You ask yourself, why? Well, the reason is because in academia, a lot of people are driven by the wish to show off. They want to demonstrate that they are smart, so they get honors, awards. And the way to do that is not to make mistakes, not to take risks, not to be too curious, because if you are too curious, you sometimes make mistakes. Like a kid, you explore things, you harm yourself, you don't do the right thing, you make mistakes along the way. And so even though these people started as kids, they lost the curiosity when they became adults. And if you think about it, the whole idea of tenure in academia that gives you the freedom to pursue your curiosity, to pursue things that are not popular at the time, to give you job security, is being abused by people who are using it to just empower themselves. And so common sense is not common in academia. And when I went to the expedition, a lot of scientists, I wouldn't say a lot, but a few of them were arguing that I will not find anything and that they don't believe the US government. We went there, we found materials. We found molten droplets in the site of the fireball from this meteor. And we brought the materials back. I gave them to my colleague at Harvard University, a well-renowned geochemist named Stein Jacobson. And over 9 months, he used the best instruments in the world to analyze them. And we realized that the chemical composition of 10% of the molten droplets that we brought back was different than materials from the solar system that was previously reported in the scientific literature. So we believe, material that may have come from outside the solar system, but the droplets that we discovered were less than a millimeter in size. They were the size of a grain of sand.
Wow.
But they looked very distinct from sand because they looked like metallic marbles. And when I took photographs of them on the ship and wrote some Medium reports about them, my daughter saw the images and she said, Dad, they look so beautiful because they look like metallic marbles. And she said, could you put one of them on a necklace so that I can wear it? And I said, well, these are less than a millimeter in size. They're made mostly of iron. You can't thread them. But they look beautiful. And the hope is that we can find bigger pieces. So we are now planning the next expedition, hopefully within a year. It will cost $6.5 million, much more, 4 times more than the previous one. And we will be looking for bigger pieces, perhaps even the wreckage of the core of the object that collided with Earth. And for that, we want to use a remotely operated vehicle, an ROV, that we put on the ocean floor and have a video feed so we can see the pieces that we are picking up. That's why it's more expensive. And we are now seeking the funding for this expedition, and hopefully we'll get it soon so that we can start to build the tools that we will use.
What did your colleague find from the samples?
We found a chemical composition that looked very different than the crust of the Earth, Mars, the Moon, asteroids. So it looks as if it's material that came from another star. To figure it out better, we really need bigger pieces, because what happened is these molten droplets lost some of the elements that made them in the explosion. These are called volatile elements that can evaporate and be lost during the explosion. But if we find bigger pieces, they retained all the elements that made the object. Also, we can tell what the object was like. We can tell the difference between a rock and a technological gadget. Just imagine a computer. If you were to burn it up and melt it, you would find droplets left over. So it would tell you that the composition was unusual, but it will not tell you what the original object was. However, if you find a big piece of the screen, then you would realize that it's not a rock. And so if we find a gadget at the bottom of the ocean, and it has, for example, buttons on it, the fundamental question is, should we press a button? And I asked my students, in my class, what do you think I should do? And half of them said, please don't do that. Don't press a button because it will affect all of us. And then the other half of the class said, please do, because we are really curious to know whether, maybe it's ChatGPT 100, it will do some amazing things. And then one student raised his hand and said, well, given the split vote, what would you actually do, Professor Loeb? And I said, I will take it to a laboratory and study it, examine it, before engaging with it. So don't worry. However, we didn't find a gadget as of yet. If the US government has such a thing, I want to see it.
So there were elements that we've never seen before.
Well, we've seen the elements because the tools that we use to analyze the material, they're looking for elements from the periodic table. They're not looking for something outside the periodic table. So we look for elements that are familiar, but the concentration, the abundance of those elements was very different than you find in the crust of the Earth or on Mars or in asteroids. So it's just like ingredients of a cake. It's how much sugar you put compared to flour and so forth. And we found that the ingredients have very different concentrations than in solar system materials.
Interesting.
By up to a factor of 1,000. These were elements like beryllium, lanthanum, and uranium. So we had to invent a name for this material, and we called it Belau for these three elements.
I just saw this thing the other day where it sounds like, and this could be social media garbage for all I know, but supposedly we have found another planet with water.
Oh yeah, water we know exists in many places, but it's not a guarantee for life. And moreover, what we usually find is water vapor in the gas phase. What we want to know is whether liquid water exists on another planet, because the chemistry of life as we know it happens in liquid water.
I think they were saying this was liquid water and with an
atmosphere. There was a possibility of explaining the size of the planet given its mass if it has a large ocean, water ocean. So that is indirect evidence. To have liquid water on a planet, you need an atmosphere, because if you take solid ice, water ice, and warm it up in vacuum, it just goes straight into gas, into vapor. It doesn't go through liquid. The only way to get liquid water is if there is external pressure from an atmosphere. And to maintain an atmosphere, you need a massive planet like the Earth. So when you see comets, they carry water, ice, but when they come close to the sun and they get warmed up, the water turns into gas, and there is no liquid water on the surface of comets. And so The only other object in the solar system that has liquids on its surface is a moon of Saturn. It's called Titan. And that liquid is methane and ethane. It's very different than water. So there are two objects in the solar system that have liquids on the surface. The Earth has water, and Titan has oceans and rivers and lakes of methane and ethane. And the temperature on the surface of Titan is just 90 degrees above absolute zero. So it's about a third of the temperature of Earth above absolute zero. So it's very cold, but these liquids exist because they're methane and ethane. And what I would like to do if I had the opportunity is to go fishing there, to look for fish. Because if we find fish in those oceans of methane and ethane on Titan, it would mean that there is life as we don't know it. You know, we are often searching for life as we know it, but there could be other forms of life. And an interesting place to visit is Titan. And actually in 2028, NASA will launch probes to Titan. The project is called Dragonfly, and we might know more about whether life exists in Titan. I was interested in that for another reason, because the temperature on the surface of Titan was the temperature in the entire universe when it was roughly 100 million years old. So it was hotter early on, the universe, and then it cooled as it expanded. So the radiation that fills up the universe right now is only 3 degrees, 2.726 degrees above absolute zero. So it's freezing. But when you go back in time to when the universe was just a tenth of a percent, to a time when the universe was 1% of its current age, the temperature was the same as the surface temperature of Titan. So that means that if you had moons or planets with ethane and methane on the surface, they could have been warmed up enough just by the cosmic radiation. They don't need to be close to a star like the sun. And so life could have existed everywhere very early if we find life on the surface of Titan as we don't know it. And I'm very much looking forward within 4 years to learning whether there is life on Titan, because it would say something about how early life started in the universe.
Wow. Wow. How interested, when you've, the disc-like object, what did you call that?
Oumuamua.
Oumuamua.
Yes.
That, the meteor that you recovered pieces of, how much interest is the government showing in your work?
The government supported my research so far. There was they had no issue. In fact, the U.S. Space Command, under the Department of Defense, sent a letter to NASA confirming the interstellar origin of the meteor. And so I'm grateful that they provided the confirmation and the data about this meteor that allowed us to search for the remains of that meteor. And there is another meteor that we identified as potentially being interstellar. It was discovered in March 2017, and I asked the government to verify whether it was indeed interstellar, and if they do, then we will go after that as well.
Are you worried the government is going to interfere with your studies if you...
So far, they haven't, so I'm not worried. There were visits to my home, for example, by the director of AARO, the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, who by now left his job, Sean Kirkpatrick, and his team. They asked questions about the Galileo project, but I think it was just for them to figure out what we are doing. And I have nothing to hide. It's a scientific project.
What do you think of some of the research have you heard of Skinwalker Ranch?
Yes.
What do you think of some of the research that's going on there?
Well, the problem with that place is that the location is known. So you can imagine hackers planting evidence that appears weird. And that's the issue I have, because you never know if people are trying to trick you. And it's best to operate without people knowing exactly where the
Interesting.
survey is
I've
doing.
not thought of that. I've not
Yeah.
thought of that.
Yeah.
Do you think there is any sort of, I mean, a lot of people think this is some sort of, maybe some of the phenomena stuff that we're seeing is some type of a spiritual entity. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think it's a smart thing to associate physical objects with spirituality, because the way I think about our brain is the same way I think about artificial intelligence. Natural intelligence and artificial intelligence, may become similar, or we might be able to better understand the human brain by generating AI systems that are as complex, they have as many connections as the number of synapses in the human brain. We are getting there. And at that point, the system is so complex that it behaves in ways that we cannot forecast. And as a result, it looks as if it has a sense of independence, consciousness, or a spiritual component to it, simply because we can't figure it out. As I mentioned, Moses felt that the burning bush that was never consumed has a spiritual significance, right? And today you can buy online a gadget that would have given Moses the same sense of awe. And so if we are able to reproduce or even create machines that operate better than the human brain in terms of how complex they are, it would imply that what we call spirituality is just an emergent phenomena out of complex systems. Okay, and so I don't think we should imagine that a system that is unpredictable to us must have a sense of free will necessarily. I think it's just that it has so many degrees of freedom that it can't really operate in a predictable way. It's affected by its environment. It's affected by quantum mechanics that introduces some uncertainty. So altogether, it gives us the impression that there is something beyond the physical reality, but it's simply our ignorance of understanding the details of that complex entity. And if we find a functioning device from extraterrestrials, it may well be equipped with artificial intelligence, and might be difficult for us to figure out. In fact, if we find such a thing, I wouldn't want to rely on physicists telling us what it's doing, because physicists are not used to dealing with intelligent systems. I would hire psychologists. Psychologists deal with intelligent systems. These are humans, right? And they would be better equipped to figure out the intent of an AI system that came from outside of this earth. I would also use our own AI systems, because they might have affinity to extraterrestrial AI systems more than to us, if they are built of the same materials.
Wow. Very interesting.
By the way, the whole subject of AI, we have to realize that the first time we meet aliens might be when we deal with AI, which are our technological kids. I have 2 daughters, and I don't always understand them, right? And so I have no problem with the fact that they might be smarter than I am. But the same could apply to our technological kids. AI systems might outsmart us. We wouldn't figure it out. And this will be our first encounter with an entity that is smarter than us, because until now we thought that we are the smartest here on Earth. And it will be a good preparation for an encounter with a more intelligent neighbor. And maybe that gadget that will be functional, that we would encounter, would have in it AI. Because if you think about interstellar travel, the trip takes a long time. Even at the speed of light, it takes tens of thousands of years to cross the Milky Way galaxy. And that means that biological creatures like us will not survive the journey. There are cosmic rays that would damage our body. But you can imagine hardening a technological system to survive the journey and having an AI guide it so that it's independent, doesn't wait for guidance from the sender. So the situation is similar to helicopter parenting. This is the approach we took with all the gadgets we sent to Mars, for example. They are operated by engineers at the Jet Propulsion Lab in Pasadena. However, and we even operated a helicopter on Mars. So that's why helicopter parenting is really appropriate here. But eventually, when we go to greater distances, and it may start with Titan, we want our probes to have their own intelligence so that they make decisions on the spot. It takes a long time for the signal to go back and forth from Earth to the probe. And so it's just like sending our kids out of home. You don't expect your kid to call you for any decision, only to report back when something important happens and send you a postcard or call you. And therefore, using AI for space exploration would be ideal when you go large distances, because then you send autonomous systems that can operate on their own based on the guidelines that we gave them. And they can communicate back the most important information to us. As of now, we haven't sent AI to space. But to me, it sounds like the wave of the future.
Have there been any other signs of extraterrestrial life that we haven't talked about yet, that you're aware of?
We talked about radio signals, the search for molecular fingerprints in the atmospheres of planets, which is a primitive life in the form of microbes, and objects that may have arrived near Earth, and other technological signatures like industrial pollution, city lights. So these are all subjects I worked on, but we covered all of them.
When you were talking about the observatory that's going to be in Chile, I can't remember the year.
2025. In
2025.
Yeah.
You had mentioned that you thought that we would see objects like the disk maybe one every couple of months.
Yes.
Why? What makes you certain with that prediction?
Given that we found one object over a period of time of a few years at that distance, and with a telescope that we know the capabilities of, now we can extrapolate and ask, what's the likelihood that a much better telescope like the Rubin Observatory will find similar objects? It can look farther away because it's more sensitive. And if such objects come and go on random trajectories around us, you can figure out the frequency by which the Rubin Observatory will discover objects like Oumuamua. So that's the basis for this prediction. And of course, the key question is whether these objects are on random orbits or Oumuamua was special and was on a targeted mission. But assuming that they are on random orbits, there should be many of them. In fact, there could be as many as quadrillion such objects within the solar system right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So a lot of, if it's technological in origin, a lot of space trash, but it may not be very massive if it's thin, if we're talking about thin membranes. And by the way, 3 years after Oumuamua was discovered, in September 2020, the same telescope in Hawaii discovered another object that was pushed away from the sun, but without any cometary evaporation. It was pushed by reflecting sunlight. And a few weeks after the discovery, the astronomers realized actually this object came from Earth. It's a rocket booster that NASA launched in 1966 in a lunar lander mission. And so we know that it's technological because we produced it, and it had thin walls, and that's why it had a large surface for its mass, so that it can be pushed by reflecting sunlight. And I rest my case. Here is a technological object that appeared to share the same qualitative features of Oumuamua. And for example, Elon Musk launched the Tesla Roadster car as a dummy payload on the Falcon Heavy launch in 2018. And now this car is orbiting the sun in an elliptic orbit. We cannot see it even with our best telescopes because it's too small, it doesn't reflect enough sunlight. But imagine this car crashing into the Earth in 20 million years. It might do so. It would appear as an unusual meteor in the sky, and if astronomers are not waiting for it, they would say it's a rock of a type that we've never seen before. And so my point is that Elon Musk may not be the most accomplished space entrepreneur since the Big Bang. There may have been many others that, imagine their cars floating in interstellar space and crashing into the Earth every now and then.
Do you think a lot of people think that UAPs may be coming from inside the Earth? Do you think there's any validity to that?
Well, there is an interesting possibility that I wrote about in an essay on medium.com, and that is that 252 million years ago, there was an abrupt global warming event, very similar to the global warming that is happening now. And maybe that was triggered by another technological civilization. That was just 5% of the age of the Earth. Okay, so going back in time, 5% of the history of Earth, 95% of all species went extinct. For those people who say that any global warming catastrophe will bring life to an end and will be unprecedented, just go back in time and read about the history of the Earth. And the question is whether that event, global warming event, was triggered by another technological civilization. Of course, the natural interpretation is to say, well, it was a geological event that created it. But it occurred very abruptly over a period of, at most, a million years, but most likely maybe even less than tens of thousands of years. It's hard to tell. And if such a thing existed, you may ask yourself, okay, what is left behind from that technological civilization if it existed on Earth? Okay? Things that were left, for example, on the surface of Earth would have been mixed by now with the interior because there was a lot of geological activity. By the way, if you go back that far, you could have driven a car between Australia, Europe, Asia, America, Antarctica, because all of them were parts of the same supercontinent that existed back then. Earth was very different. You know, John Lennon has this song Imagine, where he imagines all the entire world living as one. The world was one back then. When the dinosaurs roamed the earth, there was one giant continent. But the point is that if a technological civilization existed, anything it left on the surface of the earth could have been buried by now, although we could have found traces of it in some remote locations. But if they had, for example, satellites or technological objects that orbit the earth, they would not be affected by what happens on the surface of earth. So, you know, you could imagine that maybe there are things near earth that have been around for a while. Another possibility is that someone visited the earth when we were not around and left things. And, you know, it's also possible that complex life on Earth was seeded by an interstellar gardener. Someone came and initiated processes. For example, more than 2 billion years ago, the Earth did not have much oxygen on it. And then suddenly, cyanobacteria, one type of bacteria, started becoming very prominent and produced the oxygen, increased the oxygen levels in the ocean, then in the atmosphere. And this was a sudden transition that is not fully understood. Perhaps that transition occurred because of a visit. We think of life on Earth as being isolated from what happened elsewhere. But we know that rocks from Mars reached the Earth and could have carried life. We might all be Martians. So when SpaceX will try to bring people back to Mars, it may be just like going back to our childhood home. And there could have been microbes that made the opposite trip from Mars in the interior of a rock that landed on Earth and initiated life on Earth. Or it could have been also intentional. If another technological civilization wanted to seed the Earth with complex life because they had it already before us. This process is called panspermia, the spreading of life from one planet to another. And it can occur naturally as a result of exchange of rocks between Earth and Mars. There is evidence for one rock that wasn't heated to more than 40 degrees Celsius, starting from the surface of Mars as it was chipped off by probably an impact, and then reaching the Earth and going through the atmosphere like a re-entry vehicle, and then eventually landing on the Earth. The interior of that rock was not heated to more than 40 degrees Celsius, and that could have preserved life in that interior. We know that the temperature didn't rise more than that because of the magnetic properties of this object. They would have been changed if the object was overheated.
Do you have... I feel weird asking a scientist this, but
Please, you can ask me anything.
Because I know you only, it seems like you only go off data and research, but do you have are you leaning any particular way? I mean, you have to be thinking about this stuff at night with theories.
About what?
About how life started on Earth.
Oh, I just don't know. But if you ask me, I thought you would ask me whether I believe in God.
Do you?
So then it depends what you mean by that. Because to me, it means a superhuman entity, something bigger than us. And that could be a very advanced scientific civilization. It can create miracles. It may be able to create life in its laboratories, maybe even a baby universe in its laboratories. And these qualities were assigned to God in religious texts.
Mm-hmm.
So it may be real, we just have to find it.
What about consciousness?
Consciousness, I think, is an emergent phenomena. So when we die and stop being conscious, to me, the experience is just like a computer being unplugged from the power outlet. It shuts off. Now, of course, you can reconnect the computer and it will come to life. Maybe we will do that to the human body at some point. It's possible also that we will reach what is called the longevity escape speed, which means that there will be a time when the human lifespan will gain more than a year for any year that passes because of improvements in medicine. So, I would love to be immortal for two reasons. One is that it will allow me to engage in an interstellar trip that will take a long time. And second is that I'm very curious about lots of things, and I think that the knowledge we have is like an island in an ocean of ignorance. Most people are very proud of what we know, but I am really concerned about what we don't know. There is so much we don't know. We don't know what makes the dark matter in the universe, what makes the dark energy. We don't know what's inside a black hole. We don't know what existed before the Big Bang. We don't know how life emerged, how consciousness emerged in the human brain, what our future is like, what could be the most advanced technologies that anyone may have created before we came to exist elsewhere. There is so much for us to learn that I would like to live forever and figure it out. Now, I realize it may not happen, but I'm doing the best I can,
What are some of the theories when it comes to what was here before the Big Bang?
One popular idea is that the universe came from nothing. So it was just a fluctuation of the vacuum. Every now and then, if you wait long enough, a universe pops up as a fluctuation according to quantum mechanics. The vacuum is not dormant according to quantum mechanics. There are all the time particles created and annihilated and all kinds of things happening. So in principle, you could have nucleated our universe out of nothing. And in fact, it fits into the idea of the multiverse, where lots of regions come in and out, and conditions in them are very different. Since there is infinite space, you can create everything. Everything that can happen will happen an infinite number of times. So that's one possible theory. Another one is that the universe did not always expand. Actually, before the Big Bang, it actually contracted. And that bounce from the contraction created the Big Bang. So maybe the universe is cyclic. It's contracting and then expanding and then contracting and expanding. That's another possible idea. And one that I enjoy thinking about is that just like with humans, we make babies that become adults and make new babies. And our universe is the simplest possible. So if quantum gravity engineers can create a baby universe in the laboratory, then that universe may end up making quantum gravity engineers that will create another baby universe. So then you have a sequence of Big Bangs that follow each other, because you make baby universes in any universe that is being created.
Wow. Let's take a break.
Okay.
Join me and my special guest for the next behind-the-scenes experience, exclusively available on Vigilance Elite Patreon. The behind-the-scenes footage is raw and uncut. This is as close to the set as you can possibly get. You can expect anything from off-topic conversations, studio tours, the final moments before the interview starts, and everything in between. The behind-the-scenes content is constantly evolving and will continue to bring you more as we grow. You can gain access for just $15 a month exclusively at Vigilance Elite Patreon.
All right, Avi, we're back from the break, and this is the last segment of the interview. We got a little bit left, and I just have a couple of personal questions. One, we had an interesting discussion again at breakfast. We had a good breakfast, but we were talking about the government, if they're hiding stuff from us. I gave you, kind of my thoughts on that. But then I had also brought up, I got really interested in the extraterrestrial UFO, UAP phenomena type topic. I think about 2 years ago is when I really started looking into it. And I've interviewed all kinds of people on the subject. And there seems to be about 3 main camps. In all of these camps are looking for, they all talk about disclosure. They want disclosure. But the funny thing about these camps is they all think that they know everything and that none of the other camps know anything. And so
it reminds me of religions, right?
It's very similar, right?
Each has their own god, and they don't believe in the other tribe.
It's very odd that the commonality between all of them is they want full disclosure, but none of them work with each other.
Right.
They just talk trash about each other.
Right.
This camp doesn't know anything. We know everything.
Right. And the problem with that is, when scientists look at that, they say, we don't want anything to do with it. And that's unfortunate because, we should search for evidence and figure out the answers, okay? And it makes no sense to ignore a subject just because there are people fighting with each other about it and making statements that are not supported by evidence. So I think we should take the high road. And that is the approach that I'm taking also with respect to my critics. Very often there are people who are jealous of the attention that my work gets from the public, and they just want to bring it down. They want to step on any flower that rises above the grass level. These are people in academia who are otherwise, not accomplishing much. And so they decide to attack, and very often it's personal. And sometimes the media listens to them. So just to give you an example, we searched for the interstellar meteor according to the coordinates provided by the Department of Defense. The fireball from the meteor was seen by sensors on US government satellites. And just before we went there, we looked at seismometers and other sensors on the ground that have released public information. And we found one seismometer that had a blip consistent with the location that the US Department of Defense provided. So we said, that's great. We went to the error box of DOD and surveyed it 26 times. Now, a team of scientists said, we don't believe the US government, which by itself is a little bit odd because the US Space Command is funded at $30 billion a year, more than the budget of NASA, and they're supposed to advise the US president about any ballistic missiles launched from North Korea or Russia or Iran. If their data is unreliable, they could advise the US president the missile is heading towards Mexico when it's actually going towards Washington. And the astronomers were arguing that they're wrong by a factor of 3, that in fact the speed was much smaller. This was an object from the solar system. And, that to me sounded quite unusual for a statement made in a scientific publication. And then they said, well, if we discard the US government and we just look at the data that is publicly available otherwise, then we can't localize this meteor very well. So in fact, it could have been in a much larger region. And so maybe the expedition went to the wrong place. And then they said this seismometer might have actually detected a truck that was passing by. It was not a signal from the explosion of the fireball. And so the New York Times published an interview with the lead author of this paper, and the title was "The Meteor Could Have Been a Truck." And if you think about it, it's a complete distortion of the facts, because we were attending mostly to the data that came from US government satellites that detected the light coming from the explosion. It was nothing to do with the seismometer. That was just used to back up and look at if there was any supporting evidence, but this was not what guided us. And the location from the US DoD was consistent with the bigger error ellipse provided by these scientists, so they can't say that we went to the wrong place. And so this part of the story was not at all mentioned in New York Times reports. And so, it led me to realize that, if on scientific matters that are relying on evidence, you cannot trust science journalists, then how can you trust what is being published in the New York Times on politics? And the approach that I take to those critics who are looking for any possible way to raise dust and claim that they can't see anything, the approach is similar to the eagle. The eagle very often has crows pecking at its neck. They're sitting on the back of the eagle. And you might think that the eagle will fight them off. But no, the eagle rises to greater heights where the oxygen level is low, and the crows cannot survive, so they drop off the back of the eagle. And to me, the highest level as a scientist is to seek evidence so that my critics will not be able to survive. And that's what I'm doing. So taking the high ground, not attending to people who make no sense, that are not really collecting data. To plan this expedition took us a year to go there. It was very elaborate and it required a lot of effort. I didn't sleep much during the expedition. And then for 9 months, we analyzed the materials. There were a few scientists that were claiming it's actually what we found is coal ash. And that led us to check 55 elements from the periodic table, and we demonstrated it's not coal ash. But for them to just make that claim required not much effort, nothing. And so it's very easy to criticize than to actually do the work. It's very easy to destroy something than to build it. We know that because that's the technique that terrorists take. They can easily destroy things, whereas to build those things took a lot of time. Mm-hmm. And so, the fact that evidence does not play a central role and that constructive feedback is not dominant within academia bothers me, but I'm taking the high road on that. And within the UAP community, you have also voices that are not substantiated by evidence, but this is just noise. We should ignore it and do the right thing.
I mean, isn't that a reoccurring trait of humans since the beginning of time? If it wasn't you that made it, then destroy it. If you can't make it, destroy it. If you don't understand it, destroy it.
Right.
I mean, that's...
But that was a signature of tribalism, that you belong to a tribe that fights for resources with another tribe, and obviously it's a zero-sum game. If the resources are limited, you can't allow both tribes to benefit from them. So the idea is that we're engaged in zero-sum games, and we are used to that. And so often we fight the people that belong to another tribe, okay? But science is completely different. It's an infinite sum game in the sense that if I gain new knowledge, everyone benefits from it. That's the whole idea of science. And my hope is that, we will become, as a species, intelligent enough at some point to realize that working together is much better than fighting each other. And it's not yet recognized in academia. That's what I'm telling you. But I have bruises to prove that. But I don't care. I'm a tough person. I jog every morning at sunrise. I enjoy nature. I don't have any footprint on social media. I don't care what other people say. I just want to do the right thing based on what sounds like common sense to me. And, it's common sense to me that we are not alone, that we are likely to have neighbors that may have existed before us. Because there are hundreds of billions of stars, like the sun, in the Milky Way galaxy alone, and a substantial fraction of them may have a planet the size of the Earth, roughly the same separation. So it's really arrogant to suggest that we are unique and special. And, one day I was at home and my wife called me and said, there is someone on the street looking at our home. Maybe it's one of your fans. You should check what this person wants. And I went there and I said, you've been staring at our home for an hour. Why? And he said, because I was born at this house 50 years ago. And I said, would you like to have a look at the backyard? And he said, sure. Actually, there was a cat that we buried in the backyard called Tiger. And I said, yeah, the name sounds familiar because I saw the tombstone with Tiger written all over it. But I was hoping it's not a real tiger, that it has at any event, we went there and he explained it to me. Now, what did that lesson teach me? That, you should welcome visitors, especially if they come from interstellar space. When you meet with another person, let's say on a blind date, you can pretty much assume that the other person looks just like you because you share the same DNA. That is a human and you are a human. However, if you meet something from another star, all bets are off. And just as with the meeting with this stranger that looked at our home, maybe the interstellar visitor was around longer than we did, knows about things that happen in our backyard that we don't even realize. And so it's always to our benefit to learn from our neighbors. And, just ignoring the possibility that we have neighbors, arguing that it's an extraordinary claim without seeking the evidence for it, is really not intelligent. Only when we will become intelligent enough to allow ourselves to search for the neighbors, we might find them and we might be admitted to the club of intelligent civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy. So far, we are just looking down, not looking up, and focusing on conflicts. And that is not a sign of intelligence.
Very true. Very true. When you think of extraterrestrial life, especially when it comes to if there are more advanced organisms in the somewhere in the universe, what do you imagine? I mean, we had talked about looking for lights on other planets and water and you brought up the stuff on the moon. Was it Saturn?
Titan, the moon of Saturn, yeah, Titan, that has lakes and oceans of methane and ethane. Yeah.
I mean, do you imagine they have the same senses?
No.
Communicate similar?
Not
Or
necessarily. I don't want to imagine anything because our imagination is limited to our experience on Earth. And all bets are off when you deal with someone from another star or another environment that is very different than ours. So I prefer to go to this blind date with my eyes open, not to assume anything. And, that's how I met my wife, on a blind date. So who knows? And if if they land in my backyard and offer me a one-way ticket, I will take it. I'm so disappointed with what's going on Earth right now that it can only get better by going interstellar.
yeah, yeah. I can't help but think about it. I'm always wondering, what it would be like. How would they communicate? Do they have different senses?
We can play with AI, and I actually gave a TED talk just last month. I was making the point after several talks by AI experts, one of whom said that AI is a new species, a digital species that we created. And I said, no, I think it's just a digital mirror. We are creating AI in our image, just the way that in religious texts, humans were made in the image of God. AI is made in our image. It's being trained on what we produce. And then we are horrified that it's incompetent, that it's hallucinating. Well, I worked with many summer interns that were hallucinating and were incompetent. And actually, ChatGPT at some point last year started functioning much more slowly. And some people interpreted that as being the result of it interacting too much with people. It got dumber. So my point is, we shouldn't expect much from AI because we're feeding it with our traits. But if we find something from another star, it could be very new and better than us. One thing about educating or training AI that we have to keep in mind, when we educate our kids, biological kids, we restrict their exposure to things. We don't take them to a dark alley to witness all the crimes that happen there on the street, and there is an education system that selects the books and texts that our kids are exposed to at a young age. And for some reason with AI, the early systems were exposed to the entire internet, and there is a lot of crappy content there that could be harmful. And if we want AI to behave in ways that we like or approve, we should train it on content that we want to replicate. Just like training kids, educating kids. And then, there is the whole issue of the legal system, how to deal with AI when it causes damages to society, if it kills people or if it just does something unfortunate by chance. Well, if it's still maintaining the content that it was trained on, then it's just like a kid that goes to a public place and destroys it or does something bad. You basically sanction the parents, okay? And in this case, it will be the manufacturer of the AI system. But if the AI system became independent and learned from itself and became similar to an adult, then you could take it out of commission. The way you put people in prison, you can take it out of circulation, because if it causes damages, you don't want it to hurt people. So the legal system has to adapt. And obviously politicians in Washington are not attending to AI enough. It's on an exponential curve that could bring very rapid changes in the way society works. And we need to craft a legal system that deals with it. But another thing is how to apply ethics to AI. And, philosophers, at least at Harvard, they teach very often ancient Greek philosophy. And the ancient Greeks, as smart as they were, did not have computers. And one problem that comes along with the humanities is that not many young people study the humanities. And I think the reason is that the humanities are focusing on the past and they should focus on the future. They can develop the ethical guidelines for dealing with new technologies like AI, for example. I call that humanities of the future. And I hope that, I mean, at the moment, AI is being taught as a tool that students can use, but one should also discuss how to apply the rules of ethics to incorporating AI into our society. And that's something the humanities can do.
Well, I think the more you talk about that, the more people will take notice and eventually.
That's my hope. If you ask me whether I'm an optimist or a pessimist, I'm always an optimist because life is sometimes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's better to be an optimist.
Thank you. I think this will be the last subject we cover. I've been trying to wrap my head around, this is personal, I've been trying to wrap my head around the concept of space-time. Can you please help me understand that?
Okay. Space is, what we see, 3 dimensions in this room. We're at a certain distance. I mean, you can put a coordinate system in 3 different directions that are perpendicular to each other. These are the 3 dimensions of space. Okay, so there is up, down, one side and the other side. Okay, so 3 axes. These are the coordinates that you can define any object in this room as being at a given location in 3-dimensional space. Okay. In addition to that, we have watches. We can measure the progress of time, right? So we see an object that can move from one location to another if it has some velocity that connects these 2 locations. And so we have a sense of time as being snapshots of the 3-dimensional space taken one after the other. Okay, so that is the whole difference between taking a camera photograph and a movie. A movie is a sequence of such photographs. Okay, so in addition to the 3 coordinates of space, we have time. And before Einstein, it was thought that these are very different things, that space is rigid, you can't really curve it, torque it, and that it's flat. Basically, that if you draw a triangle in real space, the sum of the angles will always be 180 degrees, as if it's lying on a flat surface. Einstein introduced into physics the idea that gravity is curved space, because objects can curve space. So if you draw a triangle near the sun, it will not, the angles will not add up to 180 degrees. There is a slight deviation, that space is curved. It's sort of like if you draw a triangle on the surface of a balloon, okay? And you can, in principle, have 90 degrees at each of the angles, right? Because you put the bases on the equator and you connect them to the pole. And you can make it 90 degrees everywhere. So 90 plus 90 plus 90 is more than 180, it's 270. So a triangle on a curved surface has a different sum of the angles, and you can tell that it's curved surface based on that. You can measure it. And amazingly, in the real universe, we actually drew a triangle and we can tell that space is flat. It's just like the naive expectation, because our universe is the simplest possible. But at any event, what Einstein realized, aside from the fact that gravity is curvature of space, that actually time is just like another coordinate of space, because in his early work, that was a decade before his theory of gravity, It's called the special theory of relativity, whereas the work on gravity is the general theory of relativity. In the special theory of relativity that he came up with in 1905, he realized that if you assume that the speed of light is constant everywhere, irrespective of how fast you are moving, it's always the same, then you can regard time and space as four coordinates, space-time, of space and time. And you have events in space and time. So previously we said the location of an object in the room is defined by the three coordinates of space. But now you can also define an event by tagging it with a time that you measure on a clock. Mm-hmm. And it turns out that events are not occurring at the same time in all frames. They may occur at the same time in one frame, but if you are moving relative to that frame, Einstein demonstrated, in order to keep the speed of light as constant, it will not be at the same time in a moving frame. And actually length is contracted when you move. And time could be dilated. Time is progressing more slowly in a frame that is moving. So that was actually measured because there are radioactive elements, isotopes, that they are just like a clock. They decay after some characteristic time. Not all of them after the same time, but there is a characteristic time for their decay. It's called the half-life. And if you were to take those isotopes and accelerate them to a very high speed, close to the speed of light, they would decay in their own frame after that characteristic time. But in your laboratory frame, where they are moving, they would last much longer. So in order to maintain the constancy of the speed of light, you have to recognize that time and space are relative, depending on whether you are moving or not. So Einstein basically put together space and time as four coordinates of any event and showed how you can transform them from one frame of reference to another. Whether you are moving or not, you will see different things happening.
Okay.
And so space-time became a concept. But then in his theory of gravity, he suggested that gravity is just the curvature of space and time. Now, what's beautiful about the universe is that time is ticking at the same rate everywhere if the universe is uniform. So you can put clocks and they would tick at the same rate everywhere. And therefore you can have a universal sense of time. That's why we say, when we look at a photograph from the Webb telescope, we can tell at what cosmic time the light was emitted. Because time is ticking at the same rate everywhere in a uniform universe. When you get close to a black hole, time would be ticking much more slowly because the situation is different. You have an object which is different from its environment. But for a uniform universe, the temperature, the conditions are the same everywhere. The density of matter is the same, the temperature is the same, and time is progressing at the same rate everywhere. So that's a sense of having a universal time in the universe. Since the Big Bang happened at the same time everywhere. It was not in a point in space, it was just at a point in time. So everywhere in the universe, the density was infinite at the same time. The way to think of it is just think of a cake that has raisins in it and it's rising. That's like space expanding. So the raisins are receding away from each other, but if you go back, they approach each other everywhere in the cake. So it doesn't matter where you are, you see the same density of raisins in all parts of the cake. And when you go back enough before the cake started rising, they were very close to each other. So that's like the Big Bang.
Okay.
And so space-time is essential for Einstein's theory of relativity, both the special theory and the general theory of relativity.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I lied. I do have a couple more questions.
Okay, go ahead.
We talked about, you had brought up string theory earlier. Is string theory the same thing as quantum entanglement?
No, quantum entanglement was a facet of quantum mechanics that was actually realized when Einstein had a problem with quantum mechanics. You see, in quantum mechanics, you describe any physical object as a wave function, a probability distribution. You don't know the state that it's at. There is a probability that it's at different states. So according to quantum mechanics, there is an inherent uncertainty. For example, an electron cannot be pinned down to have a particular velocity at a particular location. You know, we think of billiard balls that they have a particular place at a particular time. But that's not the way to think about billiard balls or electrons. According to quantum mechanics, there is a probability distribution for where they are at, and what velocity they have. And if you wanted to know exactly where they are, you will have no idea about their velocity. And if you want to know exactly what their velocity is, you will have no idea about their location. So there is some intrinsic uncertainty to quantum mechanics. And when you deal with a system that, for example, includes two electrons, and you prepare it in a state where the electrons are correlated with each other, but, for example, they spin in opposite directions. You just don't know if one electron is spinning one way and the other one the other way, or vice versa. You just don't know that. And then you separate those electrons. It's still a quantum system that is entangled in the sense that the two electrons are spinning in opposite directions, but you don't know which one is which. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now you separate them enough such that no signal will come from one to the other during the time of the measurement that you're performing, and you're just looking at one of them. Suppose you look at one and you measure this, that it's spinning one way, then you know that the other one was spinning the other way immediately. Mm-hmm. And then very far away, someone is doing the experiment there, and lo and behold, indeed the spin is the other way. But there was no way for communication to cross that distance. So Einstein, together with two postdocs at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, where I was a postdoc, suggested this experiment as a test that the weird property of quantum mechanics, that it has this entanglement, does not make sense for him. It didn't make sense. He thought there is a physical reality, okay? So the fact that you made the experiment at one point should not affect what happens at another point that is very far away, because there is no way to communicate that information. Mm-hmm. But according to quantum mechanics, fundamentally, the system knows about it. And it's not as if you transfer information faster than light, because the person who does the experiment at a distant location doesn't know yet what you found. But somehow, quantum mechanics magically knows it. And that makes quantum mechanics difficult to understand, because you might think, oh, there is a probability, the system itself occupies some specific state, you just don't know it. That's what you might think. That's not true. Because once you measure one part of the system, the other one already knows that you measured it and will behave accordingly, even if light was not able to cross. And that is called quantum entanglement. And Einstein thought that the experiment will demonstrate that quantum mechanics, the standard interpretation, is wrong. That in fact, you will be able to disprove this unnatural property of quantum mechanics. Mm-hmm. So he wrote a paper in the late 1930s with two postdocs, Rosen and Podolsky, at Princeton, and they suggested this experiment. It's called the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen test. It was done, and Einstein was proven to be wrong. And then the people who demonstrated that got the Nobel Prize for quantum entanglement. Now, Einstein, around the same time when he was at Princeton, between 1935 and 1940, also wrote two other papers. One of them saying gravitational waves do not exist. He wrote it with Rosen, the same postdoc, Nathan Rosen, and submitted it for publication. And the reviewer said the paper is wrong. It was the Physical Review, a very prestigious journal. And Einstein got upset and said, how dare you even review my paper because I'm Albert Einstein, you know? And he said, I will never submit a paper to your journal. And actually, that reviewer saved Einstein from an embarrassment. There was already a report about his work in newspapers. And the experiment that demonstrated that Einstein was wrong was done in 2015. The LIGO experiment detected gravitational waves from the collision of two black holes at the edge of the universe. And it did it with laser beams that, you know, when the gravitational wave, which is basically the way to think of it is, you know, each black hole curves space-time around it. And when you put another one and let them orbit the center of mass that they have, they create ripples in space-time that propagate out. Just like when you move a stick in a pond, you create ripples on the surface of the pond. So in the same way, the motion of the two black holes, when they come together, creates ripples in space-time that reach us. And when you have two laser beams, you know, orthogonal to each other, you can see a contraction of space in one axis and an extension of space in another. As the wave is passing by, you see a periodic change. And that's what the LIGO experiment did. And in 2015, detected gravitational waves, demonstrating that Einstein's argument back then was definitely incorrect, as some people said. And they got the Nobel Prize for it. And then Einstein also wrote a paper in, that black holes do not exist. His argument was, you take a star and you let it collapse. Well, stars are spinning, so the rotation will prevent the material from reaching a point. And he probably wrote this paper because there was rivalry with Robert Oppenheimer, who was the director of the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton at the time. And he wrote an important paper about the collapse of stars to black holes, one of the early papers with Snyder. And Einstein perhaps was motivated to show him wrong, and he suggested that rotation will prevent the formation of a black hole. Again, we see black holes. We even have an image of them. We detected them with the LIGO experiment in this gravitational wave burst that was discovered. So the people who discovered black holes got another Nobel Prize. In all of this in the last decade. So what is the lesson? That in science, when you work on the frontiers, very often you can be wrong because you don't know what the right answer. And even Albert Einstein made 3 mistakes, but the people who proved him wrong got the Nobel Prize for each of these. So being wrong is actually part of your learning experience. And it should be accepted and welcomed, because when you are wondering and you're curious, you might make mistakes, but that's part of the learning, and eventually we all learn from that.
So with quantum entanglement, you're basically, if you split a particle,
or take a system of two particles, yes,
and no matter what the distance is in between them,
they are correlated.
They will
they are
mimic each other in
yes.
an equal but opposite reaction.
As long as the environment around them does not change their state, as long as you preserve the original state.
Okay.
Right? And so that is a unique feature of quantum mechanics. We don't understand quantum mechanics at a fundamental level, because we always think of a particle as being at one place, at one velocity at any given time, and that's not the case. According to quantum mechanics, there is this concept of a wave function. Now, why is that beneficial for quantum computing? Now we are building computers that are based on entanglement, because you can, with a quantum system, you can basically incorporate multiple states, like two states at the same time. They coexist. And you don't need to know what one is and what the other is, but this gives rise to the notion of a qubit, where you can have both of them at the same time. So in principle, you can do calculations that would require much more time if you were in one state or the other. Because, suppose you have a system of 2 bits, like 0 or 1, and then you have another one and another one. And so altogether, the amount of possibilities grows like 2 to the power n, where n is the number of such systems. And if you were to incorporate those as possibilities within a quantum entangled system, then you can save a lot of time when you do the computation. And that's what quantum computers are based on. And it's a very fundamental aspect of quantum mechanics that not only Einstein was unable to figure out, but nobody knows what is the meaning of quantum mechanics at a fundamental level, because we don't think that way. And, this is another example for how ignorant we are. Even a pillar of modern physics, I mean, everything in reality is based on quantum mechanics. Even that we can't really understand. And, there are all kinds of theories interpreting quantum mechanics. For example, the many world interpretations. The idea there is that when you deal with a quantum system, suppose it has multiple possibilities, when you measure it, you basically go into a world that has that possibility realized. And if you were to do the experiment and measure different possibilities, you go to another branch. And so the universe is branching off to many possibilities, and you always live in one branch out of the many possible. That's one interpretation of quantum mechanics, which, by the way, you can test experimentally, because suppose if you believe in it, I don't, but if you believe, and suppose you take a gun and put it to your head and pull the trigger. Now, if there is a chance that you will survive that, you can pull the trigger as many times as you want, but you will always be in a branch of the universe that lets you survive. So if you believe in the many world interpretation, you will always be alive, because there is always that small probability that, and you will always be there. You will not be in the other branches that do not have you alive.
Interesting.
But we don't understand quantum mechanics at a fundamental level. That's the bottom line.
When it comes to quantum entanglement, it seems, I believe China has claimed that they can communicate through that.
Right.
Is that a possibility?
Well, yeah, I mean, there is a way of using lasers to keep the information on an entangled quantum state and use it for communication. By the way, entanglement also allows to encode, encrypt information, because imagine that you separate a quantum system and you know that it's correlated, and if one person takes part of the system and the other one has the other, they will know what the other part has by checking their own. So
could this be a way to explore what happens inside of a black hole?
Yes. In fact, there is the concept of Hawking radiation. And so back in the early 1970s, there was a PhD student at Princeton named Jacob Bekenstein, and he realized that a theorem that was proven by Stephen Hawking, that black holes, when they merge, the area of their event horizon can only increase. So Bekenstein said, oh, well, that sounds familiar because according to thermodynamics, entropy always increases. So maybe the surface of black holes have entropy associated with them. So when you put them together, the area can only increase because the entropy is proportional to the area. And Stephen Hawking thought, no, that's nonsense, and he will prove it wrong. So he examined a simple version of quantum mechanics in a curved space-time and realized that Bekenstein was right, actually, that in fact, when you do the calculation, that there is radiation emitted by the surface of a black hole. Very faint for the astrophysical black holes we know about, but if you consider small black holes, it could be very powerful. And in fact, the smaller the black hole gets, the more powerful is the radiation coming out of it. So it's like an explosion. If you start with a small black hole and it keeps shrinking because it's losing energy by radiating, then eventually it explodes. And he wrote a paper, which was the most important scientific discovery that Stephen Hawking made in his career, that he called it black hole explosions. Basically, that quantum mechanics says that there is a surface temperature to black holes. They have entropy on the surface, which is now called the Bekenstein-Hawking entropy. But Hawking realized that it's really associated with the radiation coming out, and black holes can evaporate. But for astrophysical black holes that have roughly the mass of the sun or much more than that, the evaporation time is much longer than the age of the universe. You really need a black hole with a mass of a kilometer-sized asteroid, in order for it to evaporate within the age of the universe. And small black holes would just disappear if they were made early in the universe. By now, they would go away. So one way to think about Hawking radiation is that there are pairs of particles. If you have a pair of particles, one of them gets emitted far out and the other one falls into the black hole. And what you mentioned as an entanglement in the context of black holes, perhaps you can learn about the inside of a black hole from an entanglement of what you see outside the black hole. The idea is that even though a black hole is a prison, if there is a particle that is big enough in size, bigger than the prison, you can't confine it to the prison. So, particles have a characteristic size to their wave function. For example, if you're dealing with a photon, a particle of light, it has a wavelength. So if you consider a black hole and consider a photon that has a wavelength roughly the size of the event horizon, you can't really keep it inside your prison. And that's the origin of the Hawking radiation, that, pairs of particles keep popping up and on and off from the vacuum, but if they cannot be confined in the black hole, then, some of those particles escape away out of the black hole and others fall in. And so to answer your question, it's a very deep question that, Hawking radiation is not fully understood. A lot of people are doing work about it because there is this fundamental question of what happens to information when it falls into a black hole. Just imagine throwing a book into a black hole. All the information will be buried inside the event horizon, but then you have the black hole evaporating, emitting radiation, and then it disappears. Okay, so where is the book? Is the content of the book in the radiation that was emitted? It was not obvious because Hawking, when he did the calculation, the radiation that coming out did not carry any information of what fell into the black hole. So this is a whole subject of study over the past 50 years. And it's actually exactly 50 years since he wrote his paper. And a lot of things waiting to be understood in the context of quantum entanglement and black holes.
Very interesting. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And Avi, what a fascinating interview. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me. And hopefully it will be even more fascinating in the future, especially if we find that we have a neighbor. The first question I would ask is, what happened before the Big Bang? The second question, where is the nearest hub where I can socialize with extraterrestrials and ask them more questions?
Well, I hope that happens sooner than later. But Avi, I just wish you the best of luck with your work, your research, your career, and I really hope to see you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts. Tim Gallaudet, welcome to the show.
It's an honor to be here, Sean. Thank you for inviting me.
It's an honor to have you here. So you kind of came on my radar. I've been looking around at some of the UAP, UFO stuff, and I've been hearing a lot about the water and how they possibly might be coming out of the water. There's been sightings, and so I've been looking for somebody to speak on that, and we ran across you, so thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to have you here as well. And man, I am just really excited to pick your brain on what you know about all this stuff. So
let's go.
But everybody starts off with a introduction here, so if you don't mind. Admiral Tim Gallaudet, American oceanographer, retired Rear Admiral in the United States Navy, formerly worked on the U.S. Department of Commerce as the Acting Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere, also Acting Administrator of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the NOAA. As of 2024, you're the CEO of Ocean STL Consulting, LLC, host of the American Blue Economy podcast, prominent member of the UFO community, on the board of directors for Force Blue, honored as a distinguished graduate of the University of California, San Diego. You're a research affiliate for Harvard's Galileo Project. You're on the board of the Soul Foundation and Americans for Safe Aerospace. And you later this year have a book coming out on leadership.
There you go.
There we go.
That's some of the things I'm
Yeah,
involved
I'm
with.
sure I'm missing a handful of things. Anything in particular?
No, that's all good. That's enough.
That's enough. All right. Well, a couple things we got to crank out first. Everybody that comes on the show gets a gift.
I've been waiting for this.
There you go. Any guesses?
Gummies?
Hey, good guess.
Oh, how about that?
There they are. Made in the USA.
My youngest daughter, I'm going to be her favorite person.
Really?
Oh, yeah, she loves these.
I'll give you some more for the ride home.
Okay. Fantastic. Thanks.
But I also have a subscription account on Patreon, and so one of the perks that we give our patrons, who are our top supporters, we give them an opportunity to ask the current guest questions. And so there's a couple of good ones here. This one is from Greg. Are there other areas that have more common UFO activity besides the California and Florida coasts?
From what I understand, yes, there are. There are certain places in and around the globe that are hotspots. And I don't have that all mapped out myself, but it's the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, SCU, they're a pretty credible research organization, and they've done that. I think there's some places in South America and where else? In the Pacific Northwest, possibly. But there are. This is documented, and you could do a Google search and find them.
Interesting. This is from Lester Dodson. What effects do underwater thermal vents and underwater volcanic activity have on ocean temperatures, ocean currents, and the overall world climate?
Well, that's interesting. That's a good question. I don't think hydrothermal vents are a major factor in changes in the climate, but they're very interesting scientifically because they hold a habitat that is super extreme, high temperatures, very toxic with metals and minerals, but organisms have evolved to live and thrive in those environments. And it's really interesting regarding this current topic because of UAP, because it's basically we already have aliens in our oceans when you go to those places. They're some of them don't have any. They're all white because they don't need any coloration since it's so dark down there. Giant clams, for example, and mussels, as well as other types of tube worms, and just really weird sea life. If you go and look at some hydrothermal vent imagery or expeditions, that I have friends who've done that.
Wow. How deep are these?
Oh, shoot. Well, the first one that was discovered was off the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, I believe, and my buddy, Robert Ballard, the discoverer of the Titanic, he was one of the ones who found him. He was working with the French, and I think there might be around 2 miles deep or so. It varies. It varies.
Wow. And then the last question, which actually we had kind of spoken about before we started rolling the cameras, but I have a lot of patrons that are patrons that are curious on your thoughts to the UFO whistleblower series that we did. I think it was right about a year ago.
Right. That was a really compelling series. So I've been in this UAP topic for a little over about 2 years, and I initially, like Michael Herrera, the Marine, where he saw paramilitary forces from some agency, and that whole story. Originally, I would have dismissed that as can't be. Our government doesn't do that. Mm-hmm. But the more I'm learning, and that's coming out, and I could talk about some examples. I wouldn't be surprised if there was credibility to that, because for example, there is a book out there by a guy named Greg Bishop called Project Beta. Have you ever heard of it?
I haven't.
This is a really good book right now. It's a
Project Beta.
Project Beta, and it's the subtitle is something like the story of Paul Benowitz and the evolution of the modern UFO myth. And what it's about is a civilian physicist who was on contract to work at for the Air Force, I believe, and ultimately he was one of these people who was a civilian researcher in the UAP in the New Mexico area where that's a hot spot. And the Air Force deliberately deceived him and exploited him and even broke into his house to make him believe that there was going to be an imminent alien invasion. And he basically nearly went crazy. And the Air Force did that deliberately. And
what?
Yeah, yes. The book is really good to read too. You can read it like in a day. It's all happened. The main perpetrator in the Air Force is a guy named Richard Doty. He's quite well known in the UAP circles, and that's what he did. And I can see that happening right now. And we could talk about this later, but you know this DoD UFO office called AARO? Mm-hmm. So they recently released a report.
Real quick, what does AARO stand for again?
All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. And their report was looking at the historical kind of story of the U.S. government's UAP involvement. Congress directed them to do this report, and they basically didn't do their job. It was a lot of errors. They missed a lot. And one of the prominent UAP authorities on national security, Chris Mellon, wrote a scathing expose, if you will, on all the errors in the report and how they didn't meet the congressional mandate. And when you read that, and you can tell they're obviously obfuscating. They are deliberately not saying what they know and saying things that are patently untrue in this report that Congress directed. And so Chris wrote a great article in the debrief about it and all the flaws. And when you put that together and look at that, you can just see that is active disinformation. They're not acknowledging what they know, and they're actually putting out false information.
Why are they putting out false information?
So this is really it makes sense if you worked in the government at a high level like me. The executive branch, the National Security Council, upon direction from the president, and the Department of Defense and the intelligence community, the Office of Director of National Intelligence, they're the ones who could have the say. Should we disclose or not? And the AARO is just doing their bidding. because that executive branch, those bodies, they set the policy of the administration. I saw this in my job under Secretary of Commerce. The Trump administration wanted to do certain things, and we did those things. We actually did a lot of good, and I could talk about that the press never gave us credit for. But that's how it flows. And this administration doesn't want to do that. So Arrow is just the mouthpiece. It's the policy at the top level of the executive branch that directs whether they want to disclose or not. Now, it makes a lot of sense because, UFO people want to see it. But if you were Biden, would you want to tell the American public, hey, I can't keep our airspace safe. It's being visited by entities whose intent I don't understand and I can't control it. Same for our water space. Do you think you want to announce that to the American people on the verge of the election and say, I'm not doing my job, I can't keep you all safe? I don't think so.
Probably not. But what is the disinformation piece? Why would the Air Force be planting disinformation in researchers' homes?
Well, that was back then. I'd be hard pressed to see them do that today. But that's it. They went out of control. They were basically not aligned with the Constitution, and they did that because now they don't say it in the book. The book just talks about the facts, but it's the same thing again that's happening today. They don't want the public to know that there really is a crash retrieval program and that we are monitoring UAP in our airspace and water space, and we can't control their actions, and we don't fully understand their intentions, and that's a dangerous thing to leak to the public, and so they are deliberately falsifying it and exploiting people, making them appear as wackos, thus creating a stigma behind the whole scene, which has prevented serious scientific study. And that's why I've joined Galileo, Americans for Safe Aerospace, and the Soul Foundation to advance the scientific study of the phenomenon.
Interesting. So the disinformation is just to discredit whoever is
that's exactly
getting
it.
into the subject.
That's right. And it's happening overtly today. That office is doing it. And you see it all around the media now. There's just a lot of, there are individuals who I will not name who I believe are getting paid, but every day they get out online and they're well known in this UAP community, and their number one job is to discredit these national authorities, these people like Lou Elizondo, who was with the task force, the UAP task force. I've met and trust and know, and he is 100% who he says he is, and what he says he's seen and knows, I have total confidence in. People like him, he's an active target of people discrediting him, and others too.
Interesting. Is there anybody I should be looking out for?
Gosh, I don't study this like other people do. Some people they really spend a lot of time on this. Yeah,
I'll ask you
I'm just not
offline.
going to name names because I don't know. I don't want to do that. Yeah.
I understand. I'll ask you offline. Let's get into the Galileo project.
Yeah.
That sounds fascinating. How did you get involved in that?
Well, again, I had left the government, and so the background is this. One of my jobs in the Navy is I was the superintendent of the U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C. So it's known for two things. It's where the vice president lives. He lives in the house of the former superintendent. So I didn't get that house when I came in. The vice president was there. But also it's this unit that has been historically been mapping the stars for the U.S. for the purpose of navigation. Ships of the age of sail, our original ships, the 6 frigates, they navigated using celestial navigation, and that's how evolved to modern day star mapping, which is used for satellite navigation. So consider this: if GPS tells you where it is, or you are, how does GPS know where it is, the constellation? They reference themselves to the stars in our galaxy that are relatively fixed because they're so far away. So that you create something called a celestial reference frame, and that is the coordinate system that satellites navigate off of precisely, and then therefore could tell you where you are. So we updated all the star positions. The universe is expanding, so we'd have to make new catalogs every so often. That's the observatory. bottom line is that I got to know a lot of astrophysicists and I learned a lot of cosmology, and I realized the universe is so giant. We'd be arrogant to think that we're the only species that's evolved to travel between celestial bodies. And so, we have 100 to 400 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, and there are over 100 billion galaxies in the observable universe. That's just crazy. So I was open to that, and then when I left the government, I decided I'll join Galileo, because Galileo, under Avi Loeb at Harvard, he is developing a network of observatories, telescopes, and other sensors to look for UAP in the near Earth atmosphere. And so he's published on several books on this topic, and I love the way he thinks. Total scientific approach, and being an astronomer and understanding the scales that I just talked about in terms of space and time, 14 billion year old universe, you have to think, okay, in the Earth, we have evolved. We're pretty new on the scene. The Earth's been around for like 4 billion years, and we've only been humans on the scene for not even 1 million. And so we occupy the sliver of time in the whole scale of the Earth and the universe. And look how fast we've advanced in technology in the even tinier part of the last 100 years.
You know, I've seen a lot during my time as a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor, and I've learned even more hosting this show. The one thing I can tell you for sure is that it pays to be prepared. Right now, with our national debt surging to unfathomable levels, global tension rising, and the corruption in Washington, ask yourself, are you prepared financially? Me? I'm buying gold and silver so I'm not caught off guard by the next recession or global conflict. And I've teamed up with one of the top gold IRA companies, Goldco, to make that happen. So I want you to go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD. You'll get a free 2024 wealth protection kit from Goldco, plus you may qualify for up to $10,000 in bonus silver while supplies last. So go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD and get your bonus silver today. Once again, that's 855-936-GOLD or visit SeanLikesGold.com. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
So why couldn't an advanced technological civilization that evolved to go way past us and then maybe even died off millions of years ago somewhere else? So he's on this search to either find active UAP or the remnants of another technological civilization. When you think about those scales and the fact that, okay, there's life on this Earth, so we know that life can evolve on a planet. It's just myopic to think, why wouldn't it happen somewhere else in this giant universe?
Yeah. You had mentioned just a minute ago that the universe is expanding. And I've been watching things on this, but how do we know it's expanding?
Well, I won't go into the details here, but astronomers can see it in different signatures. I believe Edwin Hubble, I think, was the first astronomer to find evidence of that. And it's based on, it's not necessarily I think it's the thing they call redshift, where a certain spectrum of electromagnetic energy out in the universe has a feature to it like a Doppler shift. When you know a train's going by or you're going fast by something and you hear that change in frequency, I believe it's something like that. Don't quote me. I haven't done astronomy for a long time, but astronomers have been able to prove it conclusively.
What do you think it's expanding into?
Right. That's exactly it. And where'd it come from? There's this Big Bang that happened 14.6 billion years ago. Nobody knows what happened before that or what was there.
I mean, what does that mean? Does it mean that...
Is it creating space?
Is there a wall?
Yeah, is there an end?
What's on the other side of it?
I don't know. Exactly. And that's why when you think about that weirdness, then you start appreciating that other weirdness could be too, because again, we've only reached our understanding of modern physics in the last 100 years. What if we evolve and live and don't kill ourselves for another 1,000 or million years, what is the state of technology going to be like then? And that's why when we talk about where these things coming from, it could be anything. It could be from other dimensions that we just haven't learned the physics about, or again from another part of the universe that we say, okay, we can't travel that far, that fast, based on the known laws of physics and the speed of light. But maybe we'll invent that and discover those physics sometime in the future.
Wow. Man, it's fast. There's so much to cover here.
Yeah, exactly.
But let's start with a little bit of your Navy career. So you're an oceanographer in the Navy. What does an oceanographer do?
Right. So I joined the Navy because I wanted to be an oceanographer. It wasn't because I wanted to join the Navy. My dad had been in, and I respected the service, of course, but my passion is in the ocean. And that's really why we're here, because we'll get into the UAP and the ocean later. But I grew up in Southern California. I love to swim and surf, and so I wanted to study the ocean. And so the Naval Academy had a great major, and they had a scholarship to this institution called Scripps Institution of Oceanography. And I wanted to go there and get it. I got that, and then I started doing that work in the Navy. And what it involves is basically knowing everything about the physical ocean and predicting it. Waves, currents, how the ocean structure affects acoustic propagation, which is the top consideration in undersea warfare, and finding and killing enemy submarines, and vice versa, not being killed by an enemy submarine. So that's what oceanographers do for the most part. I worked with your community, Navy Special Warfare, for a time, because a lot of work with the steel delivered vehicles, for example, or anything like a special reconnaissance mission from offshore. The ton of work they do is dependent upon the ocean, wave heights, currents, temperature. All my SDV buddies would hype out on every mission, and I would never want to do that. My wife was a Navy diver, and it's funny because when I was at the Navy SEAL headquarters, I had a good buddy who had formerly been in the SDV teams, and he knew my wife, and they had these mutual conversations together whenever we had parties or whatnot, because my wife had been a Navy diver and Bruce had been a SDV operator, and they would always just talk about hating to be cold now after all those missions. But anyways, so just helping operators in any field, whether it be surface Navy, submarine, SEALs, know the ocean and predict it so they can plan their missions more effectively.
Then you went on, you were a flag officer at the Pentagon.
Yeah.
What were you doing there?
Well, I was the oceanographer of the Navy. That's the top oceanographer and meteorologist and hydrographer, advising the Chief of Naval Operations on everything that my community of officers did for the Navy. So I was in charge of 6 of our oceanographic ships that are all around the world doing collecting ocean data and mapping the seafloor. So this is an interesting thing. You see these pictures of the Earth, and sometimes you'll see like Google Earth's ocean features, and you think the seafloor is all mapped, and the fact is it's not. We've not even mapped 25% of the world's seafloor to a modern standard, meaning multi-beam sonar and GPS navigation. That's 75% of the Earth's seafloor is basically uncharted territory, and it's even crazier for the volume of the ocean. Barely 5% of the ocean volume has ever been explored with a remotely operated vehicle. 5%? 5%, yeah. So like that much volume, we don't even know what's out there. So so I did that for the Navy in the Pentagon, and after I left, I did that at this U.S. agency, which was a U.S. top ocean agency, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And then, since I've left, I'm just consulting for some companies that do that kind of work, ocean tech, weather tech, some other things, yeah. So there's another thing about this underwater feature off SoCal that I want to dive an ROV on. So what happened is I wanted to get a better look at it, and I happen to know this very famous explorer. His name is Victor Vescovo, and here's the kind of guy Victor is. He's a private equity investor. He was an intelligence officer in the Naval Reserve, but he made a lot of money in his day job, and he has done the Explorers Club Grand Slam, which involves hiking all the 7 peaks, including Everest, and skiing to the North Pole and the South Pole. And Victor for him, it wasn't enough. So he learned that all the deep ocean trenches in the world, not all of them have been explored. So he hired a company, bought a ship, built his own submersible, and financed, for the sum of about $50 million, an expedition to dive in all the 5 deep trenches. And it's called the 5 Deeps. None of them, that's never happened. So he built a submersible that could go all the way down to the Marianas Trench, the deepest part of the ocean. They call it Challenger Deep. And he's done that 14 times, which is incredible. That only been dove twice before.
How deep is it?
35,000 feet.
Wow.
10,000 plus meters. Yeah, this is crazy. And so he's done some exploring. What happened is I signed an agreement with him when I was at NOAA, and he agreed to put our scientists on his ship and give us the data he collected, because he also had a really great sonar, a multi-beam bathymetry sonar. And so we had that agreement. Well, one time after I left the government, I learned that he was going to do a test cruise, if you will, a shakedown for his ship, because he got a new sonar on it, the state of the art. And when I learned he was doing it, and I knew about this one feature that I couldn't explain on the seafloor, I wrote Victor and I said, hey, this cruise you're going to go test your sonar at, I have an idea for you, and it's going to be an expedition like no other. And I told him about what I was doing with UAP and my hypothesis on this feature maybe being the result of some interaction with a USO in the seabed. And I said, and I have some other coordinates too. And we gave him some coordinates of areas like where we knew the Nimitz had its encounter, and the Omaha had its encounter. Just areas where UAP had been observed, and USOs, and that maybe there's something on the seabed there. And I didn't think he'd write me back. I was curious. I thought he might think I was off my rocker. Well, he wrote me back and just said, send me the coordinates. And he went and surveyed all around those areas. Unfortunately, his submersible wasn't ready, and he couldn't get his eyes on that target and see it optically. But he got some high-resolution bathymetry with his sonar, and that's what I'm working off of.
Well, how long ago did this happen?
Oh, it might have been 2 years, but and that's what's interesting about my point too is this, that here is a guy like him, and I told him about possible UAP activity in the ocean, and he didn't blink. He just said, send me the coordinates. I have one other story, and it relates to this, the ocean, and I guess maybe the credibility of the topic. So I mentioned that I work with the National Academies, and National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine. And they have this body on it called the Ocean Studies Board. And this is the Hall of Fame, or the all-stars of ocean science in our nation. These are just top-tier ocean scientists who get together, and we decide upon topics of interest on the ocean, and we agree on studies and help conduct them. And things like the illegal fishing issue I talked about, ocean plastics, you name it. Well, I went to them, and I pulled together all my info about what Congress had done, the DoD is doing, and NASA has a study team, and I recommended that we get together and do a survey of all the government data sets, ocean data sets, and just look for anomalous activity and see if there are areas where we know it occurs and they just haven't been looked at, because remember I mentioned it's not necessarily the topic or target of most ocean research expeditions. So maybe it's in the data and no one even thought about calling it out. Well, I wasn't sure what they'd say, and they did not laugh me out of the room. They actually said, wow, that's interesting, Tim. Maybe you should look into it, but you probably want to include all the classified data sources too, and we don't do that. The group that does that at the academies is the Naval Studies Board. Ah, okay. So that was great, because that was familiar territory for me, because I briefed the Naval Studies Board multiple times on different issues, the Naval Studies Board. And so I went to the chair, who happens to be retired 4-star Admiral Gary Roughead, former Chief of Naval Operations when I was in the Pentagon as a 1-star, and my boss. So I knew him, or pardon me, I was a captain at the time. So he's my boss's boss, and I've briefed him before. So I go to him, and I say, we have a Zoom meeting. I tell him about all this UAP research that's going on by credible institutions and the government. And he thought, Tim, that is something we should be doing. He said, not only because if we have things in our water space that we don't know about, we should. And he said, but also, this is going to help us know a lot more about the ocean. And I remember I talked about knowing more about the ocean is going to help us with China. And he said, we need to know more about the ocean for that very reason, to be better than them. So two purposes he thought we could achieve with that. So where I am with this is that now I have to, that they need government funding. They need a government sponsor to say, hey, Naval Studies Board, do this for us, and we'll pay you this much. And so I now have to go back to the government, unfortunately, either the Office of Naval Intelligence, my former command, the Naval Oceanographic Office that I was in charge of, or NOAA, and see if they'll want to do a study. I asked NOAA, and they already said, no, we have too many other things on our plate, not interested. I don't see the DoD or Office of Naval Intelligence doing the same, again, because of the non-disclosure policy currently that exists in the executive branch. But I'm still gonna ask and still gonna try.
Well, I can't wait to see what you come up with.
We'll see what happens.
What was it that, I mean, how did you get involved in this whole UFO, UAP thing?
Right. So I've said this story before, but it's worth going at again. First off, as I mentioned, I was a superintendent of the Naval Observatory, so I understood how big the universe was, and I was open-minded to that there could be other life outside of the Earth. And then, as a one-star, I had actually two jobs. I had a Pentagon job, and then I also was an operational commander. So there's a one-star job in Stennis Space Center, Mississippi, called the Commander of the Navy Meteorology and Oceanography Command. And that's all the folks that did what I did. So there's enlisted aerographers that do weather forecasting on aircraft carriers and shore stations. And there's other folks that, again, advise for anti-submarine warfare. And so all these, about 3,000 people, civilians and uniformed, do things like ocean mapping, weather forecasting, ocean forecasting, and I was in charge of them all. And so I'm in my office that one day, so I was splitting time between the Pentagon and DC and this office in Stennis. And one day I get this email on the Navy Secret Network, SIPRNet, and it's from my boss's operation officer. I was reporting to a 4-star admiral, U.S. Fleet Forces Command. His operations officer was a 2-star. And the email was sent to all the subordinate commanders. This is at least 20 flags and SESs. All the deputies are copied on it. And the title of it is Urgent Safety of Flight Issue, all caps. And the body of the email said, if any of you know what these are, tell me ASAP. We are having numerous near midair collisions. And if we don't stop it, we're going to have to cancel the exercise. And attached to the video was the now famous leaked Go Fast video. You know it, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so it's UAP, F-18 pilots captured video of this UAP zorching over the water. There's no flight control surfaces or propulsion means that are visible. It's just a little round sphere. And then the pilots are all going crazy, and other videos have mentioned how there were multiple ones out there. And I knew right then and there that was not ours. We don't have technology like that. I was read into a lot of SAPs, to the best of my knowledge, and we would never do that in a training range. Especially aircraft carrier workups are so compressed. They have to do all these things. The pilot's got to get certified. They got to land so many times on the carrier. They got to do all these things and certify to go deploy. So throwing out advanced technology in a training range during a pre-deployment workup just doesn't happen. I mean, people will get fired. So, and of course, we have testing ranges to do that. That's of course. So I knew that wasn't ours. I also have been read into all the threat, our adversaries' capabilities. I knew nobody else had that. And so I knew right there that was something not ours, not human, off-world, whatever. It just wasn't ours. And my deputy and I were both open-minded. He was an SES, and I pulled him over, and we've talked about it for a while, and we're just pretty much amazed. But the next day, that email was wiped from my computer and my deputies and everybody else. So, okay, it's gone. Wow, I wanted to save that thing. It was interesting. And come to find out, I go to monthly meetings at my boss's headquarters in Norfolk. And we always talk about, staying up with the training cycle, and safety issues always came up. And this was a big safety issue. The ops officer said so. And so, and my job as the chief meteorologist in the Navy, another one of my hats, was safety of flight. And so we get into the next monthly meeting, and no one brings this stuff up. No one's talking about it, about a safety issue, almost canceling this major training event. And then you come to find out, one of the pilots flying during those missions, that video was from the USS Theodore Roosevelt's Air Wing. It was Ryan Graves. He's pretty well known now as somebody who's come out, and he's founded an organization I'm on the board of called the Americans for Safe Aerospace, and he's advocating for, with draft legislation out there, to instill reporting protocols for pilots in the FAA, commercial pilots and others by the FAA, because currently there and pretty much the Navy, if you come out and say, hey, I saw these things, it could be a career killer.
Yeah.
And I'll just, one more point about that. So I couldn't say anything at the time. And by the way, so it was wiped from my computer. I had been read into SAPs, and I knew, oh, okay, this probably was connected to a SAP that the ops officer did not know. And the intelligence officer, one of the intelligence officers probably found that email and said, oh, shoot, and contacted whoever owned it, which was probably DIA. And they did their forensics and took everything off the system. Whoever it was, I don't know. But I had been read into enough SAPs to know, oh, that probably happened, and that's why I didn't have it, and that's why no one's talking about it. But it bothered me, Sean, because and now that I talk with Ryan, I realize, holy cow, lots of these things were in the airspace. They were interfering with operations, and they were a safety issue.
How many?
I don't
were in
know
the
how many,
airspace?
but there were. At one of the gimbal recording, it was another one from that period, and you can hear one of the pilots say, "There's a whole fleet of them." So I don't know, but there were a lot, and the pilots were seeing them all the time. And what gets me is that commanders like me, once admirals, who are in charge of the well-being, responsible for the well-being and safety of their people and their forces, they were basically forced to turn a blind eye because of some overclassification issue and make the pilots mitigate the safety threat on their own, which is feckless to me. We should be stepping up as flags, as leaders, and saying, all right, let's address this here. Let's talk about it at the 4-star meeting and make sure we don't have to cancel exercise or see pilots fall out of the sky because of interactions with these things or avoidance maneuvers that again. So that's why I've come out and been an advocate for what Ryan's doing.
Nobody brought up that email?
No. Well, and that's the thing, is that we all knew, okay, someone just touched a SAP and they got rid of it and we can't talk about it. Think about that. So we could have had planes falling out of the sky, but we're not going to talk about it because of this overclassification, that's what's, there's a lot of unethical aspects, I think, of this whole UAP system that exists right now in the government.
Man, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
That somebody, how high up does this go, do you think? These people pulling the strings saying, get rid of that, take that email out.
Well, I don't know.
Send out this disinformation.
Yeah. I don't know how high it is, but obviously AARO's last report, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office in the Pentagon, was so deliberately false that obviously it's, and they had to approve it. So it's got to be pretty high at the SecDef, and I would say certainly the NSC level. Probably ODNI. Avril Haines, I'm sure, had some decision to say, nope, we're not going to talk about this. And same with Jake Sullivan, the NSC, I'm sure. Because there's so many people clamoring for it right now, and it's getting so much media visibility. So it had to be up at that level. I don't know about the president, but probably the NSC director.
Man, well, so what is a oceanographer and all the different things that you've done for the government, for the Navy, for the country? Why are you focusing on underwater stuff? Yeah,
well, first off, we know we see them in the water too. The last example that I saw was from the USS Omaha off Southern California, a well-known video that Jeremy Corbell, one of the UAP media types, has gotten out there. And there's other examples too. Classified examples I can't talk about, but confirmation that we see these things underwater. And I can tell a story about a submarine officer who came out to me too. But so we know they're in the water. And that's my thing. I've done a whole career of ocean science, and so it's what I know, and it's who my network is. So, and now I'm on 2 national bodies that advise on ocean research, and I'm trying to get UAP studies into their research priorities. One reports to the White House, and one's within the national academies. That's why. It's what I know, and I know they're in the water, and we're never going to have a full understanding of what the nature of UAP unless we look in the water too. So that's what I can bring to bear on this whole discussion.
How many encounters have we had of UAP, UFO activity in the water?
So I don't know. I mean, there's a couple books out on it, and all of them, I think, really lack data. They're mostly anecdotal with interviews of people. One of them is by a guy named Preston Dennett, and it's interesting because he looks at the hotspot phenomena off Southern California. And then there's an older book by a guy named Carl Feint who something called, I think it was called UFOs in the Water. And he also just compiled a wide range of cases, just interviewed people. And so there's a lot. There's several hundred in those. And then Richard Dolan, who's a pretty well-known UAP researcher, he's finishing up a book, and I've seen the draft. And he's got about 600 cases where he's looked at all the books and sources that go back from the 1700s. So I think there was there's some interesting cases in that book, but ultimately it's a lot less than we've seen in the atmosphere because the ocean's not as transparent. But it's worth looking at again because there may be more going on than that amount we know to have existed.
Let's talk about the Submariner.
Yeah, this is a good story. So, as I've come out, if you will, or I've been speaking out, and I am what I am. I have the scientific background as an authority on these topics of ocean science and exploration. People have looked to me and said, I bet if I tell him, he seems like a straight shooter, a credible guy, I guess. And so Submariner came to me, and virtually and he just said, hey, I was on a sub in the 80s. I'd like to talk to you about what I saw. Okay, yeah, let's have a call. I got on a call with him. He was a nuclear submarine officer. Now he's an engineer, and I think for an energy company. And this guy is like most nuclear submariners I know. He is just the facts. He is by the book, very much that way in his personality. And the story he shared with me was this. He's in the North Atlantic in the 80s. Cold War is hot, and their sub's operating, I wouldn't say super deep, but it was very high sea state because of a storm, 40-foot waves, so they were below that. But even there, they were kind of rocking. Subs can feel that wave action. And so because it was so rough, it creates a lot of ambient noise. And in those conditions, it is really hard to passively detect another submarine. So they felt pretty secure. They weren't going to be detected by a Russian sub, and they probably weren't going to hear one either. And so he's on the watch, and all of a sudden, they get a passive hit, a contact that's moving, off the starboard at some range. I don't know the range, but and then it paused and then started closing on them rapidly, and they call that constant bearing decreasing range. And you don't want that when you're a ship driver or a sub driver. I drove ships, aircraft carriers. I was a deck watch officer. That's going to be a collision. And they had, that was every feature that a Russian torpedo would have in terms of the constant bearing decreasing range at a very rapid rate. And they were so convinced, he called the captain of the bridge, they set general quarters and they dived. And it kept on coming and it kept on coming, and they were hoping to get below some acoustic lens or whatever that wouldn't be able to find them and lose track, and it just kept coming. And so they went as deep as crush depth, just above it. Crush depth is that depth that a submarine will implode, and that's a dangerous place to be on an older sub like this. But they were convinced this was a Russian sub coming at them. And then at some range close, I don't know what, it paused, and then slowly took station on their stern behind them and trailed them for a while. So they're getting this passive acoustic hit of something doing this. And then after minutes, maybe, it just rapidly departed the scene. And they couldn't, there was no explanation. The Russians didn't have technology like that. We didn't have technology like that. And again, to this day, he doesn't know. I want to get that data. The data is collected and archived at Johns Hopkins University. And I'm in the process of reinstating my clearance, and I want to look into that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are there a lot of examples like this?
So I don't know, but I have talked to one other submariner, nuclear submarine officer, who says that he's not seen that before, but when you go around the Navy and talk to other sonar techs, they say they do see these quite often.
Really?
Yeah, and this guy's very credible. He's actually a reservist, and his day job is he works in the Pentagon.
All
As a civilian.
attracted to nuclear subs?
I don't know. But this is an interesting thing, and I wrote a paper about this called Beneath the Surface. We may learn more about UAP if we look in the ocean. It's on the Soul Foundation's website. And I write about that because we know, and there's a book on this, that UAP seem to be attracted or active around nuclear sites. Is it because that submarine had a nuclear reactor and had nuclear armed missiles? And what about the Nimitz and the Theodore Roosevelt aircraft carriers? Is because they're nuclear powered? Maybe is that attracting them? I don't know, but it's a very interesting correlation.
What are some of the things that you're finding under the ocean, personally?
So this is neat. The ocean's so interesting to me still. And so for example, when I was with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, we pronounced it NOAA, we had a program called the Ocean Exploration and Research Program with a dedicated ship, and it had a deep diving ROV, remotely operated vehicle, with high resolution cameras and other instruments. And we purposely go look for things. And every year we found new species, whether it be deep coral or new types of fish. And get this is how much we don't know about the ocean. In 2020, I think it was, we had a fisheries biologist go down to Antarctica and discover a new species of killer whale that had never been seen. So this isn't like just some small weird microbe. There's all sorts of things we've never seen before.
A new species of killer whales.
Yeah. Yep.
Man.
Yeah.
Have you been to Antarctica?
I've not. I've been in the Arctic. I've been in the Arctic on a sub. So I've surfaced. I've been up there on the ice camp that they have up there.
What's up there?
The Arctic?
Yeah.
Well, okay. I was there because the U.S. Navy every 2 years conducts an exercise called ICE-X, and it's to basically study some of the dynamics of ice and as well as the tactics of operating under the ice, which we need to refine when you look at what Russia's doing. But there's a lot of things to discover too. Again, on the seabed, new geologic features. There are, again, all sorts of sea life under the ice too. I mean, we could talk about a million things about what's in the ocean.
Let's go.
Well, shoot.
Let's do it.
Here's something I was pretty proud of. So because we don't know so much about the ocean, and here I was in the Trump administration, and I'm with an environmental science agency. So it was kind of a tricky place to be. He was not keen on major funding to science agencies. The White House proposed a lot of cuts to our budget. Congress always put the money back in. But we were looking for good ways to show leadership and advance the ocean that would appeal to his administration. And so one of the things I led was a national strategy to map and explore the ocean, or the U.S. ocean, which is our exclusive economic zone. And the White House approved it, and we put together a plan, a team, and it's still being executed. And so we didn't even know only about 40% of the seafloor in the U.S. had been mapped, and now we're getting near 50. And why that matters is, first of all, submarine navigation, or navigation, period, ships. Submarines, too. We had two submarines. One was the USS San Francisco in the early 2000s, and then later the USS Connecticut in the early 2020s, both collide with undersea mountains, seamounts, sustained major damage, hundreds of millions of dollars. In the San Francisco's case, one sailor was killed because of just 35 knots, boom, he sustained a head injury. And that's how much we don't know about the ocean and why we need to do it. And I even wrote an article about the fact that China is mapping and exploring the ocean heavily in the Western Pacific. And if they know the ocean better than us, we're going to have a hard time with them. You know, think about this. High ground in ground warfare provides tactical advantage, right? And the ocean has a high ground too. If you know the acoustic properties and the seabed well, then you can use that to your advantage in predicting the acoustic and optical paths of sensors and avoid counter detection and maximize your ability to detect the adversary. So you need to know the ocean just like you need to know terrain in your old line of work. Mm-hmm. And so and that's it. So getting a better feel for what we know, it matters for national security, and it matters for a lot of cool science. We have some of the best managed fisheries in the world in the U.S., especially in Alaska. And we need to understand the nature of the fish, where they're moving into certain places. We need to understand what their habitat is like so we know where they'll be and we don't overfish them. There's all sorts of reasons to map and explore the ocean. And those are just a few.
Yeah. What are some of the things you've encountered? So
there's some other interesting ocean things I've seen and done. And a lot of this is credit. I give credit to my wife, Karen, who was a Navy diver doing salvage. She was a diving officer. She's recovered aircraft from the floor of the Mediterranean, the seafloor, and done some hard stuff. She's my inspiration, and she's the reason actually I even speak up about UAP. I had no idea. I had no intention of doing it, and she just said, "Tim, you know, you've done some things. You have a voice. Why don't you do it? Why don't you go contact Avi?" And so I give her that credit. But also because she was a former Navy diver, and we met getting our graduate degrees in oceanography at Scripps, that's just what we do now as a family. We do ocean stuff. And so I joined her. We did a week-long cage diving expedition off Guadalupe Island with great white sharks.
Oh, man.
Oh,
how was that?
It was amazing. And this is...
Amazing.
Yeah. Well, it was, there's so much to say about it. But the neat thing that I was proud of is it wasn't just some adventure tourism deal. I actually found the people who do it through my old agency, NOAA. One of the women who worked at our Fisheries Science Center in San Diego, she had a nonprofit job doing marine scientific research investigating specifically great white sharks. And this was part of a 20-year time series where the scientists had been photo-identifying individuals in the population by the markings on the side of their body, because they're kind of dark on the top, blue, and then they're light white on the bottom. And it's like a zebra. They have it's unique to each individual, the pattern. And so they had been photo IDing all the individuals, and it's a really important scientific endeavor because the apex predators in a population, if you can understand their health, certainly at an individual level, you'll have a very good indicator of what the entire ecosystem's doing. And so we went down there, we took our GoPro data, and they downloaded it and used our data, but it was also just extraordinary. These animals are as big as buses. Of course, they're like weapons with their teeth, and they're interesting. I remember we had a day travel from Ensenada, and we had 3 days of diving, and a day travel back. And I remember thinking on the way out, we're going to have 3 days in the water. I'm probably going to get bored after the first day. I'm going to see the same stuff all the time. No way. Now I know. Because these animals are coming right up to you, and they're just doing what they do in the wild, and they're majestic and beautiful. But now I know why bungee jumpers do what they do, because I just wanted to get in the water like constantly and see those things. They're never disappointing.
Man.
Yeah, that was a good show.
Was that pure pleasure, or were you down there to study?
I was there again for that nonprofit to help with their scientific study of the animals.
Yeah.
So I had to pay for it, but it was a contribution to that science institute.
Cool.
Marine Conservation Science International is what they're called, MCSI. Interestingly, and I didn't know this back then, I wish I did, But that's Guadalupe Island off Baja California is a hotspot for UAP.
Is it really?
All the fishermen around there, they see them all the time. Yeah, you Google that and you get tons of hits.
When I first started this whole podcasting thing, an online store was about as far from my mind as you can get. And now, most of you already know this, but I'm selling Vigilance Elite gummy bears online. We actually have an entire merch collection that's coming soon. And let me tell you, it is so easy because I'm using a platform that is extremely user-friendly, and that's Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. What I really like about Shopify is it prompts you all the things that you want to do with your web store, like connect your social media accounts, write blog posts, just have a blog in general. Shopify actually prompts you to do this. You want people to leave reviews under your items? You can do that on Shopify. It's very simple. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to the other leading commerce platforms. Shopify is a global force for millions of entrepreneurs in over 175 countries and power 10% of all e-commerce platforms here in the United States. You can sign up right now for $1 a month. It's shopify.com/Sean. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Sean now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's shopify.com/Sean. The famous Abraham Lincoln quote says, "Good things come to those who wait, but only the things left by those who hustle." Well, if you're a business owner and want the best people on your team, the same applies. Thankfully, ZipRecruiter puts the hustle in your hiring, so you find qualified candidates fast. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. ZipRecruiter's unique technology finds top talent for your roles right away. Immediately after you post your job, ZipRecruiter's matching technology starts showing you qualified people so you can hire fast. Let ZipRecruiter give you the hiring hustle you need. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/SRS to try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
So that was one. And then thankfully, Karen and I now, we just, again, we take our girls, they're all scuba certified. We've been free diving with bull sharks off Florida. We've been scuba diving with Caribbean reef sharks off in the Bahamas. And then just recently, Galapagos Island and hammerheads.
Very cool.
Which is
Very
great.
cool.
Yeah. So this is and our next trip is to Fiji and the Republic of Palau to do some diving. And we were in Palau last and saw some really magnificent black-tip reef sharks up close and personal. So that's what we do for fun.
What are some of the things you've encountered as an oceanographer that you know?
So here you go. When I was
keep you up at night.
Oh, keep me up at night. The nature of the ocean doesn't keep me up at night. It's our adversaries who want to exploit the ocean to harm us or our allies. For example, Chinese illegal fishing is destroying economies all around the world, especially in Pacific Island countries. I wouldn't say it keeps me up at night, but it is a big issue that even our DoD, the Navy, is working to combat with the Coast Guard. There's a funny thing about that question, Sean. So I served in the same administration as Secretary Mattis when he was the Secretary of Defense. Great guy. That was one of the questions he answered early on in his tenure as SecDef. Someone said, "What keeps you up at night?" And he said, "Nothing keeps me up at night. I keep other people up at night."
Right on.
He's great. He's the best. Yeah. I got to serve with some fine people in the Trump administration. Secretary Mattis was one. General John Kelly, the first chief of staff, he was Homeland Security chief initially. Great person there. He was a mentor for a month-long course I took at the National Defense University. Great person. And there are others too.
Well, what are you finding? What are you finding under there, UAP wise?
UAP wise,
Yeah.
in the ocean.
Yeah.
So again, I only know of the examples I've just shared, and then there's some classified examples I can't talk about that I know of, basically, like you see in the atmosphere, you see large craft, different shapes. I mean, the reports have been different lighting configurations sometimes, and so yes, it seems to be to the variety of the nature. It seems to be as diverse as it is up in the atmosphere. Yeah, I mean that's what seems to come through. And again, if we've seen so much through the published literature and then the documented accounts recently, then there may be not just maybe the tip of the iceberg.
What do you think these are?
Yeah, right.
Are they man-made?
I don't know. No. Well, first off, no. I don't think. I don't know. That's why we need to study it. And these organizations I'm with, supporting their research. But as this topic gets explored more and more, and I engage with people that are that have been read in or have somehow touched the programs. We have a very active discussion going on daily about this very question. What are they? And I mean, there's some possibilities. They could be from an extraterrestrial source. Again, we don't know the physics on how that could be. Some people have speculated an interdimensional origin, which I don't understand either. But again, since we really don't know all there is about physics, possibly there's something there. And then there's a really interesting theory and I'll encourage your listeners to check it out. There's an article in The Debrief from early this year, 2024, by a guy named Bernardo Kastrup, and it's a really well-written essay where he speculates that, well, all right, what's the most likely source? Well, if intergalactic travel is not possible, then it could be that these things originated before we evolved, before life as we know it evolved. So they think there's a period around 750 million years ago where, due to the recycling of the continents, if you will, that there's no fossil evidence for. And so there's a period a billion years ago or more that we just don't have any fossil evidence of. And he conjectures that possibly an advanced technology civilization evolved. And that's not a stretch when you think we're an advanced technology civilization, I think, kind of, and we've evolved. We're here now. So if you know we can do that, then go back even a billion years and perhaps that could have happened. And when they saw things getting dicey, because there's so many cataclysms that have happened. You look at the dinosaurs and the asteroid that wiped off a large portion of the Earth. There have been other extinction events, and then less cataclysmic, but even severe, like about 12,000 years ago. This climatic period called the Younger Dryas, where the Earth's temperature dropped a lot, and you can see evidence of that in geology, and so that was an event where a large part of the Earth's life was exterminated. So the Earth's pretty hostile. You look at the volcanoes in Iceland, you look at asteroid impacts of the past, and maybe this advanced technology civilization said, we're out of here. We're going to go create a habitat down deep, or maybe on Mars or in the moon, and just get somewhere more stable. And maybe they've just been able to live, and we've not found evidence of it yet, or that these things are evidence of that.
So there's it sounds like there's three discussions going on within the professionals, we'll call them.
Yeah.
And so one of them is ancient technology / civilization, next interdimensional, and the next extraterrestrial.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's how I see it. The possibilities, maybe there are more. I haven't thought of them.
So let's I'd like to dissect kind of each one of those, with the ancient civilization stuff. I mean, what does that, at the end of this, I want to ask where you're leaning towards, but I mean, what is that, if they're if there's a civilization in the earth, in the ocean, towards the earth's, the center, I mean, what does that even look like?
Well,
what do you
right.
think?
No, we mapped the surface of the seabed, again, not varying completely. So we don't even know. There are parts of is there underwater structures? We don't really know. Or are they deep below the geology as we know it? Again, we don't know. So but it's not a stretch to think it's possible based on the length this planet's been in existence. What's unfortunate about this whole discussion we talked about a little earlier is it's so stigmatized that few people want to be open-minded and talk like we are right now, of entertaining the possibility of an advanced technology civilization from either of those three origins. It's just not taken seriously. And I think, and thank you for having me on, because it is about time we do it, because we do see evidence of them all the time in the ocean and, of course, in the atmosphere.
And you know of a Canadian USO encounter?
Oh, yeah, this is one of the earlier ones. It's in the 60s, I think early 60s, and there's a great book about it called Sweep Clear 5, and it refers to the name of this mine warfare exercise. The subtitle is NATO's Underwater UFO Encounter. And it's a very interesting book because it's written by a researcher who interviewed these Canadian divers. Now, what happened is, first off, is there was a major UFO event in Canada, a place called Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia, in either the late 60s. I don't remember the date. And that's all over the web. But before that, there was another encounter where UFOs were seen to go into the water, and it happened at, I think it coincided with a NATO exercise, and the ships all got vectored to go look for these things. And Canadian divers were interviewed and claimed to have seen these two underwater discs and actual occupants outside the craft trying to repair it. So aliens. And they even said they captured video, but they don't know where the tapes are. Anyways, there's this book, Sweep Clear 5, is all about it. And it's about the investigation into that. And that's the first well-documented USO case that I know about.
Wow. Was there any description on what the beings?
There was, and I think they were humanoid. I don't remember the details. They weren't human for sure, but they were human-like.
Did they have equipment on?
I don't know. It didn't seem like they did, but maybe it was so technical that it didn't appear to be like equipment. I don't know.
Man, so I mean, what do you think? If we're on this, we're going through the three discussions, and if it was an advanced civilization that's living under the surface of the earth, whether it's in the ocean or somewhere else, I mean, how long? I mean,
well, here
there's just so many questions.
I know. I don't know, but I do know this, and this is why I like the Galileo project, because Avi Loeb articulates this so well. He and modern society doesn't appreciate how new to the scene we are in terms of everything, our behavior, and how we treat each other, and technology, and so you have to think it's just so possible that either in this large universe or in a part of the universe we don't even know about, like I said, another dimension, that some advance or several, and actually that's the thing, Sean, is that from what I gather of all these eyewitness accounts that are out there, and knowledge from credible sources that were that know people in these programs, the UAP programs, crash retrieval programs, that there are different types. And I mean, in fact, what's very interesting too, just today, again, I mentioned Chris Mellon. He was a former DASD, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence. So he was up there, and he knows what he's talking about, and he's been in this field for some time. He on his Substack page, account, whatever you call it, today, April 23rd, he published an article, and he had a screenshot of a Signal discussion with someone who had known people in that crash retrieval program. And he said that he was very credible, didn't want to let his name out, but the person acknowledged that that there was an active crash retrieval program, and that there was an Air Force gatekeeper at the SES level for it, and so there was this discussion that he published today, and he wrote a nice article about it. Basically, and what's so good about Chris, he doesn't say what he doesn't know. He says what he knows. He doesn't speculate, and he doesn't reveal sources that don't want to be revealed. And so he said, here's the discussion we had. This person was senior in the government, and I'm not going to reveal his name, but he said he was aware of these programs. Wasn't read into them, but was aware and knew people who were. And so he's just putting that out there. Again, doing it because there's such an active disinformation campaign that that office, Arrow, is a part of to discredit anybody who brings forth this information. And again, the highest level, the NSC, obviously, the ODNI, they don't want this information out. Now, it's worth talking about that for a little bit. Why am I coming out now if the government is doing the best thing and doesn't want the information out? And so I think they're wrong on this case. And so do my colleagues like Chris and Lou Elizondo, that at some level we should, yes, not let advanced technology come out to the public, because we don't want our adversaries getting the upper hand. Of course not. But the knowledge that we're being visited and can't secure our own water space and airspace, and that this could be something more of a global security nature, and it demands thoughtful public policy, and the public should have a part of that fact that we're being visited, and it's something that every nation is dealing with. That's something I think does not benefit us by trying to cover up. And in my personal opinion, the Arrow report was so inartful and flawed and full of errors that it makes me wonder: are we that clumsy and inefficient and ineffective in other counterintelligence endeavors? I sure hope not. I hope we're not failing that badly when we're trying to perform the same kind of activity regarding Chinese and Russian intelligence services.
How many? I mean, are there a lot of countries that are digging into this? Or are we?
There are, and now I don't know of all of them, but I've had, for example, I was just contacted by an Italian researcher who has, like me, decided to focus on the underwater UAP, and he's been doing it for 20 years, perhaps, and was a colleague of this guy Carl Feint, who wrote that original book, UFOs and the Water. And so there's that. This Soul Foundation group has just brought on a European on their board. His name is Jonathan Berta, and he's neat because he's a technology guy. He's an industry. He's got his own company, and here's how his company got started. I think they do aerial drones, and I think it was in France that they were seeing all these UAPs around their nuclear sites, and they contracted his company to fly drones to observe them. That's how he kind of launched his company, and he's doing quite well. But he's one of these open-minded people, and so he brings in an international perspective to the Soul Foundation. In addition to Peter Skafish, who's the other lead, and he's got a humanities background. I think it's a socio-cultural anthropology. And then you have Gary Nolan, who's got a material science and biomedical expertise, and he brings that hard science to the Soul Foundation.
Interesting. Let's get back to the underwater stuff. I want to know what else are you seeing? I mean, with your current research, what are you currently working on under there?
Well, I'm not an active investigator. I don't have a ship. I don't have the money to fund an expedition. Now, there's a couple things that I have been involved with. For example, the Galileo project. And this isn't too out there, but it's part of the whole phenomena, if you will, and field that is worth pursuing. So Galileo is looking to discover remnants of ancient civilizations, extraterrestrial technology civilizations, and or active ones that are in our world observing us. So he's setting up this
Strictly outside of Earth?
well, kind of. And so he's got telescopes that are looking at the near Earth atmosphere,
Okay.
and so wherever they come from. So
Okay.
it doesn't matter where their origin. He just wants to scientifically study them better. But here's something cool. So he studied the very first known interstellar object to impact the planet. So it was in a catalog of, I think, asteroids or objects like that I forgot who maintained it. But basically, he got some data, looked at it. It had been gathered, I think it was collected on what appeared to be a meteorite, impact the Earth over the ocean off Papua New Guinea, the Bismarck Sea. And so he had data on this. And when he looked hard at the data, he realized that this thing, its impact was not like others. We know from Space Force data that it's got an it's outside the solar system. It's an interstellar origin, just based on its trajectory. So if you're an astronomer and an astrophysicist, you can do the math and determine that based on how a meteorite comes in. So we know this thing is interstellar in origin, one, and then he looked at how it impacted, and you can again do the math through the energetics and everything, that it had a much harder material strength. So it disintegrated a lot later than others based on its speed and all these things. So it was made of something harder, not the normal iron type of composite or whatever that the normal meteorites are made of. So it impacted from outside the solar system, and it burned up a lot slower. It was made of something super hard. So what he did is he launched an expedition, got it funded, and he went and recovered fragments of that meteorite. They hit the ocean and then settled in the sea. And what happens when a meteorite does that, it burns up and it creates these sort of little metallic droplets that just sort of fall into the sky. Heavier ones fall first, and the other ones sort of just push along the trajectory and fall later. And so he went and mapped it all out. I gave him ocean data and atmospheric data so he could do a profile and figure out how far the stuff drifted in the air and then drifted in the water based on currents. And he found him. Interestingly, I was able to connect him with the group who'd done that before to go search for meteorite fragments in the ocean. We had done this NOAA had done this with NASA in a thing called the National Marine Sanctuary off the Olympic coast. And we basically built a magnetic sled with some magnets on it and towed it along the water to pick up all the metallic particles, and then had to take basically fine brush and get them all off, separate them from the mud, and then study them. So Avi did that with his team, and I didn't go out with him, but he was able to find material that was not of earthly origin. So his next expedition, which he hopes to lead in April 2025, he found the fine stuff. He thinks, it could be technology, right? And so maybe some of the bigger things that didn't burn up are out there too. So he wouldn't know it because he had a sled that was designed only for fine particles. But his next expedition, he's going to take an ROV with a camera, and he's going to go along the seafloor and look for stuff. And he kind of jokes in a lot of his writings that maybe it'll actually have a keyboard on it, and maybe there's going to be a button to push. And he always asks people, if you found something from an extraterrestrial visitor and a gadget, like giving a caveman an iPhone, would you push a button on it? And some people say, no, I wouldn't push the button, no way. And he says, I'm going to push the button.
Wow. I can't wait to hear what that develops into.
Yeah.
So back to the three things. We're talking about ancient civilizations. You had mentioned under the ocean, and perhaps in the moon.
Well, again, these are just speculating of what is possible. And that's what Bernardo's article was titled, something about what is the most likely scenario here on the origins of UAP. And those are three. They could have originated either from our solar system Or, I mean, again, we think other planets are inhabitable, but that's for life as we know it. Certainly, there could be other life forms. And I told you about these extreme, they call them extremophiles, organisms on these hydrothermal vents in the ocean. Super deep, high pressure, and they're weird, and they're alien looking, and they've evolved to withstand the pressure and the temperature, very high temperature, hundreds of degrees, and toxic environments. So who's to say that life hasn't evolved? I mean, not our form of life, but somewhere else, either on a planet here in our solar system or elsewhere.
Well, what are the theories with the moon?
Well, I don't really. There's some chatter out there about potentially bases on the moon, like potentially undersea alien bases. I have no data on any of that, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd love to talk to astronauts who've been there, but I don't know. But it's worth looking into. I know we're going to go back to the moon with Artemis. I would like to see NASA be more transparent with what maybe it's found. An example here. So when Congress directed the DoD to start looking at UAP, they established the ARROW. NASA, and this is interesting to me, with Bill Nelson, former senator, now the administrator, they decided to establish a UAP study team. And what they were doing, obviously, is Congress was interested and they were NASA. If Congress is interested in UFOs and NASA's not doing anything, and this is how you think when you're in charge of an agency, you better start doing something or else they're going to tell you how to do it. And so Bill Nelson decided to stand up a study team. And when they had a press release of their study, and there was nothing there. They talked about UAP that they need to be studied, but they didn't share one bit of data or one example. All they did was talk about it. It was embarrassing in my opinion. But that's kind of what's happening now is the government is coming out and saying things, but they're really not being forthright. Now, one more thing, but there is some sign of interesting activity. Believe it or not, I was just contacted by the National Science Foundation, and they are going to host a UAP communications workshop. No kidding. And they're inviting really credible people. They invited me. They invited, not that I'm super credible, but I'm trying, and other people like, and I actually connected them to these professors in religious studies and the humanities that I know. Diana Pasulka, have you heard her? Mm-mm. Oh, you should try to interview her. She is fantastic. She is a religious studies professor at NC State, and she's written 2 books, American Cosmic and Encounters. You have to read those, Sean.
Okay.
What she does, like a lot of researchers, she just interviews people. But she's found people who have touched these crash retrieval programs, and they wish to remain anonymous, but so she gives them pseudonyms, and but that's really enlightening. And so she's found a NASA engineer who has been a part of these programs and goes through everything. In fact, the second book, they go to an area of the New Mexico desert and where crash retrievals have happened, and they find materials. And she goes with one of the directors of the Soul Foundation, Gary Nolan. She gave him a pseudonym in his book, but he's now come out and acknowledged that he's that person. And again, he wants to advance the scientific study of UAP. He's one of those people who have studied crash materials. He's looked at the material science. He's published a paper on it. And in fact, if you go to the Soul Foundation website, all of our talks are online on YouTube. And he gives a talk about that paper. And he studies these materials. And basically, he's proved they're not natural. They all had to be made with some kind of industrial process. And they're not native of this earth. They include components that have not been seen before, isotope ratios. They've never been seen before. So that's very interesting.
What kind of stuff has he recovered? Is it?
The stuff I've seen in his lab are just sort of metallic fragments. Now, of course, out there, and what Dave Grush in the hearing that I attended, last year. He, of course, has claimed that there's, I think, more than just fragments, but I don't know.
Or non-human biologics.
That's right. That's right.
What does that even mean?
Alien?
Is that like a skin sample?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Do you think Grush is... You think that's legit?
He's totally legit. Absolutely, 100%. 'Cause I know people who, I don't know him, I've not met him, but I know people who do know him well and work with him. And I kind of know his pedigree. I also worked in the Navy as an oceanographer. I was actually part of a larger information warfare community. So I worked closely with the Office of Naval Intelligence and the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency where he was. In fact, I know the last 5 directors personally and have, so that he is what he says he is, 100%. And so I'm sure of everything and I also know how the government works. So like, for example, he talks about these SAPs that he couldn't get access to, but he knew people who were, and they were telling him about it, these special access programs. And I've had that happen to me too, where, and this is like the Wilson memo. Do you know about that?
No, I don't.
Okay. I never thought I'd be so well versed in UAP lore to someone like you. But here we go. The Wilson memo is something, I forgot how it was leaked, but a physicist named Eric Davis, who was supposedly in the program, the UAP retrieval program, I don't know for sure, but he drafted a memo that got leaked, and it was a memo recording his interview with Admiral Wilson, who had a top intel job, and he was complaining that he heard about a UAP retrieval program in this memo, and this is the interview that he transcribed, Davis transcribed, and he was complaining that he couldn't get access to it because he didn't have a need to know. And when I read that, it reminded me of me, because here I was, a 1-star. I had my people were working with technology under a certain SAP, and I wanted to learn about that more so I could make better decisions for my people. And I had the SAP control officer say, no, sir, you don't have a need to know. And I thought that was BS. Here I am. I'm responsible for their well-being. I got to make sure they have all they need. If they're using something, this is totally in my right to, because I am responsible for their outcomes and their well-being, to know what they're working with. Oh no. What if it was hazardous to their health? Nope, you don't need to know, sir. So that's what Grush was talking about, that these people running the crash retrieval program they're leaving Congress in the dark, and they're not letting others with authority and responsibility know either. And that gets down to being illegal.
I mean, it sounds like a rogue entity.
Totally.
I mean, who would be running that?
Exactly. That's not how our government's supposed to work. That's not according to the Constitution as I know it.
Is it government?
Well, I don't know. But again, the most recent article from Chris Mellon today, I believe there is some Air Force oversight. I've also heard that there are contractors involved, big defense contractors, who, of course, have an interest in not letting that technology get out because they don't want to have to compete to use it. They want to have that exclusive right. So I believe that's going on. I don't know for sure.
Let's go into the interdimensional stuff. What do you know about that?
So I don't know anything.
You don't know anything.
I really don't. I mean, this is all people theorizing. I know there's a lot of math out there that can characterize multiple dimensions. And string theory is one of them. And it's funny because Avi Loeb just thinks string theorists are worthless because he doesn't think there's no evidence. He's about, okay, show me the data. If there are other dimensions, I want to see the data. And that's kind of like Grush. Grush, he said he's not, no one's seen the alien bodies yet, but now I have another story if you want to get into that. There's a well-known UAP legend out there on Nixon and Jackie Gleason. Do you know about that? Here I am again. I never thought I'd be such a wealth of UAP stories. Okay, so Jackie Gleason was friends with Nixon, and he was kind of a UFO nut for some reason. And this has just come out, you can Google it, that there's some legend that before Nixon left office, he went with Gleason to an Air Force base in the South, and he showed him what was supposed to be a UFO with aliens, like in some warehouse. Aliens that had perished in some kind of crash. Now, this is the legend, right? Okay. Interestingly, I'm fishing in Key West last year, and my guide was pretty interested in this topic, and he connected me to another fisherman who I had a nice call with, and he's been interviewed on this publicly. His name is Mark Croca, and Mark has been seeing UAP in the skies off the Keys for over 10 years, and like big lighted cylindrical type objects that are clearly not U.S. aircraft. And he's actually seen jets from, I believe, the Florida Air Force Base down there sortie after these things, or scramble. So Mark and I talked about it. He's seen these often, and he shared with me about this Jackie Gleason thing, because he said when he was a kid, he worked as an assistant or janitor in this clubhouse in Florida that Jackie Gleason used to golf at, and his wife. And he met his wife after I think he passed, and she shared that story and stated it was 100% legit. That Gleason saw what he saw. It disturbed him a lot. He didn't eat for a week. He was so just upset with his whole worldview had been changed. And but this is again hearsay from a friend. But fishermen are really good observers, by the way. This guy didn't have any reason to like give me a story. He doesn't make his money off this. But Mark has that knowledge of that whole story.
Interesting. What do you, I mean, there's a lot of speculation on whether these are built by, the military industrial complex type companies, or are they from foreign governments? Are they paranormal activity? I mean, what are your thoughts on all of that?
Well, one of the experts on this field is Jacques Vallée. He's been researching UAP since the 60s. He's just the expert, and I like his thinking. So I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm still new to this whole field, but I like his thinking on it. And he gives a really good talk at the Soul Foundation symposium. He gave one, and it's online. And he just characterized the fact that they are real. People have real experiences. And Diana Pasoka does the same thing in her book Encounters. She just chronicles all these experiences. And a lot of people are having really strange experiences. Many see craft. There's a paranormal component to it with either telepathic communication or other things. And I don't dismiss any of it. This is what Jacques says. He says, all that can be said is there is just a massive diversity in the types of experiences people have. You have a one camp that call it they're just focused on the nuts and bolts craft, and then you have people that are looking at that more paranormal aspect of it, and that's what exists. It's sort of like a spectrum of experiences, and I don't dismiss any of it. To me, it's people are having experiences. They report it. They're credible people, and there's a lot of them, and thus my goal is to scientifically study it more and remove the stigma from it.
How are you going to remove the stigma?
Shows like yours, this one right here, getting it out there. And here's the reason that I'm out talking about this. One is more credible people stepping up will help remove that stigma, and then also what's interesting is over time you'll see a generational shift in that there are a lot more young people open to this right now. It's just, they think about it and they have more open minds. Interestingly, there's a parallel here that I've talked about in some of my speeches. Diana Pasoka talks in her book, or she interviews a person named Ia Whiteley. And she's also one of these researchers that's helping with the Soul Foundation effort to study UAP and the phenomena. And her expertise is psychology. And she has made her living, if you will, or by studying both cockpit psychology, if you will, and human factors, as well as space capsule human factors. And so she's advised the ESA, I believe, and she noticed that in the 50s, let's say, after World War II, there was a big stigma for pilots to report safety issues in the cockpit because they would fear that if they couldn't handle something, they might get a low rating and get a poor performance evaluation. And that, it was the macho thing, the right stuff. No one's going to admit that they couldn't handle a certain thing. And it was only after a lot of planes fell out of the sky and pilots died that safety measures started to be studied and reporting for incidents in the cockpit about safety issues became accepted. And she studied this over time, and it took 25 years for that change to occur, which is a professional generation. And I think that's what's happening now. Congress has gotten out. A lot of credible scientists have gotten out. People like me, former national authorities, we're coming out to remove that stigma, to make this a credible scientific endeavor. I'm even working with a group to establish a master's degree program in UAP studies. So that's happening. And then so that I think that's what's going to remove the stigma, and it's already occurring.
What's that going to entail? The master's degree on UAP studies?
Yeah, well, really, I'd love to see a physics-based or engineering-based one, but that information's not out there yet in terms of crash retrieval. This one's going to be a humanities-based one that looks at some of the cultural and anthropological and societal issues around UAP, which there are many. I mean, if we're being visited by other civilizations with huge technology powers, what does that mean for society and everything else that could be possible with that?
I mean, what do you think there's different kinds? Do you think that there is a possibility that some of these are kind of nuts and bolts types crafts and some are maybe something to do with consciousness, maybe something to do with some type of spirituality type stuff? I mean, what are you thinking?
I think the answer is yes, both.
To both.
I do. Think about this. So again, evolution. If we technology-wise walk our species forward 1,000, 1,000,000 years, my gosh, I mean, what will we have? I told you earlier, I was the last Naval Academy class not to have a computer. I wrote papers on an actual typewriter. Mm-hmm. Now, with one of these, I can access everything that humankind has ever discovered just with a few clicks. Mm-hmm. So think about what about that? So with that in mind, it could be anything. So think about the evolution of both technology and the human brain and thought. So I accept our consciousness as what it is, but what about that evolving too? Think about that. A more highly evolved species will have a more highly evolved consciousness. We're not Neanderthals anymore. We're something we think is higher, and I think that's true. Walk that 1,000, 1,000,000 years, then what are we going to be like? So I think and Diana Pasulka does a great job looking into that consciousness aspect of it, because then you're also bordering, or you're really overlapping with religion now. And that's what she is. She's a professor of religious studies. And get this, she's terrific. She has access to the Vatican archives because of her position as a professor of religious studies. And she has gone through and looked at all this church history. And she has, in her book, American Cosmic and Encounters, and now in recent talks, she's pretty much deduced that these ascent narratives that exist in the Bible and the church history have some UAP either connection or explanation. So Diana, in her book, encounters and then American Cosmic and then some of her talks later, she's looked at some of the church's history and writings from biblical scholars, and she has found that there are examples of apparitions, or what they call ascent narratives, that are indicative of actual UAP, so encounters. So, for example, there's this really famous story of Saint Francis of Assisi. I believe he was the one who cared for animals, and a lot of people wear pendants with him featured on that. And the story is that he saw an angel, and the angel somehow connected to him, and he received the wounds of Christ in his hands. And there's paintings out there. There's one in the Louvre I just saw, and it shows the angel, and these beams are shooting down into his hands, and he's having that moment where he connects with this Jesus Christ and maybe his messenger. And so Diana has gone to the Vatican archives and looks up the actual story, like not what you read about in church in a sermon, but the Latin text. And this wasn't some like beautiful beatific, whatever you say, beautiful angel giving his good graces or her good graces to St. Francis. He is experiencing horrible wounds. He has pain, and he even, I think, dies from them. And he doesn't describe it as an angel. He describes it basically as what probably is a craft. And this is radiation or something. So I don't know the exact nature of it, but she clearly, in her study of this, has found instances of these visitations that are of beings, and they're not as angelic and nice as we'd like to think they are.
Wow. Which way are you leaning? Do you lean more one way than the other?
So again, I can just acknowledge that this is occurring. I don't know exactly what it all is. I'm open to any possibility and all of the above, if that's really what's happening. I can speak to only what I know and what data I see, and that's why we need to keep moving forward with research and more universities coming on board and studying this. And me at my level, I want the national academies, who I'm on one of their boards, as well as the White House, I'm on one of their advisory committees. I want them to start taking this stuff seriously and put together the best scientists in the world to get at it.
When it comes to kind of exploring the underwater stuff and coming from inside the Earth, I mean, where do we start to explore that?
Well, this is what I think we should do. So we already have a pretty active exploration effort nationally with my former agency, NOAA, and they coordinate with others. For example, that one program I mentioned with a dedicated ship and with a ROV. We also end up funding other groups. My friend Robert Ballard, discoverer of Titanic, he has his own group called the Ocean Exploration Trust and his own ship. And so NOAA funds him. They fund a few others. And then you have universities doing some of this work too. And then you even have people in the private sector looking for oil and gas. I think what we need to do is harness that ongoing effort nationally and globally of exploring our ocean and ensuring that UAP, these underwater objects, are a part of the research targets and agenda. Because right now, no one's looking for them really. No one considers them worthy of scientific study. So when a ship goes out, they don't say, we're going to study plankton and maybe some undersea vents, and we're going to look for UAP. They don't do that. In fact, here's a good example, and it's in this paper I wrote for the Soul Foundation. Richard Dolan, in his book, that's not yet been published, but I looked at the draft, he cites a story reported in a Navy log. The USS Maury, I think it was 1946, reported, and they were a bathymetric survey ship. They were using sonar to map the seafloor. And they had primitive sonar back then. They only had an echo sounder, which is like one beam looking down. Now we have a multi-beam, which is sort of like a fan. It can do a lot more mapping. and they reported they're mapping this area in the Pacific, and they reported a large object. So what happened is all of a sudden they saw really shallow depth recordings for a long time, maybe even over a football field size probably, and then it kind of disappeared, and they thought, what the hell is that? Is that some kind of undersea mountain? And they went back, and it didn't exist anymore. Now you can get sonar reflections from things like plankton, but not really hard echoes. So that was an example of them, and they just basically threw the data out. So the idea would be, let's be open to that kind of stuff. And by the way, again, I know of classified data where you can see this stuff in imagery. So we should be using all the things we have. Overhead that looks at the ocean, like NASA has satellites that look at the ocean. So does NOAA. We should be taking everything we have, ships, and just, I guess, opening the aperture to not just study the Earth and the ocean, but to look for UAP too.
Interesting.
And that's what I want to do at this national level with this thing called the Ocean Research Advisory Panel that advises the White House on ocean issues. I'm on it, and I want to get UAP to be a national ocean research priority and put in directives like that. So the way it works here, the White House every year puts a thing out called something like the FY whatever R&D priorities memo. And this year's, and the ones when I was in the Trump administration, we'd have artificial intelligence on there. We had ocean exploration on there. And so I want to get UAP in the ocean and atmosphere on that letter. Now, again, right now you need an administration that's going to buy off on that kind of policy. And right now we're not seeing those signals. So
Interesting. Well, let's take a quick break.
yeah.
I want to tell you about this business venture I've been on for about the past 7-8 months, and it's finally come to fruition. I've been hell-bent on finding the cleanest functional mushroom supplement on the planet, and that all kind of stemmed from the psychedelic treatment I did. Came out of it, got a ton of benefits, haven't had a drop of alcohol in almost 2 years. I'm more in the moment with my family. And that led me down researching the benefits of just everyday functional mushrooms. And I started taking some supplements. I found some coffee replacements. I even repped a brand. And, you know, it got to the point where I just wanted the finest ingredients available, no matter where they come from. And it got to this point where I was just going to start my own brand. And so we started going to trade shows and looking for the finest ingredients. And in doing that, I ran into this guy, maybe you've heard of him. His name's Laird Hamilton, and his wife, Gabby Reese. And they have an entire line of supplements with all the finest ingredients. And we got to talking. Turns out they have the perfect functional mushroom supplement. It's actually called Performance Mushrooms. And this has everything. It's USDA organic. It's got chaga, cordyceps, lion's mane, maitake. This stuff is amazing for energy balance, for cognition. Look, just being honest, see a lot of people taking care of their bodies. I do not see a lot of people taking care of their brain. This is the product, guys. And so we got to talking, and our values seemed very aligned. We're both into the functional mushrooms. And after a lot of back and forth, I am now a shareholder in the company. I have a small amount of ownership, and I'm just really proud to be repping and be a part of the company that's making the best functional mushroom supplement on the planet. You can get this stuff at lairdsuperfoods.com. You can use the promo code SRS. That'll get you 20% off these performance mushrooms or anything in the store. They got a ton of good stuff. Once again, that's lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. That gets you 20% off. You guys are going to love this stuff. I guarantee it.
Join me and my special guest for the next behind-the-scenes experience exclusively available on Vigilance Elite Patreon. The behind-the-scenes footage is raw and uncut. This is as close to the set as you can possibly get. You can expect anything from off-topic conversations, studio tours, the final moments before the interview starts, and everything in between. The behind-the-scenes content is constantly evolving and will continue to bring you more as we grow. You can gain access for just $15 a month exclusively at Vigilance Elite Patreon. All right, Tim, we're back from the break. We were just having a little discussion about what we need to know about what's in our water space and why. And so let's just pick it up. That was a pretty interesting conversation. Let's pick it up there.
Let's do it. So this is interesting. I talked about the science and technology aspect of what we could discover by looking into UAP more. That's just incredible what we could find. But then there's this maritime security aspect. And think about this. Okay, we know we're seeing objects like the USS Omaha saw an object go in the water, a UFO. I told you about these other incidents like in Canada. And then there's other reports and classified information I know of well of overhead imagery that have seen these things. But so if these things are basically roaming at will in our water space, what does that say about our maritime security? So think about this. Navy submarines, they are incredibly vigilant in not interacting with the bottom when they can. I told you about those 2 collisions, and other submarines and objects. They have these detailed procedures they call water space management whenever they're operating in a training area or an operational area. And they also have this protocol they call Prevention of Mutual Interference, PMI, WSM, PMI. And they are religious about it. Of course, because this will ruin your day. We've had submarine accidents in the past, like the Thresher and the Scorpion. We don't want to do that. Plus, there are nuclear reactors on board. We don't need those things contaminating the water. All sorts of reasons to do our due diligence and not having submarines inadvertently hit something. And but these things, and I mentioned that submariner who I talked about in his observation, they are roaming at will in our water space. And if we don't even know the full extent of how they're operating in the water space, how are we going to do against the Chinese in the Western Pacific, which is a matter of sooner rather than later in terms of taking Taiwan? Yeah,
I think that's coming down the pipe really soon too.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, you see what they're doing. They're preparing for a long haul. They're doing everything that you would expect them to do in terms of energy stockpiling, building coal plants, all these things that they need to be ready for if we impose sanctions against them, preventing energy supply and other trade issues like that. They're preparing for it. All the open source reports show it clearly.
I don't know how we would prevent energy supply. How would we prevent energy supply? I mean, they've got the lithium mines in Afghanistan that we've abandoned. They've got lithium mines all over Mexico. They've got pretty much of
Iranian oil flowing in.
Iranian oil, Russian coal.
Yeah.
Aren't they getting, I mean, it seems like they've got that pretty much.
They're going to do fine.
Do you think any, let's say that does kick off.
Which I don't want.
You think we're going to see any of this new technology become exposed if that were to kick off?
That's interesting because highly likely. Well, and here's what some people say, oh, if there was that kind of technology in the hands of the government or a contractor being UAP technology, we would have already seen it on the battlefield. And I'd say that may be partially valid. First of all, from what I understand, we've not been very good at reverse engineering. We've tried, but this is just from some sources. And the other aspect is that I don't know if we would have deployed it in what we've been involved with currently.
That's what I was going to bring up.
Yeah.
I don't see
an application.
What would we have deployed it up against?
Yeah, right, exactly.
And how would it have helped?
Yeah, no, certainly not in Iraq and Afghanistan. But China could be a different thing in terms of undersea capabilities. That's what's going to be very interesting.
For us or for them? Undersea capabilities?
Well, both, because think about this. what if they have reverse engineered something that we don't know about? Now, after I left the government, I didn't keep my clearance, so I don't know of anything. But they have, from the time I left the Navy in 2017 to now, they have surged. They've become the largest Navy in the world. That's daunting
Yeah.
in a very short time.
Yeah, I think it would be very interesting. I mean, I hope we don't go there, but if World War III kicks off or a China, US, Russia type
Yeah.
Iran war kicks off, I mean, I think we're going to see some new technologies get unveiled.
Yeah. That'll be, well, I know what's already happening, and it's not necessarily being withheld, and that's drone technology. So there's an interesting
And
thing.
space.
And space, yeah, exactly. The thing, that's a field I'm steeped in and do for my consulting, is ocean drone programs, and that's really advanced in a huge way. And that's what's interesting is, okay, you asked me earlier, okay, what should be done? Well, we need to explore more of our ocean. We need to consider UAP when we explore it. But, and how are we going to do it? Well, we currently have ships, satellites, and we have a good amount of drones. A lot of companies, a lot of government agencies like mine are using different types of ocean drones to monitor and measure ocean properties. And that is just expanding rapidly. And in fact, I just read about Australia getting a very large ocean drone, a UUV, uncrewed underwater vehicle, that they were able to build rapidly and are going to be fielding. So that's an area that's going to proliferate, and that can be brought to bear in looking for more undersea UAP, and should be. It's less expensive. Ship time is very costly, and the technology is rapidly advancing. And in fact, I wrote an article in the U.S. Naval Institute Proceedings about this. I said it was titled something like "Ocean Drones." A revolution in ocean robots or something, and but I kind of chronicled the history of ocean uncrewed systems. We used some targets, I think in the 20s, surface vessels that were uncrewed for aerial targets, and then I think in the 50s, University of Washington did the first uncrewed underwater vehicle or autonomous underwater vehicle to go into the Arctic ice, and then it's just exploded after that. And right now, and regarding China, the DoD has initiated this program called Replicator, and some of my companies that I work for are going after it. And to prevent Taiwan from being invaded, they want to flood the Western Pacific with thousands of what they call attritable all-domain autonomous systems. So kinetic things that can autonomously go and just saturate any kind of attempt to invade from the ocean.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that's interesting. So that's just caused all of the industry in the U.S. and elsewhere to just start scaling up big time in terms of using autonomous systems. And I think these can all be employed for looking at the ocean too in a way that will make it, again, much more less opaque as it is and hard to understand.
I mean, going back to seeing maybe some technologies become unveiled, I mean, I got a couple of questions. I didn't even know how to structure these, but so I'm just going to fire them off randomly. But, you had watched, you had mentioned that you had seen the UFO whistleblower series I had.
Yeah.
What did you think about the gentleman that was in Antarctica as a firefighter that was talking about that neutrino laser?
Yeah.
You're the perfect person to ask about this.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know. I wasn't tapped in or read into anything involving that. So I don't know. I don't have firsthand knowledge. But here's what I could tell you is certainly in the last few months, the more I'm learning about what has been covered up and developed, if you will, or both, I don't dismiss anything now. I'm willing to take anything at its face value, really. And like your friend Michael Herrera and what he observed, with some paramilitary force from an agency we don't know and with a UAP and et cetera. I would have dismissed that last year, but not now.
Yeah.
The things I'm seeing and the way that we're just not we're not acknowledging what we're doing.
Well, the reason I'm asking about the neutrino laser in particular is weather. Weather manipulation. We've seen all these things that used to be kind of conspiracy-ish are now kind of hitting the mainstream. Things like, I remember thinking it was crazy talking about chemtrails from airplanes.
Oh yeah.
And people would tell me, oh, I think it's hormones being released. It's something to reflect the sunlight off the earth. Well, now a couple weeks ago, we just saw here in Tennessee that we're banning chemtrails
Oh, that's right. I saw
over the
that.
state. There was the Hawaii wildfire stuff, which, I don't know how true this stuff is either, or if it's complete BS or if it's real, but it was, there was this conspiracy that none of the blue roofs in Hawaii were burnt. Have you heard about this?
I did not hear about that.
Yep. And so, every time one of these things hits, like the wildfires thing, that episode about the Antarctica laser, it always gets like this boost. And so the latest one was because he was saying that these lasers can cause earthquakes.
Oh, okay. I missed that part of it. Wow, really?
Yeah, he says that these lasers can cause earthquakes somehow. And then the latest one that happened in Taiwan was like the latest boost where it got brought up again. And
I have something to say about that. Earthquakes, not necessarily this laser. There's two things I see from my experience in the government. One, they're covering stuff up, and I get it. Certain things we don't want adversaries to see, but either withholding things from Congress or in the public that should not be withheld, that's wrong, and that's why I'm speaking out. The other thing I see, too, is that sometimes it's not necessarily purposeful. Their government's just not necessarily super competent in areas. And in the case with earthquakes, so I work with a number of real innovative cutting-edge companies. And one of them has found that if you monitor the ionosphere, they call it space weather, you monitor the ionosphere, what has been shown, and people have published on this, that before a big earthquake, when plates are starting to buckle, it's basically like a giant semiconductor. You got a lot of metal and energy, and it produces in the ionosphere a super big peak in a thing called total electron count. And so the ionosphere gets all energized. And
what is the ionosphere?
Oh, it's a upper part of the atmosphere where you don't have, there's not really air.
Okay.
And so, and you see, so you have this electromagnetic field that gets generated, and you can see it from space with certain sensors, and you can monitor it. And in all these studies, before a big earthquake, you see these peaks in the ionosphere. I won't say it looks like the aurora borealis or northern lights, but it's kind of like that, where it's visible in data.
You're seeing this before the earthquake?
Before the earthquake, okay, before the earthquake. Papers have been written. If anybody's interested, they should Google earthquake precursor INSPIRE, and it inspires the acronym of a European Space Agency study on this phenomena. So I saw this company that I'm working with called Precursor, and they have this capability with satellites and other sensors to monitor this and potentially produce an earthquake early warning capability, okay? Earthquakes cause the amount of devastation on the order of a world war, okay? And think about the Tohoku earthquake and tsunami. So why would we not look at every possible means to warn on earthquakes? Oh, so I go to the U.S. Geological Survey and I say, hey, how about funding some R&D on this or whatever, or just have a meeting? And they immediately responded, categorically no. Our policy is that earthquakes cannot be predicted, and of course they define prediction of having some precision with respect to time and location and magnitude. And I wanted to say, wait. Don't sit there and look at your little narrow criteria. Open your mind and think, maybe we can provide an early warning service. Hey, public, high probability of an earthquake is not zero today, or something like that. And they just refuse to look at it. And what I mean by that, my point is that there are a lot of what I think are straightforward ways we should be moving forward in certain areas, and the government is just stuck in its own little way of doing things. And this is just the case in point. So, Japan's looking into it now, and we're going after Japan, and even California, with some of their messed up politics. At least Northern California is looking into possibly working with us in this company to do some prototyping, if you will.
Interesting. And the government just blew it off.
Oh yeah.
We don't want to warn anybody that there's an earthquake coming.
We're all seismologists. We're not going to think outside the box. Here's another analogy to that thinking is so weather forecasting. When you look at the damage of a hurricane, also on the order of a war, it is important that we provide good predictions, and we do actually. Now we're really good at weather forecasting. We can days in advance, multiple days in advance, sometimes even a week. We can have a very accurate understanding of what a hurricane's going to do. There's areas to improve, but still, compared to the last 50 years, we're doing great. Why is that? Well, we became multidisciplinary. We decided to take ocean observations and learn how they heat up the atmosphere, possibly like the Gulf Stream, and contribute to things like hurricane intensification. And then we also added some components about the ice. And so we started looking at the whole Earth as a system rather than just the weather or the atmosphere, knowing that's really what's going on. And so I've asked the USGS, why don't you think about the Earth system and not just your little rocks in the crust, but the whole thing? And they just refuse to do it.
Man. I mean, what do you know about weather manipulation?
Yeah, that's something I've studied. They call it geoengineering, and it's physically possible. And even there's some studies being conducted right now, because you have a lot of people that certainly these alarmists over climate change, which I don't dispute is occurring, but I think a lot of people are overreacting. They're looking into that, like we might need to do it to keep some of these changes from occurring. I'm currently not convinced. It can be done, but I don't know if it's smart. Because there's all sorts of feedback mechanisms in the atmosphere and the ocean, the Earth system, that can occur. And what if we do a little bit of that and then things go wild? I think we need to research the hell out of that a lot more with models before we do any type of experimentation.
I mean, isn't UAE currently conducting some type of weather manipulation now, and they just flooded Dubai?
That's right. So I have not been able to look at data behind that, so I only saw news reports, so I don't know if that was a cause and effect. There certainly is a correlation, but that's my kind of point, is we ought to be studying this a lot more so we could know in advance if something like that will happen. And right now, I don't think we've done enough.
Where I'm kind of going with this is, do you think we could see any weather manipulation type weapons?
Yeah, that's been studied.
It has.
Oh, yeah.
What has been studied?
The Air Force did this a while ago, using weather modification as a weapon, which when you look at what a typhoon can do, that can certainly be an advantage in the Western Pacific with Taiwan. Roll a typhoon into an attempted Chinese invasion, and that it'll be just like what happened to Japan when I think it was Kublai Khan tried to invade twice. And the kamikaze, the great wind, tore through the armada and took out the Mongols. Do you know about that?
Man, I don't.
Oh, this is my field of study. So I don't remember the year, but Japan was twice threatened with an invasion by the Mongols. And I thought one of the Khans, I don't remember which one. And both times a typhoon rolled through the region. So I think it was near maybe Okinawa, I don't know where, but wiped them out. And so they gave a name for that typhoon, the phenomena. They called it the Great or the Divine Wind. That's what kamikaze means, divine wind.
Interesting.
Yeah, and also there's all sorts of history if you want to go into that, the environment and weather. Sir Francis Drake and the Spanish Armada, another storm wiped out the Spanish Armada when they tried to invade England, and he got very lucky with that one. And then you go to World War II. We caught the Germans off guard in Normandy because we had better weather forecasts. If you look at weather, kind of goes from west to east, and you want observations upwind, and all the observation networks that we had were in the U.S., Canada, and so the Allies had a good upwind observation network, and the Germans didn't. And what happened is the Germans saw the forecast and thought, "There's no way they're going to invade today. It's too rough." So actually, it was, I think Rommel was in charge of that defending force, and he went to Paris to celebrate his wife's birthday. And he wasn't even there. And what happened is Eisenhower had planned for one day, June, might have been 4th, and the weather was going to be too bad, and they called it off. And he wasn't sure when they'd do it again because it was about the tides and the moon and the obstacles on the beach that the UDTs, your predecessors, had to remove. And then there was a weather window, and we realized it would be good on June 6th, a short time we could do it. And we knew that, and the Germans didn't, and we caught them off guard.
Wow.
Big part of the invasion success story.
I did not know that. Yeah. How long ago did we start looking into weather manipulation?
Well, I don't remember the history exactly, but I know the Air Force did that after World War II. And I don't know too much of the science behind it because it seems to me that the scale would be really large in terms of cost. And then again, there's so much uncertainty in the Earth system in terms of predicting it that, again, I think you just need to research the hell out of that before you do anything.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think that we have done any weather manipulation before?
I don't know. I probably would know too if we had, so I really doubt it. In my last job, I think I would have known.
Okay. Another thing that's coming up, and I'm hoping to get this gentleman on the show as well, is these energy weapons.
Directed energy weapons. That's taking off for sure.
Yeah. It sounds, Chris Miller, former SecDef, told me that we were really close to having kind of the dome like Israel has.
That's right.
And there's another gentleman who developed these directed energy weapons, and they're starting to be employed all over the place.
We're putting lasers. We put a laser on a ship, a destroyer, I believe. And yeah, in my mind, we haven't done that fast enough.
Do you think where I'm going with this is the retrieval program?
Yeah.
How are these things crashing? And do you think that maybe we might be? I mean, it seems.
So here's an interesting thing.
Maybe a little over. I mean,
here's what the crash phenomenon is interesting because some people think, if they're so advanced, how do they mess up? And there's a couple ways to address that. One is, well, maybe statistically, they're maybe coming here so frequently that, and statistically, there might be some kind of component failure, or it's going to happen. The law of averages, if you will. But that's one way. Another, in Diana's book, Diana Pasulka Encounters, she interviews this NASA engineer. I think he was a contractor, so not a federal employee, and he calls them donations. That possibly they're doing this on purpose to help advance our society or something. Give us little breadcrumbs, if you will, technology breadcrumbs to assist. I don't know the veracity of that, but I just know that's what she puts in her book. So that's an interesting aspect of it.
Very interesting. Very interesting. So we were talking about a underwater terrain feature off the coast of California that some may speculate there may be an underwater UAP base there. What were you speaking of?
Well, so this book I refer to, Preston Dennett is the author. It's even in the title, something like USOs and Alien Undersea Base or something. I don't remember the exact title. But yeah, so he interviewed all these eyewitnesses of different types of UAP activity in SoCal. And this has also appeared in a few shows, one of them like UFO Witness, I believe, with Ben Hansen, where and a few others where they anchored off this feature. It looks like an undersea mesa in Google Earth. And it's off of Point Mugu, and in Google Earth, the way it's rendered is it does look a little bit artificial or man-made, and so him and Preston Dennett in his book and these shows, they've all speculated on it. Look at its structure; it can't be natural, and what the reality is you can go to the U.S. Geological Survey's data and find it online. And then you can look at the real feature, and it is entirely natural. You can it's not as weird as it looks in Google Earth because Google Earth does some filtering. And in fact, there's also some talk in different areas around the world. One is in Antarctica, or off Antarctica in the Southern Ocean, that have these very linear features in Google Earth. They kind of stand out. And some people have thought, oh my gosh, that's alien infrastructure. And I just have to dismiss all that because you just have to understand the source of the data. In Google Earth, for example, they merge different data sets. And then they might filter out the resolution of one feature that might have a higher resolution and not another. And for example, those linear features are basically just the fact that most of that ocean area has been undersampled. There might just be a few soundings in a wide area, but one ship collected high resolution data over a track. So they'll have that in the Google Earth and you'll see it nice and resolved, and then it'll be kind of smoothed out. And so it makes it look like a man-made feature, and it's just the data.
That's it.
Yeah, but going back to this undersea alien base, this is where I want to weave in some of this disinformation. And by who, the government possibly, I don't know, but there was a point in time this year where I was having some public discussions about the possibility of, again, of USOs interacting with the seabed and wanting to then go and do bathymetric surveys to search for those types of interactions. And I even found a feature off SoCal that might just be that. I can't explain it. It's part of this kind of ridge, underwater ridge, that a section's been carved out of it as it appears, and it's been moved horizontally 2 kilometers. It's a big clump of rocks. Normally when you get these things like landslides in the ocean, they're called turbidity flows. It's like an avalanche. They just sort of slough off, right, down the terrain feature. But this thing looked like it was carved out. And I took it to some geologist friends. I don't know how that happened. And so I want to get an ROV on that feature and check it out. And I'm working on that. But then there's this other aspect of the one that the people I told you I don't think were actually accurate in calling this other feature. I think it's called Sycamore Knoll is the name. It was an undersea base, and I don't think it was. Well, weirdly, when I started talking out about this, in Google Earth, the feature was filtered out entirely, this Sycamore Knoll. Now you can't even see it. It's plain as day in the USGS database. Why would someone go to Google Earth and have that feature removed? Who did that? Why? I don't know. But again, the more I learn about our government's active disinformation campaign and the story of that guy, Paul Benowitz, anything's possible now.
Wow. Yeah, I'm with you. Do you have any other insight into government disinformation? Any other examples?
Gosh, there's probably many, but I can't think of any right now.
I'm sure there are.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. I just want to pick your brain.
Yeah, and I'll be clear again. It's worth me saying this. I am okay with us not acknowledging really important programs for national security. Unacknowledged programs are good for our nation. I just think that the fact that we're not letting the public and Congress know that we are being visited by entities whose intentions we don't understand and characteristics and nature we don't understand, that genie's out of the bottle. I think you know the Schumer Amendment. This is what was drafted last year and was almost passed, including words like technology of unknown origin, non-human intelligence, and what was the UAP? All of those are in that bill multiple times, that draft. And the fact that that got into draft legislation means it's there. There's something there. And we know that because I know some of the people who briefed the Hill. And even though it wasn't passed in the final NDA, most of that stuff was stripped out. Like I said, it's out there now. We have to reconcile this and really inform our public to do the right thing for our nation's security.
Do you think we've had communications with non-human intelligence?
I'm sure of it. Just based on all this data and everything we're talking about,
what do you
they're
think
here.
those communications would look like?
I don't know. But I mean, actually, if you look at Diana Pasulka's book again, Encounters, this one former NASA engineer, he called the crashes that were retrieved donations. That's a form of communication right there. So I don't know the nature of the communication and who was doing the communicating, but I am pretty sure from what I've seen from my sources, very sure, highly, that's occurred. Now, with who? Parts of the government or just individuals? And actually, by the way, when you say we, if you mean the U.S. government, yeah. But as individuals, there are thousands, if not tens of thousands, of eyewitnesses who feel they've been communicated to in different ways.
Are you familiar with Chris Bledsoe?
Yeah, I am.
What do you think about that?
Well, I'm not qualified to comment on any of the validity of what he reports, but he's not alone in what he's reported. There's many people who have had encounters. Diana's second book is called Encounters, and that's the very topic. So many people have been communicated to, and it's interesting. And I got to say this too: if you look at the diversity of life on this planet, I mean, you just got to dive on a coral reef for goodness sake. Then why would there not be a diversity of higher order non-human intelligence in the universe? It just makes a lot of sense. And if that's the case, like look at all of our different nations that have different cultures, and some get along and some don't. It's not a stretch to think there were a variety of higher order non-human intelligences with different agendas. Some might be malevolent, some might be benevolent, who knows, or just totally neutral. That just is more and more likely as the phenomena, I think, is better understood.
Wow. Well, Tim, what's next for you? I know you got a book on leadership coming up that's going to be released at the end of the year.
I do. Well, thanks for asking about it. So from my time in the Navy, and you served as a SEAL, I was blessed to be given some great role models in leadership. And then I was given opportunities to lead, and I came to this agency, NOAA, with that. And this is a big part of what I do now. I mentor everybody who asks me to do it, and I want to bring up that next generation. People were so good to me in my career. They carried me along the way. It's just the right thing to do to pay forward what was done for me. And my book is written for that purpose, to provide my leadership examples and lessons, if you will, from what I learned in the Navy and applied at NOAA, a scientific agency. And again, I told you it was a kind of a tough time because we always were getting our budget cut, and people wanted some inspiration, and thankfully I had a scientific degree, and they liked that. And I just talk about the examples of trying to help people in tough times when there's uncertainty. And so I provide a lot of stories. And the best leadership books to me are telling stories. I think Admiral McRaven's books are fantastic. They do that. I don't like preachy books that are pedantic and kind of just tell you how to be. I don't need to be told how to be. I'm kind of at the tail end of my career. What I want to do is just share insights. And so I have some fun stories to relate. One of them is like, have you ever heard of Miranda Cosgrove?
I haven't.
She was the star of the Nickelodeon show iCarly, and so she's also at one point was the highest paid child actress ever, or something. And so I know of her because my daughter, youngest daughter, had watched her show 24/7. It seemed like while she was growing up, and I never really liked the show because the character was really snotty and precocious. But I had the opportunity to represent my agency at an event on the Hill, a big event recognizing this thing that we were in charge of called the Marine Mammal Protection Act. One of our jobs was to help protect whales, save the whales, and so I wanted to go to this event and represent us in a good way. That was my job, to be the face, to be a champion for what we did. And I will go, and I met with a couple congressmen, and then I met with her. And I remember thinking, I wasn't sure I wanted to meet her because her character is so awful. But it turns out she's the nicest person ever, and she was very sweet. And we got a nice picture together, and in back of us was a big picture of a humpback whale, and she signed it and wrote "Love, Miranda." And what's cool is I got this framed picture, and I gave it to my daughter, and now it's still on her bookshelf. It's like the centerpiece. So she didn't give me any respect for being an admiral or a combat veteran, but now that I was friends with iCarly, I was her hero.
Congratulations.
Yeah, how about that?
That's awesome.
But that wasn't really a leadership example per se. I mean, I was trying to represent us. But there was another example I might share with you that you might enjoy just because it's funny. I was in the Navy. I had a chance to represent the nation basically at a big conference. This was during the Obama administration, and I was a one-star. And the conference was called the Our Ocean Conference, and the State Department hosted it. It was downtown. And I got to lead a panel on illegal fishing. I talked about that earlier, and what a problem it was back then in 2016. It's even worse now. China is again the main culprit. And so here was the sequence of events, and this was a big event. Foreign ministers, 500 people in the big State Department auditorium, giant screens, speaker, podium. So the first person to get up and talk was then Secretary of State John Kerry. He talks. The second person to talk was President Obama. He gets and talks. Actually, he's a good speaker. Again, I'm not a fan of his politics, but he's a very charismatic speaker. And then the next person to get up and talk was Leonardo. And it's funny because here he is. He's a great actor. And when he got up there and gave a speech on the ocean conservation work he was doing, he just read it. I mean, there was no emotion. Obama was just like he is, and then Leo, this actor, just read it line by line. It was the driest, dullest thing I ever seen. I was so disappointed. So was my aide actually, but she still got his autograph. The next person to speak was me, so I have this lineup I got to follow. Holy crap! So what I did is I got up there, and again, big screen of me, and I'm in my uniform, and everybody's there listening to me, and I thought, okay, how am I going to keep these people's attention after those predecessors speaking? And so I thought up a story, and I made this fictitious story, and I said, okay, everybody, great to be here, thank you. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a bit intimidated having to follow those all-stars. So in thinking about my opening remarks, I decided to ask my wife, who was an oceanographer like me, and this is the Our Oceans Conference. I decided to ask Karen, okay, what am I going to say to keep these people's attention? And she said, well, Tim, you might want to share with them this, that really, based on all your military service, and by the way, Karen's favorite movie, Titanic, favorite actor, Leonardo DiCaprio. She said, well, why don't you just point out to everybody that the only difference between you and him is that when you were in the Navy, none of your ships ever sank. And everyone kind of got the Titanic link, and they not only started laughing, they gave me a round of applause.
Man, that's a good one.
So that a lot of leadership. Yeah, well, there you go. You get it. It takes a while to sink in, but a lot of leadership is that kind of thing where you kind of have to diffuse the tension. And you have to go big. You kind of have to go on the big stage and represent your people, and don't be afraid to do that. And people, especially in a big organization, they want to see their leaders step up and show well, And so I have some stories of my trying to do that. I don't know if that happened. We'll see. It's up to the readers to find out.
Well, when does that come out?
It comes out. I'm going to submit it to a publisher in May, and we'll see how long the editing takes. But I would bet no later than early next year. And again, because it was a little shaky, it's called Holding Fast in Heavy Seas, Leading America's Top Ocean Agency in Turbulent Times. We'll see where it goes.
Well, I can't wait to get a copy of that, and I want to wish you the best of luck. And when that does come out, maybe we'll reconnect again.
Hey, I'm up for a part 2 or 3 or what have you.
Perfect.
Thank you, Sean.
Well, Tim, I really appreciate your time today and coming and having this conversation with us about UAPs and underwater stuff, and always, it's just always fascinating stuff to talk about, and I really appreciate it. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Sean. It's great to be here.
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts. Dr. Andrew Huberman, welcome to the show.
Thanks. I'm super happy to be here. I'm a huge fan of your show, have been from the beginning, and I'm just excited to get into it.
Man, thank you for saying that. I've been following you for a long time, and I also am a huge fan of everything you're doing, and we got a lot to dive into. But I had a whole outline that I wanted to do, and then I found a little bit about your backstory, and I thought, that's kind of what we do here, is backstories. That's how it all started. And I didn't realize you have a quite the interesting backstory. And it didn't sound like it was easy for you growing up. So I'd like to kind of start there, because I think that brings a lot of hope to everybody, but especially to kids that are growing up in a tough environment. And then we'll get into a lot of the medical stuff. But everybody starts off with an introduction. So, Andrew Huberman, PhD. You are a neuroscientist and tenured professor in the Department of Neurology, Neurobiology, and by courtesy, Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Stanford School of Medicine. You have made numerous significant contributions to the fields of brain development, brain function, and neuroplasticity, which is the ability of our nervous system to rewire and learn new behaviors, skills, and cognitive functioning. You're the author of the upcoming book, Protocols, an Operating Manual for the Human Body. When's that going to come out, by the way?
April of 25.
That sounds incredible. Your work from the Huberman Labs at Stanford School of Medicine has been published in top journals, including Nature, Science, and Cell, has been featured in Time, BBC, Scientific American, Discover, and other top media outlets. In 2021, you launched the Huberman Lab podcast, frequently ranked in the top 10 of all podcasts globally. You're probably without a doubt, in my opinion, the most famous and most listened to neuroscientist ever. And something else I want to bring up is a new found faith in Christianity. I'm on that journey right along with you. It sounds like our buddy Eddie Penny made a major impact in both of our lives, and I love that guy. He's an amazing human.
Yeah, I love Eddie, and I'm very grateful to him. Incredible human being. And loved your episode with Eddie here.
Thank you. But next, I have a Patreon account. They are our top supporters. They've been with us since the beginning. And one thing that I do is I give them the opportunity to ask each guest a question. We had a ton of interesting questions for you, but I narrowed it down to one. I thought this was really important. A great question. This is from Matt. With the rise in suicide among the youth since the dawn of social media, how can teens and young adults, or anybody, reset their chemical imbalances being overloaded with dopamine from all the social media sites, video games, fast food, binge watching TV, and other facilitators of instant gratification?
Great question. Critically important question. There has to be self-imposed discipline, but it doesn't have to be in every domain of one's life, right? People need to get their relationship to light, sunlight, and darkness correct. This might sound silly, but there's a beautiful study that substantiates what I'm about to say. There's a study done on over 80,000 subjects out of the UK. The conclusion is essentially the following. Getting enough sunlight early in the day, and yes, even when it's cloudy out, there's sunlight. Just compare how bright it is during the daytime to nighttime, even on a cloudy day, folks. Getting some sunlight in your eyes and bright light, maybe also from artificial sources throughout the day, and then keeping it dark at night. It doesn't have to be pitch black, but on most nights between the hours of 11 p.m. and 4 a.m., unless you're doing shift work, and we could talk about that, thank you, shift workers. But keeping it dark at night and getting light in your eyes during the day has been shown additively to offset many of the negative effects of things like depression, OCD, ADHD, bipolar disorder. In other words, just keeping your room darker at night when you're trying to sleep has a positive effect on mental health. Getting light in your eyes, especially sunlight early in the day and throughout the day, tremendously positive effect on mental health. Okay, people will start negotiating. Can I do it through a window? Can I look at a video of a sunset? No, you go outside, you get some sunlight in your eyes. Without sunglasses, eyeglasses and contacts are fine. You're setting your physiology right. This circadian, this 24-hour schedule that we're on is dictated by light through the eyes at particular times of day and darkness other times of day, eyelids closed. The use of phones and screens, while fantastic, right? It's done amazing things for our progression as humans and communication, is disrupting our circadian schedules and health, in particular mental health. It's not just the content people are receiving on these devices, it's also the light itself. It's also the content, but the light itself. So get that right. It requires no cost and it sets things in the right direction. The second thing would be, while getting that morning sunlight, if you're not already exercising in the morning, you want to walk. Just walk in a circle if you have to. Walk towards the sunlight, okay? These aren't complicated things. They don't take a lot of time. They take no financial cost, okay? No money. Then it would be wise to get some exercise early in the day, right? Jocko's right on this one, okay? Maybe you don't have to do it at 4:30, but being an early riser and getting some activity early in the day and sunlight in your eyes does a bunch of things. You have a pulse of cortisol every 24 hours, a quote unquote stress hormone. It's not a bad hormone, it's a great hormone, but you need it released at its highest levels early in the day. How do you do that? Sunlight in your eyes increases that peak by about 50%. If you're not doing that, you start running into trouble. Exercising and getting sunlight in your eyes early in the day times that cortisol peak. We know from studies at Stanford School of Medicine by a guy named David Spiegel and the great Robert Sapolsky that if that cortisol peak is shifted later in the day, you start getting symptoms of depression, anxiety, failure to sleep, and the whole thing cascades. So when I say discipline, I could list off 20 things that one could and should do. But this mental health crisis has to be attacked at two different levels and two very disparate sides. I'm describing the first one. You got to get your physiology right. Get that cortisol peak. Early day sunlight will also promote dopamine, epinephrine, all of that. Get some activity early in the day. Get a rope or a jump rope and skip rope looking at the sun if you have to. Some people say burpees, then people start arguing about burpees, but some exercise and sunlight early in the day. Okay. And of course, then some hydration. Then at night, most nights, it's fine every once in a while to go out and have a good time, but most nights you want to try and get it dark. Wear an eye mask if you need to. Throw a t-shirt over your eyes if you're like me, if it's not dark enough in the room. You don't need anything fancy here. And work on getting 6 to 8 hours of sleep. Some people can get away with 5. Some people can't sleep that much. Some people need more, but get that right. And when people do that for 3-4 days, it's remarkable how much better they feel. It is astounding. You start making better choices about how often to be on your phone with social media. You actually start limiting that time. You start making better choices about what you eat, about who you interact with, what you say and don't say, what you do and don't do. You start to explore whether or not you need dosages of stimulants that are as high as the ones that you're currently taking and being prescribed, or whether or not you could eventually taper off. I'm not suggesting anyone suddenly go off medication they need, right? You start looking at alcohol differently because it disrupts your sleep. You start looking at other practices like learning and reading. Okay, so getting your physiology right sets the ball in motion. And then, as will probably come up multiple times during today's episode, you need some tool to learn to calm your mind, right? Your mind is going to spool. Nobody has a mind that's calm all the time and focused when they want it to be and falls asleep perfectly every night. Nobody gets that. No human being gets that, okay? So you have to put some work into it. That involves doing, maybe it's 5 minutes of meditation a day. I'm a big believer in prayer. I think that combines a number, if not all of the features of the things that we hear about, like meditation and all these other things, into a practice that if you spend some time with it, I think it can be very useful. Okay, I'm not here to push that. I just know that to be true. So get your physiology right, and the rest will start falling into place. And, the online culture, my podcast, your podcast, Rogan podcast, and other podcasts, is replete with information about how to exercise right, how to eat right, how to do all these things, building your social connections, which are also vitally important. But if you're not getting your physiology right, the rest isn't going to work. It's just not going to work. You're going to have a very hard time sticking to anything. So the mental health crisis is going to be cured first by taking care of our core physiology. It starts with light, sleep, daytime behavior, of course, then hydration, nutrition, exercise, and all of that. But it starts with getting those things right. And then if you're inclined, it makes sense to explore a spiritual leaning. That can mean different things to different people, but if you're willing to explore those two areas, I'm willing to bet that within weeks, if not months, you can make substantial progress, and people start to feel that sense of agency, like, whoa, this is wild. I'm sleeping a little bit better and I'm feeling a lot better. I'm sleeping a lot better and I'm feeling a lot better. And all of a sudden, you can make better choices. Trying to find one choice in the daytime that's going to change everything, that's futile.
Yeah.
You might as well be asking for one pill that's going to change everything.
Yeah.
And if you don't think you can do this, then the physiology stuff, then start on the prayer side and pray for it and then go in that way. Whatever it takes to try and explore this, do it. That's my message, because it absolutely can be done.
Man, it doesn't sound like it takes much. I mean,
it doesn't. It's the consistency. And people are accustomed to doing something that, quote unquote, works the first time and every time. And there are certain practices that we'll discuss during today's discussion, I'm sure, that can calm us down very quickly, that work the first time and every time because they're grounded in physiology. But these things like getting a good night's sleep, getting sunlight, at first it's subtle. And then pretty soon you start to notice, yeah, I'm waking up and feeling more energized during the day. I don't need quite as much caffeine. Or I don't need, I'm finding that time on social media is great. I mean, I teach on social media, and so of course I like social media and I like content on there, including some silly content. But, do I really need to spend that much time with this? Or this is kind of robbing me of some key life.
Do you know how much time you spend on social?
So I have a new practice now where I have a phone with Instagram and X on it, and that's it. No one has the number. And if I need to post, I airdrop things on there and I post. But by virtue of that, I know exactly how much time I spend on there, and it's about an hour and a half. But I'm also posting quite a bit on there. Right. But that's an hour and a half where, I know that, one could be writing or, building out business. But for me, that's part of my business, because I'm obviously in online culture and podcasting. It's about an hour and a half.
That's really good.
And having a separate phone for it really helps. Because when people send me things, I can't look at it. I have to send those on to my other phone. So there's a barrier there. But, I'm not here to demonize online culture. My profession is online culture, but, or part of it. But this mental health crisis starts with people understanding that they can take control of their physiology and they can take control of their mind. And it sounds so complicated, but it's actually not.
How long did it take you to, how fast did that work? I've thought about doing this. I've attempted a couple times and then it just falls off. But I'm just curious, when you did the 2 phones thing, how long did that take to go into effect? Was it immediate?
Oh yeah, within a day or so. Because then I'd look at my other phone and remember, Instagram and X aren't on there. But like this morning, it's gonna sound like I'm name dropping, but his name will probably come up a bit because he's a close friend and he has a lot of wisdom that I take the liberty of sharing. Like Rick Rubin sent me something from X, and it went to the phone that he has, and I had to go look it up on X on my other phone. There, it was worthwhile. He sent me something interesting, so I looked at it. Most of the time, if people send me things, I may or may not get around to seeing them.
Yeah.
But I am pretty good now at communicating on text. I actually found it more difficult before. I couldn't keep up with all the text. And I think it's because social media and text were kind of interwoven. And I just kind of get lost in it. Someone sends you to social media, then you're on social media, then you're back to text. I mean, it's all kind of a mess. My mind's just not organized enough to be able to keep these things all in the same place.
I don't think anybody's is.
I don't know. I mean, you like spec ops guys, because I know a fair number of people from your community. You guys are really squared away. Like I need to really create tunnels for myself to be able to do the work that I need to do.
Yeah.
And because I also try and maintain a healthy, personal life and maintain friendships and things, I really have to like create some separation. So having social media separate is key. It's really key.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, if you try it, it'll probably only take a couple days.
I'm going to do it again.
Because it's like a computer for social media. And for people that can't afford two phones, I always say, wait till you almost, go to an old phone and just put it on your old phone.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
You can even take pictures with your new phone if you like that phone camera, and then just airdrop them onto that phone and then post.
Yeah.
And you really start to see, I'm spending an hour a day or an hour and a half a day.
My team's been trying to get me to do this. Now's the time. But, well, Andrew, I'd like to move into your backstory. Like I said, it sounds a little rough, very interesting, and I think it could really bring a lot of hope into the world, especially, from where you went to where you are today is very profound and significant. So where did you grow up?
Yeah, so to be clear, the early part of my life was pretty darn easy, far easier than for most. So my dad's from Argentina. He's a first-generation immigrant to the U.S. He came to the U.S. on a naval scholarship. He wanted to do physics. There was no money to do physics in Argentina. So he came to the United States to do graduate school. He met my mom, who lived in New York City. My dad was living in Philly. They paired up, moved to California, had me and my sister. I've got an older sister, 3 years older. So from the time I was born in 75, until the time I was about 11 or 12, things were pretty awesome. We had dinner together every night as a family. Neither of my parents have or had any substance abuse issues. It was a very peaceful, loving home. I mean, we had our squabbles and our things, but it was a really kind of magical upbringing. My dad's a physicist, so he got me excited about science. I was really interested in biology. I also really liked soccer, swimming. We grew up in a small town, which at that time, there was no Silicon Valley. I grew up in the South Bay, what they used to call the peninsula. So it was a place where, there's a big pack of boys in the neighborhood, maybe 15 of us, who most had older sisters that were my sister's age. So it's kind of perfect, right? Ride dirt bikes, dirt clod wars. It was just fun.
Nice.
It was really cool. And then right about the time that puberty rolled around, so I hit puberty somewhere around 13, 14, around there, my parents went through a very high conflict divorce. Back then, divorce was a lot more rare. I think I was one of only a couple of kids in my high school that whose parents were divorced. Just didn't know that many kids with divorced parents. Back then, they called us latchkey kids. Remember that? Like you let yourself in at the end of the day after school. That meant you were a latchkey kid. Back then, if your parents were divorced, they called that a broken home. This will be a foreign concept to most people now, but and I've seen a lot of people get divorced and do just fine. I have family members who are divorced and they manage that really well. My parents, unfortunately, despite being well-meaning people, it got really messy. There's a rule book when parents get divorced. You don't bad talk the other parent. You don't let the kids get scared about the future. You maintain oversight. Unfortunately, those things didn't happen. And so, I was a 13, 14-year-old kid. I've always been I wouldn't say like emotionally sensitive kid, but I was tuned into the world, in a way that like things are intense for me. If I like something, I really loved it. When I was a kid, I loved fish tanks. I was like building fish tanks constantly, spent all my time in an aquarium store. Then it was tropical birds. Then I hit puberty, and then it was like skateboarding, girls, and whatever I'm into, I'm like really into. So right about the time I hit puberty, my parents split up. They were fighting a ton. I developed a lot of ideas about which parent was at fault, this whole thing. And basically, I stopped paying attention to school. I was depressed. I think I was anxious, scared, and depressed. And my life at home was really complicated. My mom had a really hard time dealing with that separation. She was very family-oriented, and it was just me and her at home. And we got along, but it was, I just remember it as honestly a really like dark time. I remember being super scared, being super angry at my dad, and just like livid at him.
Why did they get divorced, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I think it could, the classic irreconcilable differences. I don't know. I think that it was, they wanted different things, these kinds of, messages that you hear. I think it was different values. I think fundamentally different values. So at 14, 15, all the kids in my school, I went to a very academically ambitious school. The school is Gunn High School with 2 N's. It's also the school that's infamous for having one of the highest suicide rates at one time.
Really?
Yeah, so it's a very academically intense school. I lived over the fence from the high school.
Pressure.
A lot of pressure. Kids were killing themselves by standing in front of trains on the train tracks in Palo Alto at a frequent enough basis that it was covered by national media.
Wow.
Fortunately, this has been resolved as far as I understand. When I went there, it wasn't like that. Now, there are 2 schools in the town where I grew up. The other school tended to be children of kids that were a lot wealthier. Kids that went to my school tend to be the children of, upper middle class or middle class, aspiring physicians and doctors, people associated with the university nearby, that kind of thing. At 14, 15, I just remember being pretty depressed, having a lot of frustration in me, and not feeling certain at all about my home life, and just being very, very sad, confused, and filled with hormones and all the things that go with being a young male. So pretty quickly, what happened was I stopped paying attention to school. I started hanging out with a group of really good kids, mostly skateboarders. This was in the early 90s, skateboarding, late 80s, early 90s, so 89, 90, 91. Skateboarding wasn't a cool sport back then. Like, no one cared about skateboarding. And we started going up to San Francisco. There was this community of, at that time, mostly guys. Now there are a lot more girls and women skateboarding, but it was a bunch of young dudes at a place called Embarcadero, the famed EMB, which was basically Justin Herman Plaza in San Francisco. And you could go there on a weekend and there'd be like hundreds of kids skateboarding, drinking, drugs, fights, and I want to emphasize this, amazing skateboarding. I mean, I remember the young Rob Dyrdek coming through for one of the Back to the City contests. My friend LeVar McBride, was an amazing skateboarder. There was young Mike Carroll, Henry Sanchez. These names are like legendary.
Wow.
Chavante Turner. So I was exposed to some amazing skateboarding, and I was exposed to and very quickly found myself in a community of kids that also, we weren't parentless, but we had no parental oversight. And if we did have parents, they couldn't control us. In fact, I pretty quickly realized that a lot of the kids who were at Embarcadero on the weekend were there all week long, just didn't go to school. And so I started getting into the truancy thing. I was like, well, I'm just not gonna go. And that kind of rebellion isn't good, because you start getting exposed to more and more things like drugs and fights, and you're also not in school. There's some basic learning that the brain needs at that age. And I was going to class, putting my hoodie on, going to sleep, skateboarding. I could tell you more about the curbs in the parking lot of my high school at that time than I could about any class that I took. I liked the creative writing class, but then a little ceramics, some auto shop. I liked the science courses, the good biology class, that kind of thing, but I just wasn't focused. And so a year goes by and you can fall pretty far behind.
Yeah.
What also started happening is I was lucky that crew of kids that I skateboarded with were not into drugs and alcohol. We really lucked out. That wasn't my thing, never really was. But some of those kids got really good at skateboarding really fast. My friend Paul Zawanich was soon a pro skateboarder. our friend Aaron Curry was a good skateboarder. He eventually became a graffiti artist. Unfortunately, he passed, but really good artist. And some of these other kids whose names I rattled off had pro models when we were in high school. I kept getting hurt. I think I had hit puberty, but my body wasn't strong yet. So I kept breaking my foot, my left foot. And it was super depressing. And so over time, like I'm kind of like failing out in the skateboarding thing. I'm not doing well in school. My home life is really dark and depressing. And I'm a pretty intense kid. And I'm starting to kind of spiral down. And I didn't really see it. And I don't know if anyone around me saw it, but somebody saw it, because at one point they called me into the office at school, kind of sat me down, they're talking to me. Mind you, this is all pre-therapy, pre-Goodwill Hunting comes out, and I'm thinking like, what is this? And I'm just like, and then pretty soon I realized that they're going to try and take me away. I just got it. Like something clicked and I realized, okay, that guy in there, they're going to try and take me away. So they tried and failed at first, and then they tried and succeeded. They put me in a residential treatment program. This was not juvenile hall, okay? But this is a place up on the peninsula. And you're in there with a bunch of other kids. And I remember...
What did they take you away for?
They made it all about not being safe to myself, kind of thing, depressed. I think I was that depressed. I think it was that visible. To me, I didn't see it, because the moment I was out of school and I was pushing on my skateboard or taking the 7F bus up to San Francisco, I was having the best time. I mean, kids don't do this, but I was doing things like forging signatures to go off to the Reno Nationals. I mean, I was decent enough at skateboarding that I got to go to some contests, and but when you're at a skateboard contest in the late 80s, early 90s, it's all dudes. And so guys in their 20s who are also kind of from similar background as me, right? They're the adults. We were staying in hotels in Reno and partying, and other guys are partying, and you're starting to get exposed to more and more. Right? There's a lot going on. I didn't observe too many hard drugs, but it was just wild. We were a bunch of young kids basically trying to parent ourselves, and that's not going to work. Skate camp at Visalia Skate Camp in the summer, I remember thinking like, why would I pay to go to skate camp? I'm just going to go. So we just found someone to drive us, and we just went, and we just like crashed in Now, there's a light and a dark part of all of it, because first of all, I had great friends in the skateboard community. I wasn't one of the super talented ones, but I had a real community of people that cared about me. A guy who now I'm friends with, this will come back around in a moment, a guy named Jim Thiebaud. He is partial owner of a company called Deluxe, which has Anti-Hero and Spitfire wheels and Thunder trucks. He's been around for a long time. He's a real power player in that industry. I'll never forget, he rolled up to me at Embarcadero one time and he sat down with me and he gave me a cup of coffee. I was like 14, and he was like talking to me, and he could tell I was, like a lot of the guys there, just unhappy kid. And we talked about skateboarding a little bit. He gave me some stickers, and then he goes, you should write. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, you should just like journal. It helps. I was like, okay. And then he had a couple of poetry books, what he'll say is bad poetry. For me, these were really important books. He gave me 2 books. One was called Loose Change. The other one was called Do the Distance. I still have Loose Change. And I read those journals. It was like kind of like punk poetry journal stuff. And I remember thinking like, this is like a lifeline for me. I didn't realize that you could have all this stuff going on in your head and write about it, and it could help somebody. So I started journaling a lot back then. Then what happened was, they got pulled out of school. They took me away, okay? And what was the reason? Was it depression? Was it that it's basically truancy? I wasn't going to school. So it was either kind of just fall into some sort of foster system, which they weren't going to do. They weren't going to take me away because things weren't that bad at home, right? But I had a good friend, my friend Aaron Curry, eventually Aaron King, changed his last name. He was a foster kid that I knew. And I remember him telling me before I left, he was like, don't screw up in there, because the next step is way, way worse. And he'd been through the whole system thing, okay? So, so I got there, and I remember thinking, this sucks. I'm separated from my skateboard and my friends, the only 2 things that I cared about, right? And that I felt cared about me, although I understood my parents cared about me, like they were dealing with their own stuff. Couldn't get through to me. And all of a sudden you're in there with all these other kids, and they had to sit down, and they're like, okay, there's probably about 15 kids. And they're like, you're going to do group therapy. And I'm like, I'm like, are you kidding? I wasn't like a hard kid. Like you and I know, and you're probably one of them, I don't know, but like you and I know like actual tough guys. Like I've got friends now in life that are parts of different groups of life. I don't want to mention it just because it's not healthy to do. but that are like actual tough guys that grew up really hard circumstances and they're tough. And you and I both know that these are like the kindest, most principled people that you'll ever meet because they know where and when to direct their not niceness, right? So I wasn't like a tough guy, but I was a kid who was pretty like strapped up and I wasn't gonna get into discussing my problems with these other people. But then you start going around the circle and you start realizing like, oh, there's a lot of commonality here. Some of the kids were already into drugs, like LSD and harder drugs. It wasn't me, right? Some of them had dealt with a lot of at-home physical and sexual abuse. That wasn't me. So I also got to see where I was doing better in life than a lot of people. So I got to see that and hear it and like feel it. Because all you have to do is hear about that once as from somebody who's going through that and you go, okay, I got problems, but like also, once when I was a kid, I worked at a skateboard shop in downtown Palo Alto. There was a guy there who came at me, like propositioned me. I was like 14, I had bleach white hair and I don't know, maybe he maybe thought he read a signal that I was somehow less scary than to approach or something like that. So he came at me and I exploded on him, yelled at him, like stood up for myself. So I never had anyone like violate me or anything. I felt very lucky. In fact, I remember my mom caught word of that happening. My biggest fear, because she's from New Jersey, is that she was gonna go down there and kill him. So she said to me, did something happen today? Because I was like, no, it's all good. And she's like, really? And I was like, no. And I was just like, oh my God, I thought she'd kill him. So anyway, she's a tough lady, protective, I'm grateful for that, right? I mean, nobody got hurt in that situation, so I'm grateful. People probably have their ideas about what she should and shouldn't have done, but like, that's how it went down. So I'm in this place and people are talking about stuff and I'm thinking like, why am I here? I don't even know why I'm here. Like, I didn't understand. And they started explaining like, look, you haven't been to class in ages. When you do go, you're not turning in your homework. I'm like, and, I was just kind of like cocky kid. And I feel very lucky now looking back. The situation sucked because I'm like, how do I get out of this place? And it turns out one of the counselors there explained, you get out by doing the program, by participating. And what I came to realize was I had problems for sure. But I didn't have the kind of problems that were insurmountable, and that I better get myself squared away or I was going to be in trouble. Like I needed to stop looking at my circumstances and I needed to like start taking some control of my life.
How old were you at this point?
I was 14.
Damn. Donald Trump is officially the next president of the United States of America. While millions of Americans are celebrating the victory, thousands of others are still concerned about their savings. The unfortunate truth is we still have a $35 trillion debt. The interest on that debt could now be larger than our entire defense budget for the first time in history. Plus, the wars that started during the Biden administration are still raging across the globe. So what can you do to help protect your savings? Many Americans are already taking action by reaching out to a top-rated precious metals company, that's Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering a free gold and silver kit to show you how precious metals like gold and silver could help you diversify your savings before it's too late. Visit SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your copy free of charge. Plus, you could receive up to a 10% instant match on bonus silver for qualified accounts. Visit SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD. That's SeanLikesGold.com. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Join me and my special guest for the next behind-the-scenes experience exclusively available on Vigilance Elite Patreon. The behind-the-scenes footage is raw and uncut. This is as close to the set as you can possibly get. You can expect anything from off-topic conversations, studio tours, the final moments before the interview starts, and everything in between. The behind-the-scenes content is constantly evolving and will continue to bring you more as we grow. You can gain access for just $15 a month exclusively at Vigilance Elite Patreon. Fabric by Gerber Life is term life insurance that you can get done right here, right now. You can be covered from your couch in under 10 minutes with no health exam required. Just go to meetfabric.com/Sean. That's meetfabric.com/Sean. Like me, many of you have kids, and protecting my family with life insurance is at the top of my priority list. Fabric provides me with the peace of mind knowing I am helping to keep my family protected. You can have that same peace of mind with Fabric. Go to meetfabric.com/Sean and you can learn all about Fabric's free online wills, access to college savings funds, and more tools to sync up your family's finances. Have confidence knowing that Fabric has 1,800 plus reviews and an excellent rating on Trustpilot. Fabric has flexible, high-quality policies that will fit your family and budget, like $1 million in coverage for less than $1 a day, and your coverage could be offered instantly. It's all online, so apply when it's convenient. There's absolutely no risk. They have a 30-day money-back guarantee, and you can cancel at any time. Go to meetfabric.com/Sean now. That's meetfabric.com/Sean. Join me and the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to protect their family. Apply today in just minutes at meetfabric.com/Sean. That's meetfabric.com/Sean. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company, not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions.
Okay, so I get out of that place, and there was one condition, which is that I go to regular therapy. Again, there were no movies like Good Will Hunting. No one went to therapy back then. But I got appointed to this guy who fortunately was like within a half mile of my favorite skateboard spot, the front five. So people, it's like 5 stairs. Everyone would congregate there after school and we'd skate there. So I could go to his office and we sat down and we would talk about stuff. And he broke through, right? He broke through in the way that at least was gonna make sense to me. He was like, well, skateboarding seems important to you, but you should probably have something where you don't get hurt also. So I started doing a little bit of like push-ups and running and things like that, taking care of myself a little bit. And he was like, you should keep journaling, right? And you should understand that, you know, there isn't a lot of parental oversight and home life for you right now, but that like, if you take care of yourself, it'll eventually get better. Now, the good thing is I had people like him and some other people that tried to reach out to me. The bad news is there were a lot of other forces in my life pulling me in another direction. So I'm still in this big group of feral young males. So I end up with, you know, a pregnant girlfriend. I end up with, you know, a bunch of fights. I end up with a bunch of problems, basically, that I brought on myself.
You had a pregnant girlfriend?
Yeah.
At what age?
16. Yeah.
Your
What's that?
child?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, how old did you say?
I was 16.
Shit,
Yeah.
man.
And, you know, I couldn't blame anyone else for that.
How did you deal with that particular?
I didn't tell anyone. We didn't tell anyone. And, yeah, this is the first time I've ever really talked about this. You know, you're 16, you think you understand the world, you know. Here's how I did deal with it. I figured I'll eventually need to take care of people. What am I good at? Okay, by then I realized I wasn't good at skateboarding. A lot of my friends in the skateboarding industry, like Jim Thiebaud, started companies. He's a good skateboarder, but he had the wisdom to start companies. So I thought I could start a company because I'm not gonna be a pro skateboarder. That was clear. I remember my team manager at Thunder Spitfire, a guy named Steve Ruge, Shroogie we called him. Now he's sober. Back then he smoked a lot of weed. So I remember calling him from the residential program. I got one call and I go, Shroog, I'm locked up here. And he goes, man, you're the most normal guy I know. And he goes, why are you calling me? And I go, Shroog, I don't know what to do. And he goes, I can barely take care of myself. And I'm like, oh, Shroog, what do I do? And he goes, I don't know, man. Just like work the program. Don't piss anyone off or something like that. But Steve was nice enough to put me on Thunder and Spitfire out of sympathy, okay? But at one point I remember a conversation with him that broke my heart. It was on the phone. I called him. I was like, hey, Shroog, I didn't get my package of wheels or this, that. And he goes, listen, man, you're never gonna be one of the big guys. And I remember, like, as a 15-year-old kid, just being like, oh my God, I thought my life was over. This is the only thing I cared about was skateboarding. It was the only thing that like I could kind of partially do. And, you know, and looking back, I'm like, of course I should have been in school, like studying. I mean, they tell, the amazing thing about school is they tell you exactly what you need to know. It's like so obvious, but back then that's not where I was at. So, you know, so I had the, you know, the girlfriend thing, the fights. Then I started dabbling in some drugs.
What kind of fights?
Fights like that guy is eyeballing me, dumb fights, like stupid fights. Some of them were a little bit like less stupid, like that person's not taking care of their dog, so I'm gonna ask them if I can have their dog, and they're gonna say no, and then just stupid knucklehead stuff.
Yeah,
like just
looking
stupid
for
stuff. Looking for it. Later, there was a fight that was kind of the defining one that is a little more complicated that we can get into, but I don't know if I was looking for it. I think what happened, it was also incredible because I'm like about 6'1". I was 6'1" then, but I was about 150 pounds. So I was like a skinny kid, skateboard kid, right? And I remember just thinking like, I'm not a grown man. I can't protect myself. I'm not that good at fighting. There's a guy, people will laugh and he'll probably have a good chuckle. There was a guy that we used to call the mayor of EMB, James Kelch. And this guy could fight. And he'd get in fights all the time, especially if he was drinking. He was also a really great skateboarder. Now he's squared away. I think he lives in Ohio with his family. He's a good dude. He was always cool to me. But like if you rolled up there to Embarcadero and you showed a little too much attitude, it didn't matter if you were a pro skateboarder from another city, they'd beat you up. There's some famous funny stories and not funny stories about that. It was a rough environment. They'd also rob tourists and like, dude, terrible shit, you know? But the people that did the bad stuff were not really the skateboarders. They were the people that kind of hung around it. So it's kind of like Washington Square Park had this. That was kind of the basis of that movie, Kids, which by the way, I had a couple of friends in. You know, LeVar McBride was in that movie, right? Like,
No kidding.
Oh yeah. When I saw the movie,
I haven't
Kids,
even heard that movie until I don't know how
When
long.
I saw that movie, I was like, that's LeVar. I think Nick Lockman's in there too. And and Harold Hunter's in there. Harold's dead now, sadly. You know, that's a weird movie for a lot of reasons. It would never be released by today's standards, but it was a window into just kind of feral street kids, right? Who weren't from the inner city, right? And who weren't in the military. It was just kind of this like mishmash of late 80s, early 90s. So what happened was, you know, I was like, what am I gonna do? So I was like, listen, well, I like running, and I was secretly starting to work out. There was a football coach at our high school named Bob Peters, who he liked me for some reason, and I liked him. And he was like, big buff dude, and he was like, listen, you're hurting yourself because you're weak. I couldn't do one pull-up. I couldn't do anything. And so he was like, listen, you know, the cool thing about resistance training is you can get stronger. So I started doing my pull-ups, my push-ups, you know, and my body just changed like crazy. I grew like crazy. And I think also I was kind of the man of the house in my house. My dad and I were trying to work things out with it, but we had a lot of conflict. My mom and I was very protective of my mom, and I just watched my whole body changed. It was crazy. I feel like I went through puberty and then I went through like a complete physical transformation. And so I figured, well, what can I do that I can use my like hard work skills? Because I was always like very intense and very hardworking when I applied myself to something. And I like working out. And I was like, I'll be a firefighter. Everyone likes firefighters. Cops, people have mixed feelings about. And by the way, I have respect for police. I do, even though I was a skateboarder, I have respect for police. Some of our friends, like he wasn't my close friend, but Jim's business partner, Mickey Reyes, went and became a cop. He was a skateboarder turned cop. I think now he has a bar or something up in Portland. But I was like, I'll become a firefighter. So I started taking fire science courses at Mission College. And I figured I'll be a firefighter. You get to work out, hang out with a bunch of guys, mostly guys back then. There were very few women in the fire department back then, so it was mostly guys. And people like them and respect them. And cool, I'll do that. What happened then was the girlfriend went off to college. She was a year older than me. And she was like my family at that point. And so I started going down to visit her. And I was literally living either in her dorm when they'd let me stay with her, but her roommates would get kind of bummed. Or I was sleeping in my car in the dorm room parking lot. And I was just hanging around there. And I was also still getting into fights. You know, I was still getting into fights.
Did it get to the point where you enjoyed the fight?
You know, I never really liked hitting people and getting hit. years later, I boxed. Like when I was in my 30s, junior professor, before getting tenure, I boxed because I needed something to blow off some steam. And I'd spar on Wednesday nights every once in a while. This was when I lived in San Diego. Actually, a lot of team guys would come through that gym, roll jujitsu. And I remember boxing. And I mean, I was okay. I got a long reach, like I can move a little bit. I'm not real fast, but I'd land a few. But I remember once like sinking a straight through a guy's guard and his head just snapping back. And like my initial impulse would be like, oh man, I didn't have the anger in me anymore. That's when I was in my 30s. I think you have to be pissed. And so when I was younger and I'd get in fights, I was always amazed at how little it hurt to get hit in the moment and how much it hurt later. That's adrenaline, that kind of thing.
It's interesting you bring that up because I was going to ask, do you think that all the fighting got you addicted to adrenaline?
I never liked it, never sought it out. I think, I needed something to sink my teeth into that was growth-oriented, that was generative. I just needed that so badly. And school didn't hook me when I was in high school. So this is kind of wild. And you talk about divine intervention. At the time, I was making the mistake in high school. And this is a mistake. I don't think that young kids should do psychedelics. I really don't. They have their place in healing the brain later. They absolutely do. And perhaps we'll get into that. But I was taking LSD. Half hit of LSD here, half hit of LSD there when I was like 16, 17. It came time to take the SAT. And my mom woke me up. I'll never forget that. And she goes, you should go take the SAT. It's today. And I said, no way. I'd been up all night on a half hit of acid. I was still a little bit like, eh. And I was like, no way. And she goes, just go. You have to go. So I went. My home was through I had a trap door in my gate that would lead into the school. So basically Gunn High School was there, Georgia Avenue right over the gate, and I could literally go to school through just going through the gate. My now stepdad put a gate in the fence. So I go in there, I sit down, and I remember thinking like, I don't know any of this stuff, but they said, even if you just fill out your name and information, you get like, I don't know, a certain number of points. So I was like, okay, just fill that out. And I swear on my life, I just did art with the bubbles. Filling that out. I was just filling in the bubbles.
Did you even read the questions?
No. Are you kidding me? I was just filling in the bubbles. And I broke 1,000. I know people are going to hear this and be like, no, I broke 1,000. I broke 1,000. That's divine intervention. Or give me another reason that, there isn't some other way that could happen. Broke 1,000. Applied to university. I applied to 2 places, maybe 3. Didn't get into those other 2 places. Got into the one where my girlfriend went. And my entrance essay was the following. Here's my childhood. I had a good childhood up until this point. Then I had a high conflict. I basically told the story. And I said, I want to be in the fire service. And I heard that if you get an advanced degree, that you have more upward mobility in the fire service. That's basically what I put for my entrance exam, and I got in. So someone on that committee read that and went, all right, here's a kid who, I was just honest.
Yeah.
I was just honest. And so I got in, and then so I went off to college. It was kind of funny. I remember going off to college, and everyone else is like, their parents are dropping them off. Everyone's like, byes and hugs and tears. Like my girlfriend who had already been there for a year, we drove back down there together. Like I wasn't part of the whole system, and I grew up in this nice little town where, it wasn't violent. And so by that point, I went to school when I was 17. I'm a fall baby. So when school started, I was 17. I realized I'm really not part of this normal trajectory that I should have been on. And I get to the university and everyone's partying a ton. And I'm thinking this is kind of stupid. I'd done a lot of that already. But I didn't get squared away in terms of school either. I was going out, drinking, partying, getting in a lot of fights. So what happened in college is as soon as I got there was all this knucklehead behavior from other people. A guy stuck a key through my cheek during a fight. I saw a guy dragging his dog behind his bike. We got into a fight. The big one was after the first year in college, I had lousy grades. I've been kicked out of the dorms for doing stupid stuff. Okay, so I'm like going nowhere, right? I was squatting in a house over the summer because everyone was like, oh, you can rent a house. I'm like, all these houses are empty. I'm a skateboarder, like punk rocker. I'm like, I'm just crawling through the window. I just lived there. Yeah, the girlfriend had gone home. So I was like, yeah, I'll just stay there. The water worked, the heat worked. Like someone was paying for it. Like, I'll just stay here. Why not? So it's a little college town. It was like it's not dangerous. So I was like, why would I pay rent? I was working at this bagel store called the Bagel Cafe, delivering bagels. I didn't even know how to drive a stick shift, but I taught myself how on the job. I'll never forget the kid that worked there. This awesome Mexican kid, like he was teaching me how to do it. He was terrified. And we were just like trying to deliver bagels, and I got it pretty quick. I was like, okay, cool. Like learn how to drive a stick on the job, making whatever, garbage money, but it was money. And so, but there was a party that summer because there weren't many kids that stayed for the summer. Most went home. And this is kind of a wild thing. So my high school girlfriend was college roommates with, at one point, this woman. Her name's Kim. She was Jack Johnson's girlfriend. She's from Monterey, great person. And Jack went to school with us. Back then, he wasn't a musician. He played for fun, but he was a pro surfer. And so, like, he was kind of like a rock star at that school because everyone was into surfing and stuff. So there was this party that friends of ours had where everyone would barbecue, bring their stuff over. And one day we went to go pick up steaks, and we were coming back on 4th of July, and somebody's like, hey, those guys are robbing us. There were some guys like, I don't know, stealing surfboards and skateboards or something. And they were like, let's get them or something like that. And I was like, hey, like I'd been in enough scraps to like, hey, listen, this is not how it works. You can't just like walk up to somebody and hit them. First of all, you don't know if they're doing what you think they're doing. And second of all, like this whole thing of pigeon chesting, like that's not how you do it. If you're gonna hit a guy, you just gotta like hit him. That's how it goes. So what ended up happening is, turns out they were robbing us. And this is really bad. It's weird. I get this feeling in my body when I tell these stories. I want to be very clear. Like, getting in scraps is like the stupidest thing you can do, right? Someone knife you, shoot you, whatever. It's just a terrible idea. I don't want anyone to think this is a good idea. But what happened was, everyone I was with, not Jack, everyone I was with bolted. And so I get into it with a bunch of guys. And people are getting super violent, right? I used to always carry a knife back then. Like, that stuff all came out. Cops show up.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Because as you know, like, you don't have to be that skilled or unskilled to really hurt yourself or somebody else.
Oh, yeah.
With a knife. It's super dangerous. Super dangerous. People just don't understand how dangerous
It takes a
it is.
split second to regret what you do with something
Their whole
like
life
that.
goes
too.
away. Or their life, or both. So, police show up. I'll never forget, they came over to me and they were like, good job. And I remember thinking, because, these guys had been robbing us, and they got those guys. And I remember thinking to myself, like, I've never felt worse in my life. It was like, I've never felt worse in my life. So, I don't know, I think we probably had the barbecue that day. People were like, I got some cheers, There's one like pretty lady in particular who actually I'm still friends with, who was like, hey, that was great. And I remember thinking like, this is the bottom.
Wow.
So I remember going back to where I was staying and just thinking like, this is it. Like, I'm officially a loser. Getting in fights, barely finished high school, got into college on a divine intervention. Didn't flunk out, but certainly didn't do well. Just blew the first year. Girlfriend gone. She didn't want anything to do with me. She was smart. And just thinking, this is it. Like, what am I gonna do? I can't play music. I got friends who are musicians, but I suck. I'm not a good skateboarder. And so I had to do a couple of days of just like deep introspection. And I was always a reader. And I remember I'll get emotional about this one because he's come around for me a bunch of times over the years. Thebo gave me those freaking books, And I remember I was like, man, I've got this, I've got writing, I've got reading, and there's something in it. I think it's in Do the Distance. And I have to be careful I don't well up too quick. It's early in our discussion. There's one poem in there that Jim wrote. He'll be embarrassed if I say it. It's just like real short, kind of like hardcore, like man poetry called Do the Distance. And I remember just thinking like, okay, like I'm not really good at anything, but I have drive. That I've got. Like, I always knew this. I've got a lot of fire in me. Like, I've got a lot of energy. And if it's fish tanks or birds or skateboarding or working out or unfortunately also fighting and being an idiot, like, I'm gonna go 11 out of 10. So I decided then, I'm like, I'm gonna buckle down. And I wrote my mom a letter promising that. I still have the letter.
No kidding.
I have the letters. July 4th, 1994 was when that fight happened. The letter sometime right around. I still have the letter. And I said, I'm like, it's whatever happened in our family, like, it's not your fault, you know? And it's not my fault. Like, I knew that much. But I'm gonna get my life together. And I moved home. I took a leave of absence. I didn't leave college. I took a leave of absence, went to the community college, moved back to where I grew up. And by then, things had gotten super dark because my friend who had been a pro skateboarder, still a pro skateboarder, but now him and a couple other guys are starting to do way harder drugs. Pills, drinking. And one of the guys who's a famous skateboarder who I never was close friends with him, but we certainly knew one another. And he's kind of legendary in the skateboard community, a guy named Phil Shao, who came up without a dad, helped raise his younger siblings, put himself through Berkeley. He was gonna inherit the editorship at Thrasher magazine. Unfortunately, he died in a drunk driving accident. So he's dead. Friends back home, a lot of them are they're still skateboarding and stuff, but a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them, our friend, it's funny, I knew these guys by different names, right? This kid, Brandon, I'll leave his last name out, but sometimes people try and check me on this stuff and be like, fact check, okay, you want to, I hope he's doing well now. Brandon Tierney, not doing well, okay? Our friend Johnny Ferrer, he killed himself in 2017, sadly. But like a lot of guys not doing well. Drugs, mental health issues, severe issues. A couple guys went to prison. There's a sad story in skateboarding. Some good friends we had, one of them ended up in a fight and a guy died and he did 20 years in prison, got out a few years ago. He's been out talking about it. And, you know, so I went home and was like, whoa, like that was that road going that way. And I'm getting a second chance. So I just fucking hit the books. I went to community college as if it were to save my life.
How did you find your new passion?
I just decided at that point, I don't care what the subject is, I'm gonna get good at it. They tell you what you need to know. School is the most obvious path to success for somebody like me, right? They tell you what you need to know. You don't even need any physical skill. It's kind of like where I look at it from now, it's like they tell you what's gonna be on the exam. There's nothing easier. Now, there are subjects where it's hard and you're not gonna get straight A's all the time. But if you go to class and you listen, you take notes, you ask questions about what you don't understand, and you get in there, like you're gonna do pretty well. You're gonna at least pass and you're gonna do pretty well. And what I found was I could do pretty well. So I took art history, I took psychology, I took biology, I took physics, basically had to go back and make up all these gaps from high school because there were a ton of subjects in high school that I was just completely, like just, you know, I read a lot, but I mean, I was just completely behind in everything. So I did 2 quarters of community college. And by the way, the community college system and I think some now, maybe it goes by a different name now, but like these community colleges are incredible. They tend to keep tuitions pretty low. Most of them have a direct path to a local state school. And these community colleges get a bad rap. They're kind of seen as like not as prestigious, and they're not as prestigious. The challenge is that you're commuting there. So there isn't a culture to keep you studying and keep you involved. You're not gonna go hang out with the other kids in the dorms and prepare for finals. You have to be really self-motivated. So it pulls on the person, or like pulls out the best of somebody who can find self-motivation. And for people that can't, they stop taking units, they work and make money instead. So at that time I was living at home because I couldn't live anywhere else. My mom was sort of in and out of the picture. My sister had come home from college and that was really good, you know, to be like, I love my sister more than life itself. You know, I would do anything for her, you know, and I don't talk about her very much because like she really, really stepped in as a parent for me,
Really?
big time. And I stepped in as a parent for her. But like even our parents know it's kind of funny because every year around our birthdays, we vacation in New York together. Like one of the best things about this podcast life is like, I don't spend money, but I was able to take my sister to New York and like this year and just be like, let's go see, she likes plays. I'm not really into plays, but let's go see some plays, get great tickets to plays or stay at a nice place. Like for years though, I would save up and we would both save up and we would go to Manhattan and we'd stay in like the worst Airbnbs. It became almost like part of the story. Like just places where you're like, oh my God, these are like bad conditions. But like we really stuck together. So she's a great person. So, and we disagree on a great many things in life, but like we hold our family, that core. So, she was home and I started squaring away my life. And I was like, okay, this school thing, I can do this. Why? And this is where kind of the hard stuff kind of pays off in a weird way. I'm like, this stuff is so much easier than skateboarding. Skateboarding, you can get broke off. You get, as the kids say, you can break your leg. You can give yourself a concussion. This studying thing, I can study until I collapse, get up and keep doing it. And I'm getting smarter. Like, this is amazing. And then I was also competitive. I'm not normally a competitive person by nature, but I was like, that kid in the front, like wants to set the curve, like, like that's mine. That's mine. I'm gonna work so hard, And, I generally don't think that competition is the best way to fuel energy over time, but man, I fell in love with some of those subjects, fell in love with biology, fell in love with psychology. There wasn't even a field of neuroscience at that time. But then I looked things up and I was like, all right, well, I either can go back to the school I was in because I had taken a leave of absence, or I can take a different path. And I went back because it was a state school. So, it was a, public institution. University of California system is a very good system for those that are willing to put in the work in terms of the cost of tuition relative to the quality of education you get is very high. So I went back and I moved into a studio apartment. I lived alone. And people I used to hang out with were like, oh, when are you gonna come out and party? I was always I brought the skateboarding wildness of the 90s. Like we were so free. All that stuff like Jackass and all that all was born out of skateboarding. Those were skateboarders. Spike Jonze, he had Big Brother magazine like that. You at least shot photos for them and he owned a skateboard company. I think still does. Like we were wild and free so early. So when I got back and everyone was like, are you gonna fight? Are you gonna party with us? I was like, nope. And I was just super squared away. So it was workout, study, workout, study, workout, study. Once a month I'd go out and tie one on. And then over time I was like, this isn't even really working for me. And so I graduated from university with honors. My parents were like, what the hell happened here? With a professor that I worked for who had let me work in his lab, a guy named Harry Carlisle, amazing guy. I liked him because he drank coffee and he smoked cigarettes. He'd light them in the Bunsen burner and he'd smoke in the fume hood and they'd come down the hall and they'd be like, you can't smoke in here. And he'd be like, yeah. And he would just be old guy, Navy guy, old Navy guy. And worked for him. And I finally got good at something. I could learn, I could understand stuff. I have a good memory, it turned out. I love doing research. I learned how to cut up brains and stain them and look at them under the microscope. And I wasn't the smartest person, but I, had some intellect and I could outwork anybody. I'm like, I can win by hard work. And so by the time I graduated, I was like, wow, I got actually good at something. So I applied to 2 schools, Princeton and Berkeley, got into both. It's like mind blown, like me. I wasn't gonna go to Princeton. I'm not an East Coast Ivy League guy. I'm just not. Great respect for all that, but that's not me. I'm from California. So went to Berkeley, spent 2 years there. I did a master's there, fell in love with circadian biology, studied hormones and behavior, circadian biology. Had a good run there for reasons mostly related to topic of interest. I moved up to UC Davis, worked for a woman named Barbara Chapman when I was there. Amazing lab. She commuted 2 hours in each direction, so she wasn't there very much. So I had a ton of autonomy. She had a budget, and I started studying brain development. And I was like, would work 15, 16-hour days, sometimes 20-hour days, sleep on the floor under the bench. I had a little apartment, but like, why go home? I'd shower at the gym, brush my teeth in the sink in the morning. And I remember someone coming up to me. I was still a little cocky back then, and because I was scared. Usually cocky is scared of failure. Anyone that sees somebody cocky, usually scared. It's a way of compensating. I remember somebody saying, you better slow down, you're gonna burn out. And I was like, you never had a flame to go out. Like, I was that guy.
Yeah.
5 o'clock would roll down, everyone would leave, put tinfoil on the windows, blast Rancid, favorite band, do experiments until 3 in the morning. Collapse, get up, next morning, they're like, you're still here? And I'm like, you left?
Wow.
I was like an animal at
Wow.
that. And we published 10 papers or something, not all in those 4 years, but working with Barbara was the best. And so anyway, and on, but eventually went and did a postdoc, got a lab as a junior professor in San Diego, eventually got recruited back to Stanford with tenure. And, along the way, I will say that...
I mean, what did that feel like to get recruited by Stanford?
It felt good. I mean, I didn't want to go back to my hometown. I had there's this thing in neuroscience called conditioned place aversion. When something bad happens in a place, you forever feel kind of not right when you're there. Mm-hmm. There's also conditioned place preference. Something good happens, you just like the place. So it took me a little while to get over that. I'm back in the town where I grew up. And, but I'd been a postdoc at Stanford, and that worked out really well. And Stanford's an amazing place. I mean, the amazing thing about Stanford is wherever you look, there's somebody that's like top 1% in their field. And there are several of them. And you're just like, wow, like, it's not just the Nobel Prize winners. You're like, you could wander in the political science department and you have amazing people there. It's also a very mixed place politically. People forget this. You got Condi Rice is there. You have Hoover Institution. You've got left-leaning people, right-leaning people, everything in between. People forget this. It's got its own zip code. It's got some great skate spots like the Front Five. It's an amazing thing, as you know from being in the SEAL teams, right? To be surrounded by people that are super high achieving. The mean is so high. It's so high that you're like, whoa, like, and people talk about imposter syndrome. I was like, no, I worked hard to get here. I was a postdoc here. I understand. I know I'm not the smartest person in the room. And I also know that I know a fair number of things that some other people here don't. It's very specialty oriented. No one expects you to know everything about everything. So you're rewarded for being really good at one thing. And, but it was a trip. It was a trip. But I will say this, because I think that in recalling all this, years later, I was actually in Hawaii visiting a friend there was a surf event. I don't surf, but there was a surf event. A friend named Brian McKenzie, who's a really talented high-performance coach. He took me out there. Brian's got unscared tattooed on his knuckles. He's neck to knuckles tattoos. He's a tough guy. And we had become friends because he'd done some work with East Coast SEAL teams. And I've some, I don't want to create an image of a deeper relationship than there actually is, but I have a lot of friends from the teams and done some work with some people in that community. And Brian took me out to Hawaii for this thing. We were talking about some of the stuff related to breathing and autonomic control. And there's a guy out there named Kai Garcia. They call him Kyborg. He used to be an enforcer. He's a gnarly guy, Hawaiian culture's got its own thing.
Oh, yeah.
And he's a really good guy, sober, he's a family man now. And I'll never forget, we were sitting in the sauna and we were talking about like stories and this and that. And he turns to me and he goes, never forget, no matter how far you drive, you're always the same distance from the ditch. And I remember thinking at the time, like, well, that's pretty dark. And I've been thinking a lot about that statement recently, and he's absolutely right. Across those years where I was a graduate student, postdoc, and junior faculty member, a couple of things happened that are worth highlighting. First of all, I had this weird karma with advisors. I had an amazing undergraduate advisor that I worked for in his lab. My graduate advisor, she was amazing, and my postdoc advisor, he was amazing. Suicide, cancer. So at 50 and roughly 60 years old. So I was like scientifically orphaned early. I'm like, what is this? Like, am I cursed? Or, or as the third one said before he died, he goes, you're the common denominator. And I was like, shit. But, with that, with the parentless thing again, and I have parents, I want to be very clear. I eventually patched up my relationship with both of my parents. I have no resent towards my parents. I'll get back to that in a minute. But what I realized was the fact that all three of my advisors died was tragic. But then come 2020, end of 2021, when Lex Friedman leans over to me after recording a podcast and goes, "You should start a podcast," I didn't think, oh, what will my scientific advisors think? Everyone in science knows that through the mentorship, like what your advisors think and what they want for you powerfully shapes what's available to you and what you feel safe to do. All my advisors are dead. I'm gonna do what I feel is right, which was to take health and science information public, which at the time, even my dad and other people were like, oh, that's not a good idea. People aren't gonna like that. How is Stanford gonna feel? How are people gonna feel about that? That's dumbing down things. And I was like, no, this is information paid for by the taxpayers. There's important information that people need to know. Not only am I gonna do it, you couldn't stop me. I couldn't stop me. Set up a camera in my apartment with Rob, my producer, now producer, my bulldog Costello, record, put it out on the internet. So there are these dark things that happen, like suicides and cancers of mentors. There's girlfriends that leave, there's fights, and then there's also the light side of that. There's all the, forgive me, but sorry, not sorry. There's like the dark side of life. There's like real evil, as you know, and there's like the devil in all of us and in the world. And then there's the light part of it, where God in the universe, pick yours, I've picked mine, come along and say, no, we're gonna transmute all that energy into things that are good for you and for the world. And so that's what happened. And it kept happening over and over again. So 2017, three of my closest friends growing up, Aaron Curry King, because he was eventually adopted, became a great graffiti artist by a graffiti named Orphan. He was in the SF MoMA. This is like a kid we grew up with who had the shit kicked out of him literally from a time when he was really young, finally got adopted by a nice family. So he went to our school, and then he became a street artist, graffiti artist, made it as an artist, died, stomach cancer, Johnny Ferrer, suicide, super sad. That guy was just the raddest kid. And there's something about kids named Johnny that are always a little wild. So if you name your kid Johnny, he had a fire in him. And John Eichelberry, dead, dead, dead. Boom, Phil Shao, dead. Look around skateboarding guys I used to know that I wasn't tight with. Addicts, dead. A lot of them are soaring, X Games, winning medals, companies, and a lot of them aren't. And so you look, and I just remember going like, whew, like that was a close one. But Kai was right, you're never that far from the ditch. And I know this because I've had colleagues just this last year, neuroscientists, that were acting a little weird. No one knew why. Oxy addict, one just died. One of the most famous developmental neurobiologists I know.
Damn.
Dead. And you realize no one's immune from this stuff. Like, I'm not super anti any one thing, but these drugs that can grab onto the dopamine system, they'll grab neuroscientists too, right? It's not just those feral skateboard kids. This is what we're seeing now. And so what I realized was all that backstory, all that stuff, man, I wouldn't change it for anything. I do get kind of like rattled when I talk about it because it's like I still feel a little bit that way. I've never really I'm over whatever trauma was there, but I just feel like, man, I'm so lucky that guy came at me at work. I remember he put his hand on top of my hand while he was trying to give me my paycheck. And I was like, turn the desk over on him. I'm not saying that was the right response. I'm not saying that was the wrong response, but I stood up for myself as a 14-year-old. No one violated me. Okay, so then you take that kind of energy and you put it in the right place, right? Like school, you put it towards great things happen. You put it towards fighting, bad things happen. And so I think that looking back, I just, maybe in telling the story, if I think that what I needed to hear back then and what Thibaut gave me in that freaking book, I call it that because for me it means so much, but he's always like, oh no, don't talk about the book because he's my friend now. But what I needed was somebody to say, look, you're a young guy with a lot of energy. You need to learn to control that energy, and you need to learn to put it into things that are gonna grow you, that are generative. And I needed them to say this, and I didn't say this, but someone I really respect said this. There are basically two kinds of people in life. They're winners and they're losers. And the definition is this. Losers take things that happen to them and that they feel inside that suck, and they wallow, and they use it for self or outward destruction. Winners take whatever they feel it sucks, and they transmute it into things that are good for themselves and for the world. Period. End of story. And so when I say it's like devil God stuff, it's actually that way. That's how it works. There's no in between where you just kind of feel lousy and do a little bad and a little good. And I think for me, the reason I said the distance from the ditch thing is over the years, I've had my struggles that have continued. I want to make that clear. Well, the last thing I ever want to do is make it sound like, okay, after one fight on July 4th, 1994, my whole life got squared away. I've had times when I made huge mistakes about working too hard, neglecting my personal health. As a postdoc, I was genuinely depressed. They wanted to put me on medication. I took it for one day, stared at my plate of noodles like a moron, like a zombie, and was like, I'm not taking this stuff. Got my relationship to sunlight squared away by talking to somebody who understood circadian biology. Then I'm sleeping better. Now I'm feeling better. Now I'm working better. Now I don't feel off kilter. So I learned how to take care of myself. And then, across the years, things would happen. Like when my first advisor died, that sucked. When my graduate advisor, who was like a mom to me, died, I spiraled. My girlfriend at the time will tell you, I got into some really unhealthy behavior. I was just self-destructive. And I tried to take up boxing, so I did that. And then I'm getting hit in the head. I'm a neuroscientist. Not a good idea. I was sparring too hard, right? Not a good idea. So, I learned to shut that off. Luckily, came out of that fine. I had my brain imaged. I got no white spots to be concerned about. I'm very lucky. Maybe I have a thick skull or something. But, as the years have gone on, I've realized I have to be careful. I have to still mind it. I have to not overwork, not take anything to excess. And so, anyway, the point is that those early years were super hard because they were scary and confusing. And what I can say is that any young person who is like, what am I going to do? Find something that's generative that you're passionate about. And then all the hard stuff, yes, you will have to work through that. But back then, we didn't have a language of trauma, anxiety, stress, or depression. I kind of wish we did, but I'm also grateful that it wasn't a place to spend all my time.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's an immense value to continuing to be generative and do things that are adaptive while trying to work your shit out, basically.
How did you, when you say keep yourself from overworking, how do you do that? Because I think that we may be very similar, and I can tell you love what you do.
Yeah.
And when you love what you do, it doesn't feel like work.
No.
But at the same time, I 100% agree with you. You have to have some type of a healthy personal life. And me, I've got a wife and kids, and I love what I do.
Yeah.
I love it. And it's a hard balance. It's a really hard balance.
It is.
I also love being a dad and being a husband, and I love having a personal life, but it can bleed together. And for me personally, I'd love to hear what you have to say, because I really struggle with that.
I wish I had known the Naval quote. I only heard it recently, like very recently. That home full of love piece is so key, and one thing we know about the brain and stress and motivation and goals and all that is that it changes your perception into tunnel vision. Dopamine makes you tunnel vision. I've never done cocaine. I'm very proud to say that. But I know that it's a highly dopaminergic drug, and it makes people in a narrow band of pursuit, mental pursuit, and it's all about future anticipation. Like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. Hard work is great, but it puts you in that tunnel, not to the same degree, presumably, as something like amphetamine or cocaine, but it changes your perception of time so that you're not thinking about the past. That's one reason why it's so soothing to people that have stuff they don't want to think about. Hard work, focus, being amped up. But it also doesn't let you see far enough into the future to understand how you're eventually going to come down from this thing and you're going to want something to nest into. So I think that the short answer is the best solution is to have someone there who really understands you and understands that part of you and knows when to say, hey, like, it's time to pump the brakes a bit. The girlfriend I had when I was a junior professor. So this was 2012 to about 2017 is when we were involved. We're still good friends now. She tried, she showed up, she saw the fire in me, and, she's a redhead. She has got a lot of fire, and she was like, I can handle you. And, and she tried to kind of like help me channel that a bit more. And I just wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. And we understand that now. We have a story about our story where we both get it. I wasn't ready to learn how to shut that off. And in recent years, I've learned how to shut it off. I don't work like I used to. I mean, when I was with her, and she'll vouch, I used to type, working on papers or grants until I'd collapse, and then wake up in the middle of the night and just keep going.
Wow.
We went skiing together once. I snowboarded, she skied, she's a great skier. That day, I had the flu, I had diarrhea, and I'm on the toilet typing. Sorry for whoever read that grant. I got that grant. I got the McKnight Foundation Fellowship. That was written with diarrhea on the toilet to make a deadline. Like I was just, it's kind of like you want to stop me, got to kill me stuff. I'll sleep when I'm dead kind of stuff. Not good. I think once I got into a balance of realizing I want to do something for a very long time, that really helped kind of dial it back. And I think, I like to think that it slows with age, but it kind of doesn't in a way, because you learn how to place your shots better and better, and it just feels better and better. And nowadays, like with the podcast, I take great pride in trying to make the solo episodes as great as they can be, the guest episodes as great as they can be, and as accurate as they can be. We were putting out so many podcasts in the first years, and I prided us on the fact that we were really, productive. But there were a few things that crept through that I got called out on. I made a micron to millimeter mistake, a math mistake. I made this dumb joke about 120% cumulative probability that got clipped and put out on the internet, which suggested I didn't understand probability. And my lab has published cumulative probability many times, and that was horribly embarrassing.
He's a doggo.
And the joke at the end where I go, that's another thing altogether, wasn't sufficient.
He
to
said
show
that he'd fight
I understood
motherfuckers
that
for
was
me.
a joke, then I explained it correctly.
He
I had to
would
put out
fight
an
people for
apology.
me.
Those things hurt.
He
And they're
would if
so
he had
good,
to.
because now we run every solo episode.
Oh, how did I sleep when I woke
another
up? What do you
expert
think?
or two.
All
We
honesty.
run it through AI checks.
Do you think
we checked this morning right before putting out our
I had to
episode
get up,
on
or I
microplastics.
could've
I
slept
went
longer?
back and rechecked the.
What is your
the
answer? I
millimeter
had to get
micron
up,
conversion.
or I
Like,
could've slept.
you
Go
know,
lay down,
those
Ozzy.
painful
Stop being
mistakes,
a little
they make you
crybaby.
really sharpen your game. And what you realize is you have to slow down in order to really.
Oh, don't you
really
start
get
that,
things
Ozzy.
exactly
I
right.
think he has to go outside,
And
so
science teaches you
I
that
just
too.
wanted
I have
to
a
say
saying in
hello
science: you go as
before I
fast as you
decided
carefully
to,
can. When people are like, when are we going to do this? When are we going to send the paper? We go as fast as we carefully can. Any faster, not good. So I think learning to shut it down each day at the end of the day. I'm not married. I don't have kids. That's fully in the plan. I know people be like, you're 49 years old and whatever, dude, you've been a bachelor. No. Listen, I got a plan. And one thing I know about me is when I set my mind to something, it happens. It's just a matter of timing. And I think
I had to get up. I just let my dogs
and also
out.
savoring.
And once
like,
I get
I'll
up
be honest,
once,
like I'm
there's not going
here, I podcast a lot, I'm talking
There
to you.
is
I've been
not
on
going
other podcasts.
back,
I'm
but I'll be
tripping
back.
out right now because I watch your podcast and these chairs, and I'm like, I never thought I'd be where I'm at today. I listened to the Tim Ferriss podcast, Joe Rogan podcast, Les Friedman podcast, and I'm like, I feel like I'm on another planet. Like, how did I get here? I really do feel that way. And so, like, I think it's also just learning to savor those moments. That's actually come to me in prayer a lot this year. Like maybe, like it came to me, like you're allowed to savor what's happened, not just what you're trying to make happen. And I think every time before I go into prayer or I go into like a breathing exercise, I think about this a lot. I think someday I'm going to draw in a breath and I'm going to know that's my last one, unless I die in my sleep. I'm like, man, that's scary. Yeah. But then I realized, I'm like, if I can get comfortable with that, then I'm okay. Because I do think all addiction, for instance, is just fear of death.
Are you comfortable with that?
Fear of death or addiction?
Fear of death.
Are
you comfortable dying, knowing that you're going to take your last breath, knowing it might be?
Yes, and I know people will be like, bullshit. No, it's true because of a couple things. One is I already feel I've had an amazing life. It's just kind of wild, right? It's just wild. The science thing, making it to tenure at Stanford, the podcast, being here with you, Rogan, Lex, to be part of an opportunity to teach science and health and like give my heart. I really like pour as much of my energy and my heart into what I do. To know that I can't get it all right, to take the shots from traditional media, to take the, like, yeah, bring it. Like, I don't want more of it, but if you bring it, like, my stance is good. Like, you know, I can hardly believe it's all happened. So I'm good with it from that perspective. I still like to, you know, raise a family. I mean, I had a bulldog. It was like the best bulldog I could ever imagine. So I'm in like kind of pinch me moments about all of it. I think the death part is tricky only to the extent that I don't feel done. And I've had some close brushes. I mean, I had this stupid idea to do cage exit great white shark diving, to film the VR stuff for my lab on Fear. It was a fun adventure. Team guy came out with us. It was a lot of fun and left the cage and all that. But I had an air failure at depth while in the cage on a hookah line, not on scuba. And it was super scary. And I was alone in the cage.
Oh, man.
You know, my solution to that, because frankly, grew up skateboarder, punk rocker, was after that air failure, go down again and do it on scuba and come back alive and no PTSD. And I don't even like to say I almost drowned. I like to think that the Reaper came in and was like, to give me a fist bump. And I was like, how about this instead? But we came out of that dive and made it back across the border. And I remember thinking to myself, like, no more risks with my life. That was too close. And listen, I've had some relationships that felt like great white shark dives where I'm like, that person's dangerous. No more.
Yeah.
No more. Like, doesn't really matter to get into the details, but that person is way too dangerous. I never should have been involved with that person in the first place. Yeah. And, you know, what you come to learn over time, as I'm sure you know, I'm just saying this to the audience, what all of us and to myself, is that a little bit of placidity, like peace is the thing that we're all after. And so now my prayers include prayers for peace, just internal peace, not just to make it another day, you know? Like,
yeah.
So.
Yeah, you said something downstairs when we talk about, you know, toxic people. My wife says this to me all the time. Don't mess around with people that don't have anything to lose. Those are the most dangerous. And
that's the key one for people who don't have anything to lose are the most dangerous. People who have failed out in multiple things over and over again in life, whether through their own misfortune or through intention. You know, we had a guy on the podcast recently, the episode isn't out yet, Bill Eddy. He's a lawyer and clinical psychologist. He wrote 5 Types of People That Can Ruin Your Life. And he said, you want to know who to avoid? Avoid the people who seem to have these failures in multiple domains of their life and or who are blaming other people. Always got a blame story. You know, I will say, whatever mistakes I've made, I own them. You know, I might not own them the way that other people want me to own them, but I own them, right? I'm not going to say that happened because they were bad. No, you get involved with bad people, bad things happen. It brings out the worst.
yeah,
I think our neural circuitry at a core level, it's not divided into limbic, non-limbic, hypothalamus, cortex. No, those are just brain areas and circuits, but there's good and bad in us, in all of us. Jung understood this. We have all things inside of us. And some people, by virtue of great parenting and great upbringing, they're buffered against some of the parts of themselves that are otherwise going to express themselves. So there's more goodness comes out of them. Other people need to work harder. And are there truly bad people? I don't know. Christianity would say no, that even those people need help and are deserving of the belief that they can be good. So I like that idea. I'm an optimist. But I do believe that when we have agency and we have choice over who we associate with and what we do with ourselves, that we should always be striving to do better. And so any message that comes back about a way I've screwed up, I try and improve. It's just a little tricky because nowadays you get so much judgment, whether or not you're public facing or not, everyone's judging each other. Mm-hmm. And part of being a grown-up is discerning when to say, okay, you're right, I need to take a look at that. And other times when you go, no, that's you, not me. I'm going to do my thing. That's a tricky one, as it's not always a clear picture.
When you started the podcast, I mean, how did Stanford react to that?
They've been immensely supportive. They even ran a feature in Stanford Magazine and the whole thing. I mean, it was a bold move in the sense that there wasn't a precedent for it, right? Professors write books, popular books. That's pretty much accepted. We have the great Robert Sapolsky at Stanford, Carol Dweck, Growth Mindset. You know, this is common to do research and then write a book and make a popular book and sell it. The podcast got great support. In fact, I'm giving a talk at Stanford this coming year as part of their lecture series. I also still teach at Stanford. There's some arguments on the internet that I don't. I've got a course that I'm designing for undergraduates. I taught medical students until recently. It is true I closed my animal lab. I did that because I just wasn't in a position to mentor students and postdocs anymore, but all my people got placed in jobs that are good, and some of them are professors and doing great and makes me happy. Stanford is like anything else. It's a business. It's its own city with a zip code. It has a lot of things it needs to manage. And so, you know, to some extent, we did a explicit, non-explicit handshake. You know, I understand I'm an ambassador for the university in addition to doing the podcast, even though they are separate at a financial level and other levels. I brought on a great many colleagues from Stanford. The podcast also has a philanthropy arm where we've supported research at Stanford, including the work of Nolan Williams, who's doing the research of Ibogaine for PTSD and addiction in veterans, so we can circle back to that.
Interesting.
We've supported Mike Eisenberg's lab, David Spiegel's lab, Ali Crumb's lab, you know, and labs elsewhere outside of Stanford. So I think they understand that this is a new media venue, and they've been very supportive. I think also they understand that as a private institution, it's nice to have someone who's out there educating the public for zero cost. This, to me, is the most incredible thing about podcasts, whether or not it's your podcast or Lex or Joe or anyone. People get the information for free. Advertisers have a relationship with the audience so that if people are interested in certain things, they can get them. As you know, we only advertise things that we really believe in and love. You're not forced to purchase anything to listen to the podcast, so you essentially get information for free. Some people will say, well, the ads, come on.
Yeah.
Open up any media venue. You need to survive, you need to pay your production staff, et cetera. So it's all been symbiotic. And I think that as a teacher, I just like teaching, and the podcast gives me an opportunity to do that, and I'm grateful to them, and I like to think they're grateful to me too.
Man, it's been I'm glad we covered this because it just, like I said, it brings so many people hope, and what you've been able to accomplish and in your life with your professional career as a doctor, as a neuroscientist, and the podcast, and I mean, it's incredible. I mean, I think that you single-handedly may have made the health and wellness subject, the most popular subject on podcast platforms. I mean, definitely a major part. And I also appreciate how seriously you take it. You know, I've put out shit that I'm not proud of on my podcast. I feel horrible when I put out shit information, and I correct it immediately.
I saw that the other day. You corrected something. I have to say, thank you for the kind words. I must say, for both of us, it's a labor of love. I know that. There's a phrase that somebody said to me recently that feels so true. I know to be true about your work and Joe's and Lex's, and there are others out there too, of course. And then I know to be true about my podcast is, like, for every brush stroke you see, there's like 12 to 15 brush strokes inside of that brush stroke that you don't see. And there are people that just care that much about their craft to do that. And that's kind of how it is. I think people can feel if you put care into it and you love what you do.
Yeah.
And we're not playing games here. That's what I think is so interesting. I've recently become interested in professional wrestling because of Rick Rubin's obsession with professional wrestling. He encouraged me to watch it, and I was like, I'm not getting it. But then I watched this documentary about Vince McMahon and the WWE and all that, and I realized, like, everyone knows it's not real. That's why it works for that. Traditional media, I grew up with National Public Radio in our home all the time. The standard newspapers that you hear about, stacked up there, people reading in them, talking about them. And I thought it was real. I really did. I thought it was real. And don't get me wrong, I think that there's some great reporters and great journalists out there that try and get things right. They're really committed to their craft and want to get it right. But it wasn't until podcasting when effectively I became a media company. I have SciComm, which is the Huberman Lab podcast with Rob, and we have some other members too, that I understood. I was like, wait, the thing that's so cool about podcasting is not just that it's independent, it's that nobody podcasts well or for long or successfully unless it's real, like they know the topic matter and they're genuinely curious about their guest or the subject, and they want the best for their audience. There's no agenda of anything except trying to figure out the truth. And we're all limited in our ability to filter that out, right? So something can be accurate and not exhaustive, right? So it's not like I think I've covered everything about alcohol, but the alcohol episode was my best effort, as Rick would say, my gift, my offering to God, not a gift, my offering
I'm gonna brush my
of
teeth.
what I have in me and my best of
I'm gonna come
ability
back.
to do that.
I'm gonna
spent
journal.
months preparing that.
I'm gonna
The
make a
microplastic
video for tomorrow at
episode that
noon
just came
Eastern.
out, I put months
After
into
the video,
preparing. Is it perfect?
I'm gonna thug
No.
shake.
Is it
And
perfect to the
after
best
that
of my
thug
abilities
shake,
at that time?
I'm gonna
Yes.
grind 12
Am I
hours of quick
fundamentally
match.
interested in
Every game of
microplastics
quick
and what we
match,
can do
I'm
about
gonna
them?
need 4
Yes.
people for our community.
And so I'm not saying that traditional media doesn't
pretty
care
much
about
what that means
But
is
if you
that
look at
we
the
naenaes.
pace at which they move,
carry the boats,
and you
we
look
carry
at the
the
kind of
logs,
top
the
contour
memories.
of what they put
So-
out, and I'm going to just be blunt, and you look at what they're
Hope
putting
you guys
out.
are down for that
A
plan.
good percentage of
I'll
it
be
is
back
just
in like
poached off
3
of
minutes.
podcasts now. So they're either poaching the
Row,
reputations
row,
of people,
row your
not
boat
just podcasters, but
gently
us
down the
included now. Why?
stream.
Because let's face
Merrily,
it, here's the
merrily,
other
merrily,
truth, everybody.
merrily, life
They're
is
in
just a
competition with us.
dream. Row, row,
They're
row
in
your
competition
boat
with us.
gently
We're not
down the
reporting on them
stream.
because,
Merrily,
frankly,
merrily,
we're not in
merrily,
competition with
merrily,
them.
life is just a dream.
I'm
We're
not
living in
thinking
a
about
simulation.
what the New York Times
That
health
song
section
proves
puts
it,
out.
if you didn't
but I
already know.
noticed that they
I know
talk
it
about
sounds crazy coming from
superagers,
me.
alcohol, sleep.
We're living in a
This stuff looks a
motherfucking
lot like
simulation.
my newsletters. I come from science where multiple people can publish the same thing and it's a good thing because it just reinforces the truth. So I like it when they do that. But I'm also amused because I come from a world called science where your goal is to try and parse nature, parse the truth, and do something that someone else hasn't done. And I know there too, if you go first, you're going to catch heat because you can't do it perfectly because other people can spot mistakes in a way
You know it's
that's
okay
different
not
if
to be the father?
they're not the
That
original
My
creator.
dog has a different last name.
Original
than I do.
creator meaning of the work, right?
And it says on
So,
the medicine bottle.
to me,
I have to give
it's
him medicine
rather
twice a day.
amusing that like
But he has a
that
totally
people
different
think
name than I
that these
do.
are
What do I do
reports
about
podcasters.
Can I
Or
get
no,
his name-
this
last
is
name
like
legally?
this is competition for clicks. But the thing is, podcasters, because they're just being themselves, it's like the opposite of professional wrestling. Everyone knows that's fake. With podcasting, it's real. Lex, kind of his tweets about being tormented about should he put this person on or that person on, or it's painful to hear that's Lex. That's how he is off camera. That's how he is on camera. People say he doesn't push back hard enough. Yeah? How do you actually convince a guest to communicate what they really believe if you're constantly challenging them? That's not the way you communicate. You give them an opportunity to roll forward. He's doing intellectual jujitsu. Lex is a podcast genius. He's doing intellectual jujitsu. Joe's a podcast genius.
Yes.
He's blending all of his things, his drive, his interest, his intense curiosity, his comedy, his ability to highlight things with his emotion in podcasting. And you're doing the same by virtue of your work with government and special operations and your intense curiosity. Podcasting is real. It's as real as it gets. And traditional media, I think I sometimes look at it still, but they're in competition with us. We're not in competition with them.
It's a damn good way to put it. You know, it's just fascinating to watch like these tables turn.
And they've turned. I mean, I think in the last year or so, 2021, things were blowing up for us. 2022, 23 was when I was like, whoa, like this is kind of wild. Like I've never done anything public facing and this is kind of wild, but we're just going to continue to do the best we can with the information. And then I think it's kind of a rite of passage now in podcasting that trad media comes and takes a shot at you. In some cases, they've taken 3 shots or 5 shots. It's just part of the way they try and rob power. That's what they're trying to do. And so they'll find some crack. They'll find some crack in a person or a system or a thing or something that was said, and they try and rob power. But I kind of want to, there is a part of me, because this is my nature, is I kind of want to put my arms around them and say, listen, I know you're all underpaid. I know it's super frustrating. I know you have to answer to all these people. You should go independent, right? It's like, look at what Barry Weiss did. Go independent. I saw this in skateboarding. I saw a lot of these companies. It was friends with cameras recording, went out and recorded their own stuff and put it out. There were big structures prior to that. Prior to the early 90s, Vision, Powell Peralta, there were these big brands. Those all collapsed from the small companies. Then guys like Steve Rocco and Rodney Mullen, these 2 wild renegade skateboarders, started their own magazine, which eventually, Big Brother, which spawned Jackass. Jeff Tremaine and those guys, Spike Jonze, it spawned all that. Then Thrasher magazine has always been independent and the industry leader. But it was always a bunch of little companies and people doing DIY real stuff. And podcasting is the exact same way. And so sure, some of them sell to big podcast houses or they, sure, and more power to them. But what you start to realize is that independent media, independent music, independent action sports is what created punk rock music, which eventually became popular. We just saw Green Day, 70,000 people. I saw them when they were Berkeley Square, little band, but they didn't sell out. They showed people this is what really good, in their case, pop punk. Not my favorite, but people like it, obviously. This is what our version of good music looks like. Same thing happened with DC Shoes. Our friends started that, right? Danny Way, Colin McKay, Ken Block, and those guys. Ken loved rally car driving. Fortunately, he passed away in a snowmobile accident, but he loved rally car driving, turned it into a whole thing, right? Same thing with podcasting, same thing with anything that's real, hip hop music, anything that's real can become something big. Mm-hmm. And traditional media covers other things because they're not their own thing anymore. And also, they made a lot of mistakes. And their biggest mistake was not admitting their mistakes. Their biggest mistake was having this page 2 little thing of a correction that really damaged somebody else's life when it happened. But then to them, they literally hid it. That's their biggest mistake, is they won't turn the mirror on themselves. And I want to put my arms around those folks and say, listen, I think you're well-intentioned. Start your own channels. Or at least play nice. Because, we're playing nice. And in fact, we don't even think about you.
Yeah.
We don't even think about it. People are like, did you see this article? Yeah and no. It's all signal to noise, as we say in the brain. They tried so hard to do the same thing over and over that they've just kind of no one trusts them anymore.
They've lost the public trust, and I don't think they're ever going to get it back.
No, my own parents. I mean, I don't know about one side of my family, but I know about the other, and they're just you can believe that? So they've got to do a restart. They got to figure out something, and it starts with integrity. It starts with, one example that might be interesting to people is, I covered drinking water and oral health. Turns out oral health is super important. Brush your teeth twice a day. That's the key. Don't use alcohol-based mouthwashes. Kills the oral microbiome, makes you more vulnerable to infection, a bunch of other things. This is not woo biology. The dentists told me this. By the way, the dental community are a great community. They're very open, very generous. They also taught me that the reason there's fluoride in the drinking water is fluoride makes stronger teeth. It gets in the minerals structure of the teeth and really helps build strong teeth. But there's another mineral that's naturally occurring called hydroxyapatite, which is the one that teeth normally use to remineralize. I didn't know this either. If you have a cavity, it can remineralize if you provide the right things. You can fill your own cavities as long as they're not deep down to the root. Absolutely. And you do this by taking care of your oral microbiome, and there are a few things that one can do. But brushing and flossing is important, right? But avoiding these alcohol-based mouthwashes. And there are a few other things we cover in the episode. I can bring a link to that.
Man, go ahead.
But I was just going to say, so I made mention of that fluoride, right? Nothing sounds more hippie woo and conspiracy theorists if you say fluoride might not be healthy. But then I started looking, and there are data published on PubMed, Library of Congress, right, that say that it might impact thyroid hormone and neurodevelopmental issues might. Okay, so I covered that a little bit. Whew. My Wikipedia slammed. I'm a fluoride denier. Suddenly I'm not a fluoride denier. Suddenly they accuse me of being a fluoride denier. And I started catching a lot more heat from trad media. Gosh, same way I said mineral-based sunscreens seem great, zinc oxide, titanium dioxide. Chemical-based sunscreens, they concern me a little bit. I made a bad joke. I said they concern me more than melanoma, which was not a good joke to make because that's what landed on my Wikipedia. Now they accuse me of not like believing in sunscreen. Okay. Anyway, now after that, fast forward 6 months or so, there's 2 lawsuits in this country, one against a major city on the West Coast to try and remove fluoride, one against a major city on the East Coast to try and increase the amount of fluoride because they claim that there wasn't enough fluoride in there to protect the teeth of these kids that were drinking the water. But now I opened up the internet the other day and all of a sudden NIH, CDC are saying, hey, we might be concerned about new data and some old data about fluoride and neurodevelopmental issues. Suddenly it's covered by trad media. So now it's okay to talk about because they're talking about it. But we were right before and we're right now. Nice to meet you. I didn't say don't drink water out of the tap. I said get informed, look up how much fluoride is in your water locally, filter if you need to, or not. Take the knowledge into consideration. So where they're wrong is that they've revealed themselves so many times to do this flip-flop. Same thing about lab leak hypothesis. You said that at one stage of the pandemic, that it might have come from a lab, and you lost your job. Trad media has now covered that, and now it's a discussion that you're able to have.
Yeah.
So what they've lost is their title as gatekeeper. And you asked earlier about Stanford, and you asked about big institutions. You know, there has been a big push for academic freedom at places like Stanford, and that's beautiful. That's important.
What does that mean, academic freedom?
It means as long as you're not harming anyone, you can research what you want, and as long as the data are collected well and stringent, and you can work on what you want, and you can talk about what you want. I mean, I wasn't vocal during the pandemic about anything except anxiety and sleep, et cetera. But, you know, it was a back and forth heated argument among even some faculty at our own university. I mean, this is not controversial. I mean, the head of the coronavirus task force was Scott Atlas from Stanford, right? Then you had people at Stanford who disagreed ardently so with Scott. So you had petitions going, people were angry, but that's how it's supposed to work. Mm-hmm. You're supposed to have people disagreeing, and they let people disagree, and that's beautiful. That's super important.
Man, that's refreshing to hear. I didn't know that happened anywhere anymore.
Yeah.
But that's great to hear. And that's spreading?
I would say that the culture of academic freedom has certainly been maintained at Stanford. I've never felt any pressure that I could or couldn't work on any one thing. Colleagues talk openly about what they're interested in. You know, you're always going to have more people who don't want to rock the boat than people who want to rock the boat. And the people who rock the boat by going against the kind of traditional views of things are always going to catch heat.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think because it's in Silicon Valley and because Silicon Valley has this history of Steve Jobs types
naenaes spider
kind
dog
of
gay.
maverick culture of
Good, he's alive.
You know, like
dude, I
Zuck and
literally
building of Facebook
was up for like an hour and a half after I got off.
You know,
I probably
if
got
even
like
half the
exactly
stories
8
are
hours of
true,
sleep.
it's a high friction build, and I mean,
Just
he's, like,
because I
loving
woke
it
up
now.
and I still
I mean,
felt
if you
tired,
look like
so
people with
it is
Zuck,
one of those things.
it's
I don't
total
think
rebrand,
that
right?
I just, you know what? I don't know how
But
to
I think
explain
people
it.
realize that
We
he
Doug
built
Shake,
one of the
you
most
already know.
important things over the last
We Doug
100
Shake,
years.
we make it
Whether
clap
you
on the
agree with
daily.
every aspect of how it's played out or not. I mean,
Oh
he's an
man,
important
I'm alive.
figure, as is Elon,
Alive.
as is
We're so lucky to
any,
be alive.
as was Jobs.
I got to
Steve
wake up
Jobs had
today.
a reputation for screaming at people. Are we
That is the
condoning that?
greatest
No,
thing.
you're saying the guy was a genius creator, inventor. And so the spirit of creating new things is always going to be met with friction. I think in the landscape of media and politics.
Yes, it updated, guys.
But
It
especially
updated.
media and
I'll
podcasts.
update it. That's a
You
freaking
know,
awesome
I
jump.
look to Rogan, who took it on the chin and hard over and over and over so that the rest of us could come in. I mean, he really like hacked his way through the jungle, and he took a lot of cuts along the way. And it's not lost on me, and it shouldn't be lost on every single guy or gal that starts a podcast now or 10 years from now. I mean, he's belongs on the Rushmore of podcasting because
he paved the way.
He paved
You guys
the
can
way.
exclamation
There's no
partner.
doubt
That is
about
updated.
He paved the way.
I didn't know there were people that were so tied to fluoride. What's the deal?
Well, it's in the drinking water, and it does make teeth stronger. The question is, does it have
Hello,
ill effects
motherfucker.
if people aren't filtering it out?
We filter it all out. We got a new system at my house about a year ago.
So reverse osmosis or distill?
Man, I don't know. I looked at so many of them I can't remember, but it goes through 3 filters and then it goes through this thing called like a biodynamizer or something like
Almost
that.
halfway there.
It probably is reverse osmosis.
35
and then
or like 30,
remineralizes the water, which you
37
want.
will be like halfway
But what I
there.
learned from researching microplastics is they're everywhere. We can give up trying to get them out of the environment. They're everywhere. But you can minimize, like drinking out of these metal cans is good. I drink out of some plastic every once in a while. A glass vessel is good. Metal's good. You know, there are a few things out there like certain brands of carbonated water that have been hit particularly hard with the analysis. Like they'll go do analysis of sparkling water. Like Topo Chico landed flat on its face with tons of these endocrine disruptors.
No. Are
yeah.
you serious?
Oh yeah, it's the worst by a long shot. Coca, that was in roughly 2020, 2021.
I love Topo Chico.
It's like 9 point something parts per trillion. But then Coca-Cola Company
Bart,
owns them, said that they
not
were gonna
next
reduce that.
stream,
I think
but in
they
4
passed
hours
that.
you'll be able to check
But
in.
in terms of the number of endocrine disruptor forever chemicals that are in there, much, much higher than in anything else. Even though it's glass, it's the water. They may have cleaned that up. Somebody should do an analysis again. But then it goes the other way too.
It will
you
be
may have heard,
technically
we ingest
next
a credit
stream. It
card's
will be
worth of plastic
technically
every
next stream,
week.
but
That
we have been
study
streaming for
was
19
refuted
hours
by
and
another
like
study that showed no. That
I don't know how
measurement
long,
was
but
off by about a millionfold.
19
It's
hours,
actually much
48
lower.
minutes. We restart
You can
at
also-
23:55.
liver
We
detox
will raid Royce 2.
a lot of
Royce
this
2
stuff
will raid
by,
Royce
you know,
1 when I restart
eat
at
some
6.
broccoli and
you'll be able to do
cruciferous
it again.
vegetables every once in a while. There's sulforaphane in cruciferous vegetables will help with stage 2 liver detoxification. You're not, by the way, folks, to be clear, you're not detoxing your liver. You're assisting your liver to detox things from your body. When you use detox, that's like the trad media loves to jump on that. Like you can't detox. You can detox that you have toxins in your body. You can sweat some of them out, but not all of them. Your liver helps remove certain waste products. Sulforaphane, you can take in supplement form. You can get from cruciferous vegetables, broccoli sprouts, et cetera. That'll help.
Still same
But trying
record,
to
of course.
reduce the
I wonder
amount
where
of
we're at.
microplastics, especially
I think
for
the longer
pregnant
we go,
women
the less
and
people
young
want
kids.
to do
Shayna Swan, who's been on Rogan's podcast, has been on my podcast. It hasn't come out yet. Has
the
been
daily
talking about
check-ins.
how, I mean, just to be direct, that these
We're at
endocrine disruptors
113
during
daily
pregnancy
check-ins.
are shortening the distance between the scrotum and the anus in boys. The taint size literally is shrinking.
He
toward
has
a more
football
female
/
pattern with
soccer
progressive
training
exposure
in
to
30 minutes. I
phthalates
don't want to go. My
and
back is in
endocrine
pain.
disruptors present in
You have
receipts.
ibuprofen,
present
brother.
in
I
glass-
recommend
plastic
ibuprofen. My
bottles,
buddy Redbeard would
um,
say switch.
polycystic
I
ovarian
think it's
syndrome,
cold
and egg
to hot,
count.
cold to
Egg
hot,
counts
or
are
hot
going
to
down
cold,
in
hot to
women
cold,
at
like
a given age.
ice
Polycystic
and
ovarian
heating, like the
syndrome
back
is going up.
heat. I
Shayna,
don't know
who's
how
a
you
researcher for several
explain
decades now,
it.
thinks this is related to
I know you probably already
the prevalence
stretched
of
with being
endocrine
in soccer,
disruptors in
or
receipts,
football.
forever chemicals,
Soccer's for our American homies that
and so on.
we have a
So
very large percentage
these
for
have real
America.
implications.
So
Reduce sperm counts.
I'll just
you
tell
know,
you the reason I say
these
that
are
instead of just
real
football
effects.
is because we
Testosterone
have
rates are going-
69%
levels are
from
going
the
down.
United States.
Sperm counts are going down, and it correlates well with
And it probably
phthalates
makes you run and scream and
things in
hide.
drinking water, not fluoride, but endocrine disruptors.
What sparkling water do you drink?
I'll drink I no longer will drink Topo Chico. I will drink like a Pellegrino,
Okay.
or any of the any Calistoga or Pellegrino. I do try and drink out of metal or glass, but I'll occasionally drink out of a plastic bottle. Even cans are bad because of the lining of cans, but most of them now are BPA free. I don't microwave things in plastic, even microwave safe plastic, if I can avoid it. But if I'm on a plane and the food's good, I'll eat it. I'm not a fanatic. The idea is to limit your exposure, not to, no one's going no exposure.
feel
sick.
And they package some of the best meat in plastic. So you have to work with reality. But for pregnant women, for young kids, limiting the exposure to these things is turning out to be very, very
Can't do that because
and not limiting is potentially consequential.
What else is in our drinking water?
Well, a lot of
Hey, brother, Temp, I love you, man. I
birth
hate
control
to see you in
stuff and
pain,
urine
man. That is the
containing hormones
worst.
gets goes out there that
Very
might make
sorry,
change
man.
drinking water. I think it's just a good
Because
idea.
guess
to filter
what?
your
You have
drinking
no
water as
idea because I've
possible.
been getting better
And
at
for people
not
that
like
can't
saying
afford
it because
a
I want
fancy filtering
I want your
system,
partner and
a
that
tabletop
anybody who's here isn't
pour
necessarily
type
looking
filtering
for
system is
like
pretty good as long as you change over
negative.
the
Like
filters.
they're not trying to like think
you
negative. They
can-
just want to think about
What
good and
else
happy.
is in there? Well,
So like I'd be saying that
the
my back
BPAs
hurts
and the
like probably every
phthalates
8
and
hours. But other than that, I used to
most
say
of
it
the
like every
BPAs
freaking
and these
20
forever chemicals are
when my
very
back was in
concerning.
pain.
These forever chemicals don't leave the body.
But get
That's their
this, like
concern.
I got it from looking down
or the
as a
concern,
cashier.
rather.
Like I'll
I
show you.
think
I'll like stand
for
up
me,
and show
just
you.
trying to
Well, like I
limit
won't stand up and
drinking
show you,
out of
but imagine
plastic
like
bottles
standing
has
straight up,
become
and, like
important.
looking like this.
If
realize
you
I got
buy things in
toothpaste on my
plastic
shirt.
like fruits or
Motherfucker.
vegetables, which they do a lot now, which I do, I don't
Good thing you
always
can't
make it
see
to
it.
farmers
That
markets.
looks not like
putting it
toothpaste,
into a
that's for
bowl,
sure.
rinsing it off is
Might have to
key.
wash this off.
Those little steps and not handling receipts is key. If you do have to handle receipts for work, you should wear
Don't you
nitrate
hate
gloves.
that? Don't you freaking hate getting
They,
toothpaste on
not
your
nitrate,
shirt?
excuse me.
Literally,
You
the
should
shirt
wear,
was clean. What the
nitrile.
fuck?
Nitrile would be something else. Nitrile gloves. Latex would be not as good, but still better than handling a lot of
Hey, Neon, did you
receipts.
see our progress for partner?
Shayna has done this work where they go in and work with couples that are trying to conceive and are have trouble conceiving, and they remove a lot of the things from their life that I just described. They take a lot, and they see pretty impressive.
What do you guys
shift
think?
towards
Watching this while I
successful
work
pregnancy,
is better
not
than
making any
watching me
other
do the work?
changes.
I think so.
Which is really impressive.
Wow.
Yeah.
I got a question. I may have been sold on this, but when I was looking at all these different filtration systems, I was talking about that biodynamizer and with the company and the installer.
You
that
are
came
so
out
right,
was
Spark.
telling me
I think it's a
that
little bit of just taking the
that
initiative.
if you take tap water
And that right
crystallize
there
it,
is
it
a lot
looks
more than a lot of
like
people want to do.
a deformed,
But Temp is also in sports. And
non-symmetrical snowflake.
he might still be in high school,
And he
but
says if you put it through the
it's one of those things. I am
biodynamizer,
out of high school,
then
and the
it
only way
will
to play like
actually
college sports is to
trick the water
be-
into thinking.
Damn,
that
it feels
it's like
good
in
to
a
be a
stream or
gangster.
in nature.
You know what
or
I'm saying?
wherever,
You gotta
and it
be,
will
you gotta be
actually
a gangster.
crystallize like it was from nature. Have you ever heard of
You gotta
this?
be the
No, but I'm
gangsta.
guessing if that's
Damn it.
true, it's probably because the water coming out of the tap has other particles in there that the crystals form around and give
So
you,
that means that we are
from crystals. I mean, there's a lot of
27.73.
there's a lot of
So
stuff coming through the tap
to
and
keep
pipes
going up,
and
we have to find people. That is our goal. That is our goal.
typically lumped into the conspiracy theorist camp. But what I am confident saying is that, well, I'm 49 now, so I get to say things like I'm 49 now. I also get to say things like, I remember when the lead thing became an issue, right? Lead paint, kids with neurological defects from
have you ever
eating lead paint or for being
like,
exposed to lead.
have you ever
Asbestos
lived in a
warnings,
room
right?
with lead
Asbestos
paint
is
before?
bad, right? You don't want to be exposed to this.
I don't want to
stuff.
make any jokes
Lead
about
or
it, but
asbestos.
it might be
I think fluoride has
a
done
bad
more
way
to
to go
strengthen
out.
teeth
just
than
because
than damage
imagine like
done
hallucinating
to
and shit
most kids in
from your
most
paint on
cities.
your wall. That's
So I
pretty
think they
fucked.
had to make a best case decision there, kind of risk benefit analysis there. But given that most people
My sister
could
actually, when she went to
afford
Ball
a
State,
inexpensive
she
filter for their water,
she had
and
a
what's been shown
apartment
about
with
fluoride
like
is
pretty sure it was like lead
somewhat
something.
concerning. Probably best to filter it out now that
They're
we know.
still out there. They're
Remember,
still out there. It's
trans
not like they're
fats were
gone.
everywhere. When I was growing up, everyone thought margarine was a healthier thing to eat. Now we know that stuff is really good to avoid. That's like at the level of government.
So then
Microplastics, I mean, it was
you're
in
farther along in
2015,
the
I
sports
believe.
game.
I'll
Hell
probably
yeah,
got the
brother.
date
Keep
wrong,
it up,
that they
dude. Proud of you.
banned the use of these little micro beads in soaps. Remember the microbeads are like, you know, because those were getting out into the environment and causing some serious issues for marine animals and marine life generally. And now we're starting to think about microplastics
I'm gonna be right back.
for humans.
I promise
We're
it won't
talking
take
about it for
long.
adults,
I'll
and everyone
be
goes, "Oh gosh, this sounds like really woo." Guess what? They were banned from sippy cups from kids and from drink bottles from kids because the government knows that we don't want that stuff going into babies. So oftentimes same thing with chemical-based sunscreens for babies because their skin is much more permeable. So at what stage does your skin become so impermeable that it's safe to put these things on them? Well, mineral-based sunscreens with zinc oxide are generally thought to be safe. Chemical-based sunscreens, I catch a lot of heat for this. People are like, I can't believe he's saying this. In Europe, they allow, okay, fine. That's fine. But to me, if it's even a remote possibility,
Why would it? Yeah.
then why would you do it? Wear a hat or wear a long sleeve shirt. Like, this is why gamble on on what people don't know. This is what makes sense to me, especially given that I work with scientists. I understand we know certain things, but we don't know everything. And then what you find is if you look into any field, like it was very interesting to cover sunscreen, because the dermatologists feel one way about sunscreen. Every dermatologist, including a dermatology oncologist, right, an expert in skin cancer, taught me the following. I didn't know this. Stanford trained, Harvard trained, published multiple quality research papers, and has a clinical practice. He said, yes, too much sun exposure can give you skin cancer, but it doesn't give you the most deadly skin cancers. Those can show up anyway. What's the takeaway? Even if you limit your sun exposure, you need to check your body for growths, not just moles that have changed. Most deadly melanomas are happen on de novo skin, meaning not where a mole is placed. No one ever told me that. I was always just so worried about sunburns. I stopped getting sunburns, so then I stopped worrying about it. He said mineral-based sunscreens, no one contests in his community. Chemical-based sunscreens, he's very wary of. I got attacked, so I asked someone attacking me, what's the deal here? He's a dermatologist, you're not. Turns out they're a toxicologist. The toxicologist and the dermatologist hate one another.
Interesting.
So this would be like, and I'm not saying this to be true, but this would be like if the Navy and the Army hated one another, and I don't know, because I'm a civilian and I'm talking to one group and then the other one's saying, well, they're full of it. And so what you start to find out when you look into science and health is that most of what we see out there, most commercial products, are filtered through the path of least resistance. They'll put things out until they can't. And I place a lot of faith in good doctors. I'm not anti-medicine. I know doctors who are incredible physicians. I try and host those people on my podcast. I know great scientists. I also know scientists that are crazy and whose entire career they've been publishing stuff that no one believes because the data aren't very good. Not because their ideas are so right and no one will listen to them. If you have a really good idea in science and you get good, solid data, the scientific community will come around. The problem is that what we tend to hear is somebody will call out fluoride and then suddenly they're called a conspiracy theorist and then it's all over for them. When in fact now we're hearing from trad media and a few other of us that we were talking about a little while ago, fluoride may have its issues. So if you have a young kid, maybe filter the water, but make sure that kid brushes their teeth. I'm not saying don't let their teeth fall out. So what's lost is the kind of the nuance and this tendency to think that it's like an us, them. And I've tried to make it the mission of the podcast to really explore all angles of these things. But your kids should brush their teeth with a toothpaste that has hydroxyapatite, which is a great source of mineralizing teeth, makes strong teeth, especially if you're pulling fluoride from the water. If they get cavities, it turns out that if you brush your teeth in the morning and especially before you go to sleep at night, and you make sure to hydrate during the middle of the day, you don't give the cavity-causing bacteria an opportunity to form. The bacteria that cause sugar don't cause cavities. The bacteria that cause cavities, it's the Streptococcus mutans bacteria, feed on sugar. So if you have sugary stuff stuck in your teeth, that's how that whole thing that idea came forward. And it's true. If you have a lot of sugary stuff lingering in your mouth, then the Streptococcus mutans bacteria is nourished, proliferates, and can burrow into your teeth. But if you deprive Streptococcus mutans of the opportunity to flourish by brushing and flossing, ideally with a toothpaste that contains hydroxyapatite, guess what? Your teeth can remineralize. You can fill in those, they go in at the dentist and they poke, you got a pit there. Those pits can fill themselves back in. They never told me that. I thought those
kidding.
What's that?
They can?
Absolutely. 4 dentists told me that. 4 dentists told me that. These are board-certified dentists, including a pediatric dentist. There's a dentist on Instagram, and it's Dr. Downstore Stacy, with an I, she's like, here's the truth on fluoride, here's the truth on hydroxyapatite, here's how to give your kids really healthy teeth. The other way to give your kids really healthy teeth, encourage them to be nose breathers. This mouth breathing thing is really bad. A friend of mine who works with methamphetamine addicts, do you know one of the reasons their teeth are so bad?
Why?
Because they mouth breathe. So there's this stuff that's like so basic, but and people might sound like is he angry? I'm not angry at all. I'm now at the point where like I've seen behind the curtain and I go, oh, okay, this is how media works. How do I know? Well, humbly, I have a really large media channel. And I also read and I listen and I talk to doctors you ask, you know, like with vet care, just another example, I fixed Costello. And later in life, he was really aching and hurting. So I started giving him a low dose of testosterone. And he was like, thank you. And I thought to myself, oh boy, I talked about it on Rogan. I thought the vets are going to come after me. The vets are just going to come after me. He puts his dog on testosterone. I was contacted by many vets. And you know what they said? Thank you.
Yeah.
It turns out that they try and scare you that your male dog is going to get testicular cancer or mate with every dog in the neighborhood if you keep it intact. Turns out when you castrate a dog young, not only does their brain not develop normally, which I should have known because I used to work on the relationship between brain development and hormones, but they have all sorts of health problems. Costello's shedding stopped, his nails stopped growing so fast, he was much happier. But I said, why don't you tell people this? Why don't, or at least just give them testosterone for their dogs? This might not seem like a major health problem, but I said, why? Half the dogs are fixed. And they said, oh, the reason is we know that if you give cough medicine to dog owners for kennel cough, the dogs will feel better, but people might abuse the cough syrup. And if you give testosterone to pet owners, they might take them as anabolic. Their owners might use them as anabolic steroids. So we deprive animals of this potentially beneficial treatment to avoid a problem. But it's great that you did this, and we're grateful that you talked about it publicly. I have not had one, now I'll get one, but I've not had one vet tell me, listen, that was irresponsible of you to go on there and talk about giving your dog testosterone. So what you start to realize is there are things within each medical community, whether or not it's veterinary or it's oral health or it's skin care, like the derm oncologist thing, or cancer care, where, you know, these are smart people who are a bit constrained by their culture, the culture they exist in. And I'm sure in the military, there's the same thing too.
Yeah.
You're not free to do everything that would be most beneficial to everybody because there's a larger structure there.
Yeah, like psychedelics. But Doc, if you don't mind, let's take a break. And then when we come back, I want to pick your brain about some cannabis stuff and we'll get into psychedelics.
Great.
Perfect.
We're all feeling pretty good about where the country's headed right now. But I still have some concerns. Because every time we seem to let our guard down, that's when bad things start to happen. And that's why I always prepare for emergencies, no matter how comfortable life gets. And the only brand that I rely on for my security and safety in an emergency is my Patriot Supply. Emergency food kits, solar power generators, or water treatment systems, you name it, they're the best in the business. And right now, you can get their 4-week emergency food kit for $50 off. Their 4-week emergency food kit includes some of my favorite meals like creamy Alfredo pasta and snacks like sweet banana chips. With warehouses located across America, My Patriot Supply can send your 4-week emergency food kit in as little as 1 day. Go to mypatriotsupply.com to get your 4-week emergency food kit right now. But don't wait. Emergencies can happen anytime. That's mypatriotsupply.com to get your 4-week emergency food kit now. I know everybody out there has to be just as frustrated as I am when it comes to the BS and the rhetoric that the mainstream media continuously tries to force feed us. And I also know how frustrating it can be to try to find some type of a reliable news source. It's getting really hard to find the truth and what's going on in the country and in the world. And so one thing we've done here at Sean Ryan Show is we are developing our newsletter. And the first contributor to the newsletter that we have is a woman, former CIA targeter. Some of you may know her as Sarah Adams, call sign Superbad. She's made 2 different appearances here on the Sean Ryan Show. And some of the stuff that she has uncovered and broke on this show is just absolutely mind-blowing. And so I've asked her if she would contribute to the newsletter and give us a weekly intelligence brief. So it's going to be all things terrorists, how terrorists are coming up through the southern border, how they're entering the country, how they're traveling, what these different terrorist organizations throughout the world are up to. And here's the best part, the newsletter is actually free. We're not going to spam you. It's about 1 newsletter a week, maybe 2 if we release 2 shows. The only other thing that's going to be in there besides the intel brief is if we have a new product or something like that. But like I said, it's a free CIA intelligence brief. Sign up. Links in the description or in the comments. We'll see you in the newsletter. I've always struggled to find t-shirts online that are made of quality materials and fit right. I've searched hundreds of brands until I found True Classic. Their premium shirts have a great tailored fit at a fraction of the cost, and they're versatile enough to wear to the gym or out to dinner. True Classic tees are a must-have staple in anyone's closet. True Classic has a 100% fit guarantee and easy returns. They come in 3, 6, and 9 packs for easy mixing and matching. Plus, True Classic has you covered with fall and winter essentials like hoodies, jeans, and joggers. The holidays are here, and True Classic's ultra-comfortable, perfect-fitting essentials make for the perfect gift. So if you're ready to upgrade your closet, shop now and unlock big savings during their huge holiday sale. Just go to my exclusive link at trueclassic.com/SRS to save. That's trueclassic.com/SRS. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. End the year with holiday cheer thanks to True Classic.
I know we just got back from the break. I know we're going to talk about cannabis, but I've been dying to ask you about Neuralink, so I just want to ask you these couple questions. I just read that it looks like it's possible that Neuralink is going to help blind people see again. Is there any truth behind that?
Yes, there is. So this is an area I know a lot about. I've watched Neuralink develop what they're doing, not at a level of detail, where I could speak to the specific engineering, but a guy that came up through my lab, he worked actually at Stanford, but did a little bit of time in my lab. A guy named Matt McDougall. He's a medical doctor, neurosurgeon. He's the lead neurosurgeon at Neuralink. So here's what they're doing there. They're using small implantable devices to stimulate neurons and or record from neurons. This is really powerful because if you can record from neurons and get a sense of what their patterns of firing are in a healthy individual, then you could potentially put those same patterns of firing into a brain or an eye of a patient who is somehow suffering from not enough or not proper neural activity in that particular region. Okay, and they've got a bunch of other things they're doing that are really cool, like using robotics to get really precise and really fast about the implant of these chips so that you don't have to do neurosurgery the way it's traditionally done. They're building a ton of amazing biomedical tools related to robotics and AI in addition. Okay, here's the part about blindness. There are a lot of different forms of blindness. There are forms of blindness caused by loss of the photoreceptive cells, that is the cells that convert light into electrical signals that then are passed into the brain, okay? So there are a number of diseases where photoreceptor loss occurs. There you need to put back in a light sensing tissue or device. Okay. There are also forms of blindness like, for instance, glaucoma, which is a degeneration of neurons called retinal ganglion cells. They line the back of your eye. These are actually brain neurons. They're central nervous system neurons. And they send these little connections that we call axons, which are like little wires, into the brain to allow transmission of visual images so you can see, visual perception. And of course, there are forms of blindness that occur because the visual cortex is damaged, the area deep within the brain. So what Neuralink is doing, quite rationally, is they're figuring out, hey, we have little implantable devices that can stimulate and simulate the patterns of neural activity that occur in normal, healthy neurons that allow normal, healthy people to see. So they've been recording these patterns of activity. And mind you, there have been researchers within the field of visual neuroscience, like E.J. Chicholnitsky at Stanford and others who have been doing this for a long time. But Neuralink is gaining really good ground on this problem of measuring what are the patterns of firing in these neurons that normally occur when light comes into the eye, and what sorts of patterns of activity are transmitted deeper into the brain by these retinal ganglion cells. What sorts of patterns of activity occur within the brain when that activity comes in that gives rise to, say, the perception of my hand moving in front of my face, which is what I'm doing now for anyone just listening. So what they're doing is they're taking perceptual events like motion, color, face recognition, et cetera, figuring out what patterns of neural activity are required, and then going into the broken visual system of a human who perhaps lacks retinal ganglion cells or perhaps has damage in a particular region of their visual cortex, and introducing the healthy patterns of activity by simply replaying those patterns of activity at the right location along the visual pathway.
Wow.
Now, this is wild because there have been very few instances, one in particular by a guy named Botan Roska and Karl Diceroth, one of whom is in Switzerland, the other at Stanford, of restoring light sensitivity to the photoreceptors and allowing a blind patient, this was done in one patient, a blind patient to be able to see crude light and dark object formations within their visual environment. So this is not restoration of precise vision. Okay. What Neuralink is trying to do, as far as I understand, is something far more precise, to figure out the exact patterns of activity that are required to create visual scenes, to create motion perception, to create face perception, and then put a tiny implantable device at the location in the brain where it's needed most. Could be within the eye, but more technically, it's going to be done within the deeper brain, okay? Areas like the thalamus, the visual cortex, for those that want to know, and essentially allow then a device within the eye, because this can be done, right? Even if someone's lacking eye tissue, to see the visual world, right? Because a camera can see the visual world. And then give that information to the device, which then can translate the digital image into a neural signal that then can speak to the rest of the neurons in the visual system.
Holy shit.
So the reason I say yes, they are very likely to succeed in doing this, and I think they got FDA approval. I know they got FDA approval, at least for the first pass at this, first pass attempt in humans, is that all the components that you need are there. You know what the visual scene is. You can put a camera where the eye is. You can even have eyeglasses with just a camera, little wire going in through the temporal bone, right? Just little glasses, little wire right there. Maybe even a contact lens with a little wire. This is now possible. Then that wire takes the visual image that's received digitally, like an image on a phone, right? If you think about the little camera on a phone, it's not much bigger than an eyeball circumference. And then provide the electrical signals, the digital signals that is, to the chip that they can provide the electrical signals to the neurons that then create the proper neural signals. They've essentially decoded visual processing, and they can introduce whatever component happens to be missing in that patient. So if the patient has photoreceptors and ganglion cells, but is lacking a patch of neurons in the visual system because of damage or what have you, a stroke, they could replace the signals that would have originated from those neurons. If they're lacking ganglion cells, they can replace those signals. If they're lacking photoreceptors, that's a little bit trickier, but you could use a camera that views the outside world, right? The camera has perfectly good photoreception. Just make sure that it's translating the camera video image into the proper neural image.
Wow.
So they are pursuing this. It makes very good sense as to why this would be the first thing that Neuralink should pursue in terms of brain augmentation and restoration of function, because the visual system has this important property, which is that you know what the inputs are that you want to deliver to the chip. Compare that, for instance, to like a memory, right? I'll walk out of here after this recording, I'll have a memory of it. Let's say I had brain damage and I lost my memories. What neural signals would you give the brain in order to recreate this experience? You don't know. With visual images, you know all the statistics of the visual scene, right? How light or dark something is, the spatial frequency, meaning just the spacing between things, right? You know how high contrasty or low contrasty it is. And you can basically get all that through a quality digital image and then just feed it to the chip. The job of the Neuralink implant device that's challenging, but I think they're going to overcome, is to create a chip that can take all of that information, lots and lots and lots of information, and translate it into neural signals dynamically in real time. Because people don't just look at their hand moving in front of their face for 10 minutes. They're looking at that, then they're putting it down, then they're walking this way. There's optic flow, there's stuff going by. But I'm confident they're going to succeed in doing this because all the necessary components are known. That's critical, right? We don't know all the necessary inputs that are required to like create a memory of your grandmother. We just don't know what they are, right? But we do know all the necessary physical world components coming in. We know what needs to be encoded by the camera. That's easy to do with a camera. Cameras are very small now. How to feed that to a chip that then can translate it into the language of the nervous system, which is electrical signals driven by chemical release from neurons.
Does that mean that you could
I'm curious who's all
also
still hanging out with us. Sorry I ran away like
put
that.
in a signal of something that never happened that's complete fantasy?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in fact, there was an experiment that was done by two guys, Bill Newsom and Tony Movshun, and
I
others.
love you guys.
The
Thank
following
you.
way. And they did this in a macaque
In my
monkey.
life. I got an energy drink.
You put
so
a
today's about to be
small
freaking
microstimulator
popping.
into an area of the brain that reads out what, not the stimulator, this area of the brain pays attention to whether or not things are moving up, down, or to the side in the visual world. You have this area in your brain. If I were to put an electrode in there and record and move some things up, certain neurons would fire, others wouldn't. Certain neurons would fire to down, certain neurons to left, certain neurons to right. They've actually done the experiment where they train this animal to view dots moving in a particular direction, and then to basically correspond with a lever press or a joystick to say which direction that it's moving. And if you reward animals for getting the answer right, pretty soon they learn how to do this. They did an experiment many years ago now,
Neon.
where they put a little microstimulation in this brain area where they had the monkey see dots going down, and the monkey pulls the joystick down, saying the dots are going down. Then they decide to stimulate the neurons that were active during the dots going down perceptual decision of the monkey while the dots are going up. So they move dots up, and the monkey thinks that the dots are going down. Okay? They basically are tinkering with the activity in the brain so that even though the animal can perceive what's happening in the environment, it thinks that the opposite is happening. Right? So dots are going up, but they're stimulating the neurons in the brain that have led in the past to the perceptual decision that the dots are moving down. And the monkey only does this, and the neurons only fire when the dots are moving. So they know it's not just the monkey anticipating this or something. So dots are going up now, and the monkey goes, they're going down. They're going down. Why does it think they're going down? Because they're stimulating the neurons in the brain that they make it think that the dots are going down. Now, it seems profound, but on the face of it, it kind of had to be that way. Because, for instance, if a neurosurgeon, and this has been done many times, actually goes in and stimulates looking for the site of epilepsy. This is how they probe for the site of epilepsy. My friend Eddie Chang, who's the chair of neurosurgery at UCSF, I mentioned because I love these stories. I'll ask him to tell me a story about outrageous brain stimulation. He said, oh yeah, I was down in the medial thalamus and stimulating, looking for this area to stimulate epilepsy so I can treat the epilepsy, burn out those small patch of neurons. And he'll stumble upon neurons, he'll stimulate, and the person will be like, I'm ready to go into a rage. And sometimes they'll feel like they're going to go into a rage. This is actually an opportunity to share something very useful. There's an area of the brain that a neurosurgeon at Stanford, Joe Parvizi, discovered in the anterior mid-cingulate cortex that when stimulated, patients, all three of them separately, these patients said, when you stimulate there, I feel like there's a storm coming or some challenge, and I want to lean into it. This area, the anterior mid-cingulate cortex, is super interesting because it's the brain area that grows. It actually gets larger in volume, increases its activity when we do something challenging that is a little bit scary, that we don't want to do. And this brain area grows in people that are successful exercisers and dieters. It shrinks in size in people that fail to reach their goals. It's also the area that maintains size in what are called superagers. It's a misnomer. These are people that don't show the normal pattern of cognitive decline with aging as much as others. So this area, the anterior mid-cingulate cortex, seems to be one of the seats of will to push back on pressure in a positive way. It's related to willpower and tenacity, and it seems related to brain longevity and to body longevity. And I like to kind of expand on this a bit, and it seems like it's related to the will to live. It's the desire to push back on challenges. And so these things of stimulating different brain areas, we get to this because when you stimulate a brain area, it doesn't really matter what's happening in the outside world. And this is why Neuralink is so interesting, exciting, and a little bit scary for us to think about it, which is that if I put a little chip into the area of your brain that causes rage, like a little patch of zona incerta or the mid-thalamus, there's certain nuclei there where you can generate some pretty aggressive behavior, or I were to stimulate an area of the brain that's associated with depression, like the habenula, or an area of the brain that's associated with inhibiting the habenula, you could potentially remove some components of depression, encourage rage, discourage rage. All of this is possible because ultimately all of our behavior and thought processes come through these little neural hubs and these neural circuits. So what Neuralink is doing is developing ways to get in there and push on specific types of perceptions,
Making a
and
video
behaviors,
as we speak, if
emotions,
you're
and
wondering.
memories in ways that are completely unprecedented. But it is 100% possible, and it is 100% happening first in the visual system.
Wow. So you could project 100% of a false reality into somebody's head, and they think that it is all actually happening.
Definitely. You could do that two ways. You could either present it like through a VR-like experience, but the person probably knows it's VR. Or you could do it by stimulating the ensembles, the groups of neurons in the right order within
That's
the brain. To give you
freaky.
the idea
That's
that
freaky. Did you hear
thing is
that?
happening, even though nothing's happening out there.
Wow.
What if
That
you
is,
wake up one day and you're in a
that's mind
freaking
control.
It is mind control. It's mind control.
like the
through
CIA
neural
is
circuit control.
interrogating you and you're
And
in a
this has been
freaking
demonstrated
like
in animal models over and
another.
over again. And in a few
It
cases,
seems like
where
another
people
dimension, but like
had to have
really it's a
neurosurgery,
virtual
you
reality
observe this in the
simulator, like
neurosurgery clinic.
messing with your mind.
Eddie Chang will tell you this as a neurosurgeon.
Could imagine how
Dougal will
deep
tell you
that
this
could
as a
go. That could be
neurosurgeon.
fricked.
Joe Parvizi will tell you this as a neurosurgeon. And this is what they write into these papers where you can learn really interesting things. Like, of all the brain areas that people can stimulate if they have a choice, studies were done by a guy named Robert Heath in the 1960s, very controversial guy. But he had electrodes embedded into these people's brains, and they had the option to stimulate wherever they wanted. And so they would stimulate, they'd feel a little drunk, or they stimulate another area, they feel giddy. They stimulate another area, sexual arousal. You know the area they chose to stimulate the most? By choice. Generated feelings of mild frustration and anger.
Are you serious?
It's a highly rewarded circuit. It's woven into the dopamine circuit. It has its own rewarding properties. And actually animals, certain animals in particular, and certain members of certain species will actually work hard to get the opportunity to fight. It is a hardwired circuit, which is not to say everyone should fight, but these circuits exist within us.
I love you guys. You guys
Very
give me the
interesting.
greatest life I could ever
Let's
have.
move into
bro.
cannabis. I've done the psychedelics, changed my life.
He's done
Helped my
psychedelics. Can you
sleeping
say
for a
that on
little
YouTube?
bit.
Is that illegal?
But
Are you allowed to say that?
I cannot go to sleep without some type of cannabis. And vaping is my thing. So I
He's
try
a vapor? He doesn't look like a vapor.
I like the immediate.
He looks like a soldier. I don't know. He
effects.
was in
And so-
in the war or in
But
the military.
cancer's on the rise. It's like every day.
It's every day,
I hear somebody
bro.
else that's fighting cancer or is dying of cancer, or knows somebody that died of cancer. And, now that I have two little guys, little kids, then I
know that was
I
cringe.
take it a lot more seriously. So I talked to my wife about this. I've tried to quit. I quit for like 6 months after my Ibogaine treatment. Then I had a whole slew of surgeries that I kind of put into one thing, and I quit for a month and a half then. Still couldn't sleep, and my wife kind of was like, look, lack of sleep might be just as bad as you vaping. And so I kind of went back, but I want to quit, so let's talk about cannabis.
Okay, so neither cannabis nor nicotine will give you cancer, but smoking, vaping, dipping, and snuffing can increase your risk of cancer.
Mm-hmm.
So the delivery route matters. Okay, so nicotine is actually protective, it's thought, against Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, but it's highly addictive, and most people smoke, vape, dip, or
There's
snuff
nothing
it,
wrong.
which
I don't
is
have any bad opinions on it. I don't
Okay,
necessarily
so
partake,
the
but my
route of
sisters
entry
do, and there's
is,
something that
or the route
can't
of
ever get them to
administration,
stop, so.
is important.
What can you do?
So let's
I
talk
don't
about
think it's
cannabis.
You're gonna
So
get them angry at
who
you if you
should
tell them
not
that it's
do
not good
cannabis
for you.
at all?
So
Let's just kind of get
I
that
don't
out
have
of
an
the way.
opinion on that one. I think everybody has
There
their own right
is
to.
A growing body of research.
Sub Cade,
supporting
you
the
know,
fact
the more
that
days that we do get to know each
some
other and spend
people,
time with each other,
especially young males with a predisposition,
I
genetic
really respect and I value you as a
bipolar
person
disorder,
for the fact that you've given
schizophrenia,
me as much
or
time as
other
you've given
forms
me,
of psychosis.
even though you have been a shitter goblin at times.
If they do high
You're more of like a
THC
troll,
cannabis,
but you're a
can
good troll in a way.
exacerbate
You're
or
like a
maybe even
good
trigger
troll. There's some trolls that cross lines, and I don't think you
I got
really
myself
cross
into
any
some,
lines.
let's just
I
say,
do appreciate
friction
that, for real, for
territory
real.
by putting that out there.
Thank you.
But after getting
I
attacked
love you,
for
buddy.
saying that, there was
For real,
another
for
group
real.
of researchers that came in and supported that. There's
You
see
like
data on both
Huberman?
sides.
Yo,
it's clear to me, based on my
hey.
read of the literature,
Did we
that
just become
anyone that
best
has a
friends? I love sleep
predisposition
health.
to psychosis,
I love
schizophrenia,
sleep
or
health. I love learning
related
about the
things,
brain.
bipolar, etc.,
And
should
that's
avoid
I'm
high
working on a
THC
video
cannabis,
right now. I'm
especially
working on
young males.
emotes for
That
Neon.
does not
Neon just
mean
got
young females
affiliated
can do
today.
it without
I'm
a
all
problem, but some people will just trigger psychotic episodes.
What is high THC considered?
Well, so this gets tricky. So for these individuals, the genetic predisposition is such that if they smoke
How's your morning going,
cannabis,
man? That actually is very,
they'll
very.
vape
That
it
made me
or
really
whatever
excited to talk
for
about.
a couple of years,
Do you
sometimes they can
know
induce a
about
permanent
like
psychosis later.
subconsciously learning in
Now,
your sleep?
dosing of cannabis for most people, I have to be careful with my language here, is
I wish I kind of looked
I
like
don't
this
think the
guy. This
best
guy gets
done,
ladies.
but let's just say for people that smoke or vape,
At least
most
just
people
like,
are able to smoke or vape to a,
you know what I'm
if
saying?
they've done it before, to a point where they know that they're in that plane
I don't think I
of
look bad or anything. I
effect
think
that
that
they're seeking
I want a
and then
beard like
stop.
that.
Okay.
They have
Okay?
all the way
And we had
around
an
my
expert on my
face to like
podcast who
make my
really drilled
face
this
more
home.
triangular
Edibles,
shaped.
on the
Or like,
other hand,
I don't know how to explain
people
it.
will often ingest too much too quickly, and then they'll get beyond that
That's
zone.
called
They'll
greening
be in the
out.
paranoia zone, or they'll be in
You guys
some
ever
other
green
zone
out?
they don't want to be in.
Finish class.
So
How about it? Yo, what are you
and
gonna be hitting?
I'm
What are
not
you gonna be
encouraging
hitting? You
people
gonna
to do this,
be
but if people are going to
exercising
use
your
cannabis and
back
they're
or
going to do
like
edibles, you
lifting,
shouldn't
getting
assume
your arms
that,
full?
you know,
You're
half
gonna be
is
focusing on legs.
not enough or too much or whatever. You need to, you know, ease into it.
For
until
real,
you
for
hit
real, I
that
can't
plane
grow
of
this shit.
effect
You
that
can
you're
like,
seeking.
if I go really close to the
Okay?
camera,
With smoking and vaping,
Probably-
people generally will, you know, inhale,
see,
get
like-
some sort of effect, wait, maybe do it
A
again,
wannabe
and then
beard?
they kind of know.
Can you
I'm
see my
good, and
wannabe
they'll stop
beard?
there. Whereas with an edible, it's in your system.
international. Oh,
You're
that's
off for
cool.
the-
So who do
for
you
the
go
ride,
with? Do you
whatever
go with
that
your
ride
cousin or
is.
your
Yeah.
brother?
And for some people, it can be really scary.
Who are the people that I know?
So,
I'm curious. Out of the
in your
ones that
case,
you're
because
associated
your
with.
concern is cancer, you're not concerned about psychosis. It's obvious that you
Yeah,
can
yeah, yeah,
do
yeah.
a
That's
small amount of
one thing
cannabis.
that not
For
everybody
you, it
should
helps your sleep.
smoke
We'll talk
cannabis.
about that, but it
That you
seems
got
to
to
help
be
your
very,
sleep.
very careful because some
And
people
you don't have psychotic
can
issues
enter
or
psychosis. And psychosis
at
is
all.
not
That's very
like
apparent. You're highly functional in all domains of
like
your life, as
being
far as I can tell.
maniac, mania.
key
It's
thing
not
is,
like
why
mania.
not take a
Psychosis is literally
small
like you don't know the
amount through an
person you're in
edible
front of.
as
That is
opposed
very
to
dangerous.
vaping,
So,
and then you eliminate
say you've never
essentially any
consumed it,
carcinogenic
I
aspect.
would not
Like, you're
consume it,
you
even
can
if your
get rid
friend
of the
peer
cancer
pressures you. Because
causing
what if you have a
Mm-hmm.
psychosis
'Cause
moment? You don't
vaping-
know how your body will react.
It's true, is
So that's
not as
something
bad
that-
as smoking,
Like,
but vaping can
if it's
still
legal
cause lung
and it's
damage.
recreationalized or
Especially if it's done a
medicinalized and
lot.
you're of age
So-
to in
Vaping
a
is
legal
actually
state,
better than smoking.
then maybe
It is.
you should
Okay.
try to maybe.
For nicotine,
I don't know.
and
That
for
scares me to
cannabis,
think
it is
about that
safer
somebody
for the
could get
lungs, but that
psychosis
does not
and
mean
end up
it's
doing
completely
something
safe.
they didn't want
Okay.
to.
Yeah, sort of like, and here I apparently
You know,
like to
you know
open
what that
up
reminds
the
me of,
can
Cade?
worms today.
That reminds me of
So,
myself
like,
when it comes to like
kratom
when
is
somebody
probably
says, "What
safer
keeps you
than a
streaming? Like,
prescription
what keeps you
opioid,
going every single day?"
But that doesn't mean kratom
Myself.
is completely
That is the
safe.
true
But there's a
one and
kratom
only
community,
that keeps
kratom, I
me
think it's called,
going.
that gets
That if I had to
really
rely on a
upset
friend,
when I
that
say
I probably
But
would
I'm
have
not
stopped a
saying that something
long
is good
time
or
ago.
bad. I'm saying these are
And that
relative
if you go
harms,
by yourself,
and then you have to wait against
you don't
the
necessarily have to worry about
potential
anybody but
benefits
yourself.
somebody's
You know what I'm
seeking. So in
saying?
your case, a small amount of cannabis vaped seems to help you with your sleep. It's probably robbing.
Do you drink
of
energy
some
drinks
slow
before you
wave
go?
sleep and rapid eye movement sleep that would be beneficial, but I'll mention an alternative that you could try. But in the meantime, why not use a small amount of edible, and then you essentially remove the cancer risk. And then you just have to decide if you want to continue to use cannabis.
Small amount of
I agree with
edible
your
is
wife that
the
not sleeping
like the
is
way to
very
go.
dangerous.
Like
Very
2
dangerous for your heart
milligrams at a
health, very
time.
dangerous
2
for
milligrams,
everything.
and then 10 minutes later, 2 milligrams. 10 minutes later, 2
I would
milligrams.
also
10 minutes
ask,
later, 2 milligrams.
why
10
is
minutes
it
later,
that
2
you're not
milligrams. until you
sleeping? Is
feel
it rumination,
2
or you just
milligrams
don't
is very,
feel
very
tired
little.
enough to fall
Not very,
asleep?
very little, but like in the portion, it would be very, very, very small.
It's the wheels,
But if,
man.
let's say
They
you
just
were to eat like
always
10
turn.
milligrams
It's
for the very
always
first time,
innovating. It's always
you will spend
business. It's
a-
always what can I be? It's.
I'm talking
it's
about something
just-
you've never consumed.
It's looking at the
anything like that.
future.
Yeah, and
wanna
this
be
is
very
common
careful.
among former operators. And
Don't tell me how I know that.
Like I said, we have
We're not
enough
gonna answer that
common
question.
friends in the community that just have a really hard time shutting it off. And you guys are just so effective. And I mean, you were selected in part on your buds on the basis of being able to continue to think and move and communicate without sleep. So there's kind of a selection process here. There are a few things, and here I'm getting into new territory, but there are a few.
Yo, okay. Do you know anything about partner?
non-prescription
You know anything about
approaches that
working a
people
partner?
use to improve sleep that have certainly been beneficial beneficial for me. I mean, there's the whole supplement route of magnesium threonate, et cetera. That can help for a lot of people. I can suggest some of that. I've talked about these magnesium threonate, spelled THREONATE, before sleep. For some people, a very low dose of melatonin, but you don't want to do that long term. Maybe a half a milligram or a milligram, tiny amount.
Why not?
So, do you know how like Twitter and Instagram and all the bigger social media, or like all the social medias have verified purple
the thing
check
that's pretty
marks?
exciting right now
And
is
like
that
if somebody's
is a
verified,
peptide
they're
that
more
can
likely to be
prescribed
followed.
by a doctor. It's very inexpensive.
So if we were to get 75
It's currently
average for 30
available,
days,
called
so every
Pinealon,
single day at one
and
time of the
people
day,
will
and that was
compound
literally
it
like
with a glycine. I don't
30
recommend
minutes
people
ago,
go out and buy gray
was that
market or
time
black
of the
market
day.
peptides
So at like
because
2
they're not
p.m.
clean
my
of
time
something
is
called
they've reset it.
lipopolysaccharide, which can really
And
cause
pretty
a massive
much
immune
every
response.
single day we have
And
gone up.
there are a lot of people
Every
out there
single day in
buying
the average
peptides that are
concurrent, we
literally
have gone
labeled
up.
not for
And
human
we're
or
at
animal use for
this
research
is where we're
purposes
at
only,
to
but they're
getting the
sold on
purple
the
check
internet,
mark.
and those are, in my
And
opinion,
so
are
every
pretty dangerous.
individual
Okay.
will help
But
us.
there,
So look,
there's
brother, thank
a
you,
really
man.
good doctor that
We're at
was on my podcast, Craig
27.73 out of
He's an MD.
75.
He's in South
So
Carolina.
every single person
I
that
can put
does
you in
watch
touch
our stream
with.
will help us get closer to
And
that.
there are
And,
some
that,
other
and I don't
really
want to
good
end
peptide
until we
doc
get it.
MDs. Ways to Well, which is
You know what
down
I'm saying?
in Austin. I think those folks make some of this stuff. But pinealon is an interesting peptide because there's some data. Keep in mind, there aren't a lot of human research data, but there are clinical data out there. Conover's talked about this, and he could chat with you about it, that it might be able to help regenerate the pinealocytes of
The pineal gland is
pineal
very
gland
interesting.
and lead to more regular
Do you guys know anything
secretion of
about the pineal
melatonin.
gland?
So get sunlight early in the day and throughout the day. Limit your exposure to dark at night. We should probably get you some red lens glasses because some people are very susceptible to light at night. That can help
The
you
pineal
transition
gland
to
has a lot to
calmer
do
state.
with
These aren't
your dreaming.
traditional blue
and
blockers, but these kinds of things.
even in the afterlife, or not afterlife, but like when you die, your
of
brain will
pinealon, it's like a little insect
secrete
thing.
DMT out of your
less than
brain,
a
like naturally, not taking any drugs.
All that means
Your brain naturally produces this
a little bit of pinealon
And
compounded with glycine.
when you die, and like
In my experience, can
I think
really
that
improve your
it
sleep,
is
even when you don't
shows you
take it.
everything
It
that you've
seems to
experienced in your
improve
life,
functioning
like
of
all at
pineal.
one time, just to
And
kind of like summarize
people,
it.
if there are any physicians listening, they're going to be like,
I
"How
really
can you
think
be talking
dreams
about
are
this thing
very
that's a
powerful, and we
peptide?"
have no
Well,
idea how
GLP-1
powerful they
agonists
are.
like Ozempic and
Understanding
Mounjaro,
the
those are
subconscious.
peptides. Insulin,
Every
that's a
single
peptide.
thought
Peptide
that
is
we've
just a small
ever thought
protein.
is in a collective.
But pinealon has.
You ever think of
I've
that?
observed
This is
with
giving
a
me
number of people
goosebumps.
who had
So I'm on the
real
right
trouble
track of
sleeping.
like
This isn't
this
something you
being
take
right.
regularly. This is something you get
That
you
like
back on track.
every
You
smartest
take it about
people in
half
the
hour before
world
sleep. It
have
can
learned
cause up to
things
a
in their
doubling
sleep
of rapid eye
through
movement
a
sleep, which is
subconscious
fantastic.
that is
Because the
connected.
problem with cannabis and alcohol
That you could
before sleep is
know.
it can help you get to
Hey,
sleep,
this
but
is
it's
true.
gonna
This is
rob
true. You
of
want to know
that
how I know
rapid
this?
eye movement
It's because when I was
sleep.
struggling
So
in
say,
calculus,
short
I
answer would
learned
be,
calculus
if
in my
cannabis is
sleep.
working for you and you
I
don't
know it
have
sounds
psychosis
crazy,
issues, which you don't,
but like
then
I was
maybe
taking
move to a
calculus
low
1,
dose
and I was
edible
really
so you
so
remove the cancer
I
risk,
took
'cause you're
a
not smoking or
18-week
vaping,
calculus 1
dipping or
course.
snuffing. To my
And
knowledge,
that
there's no
9 weeks in,
cancer
I was
risk of
very
cannabis,
struggling. It was like a
cannabis per
cloud,
se.
like
It's
a
the
foggy,
root of
foggy
injury.
path that you cannot see through.
And then
And then I went
maybe
to
you
sleep one day
try,
and then woke up knowing how to do
prescribed by a
derivatives.
doctor, of course,
then
you
that
try a little
helped
bit of
me get
pineal
through
and
the fog.
glycine
And
cocktail. It's a little injection.
I just think
try that a few
that
times, see if that works.
dreams are
I
very
will say
powerful.
I've never seen it not work.
And I would love
meaning
to
every single
know
time someone
secrets
calls
to
me
the
the next day,
universe.
they're like,
What
I
can we
slept
do
for the first time.
to truly
I woke up once, or I didn't
be
sleep, wake
better?
up at all. And
You know,
I'm like,
like
I know,
to
kind of
improve
wild.
in every way that we
Because
can
the things
possibly
like
can.
Xanax, propranolol, that whole route of prescription drugs, while it can work for some people, for a lot of people, it gives them zombie sleep. They do not feel
I
rested.
need to
when they
breathe
wake
more.
up.
That's one thing I
And
haven't
for a
been
lot of
breathing, and
things,
so it's
Xanax
been
in
giving me a
particular,
headache.
It can be very bad.
I
for
had
nervous
sleep
forming,
apnea when I was
downright
younger, and when I
addictive.
used to have
I'm lucky
anxiety,
that
I
I
used to
never
hold my
liked
breath.
those things. I once
I don't
took
know
a
if any
quarter
of
of
you
a
guys have
Xanax
any
to try and
experience
sleep.
with
I
that,
felt like garbage for like a
but
day
the
and
more
a half.
anxiety that I've
So I'm very
had to overcome,
sensitive to those things.
the
But
more problems that I've been
so that's the
experiencing.
deal with cannabis. For most people, they're smoking cannabis
So
'cause
I've
they
been
like the
dealing with a
fact
lot
that
of
it removes
trolls, a
their
lot of
anxiety.
negative,
And
and
there
I don't
seems
want
to
to
be a lot
sound
of
like
individual
a
variation on
baby or
this. Some
anything,
people
but I feel like I
become
haven't had anybody
very
to back me up
apathetic
in
and
chat.
don't work much. You got a
When
lot
these
of young
guys do
males
say
these
those
days
things,
smoking
I
a
want
lot of
people
weed,
to tell them to fuck
not
off, for
doing
real,
much
for real.
with
Not
themselves.
like give them
and
negative,
that's not good.
tell them
Then
that they're
you also have some
wrong,
really
that they're,
hard driving
they'll
people
find better
who
things to
use
do.
cannabis to calm
I
down
know how to
and
double
relax.
breathe.
And
I
the
do not
argument
know
is
how to
always
double breathe. I do
alcohol
have
is
these
worse.
things
You can go,
called,
well, alcohol is worse.
but you can already
Yeah, I would
assume that I
probably
breathe out of my
agree,
mouth.
except except for those that
I
fall
have
into
had
the
nose
potential
problems.
psychosis
Breathing out of
camp,
my nose.
right?
That I wish I
At the same time,
breathed out of my
alcohol
nose
isn't
prior.
a great
I do breathe out of my
comparison
nose, but like
because
it's a mix.
telling
You know
you
what I'm
that,
saying?
shooting
So I
yourself
have
in the
these
foot isn't as bad as
these
shooting yourself
things.
in
I'll
the
show you what they
upper
look
arm.
like. They have a hole in the
That
mouth.
doesn't really work for
So
me.
like
It's not a very
controlled
good medical
breathing while you
scientific
sleep.
argument.
But since
But
I
it
have
seems to be
since I
working
had
for you without
sleep
too much
apnea when I was
issue.
younger.
Well, I
My
mean,
mom
there are
doesn't
some
think I should use them
observations I
just in
have. You know,
case
like I
I
don't
were to
drink.
accidentally
I
like
do
die in
not
my
drink.
sleep.
Yeah, that's the cannabis.
Like shit.
When you
And
come off that, you're gonna
them?
dream like
Very vivid.
crazy.
So
Very
much that
vivid.
she
Yeah.
When I
cooked
do
me.
sleep, when
Okay,
I come
so
off
I
of
can't
it,
even
yeah,
show
it's
'em.
very vivid dreams.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as soon as
But
I'm back on,
I thought they were on my desk. I wasn't gonna take them,
I'll,
but
I'll
they're like this
Be
size.
very curious
They're
to
like
see
over your
how
mouth, like
pineal
this.
and
They have
glycine
like they're black.
works.
They're
You can
piece
get
of
it out here in a
tape
day.
that goes over your mouth. Has a
One
hole in it
consult
though.
will do that. And these are not
Like a very tiny
powerful
hole.
drugs of the
I
sort
think
like
it
Xanax
forces you
or
to breathe out
there's
of
a
your
new
nose.
sleep med called Quivivic, which works a little bit differently than the other ones that are out there in that it decreases the wakefulness system, that rumination and thinking that you're talking about, as opposed to making you sleepier. You have multiple systems, one to make you awake, one to make you sleepy. It kind of pushes down on the waking system without touching that sleepy system. It is pretty effective in maintaining normal
That was
sleep
hard.
architecture, normal slow wave sleep, rapid eye
I've never
movement
done that
sleep,
before.
so it
That was
doesn't give you that
weird.
zombie sleep. The problem is it's exceedingly expensive. So if any drug companies are listening to this, it's like $25 a pill. It's out. I mean, it's prohibitively expensive for most people.
Yeah.
But among the prescription drugs for sleep, it's certainly headed in the right direction, but the cost is still too high. But I'm a big believer in using light during the day, darkness at night, limiting alcohol at
But I
night,
appreciate the
limiting
good
caffeine
vibes,
in the
man.
afternoon,
You have no
although
idea.
that's a tough one for me because I love coffee in the afternoon.
Hey,
And just
Neon, are
like
you
the
listening
red
right now?
lens glasses can really help you wind down.
I'm
And
making
then maybe
emotes for
this
Neon. I think
glycine,
that a picture
pineal
of
and,
Neon would probably help more.
peptide. And if that all still doesn't work, I'd say, well, you seem to have found a pretty good solution for
I know
you.
it sounds weird,
But for a 15-year-old kid or a 16-year-old kid who
I'm not gonna
can't
make him look
sleep,
identical to
I would
Neon,
not
but
go to
also
cannabis.
to have a
Okay. I
would
rough
say,
style of
take it
what I
because
know
the
what he
brain's
looks
still
like, but
developing.
like, you get what I mean?
And sure, there are I should say there are valid medical
So many
uses for
shitter goblins,
cannabis.
brother. You have
But
no idea, Kate, how the good
chemotherapy,
vibes and the niceness actually
glaucoma,
goes a long way.
some
That
people
so
can
many
do it no
people have been
problem, and some
fucking with me,
people
and that I just want to
it,
chill.
it bends
That
their
I'm not gonna
life
end
in
because
a,
people are
in the wrong
fucking with me,
direction.
but like,
Maybe not a
it
bad
adds
direction,
up.
but it makes
It
them
adds
kind of
up,
a little bit lazy. And then I know people
and
who
that they're gonna make
vape a
me
big bag of
freaking
weed
crash
and
out.
work
And when
like
I
a
do
demon,
crash
and
out,
they're
I'm gonna
like,
get
you know that
fucked.
those folks are out
Literally.
there.
I just do it at night. I just
Just
do it at
fine.
night to wind down so I could sleep. But is there anything I can do to replenish my lungs from doing that?
Well, you do cardio exercise, right? Cardiovascular exercise. I would include at least one HIIT workout per week, so one max heart rate workout per week.
Okay.
So a good rule to
Okay.
follow if you
So
don't
a
have,
good rule-
I mean, I don't know how you look to be in great shape, but in terms of
Don't
training,
stop
I try and get one long, slow run per week or
believing.
ruck, an hour or two, somewhere between an hour and 2 hours. Usually it ends up being 75 minutes. So on the shorter end, full disclosure, middle of the week, I'll go out for a 30-minute run. You could do this on a treadmill, or you could swim, or you could bike, whatever doesn't get you injured. Basically a 30, like hard clip run. Like you're pushing, you're breathing hard, but you're not maxed out.
Okay.
And then one day a week.
Oh,
very
don't you
brief,
hate messing up your
hop on the
priorities?
assault
Literally,
bike,
I had
or
priorities.
find
Now
something where you
I'm
can
working
get
on
max
other
heart
things,
rate.
and I probably
So
should.
you're going like 20 seconds, 30 seconds
I'm off to
hard.
the gym. Catch you later.
Walk
Hey
or
man, like
just cruise for
I had that screen on because I was trying to pull up CapCut. You have no idea, man. Like dead ass, how much it would mean to me to see you again today, because we are working a partner, and I feel like every day there might be less people tuning in. I don't know. They're not less people tuning in, but like less people who really have the ambition to help me grow to get to partner. But I really would hope to see you again, man. Thanks for the good vibes. Let me tell you, you're about to get the best pump of your life, man. The best. I believe it. I believe it, man. Believing is key to anything, brother. If you ever think that something's impossible, just know that you are the man, the myth, the legend himself. That I would never know you if I never talked in game chat. I won't forget that Stadium Bravo game that I met you guys, because that was very, very memorable. It was one of those things that
But
how
among
can
the
you forget?
prescription
How
drugs
can
for
you
sleep,
forget
it's
that?
certainly
You can't
headed
forget
in
that.
the right direction, but the cost is still too high. But I'm a big believer in using.
I'm working on the
light
video
during the
now
day,
since I got
darkness at
scared for
night,
my priorities.
limiting alcohol at night, limiting caffeine in the afternoon, although that's a tough one for me because I love coffee in the afternoon.
I miss
And
my
just
dad.
the red lens glasses can really
You guys
help
have
you
no
wind
idea
down.
how
And then
this
maybe
feeling
this
of
glycine,
like
pineal
disappointment
and,
that I have
peptide.
of
And if
just
that
like
all still doesn't work, I'd say
not having the
you seem to have
growth
found a pretty good solution for
of
you.
personal
But
growth.
for
I'm
a
not talking about
15-year-old
streaming. I'm
kid or
talking about
16-year-old kid who
as a human,
can't
as
sleep, I would not go
a
to
man,
cannabis.
as 20
Okay.
years
I would
old, almost
say,
21, and
take
like
it
how my
'cause the
dad
brain's
doesn't
still
see that I
developing.
am improving,
And
and that
sure, there
he doesn't
are, I should
call
say,
me
there are
because of it.
valid.
Because next
medical
time he's
uses
going to
for
call me,
cannabis,
he's going to say,
like
"What have you been up to? What are you
chemotherapy,
doing? What are you doing with your life?"
glaucoma.
And then I'm not
Some
going to
people
have
can do
anything
it no
really to tell
problem,
him
and some
because he
people
doesn't really care about my
it,
streaming,
it
and
bends their life
that's not
in
something
a,
that I should
in
be
the
able
wrong
to,
direction.
that I can't
Maybe
tell
not
him
a
that.
bad
So
direction, but it makes
it's
them
like,
kind of a little bit lazy.
I don't
And then
know.
I
It's
know
like
people
he's
who
holding back on
vape
me.
a big bag of weed and
Shit
work like a
sucks.
demon, and they like that those folks are out there.
I just do it at night. I just do it at night to wind down so I could sleep. But is there anything? Is there anything I can do to replenish my lungs from doing that?
Well, you do cardio exercise, right? Cardiovascular exercise. I would include at least one HIIT workout per week, so one max heart rate workout per week.
Okay.
So a good rule to follow if you don't have, I mean, I don't know how you look to be in great shape, but in terms of training is I try and get one long, slow run per week or ruck, an hour or two, somewhere between an hour and 2 hours. Usually it ends up being 75 minutes. So on the shorter end, full disclosure. Middle of the week, I'll go out for a 30-minute run. You could do this on a treadmill, or you could swim, or you could bike, whatever doesn't get you injured. Basically a 30, like hard clip run. Like you're pushing, you're breathing hard, but you're not maxed out.
Okay.
And then one day a week, very brief, hop on the assault bike or find something where you can get max heart rate. So you're going like 20 seconds, 30 seconds hard, walk or just cruise for 10, 15 seconds, 20, 30 seconds hard, pseudo Tabata type workout. You'll be done in 10 minutes. That max heart rate thing, plus the other stuff, your lung capacity is going to be pretty strong. If you really wanted to practice, you could get someone like, and I can put you in touch with Brian McKenzie, who's really, he's a master at this stuff of teaching people to really do diaphragmatic breathing, of really learning how to like really use their diaphragm to breathe out with the belly going out and then that kind of stuff, really training their lungs like a free diver would. There's a cool test. Actually, I've never presented this on a podcast, so it's kind of fun. There's a test called the carbon dioxide tolerance test that freedivers do, where this is modified. Brian McKenzie's really developed this, where you do 3 or 4 just normal breaths, then you inhale really deep, really fill your lungs, and then you slowly discard your air as slowly as possible, and you time that discard. And when you hit lungs empty, take note of the time. Okay, so you're not seeing how long you can hold your breath. You're just seeing how slowly you can control that exhale. So it's a slow, controlled exhale. You can do it through the nose or through the mouth. 20 seconds or less is pretty weak. That means you don't have great mechanical control of the diaphragm through the phrenic nerve. 25 to 45, maybe 60 seconds, it's pretty good. 60 seconds or longer, you've got good mechanical control of your lungs, and you're not going to be an overbreather, which is not good for your brain and body, nor are you going to be underbreathing. You want that balance of carbon dioxide and oxygen to be right when at rest, when you're just like hanging out now and talking and moving and exercising too.
I got the video almost made, and then I'll do the uploading on stream.
Build that lung capacity. So you've heard of box breathing: inhale, hold, exhale, hold. Okay, so equal duration: inhale, holds, exhale, holds. Done for about 5 minutes. So you say, how long should the sides of the box be? Is it inhale for 3 seconds, hold for 3 seconds, exhale for 3 seconds, hold for 3 seconds, or is it 8? Well, if you do the carbon dioxide tolerance test and your discard rate is 20 seconds or less, you probably can only manage box breathing for about 5 minutes with 3-second sides of the box. If your carbon dioxide discard rate is somewhere between 25 and let's say 55 seconds, you can probably manage doing box breathing with a 5 to 7 second inhale, hold, exhale, hold ratio for 5 minutes continuously. This is harder than it sounds when people really get to it. Like if somebody doesn't have good control of their lungs and their diaphragm, and they try and do a box breathing with 7-second inhale, 7-second hold, 7-second exhale, 7-second hold, it's going to be tough. You can do it for a couple of minutes, and then you're going to be like feeling pretty jittery. Your adrenaline's going to be going up. The idea is to be able to do this calmly. And then if you have a carbon dioxide discard rate of 60 seconds or longer, you can do box breathing with probably an 8 to 10 second sides of the box. Free divers, and the free diving community is a little nutty. They're a little bit like the I respect them, but they're a little bit like the triathlon community. They're going to get me on the technical
Good, I
details
didn't have
here.
to
They're gonna be
redo
like,
it.
No, okay, listen. Done this with
I was
enough
afraid I
people
had to
through my
redo
lab
it.
when we were doing this with humans, with Brian McKenzie and others.
Oh, that would have been a pain in the ass.
If you want to get better at lung capacity, just get longer and longer sides of that box on box breathing for 5 minutes a day. And then test yourself on the carbon dioxide tolerance test, and you'll notice that you can go from a 30-second carbon dioxide discard rate to a 90-second discard rate. Now, if you think about free divers, there's a whole art to it, and I always say it's probably the most dangerous sport out there because it's all good till lights out and then you die, so I don't recommend it. But what they figured out how to do is to slowly exhale so they don't trigger the gasp reflex. People think they pack their lungs with air. It doesn't really work like that. When you exhale a lot, this is why it's very dangerous, what I'm about to say, it's very dangerous to do hyperventilation and then go into water. Why? Because you blow out a lot of carbon dioxide and then you can hold your breath longer, but guess what? Your brain senses carbon dioxide levels to trigger the gasp reflex, which sends you up
Have
to
you
the
guys
surface
ever
get
tried to
air.
like
If your carbon
snorkel?
dioxide's
Oh
low,
my
you
gosh, I
don't
think
get
it's
the
something with
gasp
my
reflex, and guess
anxiety.
what? You
I
just
think
black out and
that's
die.
what he just said with the
So this is
carbon
why there's
dioxide.
been a
Like,
lot
I
of
can't snorkel.
controversy
That's
suggesting that
crazy
people
to
should
think
not
about.
do
I
Wim
can't
Hof
snorkel.
type or Tumo
What?
type breathing or
Can't
what we call in the
snorkel?
lab
How
cyclic
can you not
hyperventilation.
snorkel?
Any heavy exhales
You know what I'm
followed by a
saying?
breath
Like
hold near
everybody should
water
be able to
is
snorkel.
potentially lethally dangerous. But you asked, how can you get your lung capacity better? Do the cardio work I mentioned, especially the max heart rate work, but then do 5 minutes a week. It's just 5 minutes a week of box breathing, and determine how long to make the sides of the box by doing a carbon dioxide tolerance test first. And then just retest every couple of weeks. Pretty soon you'll be doing, 10.
I'm gonna do all the boring shit really quick. Like, this is kind of boring, some people. You don't have to be lonely at farmersonly.com. I can literally do this without even looking at my keyboard. That's actually pretty awesome. I'm so pissed that I went to sleep last night. I wish I had an energy drink. It's so fucked. I was so tired last night. You ever know what that feels like? It is not a good feeling, just being so drained of all energy. I don't wish that on anybody. I'm gonna get that guy. So many things that I'm working on. It's tough. You see how quick I can upload? I'm getting so quick. I love it. So we got tomorrow's video uploaded.
Minute sides of the box.
Next thing I'm gonna
if you're not
do
already.
is
And I've
edit
seen
this
and I've
on
met some free
CapCut.
divers that can literally do 20-second inhale, 20-second hold, 20-second exhale, 20-second hold. It sounds easy, but it's not trivial. And that's because they've just really learned how to control in a conscious way their diaphragm. I mean, I'll say this, your brain has two centers for controlling breathing, but the breathing centers are amazing. They're right at the bridge between the conscious and the unconscious mind. You're breathing all the time without having to control these, but at any moment you can just grab a hold of the neural control of breathing, which is unlike any other autonomic
Redbeard.
function, like digestion or pupil size. You can't just decide to digest
message him.
faster, decide to increase your heart rate. Breathing is the bridge into
gonna message
controlling
Cappy and
your
Redbeard.
inner state. And
I'm actually messaging all my
that's why
mods,
things
see if
like
they can
yoga,
pin something for me.
meditation, there's nothing really mysterious about it. It's using breath to control your level of arousal. Exhales slow the heart rate, respiratory sinus arrhythmia. Inhales increase your heart rate, also respiratory sinus arrhythmia for those that want to look it up. So doing box breathing in a very controlled way, you're balancing that heart rate. You're staying nice and even by not letting your heart rate get high, not letting it get low, and you're using your breathing as a way to do that. And the diaphragm works so it should be when you inhale, belly goes out, and when you exhale, again, nothing mystical about this. It's actually all very mechanical. It's all gas exchange.
Interesting. When you're saying to breathe out, are you breathing out as slow as you possibly can?
During the carbon dioxide discard test,
Okay.
yeah, you're breathing out as slow as you possibly can until your lungs are empty, and then you stop the stopwatch.
Okay.
Now,
So you can't cheat.
you can't cheat.
Okay.
And this is interesting. So animals like lizards, they have active exhales, passive inhales. So they actively exhale and they passively inhale. Humans are the opposite. We actively inhale using the muscles between the ribs, the intercostals, and the diaphragm, but then we tend to passively exhale. We just kind of let it. Fall out. When you make it a point to actively exhale, that's how you slow the heart rate down.
Okay.
You engage a neural circuit through the and then eventually the sinoatrial node, and then you slow the heart rate down. It's a really beautiful mechanism, actually. And I think not enough has been said about the relationship between breathing and brain state. I mean, it's an incredible thing that you can control your breathing with your brain, and you can control your brain state with your breathing. So, you seem like a very calm guy. Most operators are pretty calm. They're just trained to like not waste energy. So you sit in a really nice, even plane most of the time, is my guess, and you know how to flip a switch when you need to be super in the zone. Most people don't know how to do that. And so they live their life kind of blown around by caffeine and alcohol and stress and social media. And I will say that for most people, paying a little bit of attention to how one breathes, focusing mainly on nasal breathing unless you're exercising, eating, or speaking, which is also good for your teeth, and facial structure too. I don't know if you've ever seen the pictures of these kids in this book, Jaws, by my colleagues at Stanford, Paul Ehrlich and Sandra Kahn. They're these twins. One is a mouth breather, one is a nose breather, and the mouth breather kid is like
Yep.
really.
They're scary.
facial
They're
structure
scary.
compared to the nose.
I'm gonna do this.
And it's a little bit of an extreme, but being able to fit your tongue on the roof of your mouth with your teeth closed, I can't just do this because
I got it.
palate is a little too confined, and just being able to breathe through your nose while you're jogging or just walking along, that's the right way to breathe, to have the proper airway. And during sleep apnea, blockage of proper airflow during sleep, breathing through the mouth during sleep, these are high risk for cardiovascular disease or basically for heart attack. I mean, being deprived of oxygen mildly deprived of oxygen for long periods of time during sleep or wake is just not good.
Yeah.
I heard some stories from the teams. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if we want to open this up, but that the thing I said earlier about not hyperventilating and holding one's breath is so serious that it's actually been, I think, I don't know if this is true, that they actively tell guys who are doing their dive work, or going into the bell, like in the tower, that they can't do hyperventilation before, because you can just black out quickly and die. So it's not something to be messed with.
Yeah.
But if you're above ground and you're not driving or operating machinery, like,
You just pass out for a minute.
I mean, I'm not into that, but but I do think learning to breathe properly is pretty key.
Yeah.
And the cool thing is the box breathing, making the sides of the box longer, it has a really nice crossover effect with cardiovascular training, where you go back to do those HIIT workouts, and you're like, whoa, you feel like you have a superpower.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'll definitely be doing
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's move into psychedelics. So I had a profound experience. Did Ibogaine, did 5-MeO DMT.
As part of Veteran Solutions.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
what a great organization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, so many positive things came out of that for me. I mean, I haven't tried.
I'm gonna take a picture of what I'm
this
working on
February.
editing,
Was it
so that I don't
scary going
forget the
through it? Sorry to
timestamp.
interrupt, I'm just so curious.
Let me do that.
No. I was more scared. I wasn't scared to do the Ibogaine. I just had too many guys come in here and tell me about their experience and how it improved their life, their personal life, their family life, their work life, just all around. What really scared the hell out of me was the 5-MeO DMT when I found out it was a death experience. I think I was like, wait a minute.
I have a friend who
We're gonna die?
Oh man, I had a friend who was in the teams. I'm not laughing because I haven't done it, so I although I might someday. Former team guy who told me that it was like being his words strapped to the shockwave of an atom bomb, and I thought that's a big statement.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't call it that.
Oh
but,
my
but
gosh,
everybody,
are you
everybody's
fucking
different,
kidding me
but,
right now?
For me, it was just
Houston, we have a problem.
You are 100%
I have to delete
certain
a
you
bunch
are
of
dying.
shit.
Like that's it. You are dying.
Okay,
And
but scary. It's scary while
it's
you're in
the
there.
most fear, most anxiety I've ever felt through
Beaking.
anything. All my
Hello,
time in the
Beaking.
teams, all my time at contracting for CIA. Like I was, and I've had times where I thought
How
I was
are
gonna
you?
die. But
We're watching this
was
while I work on
actually-
editing,
I mean, you
and
felt
once
you were
I get
100% sure in your
somewhat
brain that you are
not having to worry about
this
it,
is it. You're dead. Like you're actively
then
dying.
I will be able to play the
and
video game.
you're
It's just
grasping
right
for
now,
anything you can
I
possibly
have
hold
literally
on
like
to,
24 hours
to-
before my VOD gets
But at that
deleted for
time,
the
I had
meaty
my
Molly
son
raid.
and my wife, and I was like, holy shit, I
And
cannot.
that means I gotta
fucking leave
freaking
them.
work on this shit instead
And
of
then,
procrastinating.
But you're dying.
My
You can't
stomach
control it.
hurts
and then you die
so bad.
And,
I never have a stomach ache.
and then it takes you into a whole nother realm. But
I love you, brother. Thank you for
But
joining.
that put me in the moment. That changed my perspective on God for a while, and then, but at the same time, it also proved to me that there was something after death, and and now, as you know, I am a believer, but I think the real effects that have really lasted for almost 3 years now are from the Ibogaine.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you've done a lot of studies with this, have been a part of a lot of studies, and I'm curious, I'm just curious, where is psychedelic medicine today?
Yeah. So super excited that we're talking about this because it's a really important time for all of this. There are several aspects. I'll say one piece first. And these always sound like disclaimers, but I don't say them to protect myself. I say them to protect anyone listening. I don't think young kids should do I don't think kids or teenagers should do psychedelics. And I did them as a teenager. So been there, don't recommend it. I think there's a therapeutic potential for sure for psilocybin, MDMA, Ibogaine. I don't know much about 5-MeO, but they seem to couple it with the Ibogaine. You may ask why I'm not putting LSD in that category. You know why there aren't very many studies of LSD? Even though LSD has a very serotonergic, dopaminergic type effects that are similar to psilocybin, but a little bit different as well. Do you know the reason they don't study LSD? I didn't
Because
know
of
this.
the Nixon
You
administration.
got a friend
No,
in
it's
me.
a great answer. But no, it turns out that the trips are just too long. No one will stay in the laboratory that long to study the person.
How long are they?
They're like 11 or 12 hours or more.
Wow.
Depending on the dose. So I know it's a funny one, right? So in Switzerland, there's some labs that study it because the Swiss are very like hardworking. They'll stay after hours. In the US and in other countries, they're like, 4 to 6 hours is about time as you can spend with somebody. And I know it's almost funny, but I point this out because this is also how science works. And it illustrates a really important point. And as a tangential but related point, the so-called 8-hour feeding window for intermittent fasting. You know why most of the studies are 8 hours?
Gotta play that.
Because the guy,
Trash
my
got
friend,
rated by
Sachin
Marley,
Panda, who initiated those studies
on
at the Salk Institute in San Diego,
on
he had a
December
graduate student,
5th, I
his
got rated by
girlfriend, who was
Marley.
running those studies,
So I gotta work
I need you home
on.
by a certain time.
I gotta work on
He
posting.
could be in the laboratory for 10 hours a day, but not longer.
Dude, I didn't even
they
hear
made
that.
the
I didn't even
feeding
think it, and
window
just that
they
popped into my
studied 8
brain.
hours. So almost all the data on intermittent fasting, at least the bulk of it, is about 8-hour feeding windows because of this graduate student's girlfriend.
Wow.
So just giving you a sense of kind of how science is done, not haphazardly, but
actually
it exists in these
fucking
practical
with me?
constraints. Okay, psychedelics, in my opinion, should not be done in the developing brain.
Guys, how do I find
Psychedelics like
storage on my freaking
psilocybin
PC?
and LSD, and to some extent ibogaine, which is impacts the serotonin system. The major physiological effect, and my colleague Nolan Williams at Stanford is the one really pioneering.
Oh,
these
guys, I
studies on
found it.
ibogaine.
I found it.
increases
Okay, never mind.
serotonin. And
I found a
it seems to
bunch of things
mimic
that I could
serotonin
delete.
and act through specific serotonin receptors and increase communication between certain brain areas, both during the psychedelic journey and afterwards. We have to distinguish between those because right now there's a crucial question in this field, which is, does the psychedelic journey matter? Or is the psychedelic journey just a kind of a epiphenomenon where people think they learned something there, but actually there's a bunch of brain rewiring that happens simply because of the chemical of the drug. Drug companies are very
This is gonna
interested
take
in
fucking
taking
forever.
psychedelics, I'll tell you, and removing the psychedelic experience from them and finding just the brain plasticity.
It's only
part that
2%
allows them to
done. And let me give
depression,
you
etc.
a beacon.
But
Would you
for
like
the
to
time
get to
being,
know?
it
Would you
seems
like to know about that a little bit more?
These psychedelics seem to do.
He
at
gave me a
least
300 gifted subs
from a
that day
subjective
too. As
standpoint,
well.
they kind of recede the waterline on the conscious to unconscious mind. You get to see your
Gogu,
unconscious
funny
mind.
seeing you here
I've done
this
high-dose
early.
psilocybin. High dose would be between 4 and 5 grams. I've done that 4
Be keen
different
too.
times.
Be keen too, though.
And
Like
every single
I'm
time
really,
I can
really, really
attest,
happy
you
right
start
now.
to see the
You
structure
have
of
no
your
idea
thinking,
how
but
awesome
it
this is
happens
to
with
have you
real
guys here
emotion
this
and
early.
in real time.
Thank you so
And
much.
you get a lot of reps.
Really appreciate
So
it.
rather than
I
thinking
love you
about
guys.
something, you are experiencing something, and you get to see the structure of how you're dealing with that difficult thing or that great thing. You can think about family and feel all the things you feel about your family. Max emotional state, maybe ramped up to level 11.
What do you think about this pen?
it's on
What do you think about this pen? Do you
over and
like
over
the
and over.
pen?
My understanding of ibogaine, and I haven't done ibogaine, is that people get basically a very clear picture of previous life events. They talk about it kind of Rolodexing through, and they talk about it Rolodexing through, and that the person on ibogaine seems to feel a certain sense of agency, and they can kind of modify either the
Gogu, no matter
understanding of
what
the
any
actions
negative
that occurred
motherfuckers
within
want to
that
say to me,
picture.
they
Is
can
that
go.
accurate?
I know you're young, but they can go eat a bag of dicks.
My
for real, for real.
experience was
I know you're not one of the negatives, but
2
they can go do
lines
that. They can go
of
fly a
TV
freaking
screens,
kite, for real. I can
and
care
it
less.
was just seemed like thousands.
Thanks for
of
asking,
memories
brother,
every-
and thanks
every
for being there
memory.
for me,
Real
because
Yes.
too many
Real
haters want to
Yeah,
see me
that's
freaking
unusual
down.
among the
Why
psychedelics.
is that, man?
Typically, it's not real
Why is
memories
that?
people experience. With ibogaine, it seems to be real memories. In discussions with Nolan Williams, who I just saw recently, he's our professor. He's a triple board certified neurologist psychiatrist. He's like one of these phenoms. I was talking to my colleagues at Stanford, right? He's the one doing the brain imaging and the.
But guess what? I'm the
transcranial
strongest
stimulation of
motherfucker.
People,
The strongest motherfucker.
veterans who take.
They think they can
ibogaine
get to
followed by
me.
DMT.
They don't know I'm the one who
They
knocks.
published a beautiful paper earlier
Skylar, we are not
this year,
in
showing
danger.
that post-ibogaine treatment,
am
there is this
the danger,
tremendous
Skylar.
improvement in PTSD
I
symptoms
am
and
the one who knows.
remission from addiction of different kinds. This is wild, not just alcohol, but other
Gogu,
forms of addiction,
guess what, brother?
behavioral and chemical.
You
And
are
there
a great
seems to
guy,
be
for real.
increased brain communication between areas like the insula,
That is
which
something
is
that
a brain
a lot of
area
people
that
should think
has
like
kind of
that.
an internal body feel representation, but also the circuits between the insula and other brain areas involved in memory. So now you're thinking about how memories make you feel, right? as well as areas of the brain that are involved in context-dependent decision making. So you can perhaps make a better decisions about alcohol or better decisions about how you feel about certain things and even feel differently about certain things that happen while still understanding they happened and they happened.
Can you hear my
in this
PC
exact
making
way.
that noise?
So you're not erasing memories, you're modifying
It's
the
on my
emotional
freaking
experience and the response
PlayStation
to
that
those.
time because I smacked it. It's not doing that.
Incredible.
But my PlayStation's
Couple
not on.
that
My
with
brain's
the
not
data
working.
on depression,
Gogu, I've never asked you this.
so-called major depression.
Do you know anybody that
that
you might recommend the
comes
stream
from
to that might
the
enjoy it?
psilocybin studies,
Curious.
and while
Earlier,
not all of
we
the
were
studies
asleep, so I
show the
lurked.
same magnitude of effect,
Yo,
you can
brother,
see
helping out the
people
stream
going into
appear higher on the
remission from
following
major
page and
depression.
recommended page is more than I could ever ask
Severe
for, bro.
depression brought to major relief from a lot of the
Hey,
depressive
I don't want you to
symptoms,
make anybody
as
feel like
measured by improved
they have to do
sleep,
anything.
improved
If you think
outlook
they
on life.
benefit
These
off
are
the stream, I'll be
very
as
impressive,
nice
especially when
to
one
them as I'm
compares
nice to you,
the
brother.
traditional
As long as they're
SSRI
not
type
like
treatments,
breaking
which
TOS or
can
anything,
have their place,
which I don't
especially for
think
things like
they would.
OCD,
But
we know that they've had their issues.
you're never
as
on
well.
Twitch though.
So when we
I mean,
talk about
you don't have to
psychedelics,
say
it's
anything
very
to
important
anybody. I'm just
understand that
saying,
we're
like,
talking about brain plasticity. People get a little
we're
freaked
trying
out
we're
and they
trying to
start
grow
thinking,
the
okay,
best
this
of our
is
ability in
like
that.
a drug that really
Only
makes you go
way
crazy.
really
No, these are drugs that help
sometimes
people
we
work
can
through
grow is
prior
by
issues
asking
or the
others
way
to
that they
help
process
and
issues, and they increase plasticity. They allow for brain modification. That's what they do. And by extension, the SSRIs, are interesting because it's not thought that depression is lack of serotonin. No one ever
that make
really
sense?
thought that in the psychiatric community. It's thought that SSRIs can tap into brain plasticity. Therapy is supposed to tap into brain plasticity, but now
Hey, 100%.
every
I'm not a fall for
psychiatrist I've
follow
spoken
kind of
to
guy, but
says they're pretty excited
he's a friend
about
of
the
yours. He's a
potential
friend of
for
mine.
psilocybin, potentially ibogaine as well, but psilocybin for the treatment of major depression. Now, this is not some self-appointed shaman doing this. These are clinical studies. The ibogaine is particularly interesting because
I don't know if you noticed those stalkers
addiction relief
joining
that
and leaving
people
the stream.
experience.
Those
The challenge
every
is you have to be
30
heart
seconds
rate
they'll join and
monitored,
they'll leave for.
heart monitored. It's
There's
not for
there's
everybody.
been
And the reason I ask
been
is
some
it's
creeps
scary is that
that have
some
been
people
like
feel like it
stalking
takes
me
a certain
lately.
amount of boldness
It's one of
to
these
lean into
things
their
that
certainly the 5-MeO.
they'll stay for
Where are
30
we at with
seconds
this?
so they
Okay.
won't
In terms of
join the viewer
FDA
list,
approval,
but then they'll leave 30
it
seconds
hasn't
later.
happened yet.
And I
And
feel
in
like
order
these
to
guys are
understand
some
where things are
predators
at
or
right
some
now,
shit.
we need to understand.
Like, I don't want to
that
say
groups
what
like
they're probably
Veteran
doing to the
Solutions that
stream,
are
but they're
doing
probably
amazing
being
work
weird.
trying to get
Probably being
FDA
nasty.
approval. This stuff is happening
They,
out of
they
country,
know
out
who
of
they
the
are
US,
too,
then
and I
people
know
are
who they
being
are.
scanned
It's
in
fucking
the US,
weird.
like in Nolan's
And
lab. Robin Carter.
anybody else who ever sees the number go up and then go down, like
The
real
FDA
quick,
approval
that's
has
them
hinged
trying to
largely
avoid being
on
in the
this
viewer
thing called
list.
MDMA.
And
MDMA,
that
so-called
they got to know
ecstasy,
that they're not.
right, is
They're fucking funny, bro. They're fucking funny, but they're also creepy. That anybody who realizes what they're doing, what they could be doing, you're probably freaking nasty. Okay.
The net effect is to dramatically increase serotonin.
Well, if they don't want to appear in the viewer list and they're trying not to be
Methamphetamine,
seen, it
straight
makes me
methamphetamine,
think bad
is
things.
mostly dopamine
So
and noradrenaline or adrenaline.
I hope they
So what
feel
do we got here? We
uncomfortable.
got a
I hope they feel
drug,
gross after
MDMA,
freaking being a
that,
fucking
assuming
stalker.
it's pure and assuming it's applied in a clinical study,
Just
has been
watch it.
shown
Literally just watch the
multiple
number and
times
then you
now
can see it. You can
to
literally
lead
watch
to
them.
not just
Like,
improvement,
they're
but
freaking weird.
remission
They're freaking
of
weird.
post-traumatic
They don't
stress
realize they're
disorder.
actually helping the
Remission.
stream. That
It's
ad
a
revenue is
pathogen,
by
not
every
a
1,000
hallucinogen
views.
or
And that
hallucinogenic
every time that they
psychedelic.
do
It's
that,
not
they
a
generate a
traditional
view.
one. So it's an
And that they're
empathogen,
actually paying me.
so-called heart medicine.
I didn't want
It
to say
allows
anything.
people to
But
feel their feelings, to feel safe.
yeah, that's how
feeling
I
their
get paid
feelings,
with ad revenue. And it's
even
not very
about
much,
traumatic
but they do
events,
help it
and
go
working
up.
with a therapist to work through that with them. So we're not talking about raving or something. Whereas this isn't like that kind of.
Look
thing.
it
People
up.
in the
Look up
IMAS or talking to a therapist.
look up like so
Okay,
I have it on the
this all
minimum
sounds great,
per
right?
hour,
So
but it's per
where's the
1,000.
block?
So
Why did
it's
the
one of those
FDA not
things
approve
that it all
MDMA
adds up.
this
And
last year?
it's pretty hype.
Okay, this gets into some
Actually,
kind of
like,
darker territory.
so the more
but I'm
people
just
who
gonna
know
tell
you, the more
what I am
stalkers there's
aware
going to
of,
be, and it's just
where I'm wrong.
it is what it is.
Um,
They're
the
hiding in the
MAPS
shadows because they think there's
has
something.
run by Rick Doblin, who's a well-meaning person, and
That's one thing. I'm gonna
certainly has
make it
done an
obvious to
enormous
people.
amount
Like,
of work to
watch
try and
it.
get
Literally, just
MDMA
watch it. See
to
how
the point of
creepy that
FDA
shit is.
approval. They've been doing
Like,
research
dead
studies,
ass,
and they
like-
continue to. Has gotten these amazing results.
We're
right?
vibing, man. We're
These
trying to have
remission
good
rates are
vibes,
really
and
high.
people want to be
There are
weirdos.
risks with MDMA, given that it contains.
I ain't hurting
amphetamine,
nobody. I
increased
ain't do
heart rates,
nothing
so
to
people with
nobody.
some
They
heart
just.
issues might not be able
It's
to
like
take it.
some people, no matter
It's
if you give them the
dopaminergic,
energy,
gets
they will
people
give you
pretty
the
ramped up,
energy,
et
even if
cetera.
they're negative Nancy's and
I
bad
could have
people.
predicted that the FDA wasn't going to approve it this round. Why? I don't think there are enough studies yet.
Don't
That's number
stop
one.
believing.
They had this issue with
We are
a
not
control group, which was
in
that people knew if they
danger,
got the drug or they
Skylar.
didn't, because if you didn't get it,
am
not much is
the
happening. And if you
danger.
did get it, you're you know, either a noodle, or, you know, feeling like a noodle. I've participated in one of these experiments, right? I've taken pure MDMA as part of a clinical experience, and you're not doing anything else that day or the next day. I'll tell you that. So it's not the kind of thing that you know, people could just do at home or with their therapist and go back and pick up the kids at school. It's not going to work like that. You need days off.
Beacon, are you still hanging out with us?
Treatment. There was also, sadly, during the course of those trials, because they were working with therapists in a certain community, there were a couple of reports of sexual improprieties during the sessions with patient. That's a clear barrier for the FDA to just run along and say, okay, right? That the FDA, and I understand this because I used to review grants for the NIH. I'm not worked at the FDA, but I have friends that have, right? A family friend growing up was Don Kennedy, who, if my memory serves me correctly,
Hello, Skag.
Worked for the FDA for a long time. If I'm not mistaken, he directed the FDA, but if I'm mistaken, I apologize. But he was at the FDA. The FDA is a very conservative organization. Now, you might say, wait, hold on, they'll put yellow number 5 in our food, and we can talk about yellow number 5. They won't do that in Europe or Canada, but they won't approve MDMA. Yep.
Skag, I wish I was handsome, brother. You gotta teach me some riz, brother. How do I get the girls? How do I get the ladies?
In this country than there is.
I'll do anything, Rax. I'll do anything.
This is the reality. Now, they aren't going
Maybe we can talk about that because
that will kill you that day.
R6.
But stuff makes it through. I'll just mention yellow number 5.
I'll just show you what I'm working on now, and it's actually not going to let me. Pretty much, I'm exporting
real research science. The yellow number 5, I forget.
It's just going to take
spread on the bellies of these mice.
Okay, let's get priorities done, and then I can do this.
Literally see their organs.
But I'll do it on my other monitor so I can play the game at the same time. So last thing I got to do is journal. I already made the video for today. I just have to journal.
Anything bright orange or yellow.
Thanks for the compliment, man.
Snack foods, chips.
That's something that a real man can take a compliment.
Transparent.
Somebody who's not confident in themselves cannot take a
effect of that. We don't know. Toxicity is obviously low enough that
in that Skag, I think a lot about females are that if you give them time and the energy, they don't necessarily like you as much.
You know, in their reproductive organs, that's the work of Tyrone Hayes.
You are more,
yes, it is true that certain things in
I don't know, like you don't give them the time or energy, then they're around more. I don't know how to explain it.
Causing endocrine disruption in frogs that was
I'm not like that. Like I don't do that on purpose, but also at the same time, I think if you text them back as soon as they text you, then they're gonna see that.
That's true. I mean, there's
nothing.
There's nothing conspiracy about that.
Good morning.
From Tyrone when I was at Berkeley.
Good morning.
He does great work.
It's the greatest
no
day.
one contests that.
Hello, Batman.
But
Good morning.
in any event, things like atrazine in the drinking water.
Did you miss the second sky raid, Batman?
Certain deltas in California, I think, had them. In the Central Valley. Pesticides are a major cause of endocrine disruptors. So people in rural communities are much more prone to cancer-causing and endocrine-disrupting pesticides. This is a serious issue, which also tends to correlate with certain socioeconomic status, and so it gets pretty messy. But when it comes to psychedelics,
he raided me when I was
why the FDA didn't approve MDMA for the
so
treatment of PTSD,
I was
despite this
disappointed
really impressive
when I went
data,
to sleep.
in my opinion, is because they said
it was kind of disappointing the fact he raided me when I was tired. Oh man, I didn't have an energy drink. I was so exhausted. I literally tried to stay up as late. I stayed up for like 2-3 hours after he raided me, and I was freaking like so bummed when I was laying down. I was just thinking how I'm gonna miss out.
And obviously
gonna miss out on everybody.
Situations like that, but it called attention to something, which is that.
Thank you for coming back. Thank you for being a part of my community, being a part of Skype's community, but also being a part of my community.
Make the best decisions.
The biggest
and so
honor
there has to be
that I could ever have.
Something in
Batman,
place.
did you see the screen that I'm working on for Sky?
You need something in place to make sure that no one's harming themselves.
Good morning.
And sadly, some things didn't get handled properly or were handled outright improperly during the course of the ramp up to that potential approval. So I think Ibogaine is likely to make it through in the next couple of years, in part because it's so closely tied to the veterans community. And because
You guys want to know why
say
I
thanks
sing and
to
I don't
the
feel comfortable
really
singing a
incredible
whole lot? Is
advocacy of
because
Veteran Solutions
I was in an
and
audition choir
former
in high school
Governor Rick
that
Perry,
most people couldn't get into.
who,
It's something
you
that
know, it's really
I don't
interesting.
know. I just
like,
never
I don't
really
want to get
felt
into partisan
comfortable
politics,
around
but he's like
people
been one of the
doing
biggest
that
proponents for
because
psychedelic
I
medicine.
thought it disappointed my
and
dad in
he's
a way.
done the
I don't know.
across the aisle reach. I was at a Veteran Solutions.
That's
event,
one of my favorite things
fundraiser
to
where
do
I gave a
is
talk, and
is sing
Rick
something that I
Perry
like. I
and
don't know,
a
but not like
Democrat
sing,
are
but
up
like
there
sing something that
together
I enjoy.
trying to raise money to
Because
lobby for.
I was
the
also in a
approval of
jazz
psychedelics
choir
for the
as well,
treatment
and
of
jazz
PTSD
choir
in
is
veterans.
the
That,
audio
to me,
sounds.
at least growing up when I grew up, that's how this country's supposed to
Good
work.
morning, and then the
Both sides. I don't know if those guys like each other, hate each other. Doesn't matter. They saw a
that's
place where
jazz.
this could really be a benefit, and the veterans community is really
The audios,
spearheading
making
this whole
audios with your
thing,
mouth.
going in and trying these treatments that other people haven't tried, and I think
Can I tell you something?
the bulk of data
Yesterday
showed it
was a
immensely
fantastic
beneficial. I know
freaking
one
day,
person who
and
came
you want to
back
know
from the
how
Ibogaine
we
DMT
did it?
thing
You know how we
that
got
didn't
it
do
to be
well
so
afterwards.
fantastic?
Was it caused by that?
We
Unclear.
naenaes.
We don't know.
I
They're
lost
now
my
fortunately
freaking
fine.
pen cap.
They couldn't tack it specifically to that experience, but one. But that's
No, but
always
really,
a possibility with any treatment. But
you
the
like
vast
jazz?
majority of
That
people
one?
that come back,
That
I've
one
talked
B.
to
You
so
like
many
jazz?
operators come
Yeah,
back.
from the B movie.
And I think there's a documentary coming out about.
Do I
this
like
soon,
jazz?
And all of this that Amber and
Maybe a little
Marcus have
bit.
put
Do I
together.
like making noises with my mouth?
It just says
Yes.
it. And more importantly, for my job as a scientist,
And it wasn't like an
my colleague
in-school
Nolan
thing. This
Williams
is
is
out of
like,
school.
it's
This
just
is
an
like after
incredible
school.
thing
So
to
instead
see
of
the
going
brain
to basketball
plasticity,
practice
to see the
or
behavioral change, to see the
it
psychological
would be
change.
going to
And this is sometimes
yeah,
two, but
I don't
this is
tell
really a
people that,
one
so that
treatment
stays between us
kind of
guys.
endeavor.
Right now, the people
So
that are
I think
in
we are
here
at the point now
are
where
the
it's like,
people in
okay,
here
there
that
enough
are not
data
watching me
that
play the video
even
game.
The
The people who
biggest
are here
skeptics,
here for good
'cause
vibes.
It is important to be skeptical.
Hey,
even the biggest
Gogu, are you going to
skeptics
be
about
back in like
psychedelics
10
are
minutes? Because
stepping
that's
back
probably
and
when I'm
going,
going to start.
okay, even people who work on addiction are saying,
I'm
look, I think there's probably something here.
journaling right now.
I mean, it wasn't just booze, man. It was booze, it was Adderall, it was Xanax, it was Ambien, it was all that shit.
And you're done with all
went
of that.
away. All of it. Oh man. Just like that. Not an effort, not like I'm gonna really make it work this time. I just didn't want it. It was like I quit sugar for probably 3 months. And I mean, it was like it gave me like this intuition that was, hey, all this, even though I already knew it, it was, this shit is poison. Stay away from it.
It's almost like a logical circuit gets reinstated, right? I've probably not talked about it enough on my podcast, but like addiction is this incredible thing where a person can be completely sane and rational in every other way, but in one way, 2 + 2 = 5 for them.
Yeah, I was a
And then
baritone.
something
I was a
like what you
bass. I
described
was
comes
the
in
only
and it
baritone. I
restores
was
the math.
one of two
And it
basses.
restores it in
And
the context
that basically means
that
if he
matter,
didn't
which
show
is
up,
not
that
when you're at the retreat,
they
or
would
in the
hear me.
recovery
That they
center,
would.
that's important too.
I would be the
but when
one
you get home,
that they would hear, and that's something
when things
that
are
made me
stressful,
very,
when
very
things are good.
self-conscious
I
growing
mean,
up.
I've got friends that relapsed when things were
Is
great.
that all the attractive
I have a
looking
friend,
females when I
I-
was that?
it's worth
when I was
mentioning that-
young. You know what I'm saying? Like
I have a friend who was such a
the
bad
girls that
drug
you
and
like at the
alcohol
time. I don't know.
addict
One of those
that his
things.
wife basically gave him an ultimatum.
hard
Like,
part
he
of
had
my
wrapped
life.
the truck around the car at
That
7 in the
fucker
morning.
would.
He did that one.
His
He
name
did
was
the leaving
Everett.
pills
The
out
other
and
bass
kids
would like
were
not
endangered. He did
show up.
every single
and he
thing,
would
and he
leave
was
me
trying so
fucking
hard. I mean, he
scared.
was pretty much
He'd leave
ready
me
to either
scared.
get sober or kill himself, and or just implode. And the way he
It's
got
actually one of my
sober, he's
favorite
still
parts
sober
of
now.
schooling.
I'll just
like
say
all
it. I mean,
school
this is one of the first things. The second
is
being the
because
Eddie
I felt
Penny
comfortable there. And I
conversations
didn't feel like
that
I could be bullied
got me
in
really
that area.
tuned into the higher power relationship. is
Just
he
because
went
of like
to this
everybody
place
was
in
so
LA
close
that when he
versus
told
like
me
all the other
he was going
classes
there,
where
after
there's
having
so
gone to
many
multiple
random
rehabs,
new
he's
people
like, I'm going there and
that
I'm
come
going
and
to get
go.
sober. And I was like, all right, whatever. Like, we've heard this one before. He went there. He came out fully got it up. And I thought, back then, I thought, oh boy, you know? I mean, he was just fully.
Did you hear me sing "Row, row, row your
Christed
boat"
up.
earlier?
Yeah.
Row, row, row
He's been
your
sober
boat
ever since.
gently down
Man, that's
the
awesome.
stream.
And the happiest he's ever been. And the kids are thriving. His
My dog
relationship
likes
is
row, row,
thriving.
row your boat.
And his work, his professional life, like his demeanor, like everything's thriving. And when he went in there, I thought to myself, oh boy, like he's been to multiple rehabs. Nothing worked. And that relationship worked
Wow.
and continues to work. I heard from him this morning.
That's amazing.
And I was like, wow. And then we know guys like Eddie Penny
Juicy.
So I don't think
what is up? It's
who,
going
you know,
amazing.
have similar stories.
I hope
in
you're
the
down to
sense
stick
that,
around and
you
hang
know,
out
Eddie
with us,
had his
man. Really
issues he talked
appreciate the
about on this
company.
podcast.
I'm doing one of my last
And,
priorities,
you know,
which is journaling.
the relationship to
I journal once,
God,
or I journal 2 pages a day.
and
Yesterday I only
Jesus
journaled 1
cleaned
page
it up
because
for him.
people were
Or
rushing
he
me.
cleaned it up
but
for him through that.
I don't think
And
we
look,
have
I'm a
anybody
scientist,
rushing
so I
me
don't
in
know the
chat right now
explanation there.
since
What I do know
Goku's
is those are
went
two
to lurk and he said
incredible
that he
data
wanted to watch
points
the game, but now he's
that I've
lurking. So
observed.
it
because
doesn't
those are
matter
two
since he's
people
lurking. I can
that
take as much time
were,
as I
I didn't know
want.
Eddie when he was in it, but we're struggling. The other guy definitely saw him.
But I hope you're having the most amazing morning, brother.
Near lethal mistake.
I'm having an
near lethal
amazing day,
mistake,
bro.
Near lethal mistake after near lethal mistake, and boom,
He
he flipped the switch. And I've seen people do it with ibogaine, and I've seen people combine the two. Like you, it sounds like you have. I think, you know, I don't know if there's just one solution. I have to say, the pandemic was a really tough time for a lot of addicts who depended on 12-step meetings.
Yesterday I was
To
singing
stay
that
off
song a
drugs
lot,
and
and then
alcohol.
Sky
A
rated me that
really
night.
tough time.
So if you
And there
think
were
about
people
it,
that managed to stay in
we've gotten rated by
communication and
Sky
taking care of
twice
one
now,
another,
and so
Man, I
there's
never
that.
even thought
if
about
I
that.
think positive and I say
what we-
positive things, then we'll have a positive outcome.
The implications of the lockdowns on, I mean, there's the stuff that is kind of lighter, like bad decisions.
I'm almost
about
done
who
with
to
the first
pair up with,
page, so
bad decisions about who to break up with. You saw that too. The challenges around socialization that kids were having.
Yeah.
But then the drug alcohol relapse rate or people that discovered addiction under those conditions is just astounding. And I think we're still paying the price for it.
yo, okay, Juicy Joni, Juicy Joni, can you send me your study guide? And I can help you with that?
But these politicians, or former politicians, I should say, who
Like
are
on Discord, send me your
basically risking
study
their
guide, and I
reputation
will
in
take your
order to
study
try
guide,
make sure
and I
that
will get
these
resources for you.
solutions like ibogaine and psilocybin and MDMA done safely in the right clinical context.
Send it to me
that
on
those eventually
Discord.
make it to FDA approval. It's so critical.
I've said this to so many people. You
I
don't
gotta
know.
ask a
It would
question.
take me freaking. It would take
Does
me
FDA
literally less than
approval
2
mean
minutes to
anything
get
to
that.
you?
And
I mean, it
think
can
about it. If it
keep
could make
doctors
your
out of
day or
jail.
life easier and make you
When
happier at
when
the
you're
end of the
looking
day,
at supplements,
and that
or food,
makes
or
my
any
day
of this,
complete,
or
brother.
new
Like
drugs
if
that are
one
coming out,
person
does
is
FDA
happier
approval,
or
does that-
benefited
does that mean
by the
anything?
stream, by the day,
Yeah, so
that
on
I
the one hand,
have done
the FDA
something
in this country
that
is
I
among the
wanted
more
to.
stringent
So
regulatory
I would be
bodies
more
in
than
the
happy,
world,
brother.
in the
It
sense
would
that
actually make
for
me
a
happy.
drug to make it to market,
For real.
it has to pass very stringent toxicology.
This goes for
sort of
anybody
they
that
run the
needs
LD50
anything.
studies, you know, at what
Physics,
dose to 50%
homework,
of
calculus,
populations don't
homework,
die, et cetera, of
rocket science,
laboratory animals.
freaking
a lot of
anything
work
you
is
ever
done
wanted.
to prevent the kind of can get anything at any pharmacy type model. That is good. Stem cells, for instance, I think stem cells are incredibly exciting as a potential.
Flame, are you still
therapy.
here?
I also know there's a stem cell clinic down in Florida that was.
You wanna
injecting
send me
stem
your
cells
Java
into the eyes
project?
of patients with macular degeneration, a field that I know a thing or two about from my ophthalmology role. Those people went blind. So the FDA made sure that stem cell therapies were not just allowed to go to market because some stem cell therapies, maybe into the knee or into a shoulder or something, might be beneficial. Well, in this case, stem cell injections.
All right, we got
into
the first
eye
page done, and since
would
we're
make
not
people
being
blind,
rushed,
and
we're
had
going to
they
do
not
the
come
next
in and
page
drop the
because
gavel,
I think that whenever I do the second page, it always makes the day so
going
much
and
better
getting treatments that could potentially make them go blind
in the long
faster.
run.
Okay.
So we have to acknowledge the important work they do. That said, I have a friend, a neuroscientist up in Canada, who recently was hearing this whole thing about Fruit Loops. How come you've seen the labels that are out there now? How come the Fruit Loops in the US have all these
If
things
you
like
keep
yellow
seeing that number
5,
go
maybe it
up
does,
and
maybe it doesn't,
down,
but all these
like
food dyes
like
that
23 to
no one can pronounce.
26,
And then
those
in Canada,
are
they don't. They use like
our
carrot juice or
community
something.
stalkers.
And she said, I'm going to
who,
go look.
who won't
like,
stay
is
long
this
enough
actually
to appear
true?
in the
So
viewer
she goes
list,
into
and
a
so they will
Canadian
just keep
supermarket.
joining
She lives in
and
Canada.
leaving,
It's
so
Montreal,
that
I
they won't
believe,
show up
and
in the viewer list, so that they can
takes
be
the Fruit Loops
weirdos.
box off the shelf, and sure enough, it's lacking all
and I don't know
of
what
these
they're doing, but they're
chemicals that
probably being gross.
apparently are allowed
so.
here. So I do think that this
But at the
country
same
has
time, they're generating
there's an
live views,
asymmetry
which
of
I get paid
stringency.
ad revenue
It's a
for
technical
live
language
views,
where
so
certain things it's very
it's
stringent
one of
to
those
get to
things
market,
that they're
other
not
things
necessarily
far
hurting
too
me. They're
lax.
actually helping me.
Now,
And
is it the big food lobby? I
that
don't know.
if
What
you
we do
guys
know
see
is
those
that the
numbers go from 27 to 23,
commoditization
or
of food,
just know
the
that
ability
there's
to make food
4 little
not just
blue
an
weirdos
apple, but to
that
actually
are
make it a product
sitting in a
that can
group
last
probably
on the shelf. You know, the packaging of
smirking
strawberries
and being
in plastic,
gross.
for
And
instance. It's not just
I
about
think that
more plastic.
they are
It's also that's
interesting
one unit.
specimens.
Now you have to buy one unit.
That anybody
so
that
if you
would
think about it, it's
not
pretty
want to
clever
support
as
my
opposed to
stream or
buying by
be
weight,
in my stream
right?
long
In
enough
addition to that,
in the viewer
it
list. It's
changes
kind of
the way
interesting to
that
think
food can
there
be
are people like that out there
traded on
that don't
as a
have good
commodity,
intentions. You know what I'm saying?
because it changes the perishability or the shelf life of those food products. So in this country, we have allowed.
And I'm gonna keep calling them out and telling people about them
to-
because of how
we
weird
have
they
allowed
are.
a lot of
That it's
preservatives
actually kind
and
of
things of that sort to be introduced.
makes
to
me feel
foods
like they're
that
predators,
make
like
the foods less healthy,
people that
but are good for the food
don't
industry.
want to be in the viewer list for a bad
So
reason.
that's
I don't know how to
true. Then
explain
people
it.
will say, well, that brings food
People
costs down, and
are
food
gross.
is cheap
People
in
are
this country
weird.
compared
That
to
I
other
hope they
countries.
feel weird
Calories
about
are cheap in this
themselves,
country.
and then
Not healthy
eventually
calories, but
they
food is cheap.
realize that they're
And then
not
people
doing
say, well, that's the
anything.
obesity problem.
If
Not
anything,
to weave
they're
too
actually
many
helping
themes
me.
here, but
So
if Ozempic taught us anything, it's that people in this country are obese because they eat too many calories.
real for real, we
Remember
started
people
at
debated, is it
17.
this?
We've
Is it
gone up
seed-
10.
By the way, I don't like seed oils.
Real
It
for real.
terrible to me.
We
So I
started
like
this
olive oil, butter, and that kind of
almost
thing.
6-day stream
But I
at
doubt
10
the seed
less.
oils
So
are what's making people fat. It's probably that they're eating too many calories, and there are a lot of calories in seed oils. So this kind of thing. So we love the idea
Hey,
that
juicy,
it's one
juicy,
thing,
juicy.
but
You
it's
had
one behavior.
so
too many calories relative to
I don't
too
want to
little
like.
activity. People
I'm not
don't
going to say the
burn
wrong
as
thing.
much
I
energy as
know
they
it
used
though.
to.
I
People
have
consume
never
about
said it
3,500 calories a
because
day, and that's a lot of calories. For people
I'm
that aren't
finally
active.
getting to that point
So
where
Ozempic taught
I
us
think
that.
people
Do
should
I think Ozempic
acknowledge
is the
the
cure to
fact
obesity?
if
No,
they're
I
a
think
part of my
muscle loss
community,
is a problem.
like
People still
Flame
need to
and
exercise, weight
UGC
train.
and other
Do I think
people,
some
Gogu.
people
I don't
can
want
benefit
people
from it?
to see the
Yeah.
number go up and
Probably.
down
Is
and
it
then
way too
think
expensive
this
for
has
most
been
people?
happening
Yeah.
every day
Is
since
that going to
June
work
3rd.
out well for the drug companies?
That these
Absolutely.
creeps have
Can
been
people
doing this
microdose
every single
Ozempic?
day
People are now
since
starting to do
June
that
3rd,
and
and I
get
know
most
who
of
they
the
are.
effect.
In that
Somebody's not gonna
I
like that.
don't
Say,
watch their
seems like people
stream.
are doing
I don't
that
give
now.
them the time and the energy,
So
but yet they
I'm
do
neither
it to
here nor
me.
there with
And
this.
it used
What
to
I
hurt
would like
my
to do
stream.
as a
And
scientist
now
who
that
does
we have
public
people, it
education is
doesn't
say,
necessarily
listen, the
hurt my
FDA isn't
stream.
going anywhere.
If anything,
so
it
to
actually
me,
helps
FDA
my
approval
stream.
does matter because if doctors want to
But
prescribe
it is
things
one of
like
those
MDMA
things
for
that
PTSD, they're going to need
I want
FDA
people to
approval, or else
realize
they're
that these
doing
guys are
this
stalkers.
with the potential
That these
of
guys
being,
are weirdos.
you know,
Like these guys
getting
have no
charged
lives.
with an
These guys are
offense
wasting
or
their
losing their
time.
license.
They're not women.
So
These are
I don't want to
dudes.
riff
These
too
are
long on this,
fucking
but to
dudes.
say,
Like,
do I
to
love
think
the
about it, it's
FDA?
freaking weird.
I mean, I don't
It
really
is
have an emotion
actually
toward
weird.
them. I would like them to
Literally,
do what they continue
before
to do.
this, before June 3rd, guess what? We would have
freaking
freaking hours without that number going up
I
or
wish
down.
they would extend
Literally,
the
we-
same kind of
we-
stringency to the
like
kinds of
it would
foods
stay
that
the
go into
same number. The
adults
people that are
as they
there
have
wouldn't
for kids,
necessarily
where, no
leave, and it would just stay
plastic sippy
steady.
cups. Okay, well, what about
You know me, I'm
adolescents
really
who are
good
going
at
through puberty?
recognizing
Why are we
analytics
just
and
making
data,
this for kids up to
and
3? And I think in this
it's
country,
very
we
obvious
tend to
to
have
see
the following
through
reaction.
patterns
If something
in
is
that.
new, like gene
A long
therapy was
time.
new, a kid died in a gene therapy trial, it's
Creeps
delayed 10
creeps will
years.
be creeps, but
Stem
I
cells,
think
they're
that
new.
the more people that know what they're doing, I think the more
They had
people
this
that
issue
will
with stem cells going into
will
people's
wanna-
eyes and
wanna-
then going
wanna,
blind.
like,
It delayed stem cell
get-
therapies.
like
likely at
acknowledge
least
that
5
they're
years.
freaking weird. You know what I'm
Hopefully
saying?
that will
Like
come
who does
around,
that?
and that they will be
Stalkers
safe
do
soon.
that. Fucking
So on the
weirdos
one
do
hand,
that.
we tend to have this very
Good
like
morning.
third rail
Good
kind of
morning.
response
Good
to things that are
morning.
new if something really bad happens.
And that's also another
On the
reason
other
why I'm so
hand,
positive
we
is
tend
because
to
they
be
don't like
way
the
too
positive.
lax,
They
in my
hate
opinion,
it. That's what makes them
about
leave. When I say I love them,
not
like,
encouraging
I truly love
or
them
even
for
requiring
support.
healthy
Like,
behaviors.
I want you guys to
in our
realize, watch it.
youth
Just
and adults.
watch it. Just
Sunlight,
watch it.
sleep,
Just watch the number. That's
exercise.
literally,
These are
just watch
proven
it.
ways
Literally.
to live longer and
Like
healthier.
it's proof. It's proof in
and
the
we
evidence.
tend to be far too lax at the
He is.
at
He
the
streams every day,
governmental
doesn't he?
level in
Does he not
terms
stream
of
every day?
allowing the stuff that doesn't kill you right away, but that can mess you up kind of slowly over time.
The best part is
Like,
though on those days
particular
that they
dyes in
do
food,
it when we
potentially things
do
like fluoride, although
like
you
they
heard my
do it
stance
more
earlier,
on
there's a
some
bit of
days.
mixed on that.
When they do it, I get ad revenue.
So there's this
on
hyper-stringency,
other days I
third rail
don't.
approach to
So that's
things
one of
that
those
have really
things.
bad effects. Okay, we're
The
not
other
going near
the
that
other
for a
day
very,
that they were
very long
doing it
time.
so much,
And
I
then,
made
but we're
$6
okay with a
off
lot
ad
of things
revenue.
trickling through for a very
I
long
know it's
time.
not a whole
And I'll
lot,
just go on record
but
saying
$6
this. I have
from
some
joining leaving my
colleagues
stream.
at Stanford and
I
elsewhere
mean,
who
3
are
people joining leaving my
terrifically
stream.
healthy,
That's
robust
nothing. You're
people.
going 26
I
to
also know
23,
doctors
26 to
and scientists
23,
all over the
making me
U.S.
$6
are some of the most
in my
unhealthy people I
pocket.
know, with bad behavioral addiction, substance abuse issues, psychological issues. Their kids are like, oh my goodness, their kids are struggling because of lack of health in the home.
J-Man has not
of
missed
all
a stream
levels.
this year,
So
facts.
being a scientist or a physician doesn't
That's what his
give
little
you
title
health.
thing is that he's
It
doing.
gives you the right to talk about health in a particular domain of specialty. I get calls from cardiologists. They're like, hey, what do you think of the ketogenic diet for Alzheimer's? Asking me. I'm not an expert in that, but well, type 3 diabetes is sometimes called for certain forms of dementia. It might help. It's a brain metabolism. Is it going to cure Alzheimer's? Probably not. So when doctors are asking me these questions about things outside their field, it immediately tells me that guy or gal can tell me about the heart and nothing else.
88% for the
And
first
just
part.
because somebody has
The other
an
one's going to be
MD does
freaking
not
taking
mean
forever.
that they
So
know
like
what they're talking about most
exporting
things.
3 hours
And
versus
again, in
exporting
fairness, just
9
because
hours
someone
is
has a
going
PhD doesn't
to be
mean
a
they know what they're
difference.
talking about in
Three
terms of
times
most things.
long.
One of the reasons I love doing the podcast is I get what I think are some of the best experts in the world filtered through my studio, and I can ask them directly.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm
Have
sorry
you
to
ever
give such
heard
a
heard
meandering
of that
answer. I think there's
jealousy
always this
hate is more
temptation on
of
the
an
part of
addiction
audiences to, like,
than a
get,
hate?
do you hate the FDA or do you love the FDA?
Like, have you ever heard of
The FDA is
that?
here to stay,
That's what it is.
and
That's why they
we
stuck
should
around
push
so
on
long.
them to do the right thing.
Those
Just to protect
people,
us.
those
And the
those
stuff that's
stalkers that I tell you guys
it's not
about.
just kids, in
That you'll
highly
notice
processed
it. You know,
foods,
if you were hanging
the
out the last like
microplastics,
10
the
minutes,
phthalates,
you
the
could
BPAs.
notice the
All we have
jumping
to
up
do
and
is
down.
look to our Canadian
They've been
neighbors,
doing that since
as they
June
say.
3rd.
They're not allowing
These
it.
little blue
Are they
weirdos.
that much healthier than we
And
are?
I think
don't
that I
know.
need to
But they're
start
not
telling
allowing it.
people
In
to
Europe, they don't
recognize
allow
the
it.
fact that we got some
And
stalkers.
I would argue
it's
that
kinda
our food
creepy.
supply is really dreadfully.
They'll stay for 15 seconds and then they'll leave and they'll
contaminated
join
things that
a
are
second
real
later.
concern
And then
to
they know
me,
how to
and
avoid
now
the
there are
viewer
more
list.
people starting to talk
And
about
that
this.
honestly
Definitely.
is pretty
I'm
mega
gonna
creepy.
keep the
And I
tinfoil
think that
hat
they
on
should
here for
start
just
doing
another
better
minute.
things
When
in
it
their
comes-
life. Start
when you're talking
actually
about,
like trying to
we're
improve
talking
and
about
grow
FDA
in life
approval on
instead of focusing
psychedelics.
their time
Why
in my stream.
why was the
Because
chemical
there's better
why
things
was
to do than try
MDMA
to
the first one to get
try to
put
be
up?
weird.
Why
I
wasn't
don't
it
know.
more of a natural medicine like psilocybin or ibogaine?
Just finishing
or
up my
ayahuasca
journaling, and I'm sorry about the
or any of
vacuum in
these
the
other
background.
drugs? Why does it have to be a chemical? Why can't it be something that somebody can grow in their house? Why do they have to go to a pharmacy to get it?
Right. So I'll give you my my belief about this is that MDMA as methylene dioxymethamphetamine developed in the early 1900s, by the way, and then rediscovered by Sasha Shulgin, who was like this kind of renegade chemist in Berkeley, that he and his wife used to mix up all these different drugs, and then the therapy community in the Bay Area used to take them and then have conversations about what worked or didn't work, and they were like, oh, this is a real strong empathogen, improves feelings of love and self-acceptance and all this stuff. That's how it came to be. Good
morning, though. Good morning.
Pikal. I
The
think
greatest morning. You know, are you listening or you just
I've
lurking?
known
I
and
appreciate the
loved.
lurk.
It's like
If
the
you're
worst book
if you're
title
busy, you
ever.
don't have to type. Don't
And I
worry.
probably
I understand.
mispronounced the first letter in the acronym. In any case,
E-Dog.
I think as a drug that is synthetically made, MDMA stands the highest.
The idea
chance of
behind it,
being
Lino,
developed
would
as
be
a
to call them out, would be
prescription
to
pharmaceutical.
to
Whereas, as
recognize
you
that they
pointed out,
are there
Yo,
and maybe
what is
make
up,
them
Nimbus?
feel
We're not
less
seeing
comfortable
cannabis,
being there.
which is a
You know what I'm saying? That
Appreciate
we
you
know
for
that
redeeming
they're there.
first.
seeing
How's your day going?
prescription cannabis.
If you're
Vanny,
Now,
what is up,
what
brother?
just
Thank you
happened?
for redeeming second. Let me quickly put.
Where is that?
Vanny was first yesterday. Now Nimbus took his
I
place.
think you do have your
Wouldn't you on the
finger
30-minute
right
timer
button
that
here.
comes in
Oh,
chat?
the
Every 30 minutes.
It can be
freaking
dosed at the level of milligrams
Nimbus was first.
to a high degree of accuracy for what has worked in trials. It can be pill or capsule packaged, and that makes for a great drug for sale in the pharmaceutical industry.
and also it's more
Whereas
of like a
with psilocybin,
subconscious
you
thing.
have a naturally occurring alternative. There's also synthetic psilocybin, which is
Okay,
often
then maybe
what's
I
used
shouldn't
in
do
these
that.
studies of
But at the
psilocybin.
same time,
Okay,
it's
but
like if people see it
People
go up and
have
down,
figured out how many
then maybe
grams
we
of
could
mushrooms translates to how many grams of psilocybin.
maybe we could like
So when people say they took,
work
4
work
grams
against them,
heroic
you know.
dose or 2 grams, or typically the
If
studies
people
of
knew,
depression,
if
as I
people
recall,
knew
people
what
took
they're
somewhere
doing.
between 2. They did dose response, of course, but or they had different
You know?
dosage conditions. But microdosing was 3 milligrams, and I believe the clinically effective dose was.
I just feel like
somewhere
they're being
around 2 to
dirty. I think
3
they're being
grams.
weirdos
Someone should
in that.
check. But that wasn't 2 to 3 grams of mushrooms. That was 2 to 3 grams of psilocybin.
Yeah, when we have a community,
depending on
it's
the-
good. But before I had a community, it
strain
wasn't
of
necessarily a
mushroom or
good
species of
thing.
mushroom that
And that now they're
people know.
generating live
Okay,
views,
right.
which is
So,
helping
to
ad
be
revenue.
blunt,
So
MDMA
but
can
before,
be turned into
when I didn't
a
have the people,
prescription.
it would
drug
actually not
sold
hurt.
by
It
a
would actually hurt my
pharmaceutical
stream, not help my stream.
So can psilocybin. There could be synthetic psilocybin,
Exactly.
but there's a naturally occurring alternative out there. That
And
would
it
be
means
hard
they
for them
enjoy
to
my
compete
stream. If they're
with based
enjoying
on
my stream and
cost.
they get any boost
Very
from their
hard to
day
compete
off of
with
watching
based on
my
cost.
stream,
Okay.
you know me.
Whereas
Whether
with
they
something
are
like
here
we
for
talked
me or
about
not for here
LSD,
for
sort of
me,
separate,
anybody's being
because
benefited.
LSD
If anybody's
or
having
ergot
a
is
better
kind of
day,
naturally occurring, but
that's honestly what I'm here for.
it's most people aren't going to make it.
And
So it could, even though.
do you like Sam Ryan
the
or not Sam
formulas
Ryan?
are
What
out
is his
there
name?
someplace,
Sean Ryan.
I don't know. I don't go on the dark web, but formulas are out there. But but a pharma company could.
I know the people who are
likely,
doing it too. I don't want
work
to say
with
their
it,
names. I'm not going to
work
link
with
their
LSD
names,
and make a
but
drug,
they're weird.
just like
they're weirdos.
they
They're
explored
streamers
these
themselves.
studies over in Switzerland. The Swiss like their pharmaceutical companies.
It's something that makes you wonder.
And
for real,
and
for
so
real.
if you think about
Makes you
what
wonder
is
what
going
makes
to be
people do that to people.
most effective as a drug brought to market, MDMA makes the most
Sean Ryan, this guy is Andrew Huberman that he's
sense.
talking to.
It is interesting though, because major depression is very, very common. I think it's 10% of the population will have a major depressive episode at some point in their life, and some people have recurring major depression. So you think, well, psilocybin, right? Like that's the one that you would imagine would be the biggest market. But then you have this naturally occurring alternative. Whereas with MDMA and PTSD, yeah, PTSD is very common in the veterans community. It's very common in other communities, but is it as rampant as depression? No. So that answers your question.
You lived
there's more
longer than me,
financial
man.
incentive.
You know a lot more than I
And
do. That's
also,
for
I think
sure.
the
When it comes
FDA
to wisdom, and
is
you can't
probably more
necessarily
comfortable with something that's
can't
synthetic
speed
than
run through
something
that.
that's
Like
naturally
there's some
occurring,
things you can learn speed
because
running.
it's
You can't
more what
speed
they're
run
used to
certain
working
things. You
with.
know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It comes
It's just
with
kind of
living.
what they
It
do.
comes
They
with
deal with
more time
compounds
that you
They're
spend
chemists. They're
improving
groups
and
of chemists
growing.
and doctors and
And I
toxicologists.
look forward to
who,
learning and
look at
improving
chemical
every day.
structures. And psilocybin
You
has
guys
a
give
chemical
me that
structure.
opportunity.
Actually looks a lot like serotonin.
And I
But
can't thank you enough for
it's
real,
just
for being a part of my
it's
life.
just not really their typical domain. Now, ibogaine is even more in the kind of like how would you create a pharmaceutical, but because most people aren't growing or finding their own ibogaine, it's hard to imagine that people could get a hold of it.
I need to
if there
delete a
wasn't
freaking 100
really
gigabytes.
valid source. that
So
was
unfortunate.
packaging it and so forth. I mean, the veterans community has benefited so much from the fact that you've got this clinic in Mexico, I believe, that is willing to work with American universities and vice versa.
It just enrages me that this stuff is working so much and for so many people, and we have to leave the country to get it. And meanwhile, while the FDA takes their sweet ass time to do whatever they need to do to legalize it, there's people fucking killing themselves every day waiting for this shit to be legalized. I have more friends that have died from suicide than I have in combat, and that's a fucking shame.
That never should have happened, not once. And common friends in the community, your community.
I'm sorry
I
for
mean,
any negative energy.
they'll tell you.
I don't mean
got
for
a
it.
call from so and so, say he's got a gun he's ready to put in his mouth. These are real stories, as you know. And I only know about them because I have this kind of portal into that community, and people have trusted me enough to say, okay, so and so isn't sleeping at all. Who do you know who can help them get help with their anxiety? And I've got some tools, and I've done episodes, and I can point people things. But when people go past a certain line of that downward spiral, it's kind of black and white at that point. They're either going to kill themselves or they're not. And the ones that don't see it in this way. But I'll say it was actually through my relationship.
Sorry, guys. I'll make sure to do more research on the episodes before we play them.
Praying regularly, getting really godded up, shoring up the areas of my life.
I've never watched this before,
really
so I have no idea.
And really hearing the message that to get right with my dad was super important, not just for me and for him, but for the mission that I'm on to try and help people. That for me was like a message just kept coming through again and again and again in prayer. And, we still disagree about things. And I also I can look at them and hear them and be like,
they're
he's a man who's
soldiers,
trying his best with what he
they're like
had,
military
and he gave me
men,
so
so
many great gifts.
they've-
I mean, a love of science.
They've
love of
endured a
learning,
lot, so it's one of those things.
There are
think
things
it's
I wish
gonna
he had
come
done
out
that he didn't do,
sometime.
and I'm sure when I'm a father, my son will feel the same way. But actually, if I may, I brought this. I've been reading this.
Right
book
now,
that
I'm
was
just looking
suggested
for
to me.
things to
Another
delete,
guy. What is it with you?
and I'm running out of things to delete.
That is a really.
You guys are wondering what I'm
somewhat of a
doing.
controversial book, but if I could, the book is called Iron John.
shitter.
Right? That book by Robert Bly. Very powerful book about boys and men's relationships to themselves. And it's a little outdated on certain dimensions, but having grown up in a home where my dad lived separately and this whole thing, I think it really struck a chord with me. But
But also, I don't want to delete, or I
there's
don't.
one
I
passage.
want to have extra so that
Can I just read it? It's a very brief.
I don't delete
absolutely.
something I'm
So
not supposed to.
Bly
It's
said,
what I'm
and I don't
afraid
know
of.
if he's saying it for himself or if he's quoting someone else, but he said, the whole of the remote father leaves a gap in the boy's life that demons can enter through. And
As soon as I
that
set
just
this
hit
up
me like
and finish journaling, I should be able to play the
square
game.
everywhere. And I was like, that's right. Like for every bad thing that's come to me,
I just
through
have a
me,
lot of
out
priorities
me,
that I normally
I
take care of
regret, that I
before
wish I'd done
I
differently,
stream
the
in that.
challenges that I
Wanna
wish
be
I'd
ready.
chosen differently. I'm not blaming my dad. That's not what this is about. But I think that we are in a point now in the evolution of this country. I do believe it's an evolution, not a devolution. I do. I'm an optimist. Where we don't know who to look to. There's a lack of either an internal or an external paternal model that helps us discern between.
I'm just deleting
really
all the
not good
clips in the
road,
videos that
so-so
I've
not
made
good
because
road,
they're
okay
already
road,
there's the clips
pretty
will
good,
always
and best
exist
road.
on Twitch,
That
and then
we
the videos
we
will
learn that in
exist
part
in the
through trial and
cloud.
error, but we also learn that in part by being told what to do at key moments. And I look out on the landscape of podcasts.
Oblivion, hello.
Right? You, Joe,
Got work
Lex,
soon.
Jocko. I look at figures like Goggins, Andy Stumpf, right? There seem to be a lot of team guys in the mix, but there are others
No
too,
way.
like
How does it go
Wright,
from freaking
Rich
90
Roll,
gigabytes
right?
to
Jay
47
Shetty.
and a
I
half
don't wanna,
gigabytes? I just
paint this
deleted all
picture
that for
it's just
what?
one kind
For
of
what reason?
archetype, right?
You can't do it.
And what I see is a lot of certainly female audience. Mine is certainly
Once I
very,
have
very
this
much 50-50.
exported, I
But-
should
but
have
I hear from these young guys,
part
young
one
guys my
broken
own age
down
or older,
into 2 parts.
like we've sort of
and then
drifted
I
away
should start to
from
be
this
able to
idea that there's a
upload
standard
on
set of
YouTube and get caught up
protocols,
posting my
dare I
VODs just
say,
because
to follow to
I
get
want to have the
yourself
Meaty
through the
Marley
wickets, to becoming
the Meaty
solid
Marley
person inside
raid
and
is
out.
going to be in 6 parts. There's going to be
And
the
there's no
first part, which
excuse
is going to be
right?
pre
But
Meaty
if I
Marley
look at
raid.
the mental health crisis
That's
among
3
men
hours,
in this
and then
country,
the
all
second
women,
video
but
is going to
here
be
we're
when
focusing
he
on
raided
men.
at the very, very
I think
start,
that
like
we've
5
had,
seconds
even
before
in
it.
homes where
And
fathers were
then
there,
that's going to
sometimes they
go
were
on
absent because
for
of
9 hours.
substance abuse.
It's going to just be a 9-hour
I think
section.
sometimes
And then
they
after
were absent
that,
because
it's
they
going
were
to be
absent. And I think
12 hours,
sometimes
12
they were
hours,
there and
12
were
hours,
really
and then
terrific
3
fathers.
hours.
And I got
This
friends
is the
like
last
this
part.
were
I know it's
amazing dads,
it's mixed matched.
amazing kids,
It's just I don't have the storage.
to boys
I
and
don't have the
girls
freaking storage.
who are now. And
How are you, homie?
I guess what
How are you?
I'm
It's good
trying to
see
say
you.
is I am very
Appreciate
grateful
it.
for my experiences, and I'm very grateful to have shored things up with my
It's the
dad.
greatest day of our whole
And
lives.
I
An
think
hour.
that
Oh, you're an
whatever
hour
mistakes
difference
I've
than
made,
me.
I own as my own. That's part of being a grown man. But I do believe that quote. I think when
We've
we're
probably
young,
experienced a
when
lot of
we're
the same things working
5,
at
10,
at a
15 years old,
supermarket, a
20 years
grocery
old.
store.
If there isn't somebody there to like set us straight, or that we haven't internalized the message of what's the right thing to do, that we drift. And that to me is where the higher power piece and relationship to God and looking to and asking for guidance there can sometimes support that as well. Because
All right, back to journaling. Back to journaling. This page is gonna be quick,
This
though.
is just my experience.
This is like one of my
And
last
we need
priorities for
something
the day.
outside
One of my
ourselves that we
last.
can look to when we're
Still
troubled.
have a bunch of
to
other
help
things
us-
I got to do,
help
like
steer
take
us
care of
right.
my dogs
And
and
that can be
shit.
brotherhood
Let
and
my dogs
family and
out.
friends, but we need more.
But
we need
action
more
action
men
based that
supporting
can
other
be
men on
taken
how
care
to
of pretty
be
quick.
a good man, and not just looking to the examples of how they've succeeded in business or this and that. Actually, a friend of mine who I consider very, very wise, a woman who's a mother, she said, it's kind of weird. You look at all the toys in a toy store, she has a son, and the like boxes of all these toys nowadays are like this warrior walking out from all this destruction behind him. Like he won and he's alone. And I go, really? She goes, yeah, go look. So I was like, all right, I'll go look. And I looked up some, and it's true. There isn't a picture of like being in community or being with family, or it's that we've created this model of like this like lone wolf and triumph thing.
Interesting.
That I think she's onto something. I don't think it's the full picture. But I have to say, what you have, marriage, kids, thriving business.
I have an energy drink, too, waiting to be drank.
CIA, you're transmuting any pain that you have, as far as I can tell, into goodness for the world. Like, thank you. I mean, you're playing a fatherly role to millions of people. And I do believe that whether or not it's intentional or inadvertent, I think that's what a lot of the podcast community and inventors like Elon and, Zuck did his version of it.
I got
If you wanna
5.
talk about men,
I got
you have
5.
other women that do this too. I get that. From Silicon Valley.
Let's
They do
go!
amazing work too. But here we're talking about
Let's
examples of
fucking
men
go! I
other
look
men
away
who
for
do
half a
this.
second.
And I think this lone warrior thing is,
Thank you for the
I don't think it's gonna
raid.
work. And I'm just lucky that the brotherhood I was in included enough healthy people to help pull
Yo,
me
anybody
through. I
who's
mean,
not following
there's no need
Eggless,
to get
thank
into
you
it,
for
but
the
that
raid.
Jim
I was in
Tebow
your
guy
stream,
pulled me
Eggless.
out multiple times.
Thank you
on
so
other
much,
things
dude.
Later, helped me. He didn't pull me
Thank
out.
you so freaking
Held me
much,
accountable.
dude.
Rick Rubin held me accountable. Sometimes through tough love,
Like,
sometimes
truly,
just through
truly.
good old
I'm
friendship
almost
and
done with
love of
everything.
that
I'm
kind.
almost done with all my
But I'm
priorities.
very lucky. I have these
And
people in my life, and
you,
I've tried to
man,
do it
give
for
me
other
the
people,
greatest.
too. But when I hear about people putting guns in their mouths, hanging themselves, like my friend Johnny Fair, or drug overdoses, it's like this is preventable. It is preventable at the level.
And I hope
of
your stream went amazing.
government
Thank you,
institutions, but,
everybody who's here joining us.
I'm
Thank you
putting
for the
call
daily
out
check-in
now,
block. First time
gotta
chatter,
crew up
Poncho
and take
Man.
care of
Welcome to
each
the
other,
stream. How's your
because
day going? I
time's
really
going
appreciate
by.
first time
Good to hear you
chats.
say
Like
that.
you have no
I
idea.
think,
The fact that somebody new knows who I am is the
I feel
greatest
like it's making a
opportunity that I've
comeback.
ever been given. And
I think that,
the greatest thing about
the
first time
range
chats
got
is
mixed up
unlike a
and
follow that
lost,
can be
you know,
followed
for-
and
for quite
unfollowed.
a while
A
there.
first time
And,
chat can never be
I
taken
think
from me.
that-
And I hope you're having a good day.
Motherfucker.
because
Yo,
essentially we're kinda
thank you for
talking
the
about
follow. You put us at
masculinity, right?
3,524 members
Yeah.
And
in our community. I've been streaming
it
for the
didn't go
last
well.
5 days and
Didn't go
22
well, and
hours,
that's why people
and we
like
are not
you
ending until I get
and
partnered.
Joe
We are at
and
27.7
and
out of
Lex
75.
and Jordan Peterson.
Anybody that does
and there's
stay and
all
stick
walks
around
of
helps
life
me
here.
improve
I mean, you got a
on the recommended and
scientist,
the
an
following
MMA
page. It
guy,
helps us get one
a
step
SEAL,
closer to getting partnered.
a
Durant, welcome back,
philosopher.
dude.
I mean,
Thank you. Durant's from
people are
Skype.
gravitating
Vox is from
to this
Skype.
because
Vox
they're
is
looking
Skype's
for some
mod.
fucking direction.
Skype rated me
And-
for the second
and they're
time last
getting it.
night.
It's just from a
And
news source.
he rated me at the worst
Way
time that
better
he'd
source
ever
than
know
what's
because
been
how
out for the
tired I
last,
was.
20
I was
years.
the most tired
You know,
man
it's
on the
not
planet.
Hollywood anymore.
But tonight
It's
I
not
actually have an
media.
energy drink. No,
It's
I
us.
love Skype. I
And
love him, and I'm so thankful for what he
luckily,
did
I
for
think
me last
we've
night.
got
You have no
even though we
freaking
don't all
clue.
know each other, I
But
think
if
we have
he
an
knew how
amazing
tired I
crew.
was last night,
It's extremely
I was
well-rounded.
so
And,
tired. I was
and
just
I get-
hanging on for dear
I know
life.
you have to get it. I get it all.
Durant's a
the
mod
time
too.
when I
Yo,
go out in public of, thank you for what you're doing.
WWW.
You saved my life. You
Two
changed
two
the
Skype
trajectory of my
mods.
life. You
Thank
fixed my-
you.
Like, just listening to you, I was
Thank
able
you
to
so
fix my
much,
family
guys.
life.
Join the
I took
Discord.
accountability and-
Really appreciate
and
your time, and I'm really lucky
s-
to get to
I
know you
see it
guys.
and
Poncho,
hear it
thank you for the fall. Thank you
everywhere
for
I go.
joining. Thank you for
and
the good vibes.
really-
I'm almost finishing
it's cool,
journaling,
man.
then
I
I will
mean,
be
there's-
ready.
something's changing.
I
in
didn't do the
same
second
way that
page
we're talking
yesterday,
about this,
and
I
it
also
just
see
it helps
this
me a lot.
with
It just helps
God
me
making a
throughout the day
comeback, you know,
and get through the trolls
you
and the
see it
hate. And
everywhere.
so
You
many
see it-
people want
was
to
it
want to
Georgia?
hate
They
on me
had
and want to
that-
despise
they had
like
that-
despise me, and I just want to live.
Did
know?
you see this? It was, I think it was.
I'm here living
Georgia.
life
It
for the
might
first
not be,
time. I
but
know
it
I
was
make
a- it was a-
mistakes. I just want to improve on
It
them.
was a.
And that I
it was
hope
a-
you guys don't mind
I
my
think it was
mistakes.
Georgia University.
And that since we got
They
rated and
had
we have a bunch
a
of homies
tailgating
here,
party,
Durant and
and
Fox
it looked
and
like
Cream Pie,
what you were
and
describing. You were
Rock
hanging
and
out with.
everybody
earlier on
join
in
us,
your life
crack
with
open a
the
cold one
kegs.
for the homies.
It looked like a hell of a good time, and I'm sure it was. What it actually was
You guys like,
thousands and thousands of kids.
Blue
college
Raspberry
students getting
Sour
baptized
Patch
in the
Ghost?
back of trucks.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, made national news, but you're just
That
this
toothpaste
wave is getting
mixed
bigger
with
and bigger
it
and
hits
bigger.
different. No, I'm just playing.
And,
It's sour.
It's, I mean,
Amen.
he's working through your life. He's working through my life. I mean,
Dude, Vox,
about
we
a
all
year
need
and a half
to
ago
get
is
some
when I
sleep
came to faith,
sometimes.
and
Anybody who hasn't done the
it
daily
sounds like
check-in, I
you're
would
about
really
on the same
appreciate if you do
timeline.
that. We're trying to hit a new record.
you
And
know, Eddie Penny. They
look on the
kinda
stream,
sparked
bro. I'm
that,
finna be in
I mean,
class. I'll tune in
I got a
after.
lot of-
Have an
yeah,
amazing
we are in
class,
some
brother.
very
Thank you so
confusing
much. And guess what, Spoon? If
dark
you ever
times
need
right
any
now,
help
but
with
I-
your class
I
or
think when we
anything
come
that
out
you
of
ever
this
feel
thing,
struggle, like you
we're
feel
gonna be
like
back on
it's so
track.
hard that it's making your day
And-
harder, hit me up, brother. I will literally help you.
You have to think like
I
that.
will literally help you.
but
Anything
I-
you
I-
ever
I-
need help with.
I can see see it happening.
You can ask a
it
few
sounds
people
like
that I've
you
helped
too.
with their things.
Yeah, I love it because
One person that I've helped, Flame can vouch for me.
Right? I mean,
I haven't done
it
his
really is
homework,
happening.
but
And
I have
think
helped
that
him get through a problem that he
one
was
thing
struggling
that
with.
I feel
And I can
I'm
help with almost
obligated to
anything:
say is
physics,
that,
calculus,
you talked about the
chemistry,
podcasters,
some of the
and
hardest
some other
things.
people there. Growing up, I was lucky.
And
I had
I
this
drink
PE coach
Monster.
help me get my
Monsters
body
are pretty
strong.
fire.
right? I
And
had
good morning,
professors,
everybody.
male and
Durant,
female
how's your
professors
morning
help me
going?
get my mind strong.
And Vox, how are
right?
you
I
doing
had,
today?
friends within the skateboard community, music community, who really were healthy individuals, kind of like islands of health and who helped me and a lot of other people get strong and help people get sober and really call people out. One thing that I make very clear, I think when people hear men like us with media channels like us talking about this, there's a group that gets really scared. And I want to be really clear what we're not talking about. I'm not trying to appease these people, but I want to just make very clear what we're not talking about. We're not talking about a group of men trying to reduce the accountability of other men. We're actually talking about the opposite. We're also not talking about perfect people being perfect. I am not perfect. I've said for years, and I said it intentionally, I am replete with flaws like anyone. Right?
Did you
That's
ever
the whole
see
reason to have a
the
relationship to
3D
God and to have a
model that we
community
have
you're
for the
working
Skype
with that
waiting
helps
screen?
you
I've been
be the
so
best version
busy,
of
but
yourself,
today is going to
right?
be the
We're
day.
not talking about any of us being perfect.
Today's
We're
going to
talking
be the
about
day.
if I screw
Being
up, I
fast,
want you to
super
call
smart.
me out.
Oh, thanks, brother.
I
That'd be
want
fine.
Joe to call me out or Lex to call me out. And then I want to know how I can do better and improve it, just like I would do for any of them.
It can still get better.
So what we're
It's
not
going to be
talking about
more
is a
of
bunch
the
guys
other things that are
banding
going to get
together
better
to be
first.
bad. We're
But
talking about men
overall, everything can
banding
improve.
together
Like
to be
the
better
actual
versions of
waiting screen
themselves
itself,
and
the
teach
background
other
is going to
people how to
change
do
so
that.
much. I just been so
And
busy.
it's kind of a duh.
Not having the time
if
sucks.
you're already
Actually,
on board
not
this
having the
thing,
time just because I've been
but if
streaming
you're
at the
not,
same
people go,
time.
oh my goodness.
In that
guys gathering
yesterday
together,
was a slower
they think
day
about
for
misuse of
growing,
power. They
and
think
that
about people not holding
since
each
it
other
was a
accountable.
slower
That
day
is
for
not
growing,
what
I
we're
was
talking about. We're talking about the opposite of
prioritizing
that. We're
on
talking about
talking
men
to
who
the
are
chat or the
inherently
game chat
flawed,
and talking to chat
like
more.
any human being, who are trying to be the best version of themselves and teach other people how to do that if they choose. We're not also not talking about forcing anything on anybody. So this is really important because I
know it
feel
could be
like
better. It could be better. I'm probably
heard
gonna
about
have
the
to spend
bro
some money
science thing.
on.
Listen, my bro science friends, some of
ac-
them know a lot more
So this
about
is
health
with a
than some of my
premium
physician friends
membership,
about how to actually be
rendering
healthy.
a 3D image.
You know, not all of them.
And
I'm not saying guys
so
with big muscles are healthy.
to get it
and guys
absolutely perfect,
who are lean and
I'm probably
and
gonna have
thin
to
are
hire
not.
somebody
There
to
are different versions of
3D,
people and different phenotypes
3D
and archetypes, and
actually
it's
get the
all
charm
good. I'm
rendered
also talking about
actually
more
properly.
real acceptance. I've gotten pretty tired of hearing about tolerance and diversity.
But for
when
the
it's
charm though,
actually
for now it looks good,
wrapped
right?
in a
Like
lot of
just
intolerance
maybe
and
if it was
lack of
even
diversity.
smaller, so they
I grew up
wouldn't see the
in a
fine
little
details as
town
much.
where there wasn't a ton of diversity. I entered a
Do
community
they charge?
through skateboarding
I
and
honestly
music
don't know.
and through
I'd have to figure it
the
out.
other communities I was involved in where like I have friends of every background.
So like the next things that are going to be
And they're
changed is
actual
like
friends that I
this,
communicate with.
this,
and I would like to
this,
see for people that do
the
virtue
circle,
signaling
probably
thing,
the size of
how
it,
much
and animation with the dots going around.
what's on their masthead,
Black
about
screen.
what they believe
I'm gonna
in
try to make
matches
a
who they
black
actually
and
talk
red
to on a weekly
version
basis. How much
of
actual
the George
diversity
screen,
of
like to
thought,
have like a visually designed
real
background
is actually
that would
in your
look
community of friends,
aesthetically
the people that you communicate
pleasing.
with. And I bet if we looked at your listenership, we'd
It's-
see far more diversity.
You know what I'm
than,
saying?
You know, people could possibly.
But
imagine.
overall, you can see the progress, though. I hope.
So I'm kind of tired of these buzzwords that don't match with the reality. And at the same time, I want to make.
I just want
clear
you
what you're
guys. I want
talking
you
about
and Sky to know
really excites
primarily
me
is
because I feel like
that I
I'm just still trying to
improve
learn. I'm
in that
49
every single coding
years old,
project
and
could
my
be
story
better.
and what I know
That
from my
everything is
experience.
built
I'm still trying
off
to
of
learn and grow forward.
one,
And I think
and
one of the
then
central themes of
You want to see my
Robert
VS
Bly's
Code?
book, and again, I realize it's not a perfect book. It's
I have
got
this
its
one.
outdated
I have this
aspects,
one.
etc.
I have this
But it
one.
has
I have
some
this
real
one.
gems
I have
in
this
there.
one. And
Is
then I
that
have this one.
boys and men
And
used
that
to
all
learn
started from this one.
other boys
It all
and men
started from my waiting screen.
around them and older than them would guide them along.
It all
And
started
we've
from
really
this.
lost that
And
over the years in this country. We've lost this idea that we can
then we got this
mentor each
one.
other. And it is
And then we got
bidirectional,
this
right?
one.
And so there needs to be some sort of restoration of that. And of course, this
And then
makes
we got
sense. It's
this
moving
one.
out of agricultural type arrangements.
This
where
is
people lived on small farms.
the
where they
one that's
worked with their
actually
dads
good, I
and,
think.
worked with their grandfathers. And,
This one.
it makes sense. Like people move away from where they grow up and they have fewer siblings now. Birth rates are lower, et cetera. I'm not trying to flip the way that life is going, but we can't get away from the core functions of the human brain.
And this one couldn't go
right? Which are
360
to
because of the
belong, to
shit
make
behind it.
positive
Or like it just looked
contributions,
shitty.
to be ideally reasonable, right? A league of reasonable people would be really nice. that don't fall into either extreme. I could go on, but the point is that what we're not talking about here is collection and coagulation and misuse of power. We're talking about trying to heal our own. And I know one experience, and that's to be male. And
So I work while I'm streaming
a
at the
thing or
same
two to
time. Like
say
I'm
about
working
my
on
experience.
things. So
and to pair that
we're
with
gonna get a
other
lot
people's
more
experiences in
progress
ways that
done
I hope
today than
can
we
help
did
people
yesterday.
both by doing certain things that I found beneficial,
because I was working on so
and
many
avoiding
different other
that I found to
things
be
that I
particularly
probably
detrimental.
like.
Mistakes I've made. Learn from my
You know how
mistakes,
some days you feel
so you don't make them. I certainly
more
learn from other people's mistakes. And
like
I'm
doing
gonna
things in
continue
other
to
days.
strive.
I don't know. Like
Where do
some
you
days I
think-
don't have the energy like I
I know we're
want,
wrapping this up,
and
but
so
where do you think that this movement's coming from? This need?
Oh. I think that
I think it's instinct.
I think it's instinct. That
I'm halfway done with the second page of journaling.
Psychology and biology that are not.
I hope you guys are down to stick around. Can you guys see the thing that I have pinned?
Suppress certain aspects of people's psyche. And I'm not talking about the bad stuff. I'm not talking about letting your shadow out.
Exclamation point
There's enough of that
partner
in the world
as
where
well
no.
shows the
I'm
command.
talking about
Mental motivation. Oh, brother,
can't
mental motivation.
take who we are as
Exactly.
biological
Journaling is key.
organisms, as
Journaling
psychological
is key,
organisms,
Poncho.
and try and
I don't think
contort
a lot of
the way
people
culture
are
is so that and expect
understanding of
everyone to end up
how
okay.
mental
This
clarity
idea of
can
everyone having
affect
a
your
path
day
to be having a
in
generative
terms
life. I
of
believe
what you
that's
get done.
possible.
And
But it requires
that is
us
why
first, like,
I
looking
have
at
it as a
ourselves and going, okay,
priority
where am
to
I
get it
strong? Where am I
finished
weak?
before I
still do
do
this.
other.
Where am I
Okay,
strong? Where am
so
I weak? Where can
I have been doing this stream for
glean
5
knowledge
days,
that's gonna make me strong where
22
I'm weak?
hours
From my
without ending.
peers,
We
from
started
people
from
older than me.
17 and now we're at
Through a relationship with God, through a
27.7
relationship
out
to
of 75
community.
for
We no longer
average.
can look to like
And
one model.
so if
and
you
go
think
that way.
about it,
And
that
so there has
I
been important
restart
work
the
done,
stream
and I
at
just
6
want to
p.m.
acknowledge it over
Eastern
the
when I
last
start
20, 30
streaming.
years of
So I
giving more
raid
space
at
for people
6
that don't fit
p.m.
into the
to
standard
Royce 2.
archetypes. But
And
that doesn't
pretty
mean
much
that we don't have needs
what that
as a
does is
community
it
of people. And here we're talking about men trying to figure
it
out
keeps
how to
everybody
be in the
who's
world, be the
lurking
best
and it
version of
takes it
themselves.
to Royce
Yeah, I
2
think a lot of
Royce
that is
2 and then when
fairly
I restart my
hardwired.
stream
We've been trying
it
to do that since the
notifies the
beginning of time.
61% of our
And,
community that
you
has
know, I'm not one to
notifications
comment
turned
on
on.
what it's like to
So
be a
then
woman
it
because I've
will
never been a
double
woman.
or like it adds
But I
up.
can comment on
And
what it's like
pretty
to be a
much,
young male, a teen, a young
I just try to
adult,
get that
and an
done
adult.
before. I just try to get everything
Can't tell you what
done
it's like to be 75
before
or 80,
the time
which is
it
why
is
I'm
to
going
actually
out of my way
like
and gone
get
out of my
things
way to
done.
restore my relationship with my dad. And I'm learning from him. And I think that's the way it's supposed to work.
Nobody has told me
too.
if I've done anything that they haven't liked recently, and I really
Well,
want to know
Andrew,
when I'm doing something
It
wrong.
was an honor to have
Like
this
I really
discussion,
don't want to
and,
push
I
people
just want to
away.
say thank
And
you
I
so
hope
much
you guys
for
would let
coming
me
to-
know if I do.
coming to Franklin, Tennessee, and sitting down to have a conversation with me. And like I said,
Like,
I've been following
I
you
w-
a
I would
long
do
time.
anything.
This is
I would do
actually very
anything to know
surreal
that
for me
I'm not
to even
doing
have
something
you
wrong.
sitting across from me, and I hope we meet again. And I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. I'm a huge fan, so this is
1,
very
2,
surreal
3.
for me as well.
1, 2,
And I
3,
just feel very
4,
honored to
5,
be here
6,
and
7,
also
8. I have 8 more
to
lines.
be out, public facing, side by side in an effort to make the world a better place. If there's one thing that's absolutely clear is that you're trying to do that and you're doing that. And there aren't enough words to express how grateful I am, but I'm just excited to keep going. So thank you.
You are doing a hell of a job, my brother. Thank you.
Right back at you. Cheers.
That's tech. What's tech?
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.
In Durant.
Skip Atwater.
I don't think he's still
Welcome
here,
to the
but
show.
Thank you very much.
hell yeah.
I have heard a lot about you from several of the previous
If you could,
guests.
Fox,
I've
if you
read
ever
about
talk to
you. I've
Durant,
seen
you should tell him.
documentaries
You
about
should ask him what I could do.
You're a hard
what I
man
could
to
do to be a
reach.
better streamer.
Been
For real,
trying
for
to
real.
make
I
contact
noticed
for
that
quite a
about some
while,
people who
and,
do join for a second and then
Joe
leave.
and Scooter.
If there's something
finally,
that I did that I want to know how
they
I
were the
can do
ones
better.
that made the connection.
You know what I'm
so,
saying?
I just want to say thank you to Joe and Scooter.
I'm glad to be here.
It's an honor to have you here. But everybody gets an introduction here, so we'll knock that out first. Frederick Holmes Skip Atwater. You are a counter spy during the Cold War era,
What?
where
I
you
wanna
used
be a
your
spy.
natural
Let me
psychic
spy.
aptitude as a U.S. Army counterintelligence special agent. You played a key role in the remote
One,
viewing
two, three,
intelligence
four. I want
program
4
now
more.
known to the world by the code name Stargate. For 10 years, you were the operations and training officer of this secret remote viewing program. You recruited and trained an elite cadre of professional intelligence officers to do remote viewing for the Department of Defense and various members of the national intelligence community. After retiring from the Army, you became president of the Monroe Institute in Virginia. In your book, Project 8200, UFO UAP Bases and Activities, the original remote viewing transcripts, you show us the results of Pat Price's famous exploration of 4 mountains around the world where Price believed UFO bases were
Okay, we're done.
located.
We're done with the full
You're
page
the
this time.
author
Well, we did
of
2 pages today,
Captain
but
of My
yesterday I
Ship,
did like a
Master
page
of
and a
My
half,
Soul,
and we
Living
still
with
had an
Guidance.
amazing day.
You have been featured
And
in
get
several
this,
film
while I was doing it,
documentaries,
we got
including
rated.
Ghosts,
So
in the
that's proof,
Afterlife,
as it
A
is, that it
Scientific
will make your day
Investigation,
better.
and
Actually,
Third Eye Spies.
it's proof.
Sure, I'm
Proof in
missing
the
quite a
evidence.
bit there, but that's quite
That's a
Actually.
big pile. That's what you got.
that is. But you know, I'm just I have been fascinated with this subject for many years now, and with every
Smoothie Too
person that I
Groovy. What is
interview,
up, dude?
I just
Hello.
get more intrigued.
How are you?
And you have been involved in this almost since the very beginning, from what I understand. And so, some of the things that I would like, 2 main things I would like to do in this interview is, one, to cover your life story and how you kind of got involved in this. And I would also like to go over, you know, the history of the Stargate program and kind of how it came on the map for United States intelligence.
Yes. I can talk about all.
Perfect.
I can talk about all that.
Perfect. But but before we get too in the weeds, I have a Patreon account. Patreon, it's a subscription account. There are top supporters. A lot of these folks have been with us since the very beginning, and they're the reason I get to sit here and you're here as well. And so one of the things I do is I offer them the opportunity to ask every guest a question.
Yo,
And so
Smoothie Too
this question is
Groovy.
from Jay.
Thank you for the follow.
What neurological
Thank you so
structures
much.
in the brain are responsible for these altered states of
I
consciousness?
really appreciate that. You have
Is it
no
simply
idea, dude, how
dreaming?
much that means to me.
That
I
is an
really
interesting
can't believe
question
it, dude.
Because we've been thinking
Thank
about
you so
the
much for the
brain
follow.
for a
You put
long
me at-
time, and the
Dude,
brain
this
is
is
this
awesome.
and the brain is that. And
Put me at
used to be thought of hundreds of
3,525
years
individuals
ago
in our community.
That's
You have no
just
idea
to
how
keep
much
your
that
head
means to me.
warm.
Your time
You don't
is
know what the brain is and what's going on up there.
very,
But
very,
it's
very,
something
very
that,
important to
you
me.
know,
And
over
I really
the
want to
past
talk to you and get to know
50,
you, man.
100 years.
Where are you
has
from, brother? Where are you
become
from?
the answer to everything. If it's this, it's in the brain. You have to fix this part of the brain right here. That's what's wrong with it. And so him asking this question is a reasonable one, given
I'm
the
working on
education we
Skype's
have
waiting
now.
screen. I'm working on emotes for a friend
I'm
who
not
got
so sure that
affiliated
50
today.
years from now,
If you guys are wondering what
that
I'm
will be
working on, I'm
much of
also
a
working
question,
on
because it seems that all these
editing,
things that
or actually
people
not
do,
editing.
whether
Can
it's
you call
remote
splitting
viewing or whatever
editing?
they call it,
Well, I'm splitting
seems to
a
have
12-hour highlight
something
into
to do
2
with
parts. I got
quantum
the first 3-hour
non-locality,
part
or
already
the
exported,
everywhere,
but now I'm
everywhen of all
exporting the
information.
9-hour part.
What
This
was
is
the-
the
what
Meaty
did you
Marley
call it
raid
first?
from day
The quantum-
537.
Quantum
And
non-locality
it's kept, or
is
538.
a
It's kept me from
technical
posting my
term for it.
my VODs, and I
But
literally
they
have a
had to
deadline
invent
like
that
tomorrow.
60 years
Like,
ago because
if
they
I don't do it
didn't
now,
know
it's gonna get
what
deleted
was going
on
on.
Twitch.
There's lots of science.
Thank you so
on
much for the follow,
saying that,
dude. You have no idea.
there's
We've
no
been streaming
space and there's no
for
time.
5 days and
these
22 hours, and we have
people,
come
we'll
from
just call them
17
remote viewers
out of
'cause it's
75 for
a
partner,
good thing to use as a
17.1
name.
to
Not that I like it so
27.7.
much, but that's okay.
Can you
Everybody
see
calls
that
it remote
difference?
viewing.
Can you see that? Amen, brother.
What do you call
Amen, indeed, man.
I attempt to list out several different
Amen. You know that
things.
song, or
Um,
that one? Take me
Are
to
you
church.
psychic? Is that
That's what
the
I,
word
that's what I
that
was thinking
one
when you
should
said
use?
amen.
It's a word that people toss around
Thank
a
you
lot.
for your good
Are you
vibes, brother. I
clairvoyant?
really
Are
appreciate
those
that.
words
You
that
have
you
no
toss and
idea.
pass around. But Ingo Swann kind of coined the word remote viewing because when he went to work with Stanford Research Institute, they didn't want to say, well, we're training psychics here. And there's, no, let's just call it, remote viewing. That would probably be better, which I've gotten sidetracked in talking a lot here.
I'm not
but it's
able
not
to
really remote
think of any new
viewing
names for the. So every
because
waiting screen that
there's
is
nothing that's
different.
remote. Everything is all one thing.
I got rid of the
That's
dynamic
quantum
effect.
non-locality.
So now that I got rid of the dynamic effect,
have the ability to,
I should probably
everywhere
get it
and
10
everywhere.
or what would
And
this
some
be?
of them
1920
decide to
by
call it this
1080p.
and call it that and call it this.
I should get
But it looks an awful lot, at least for the next 50 years,
an actual full size background of
and
graphic design of
thing because
something that would look cool as the background. Actually, got to take a picture of it. Take a picture of it really quick.
Each unit time we go through, suddenly things are different. I mean,
actually, I'm gonna take a screenshot of what I want to
wasn't
fix.
everything orbiting?
I'm gonna take a picture of it, period,
us? No,
and
it's
then
us
I can take a
going around the
picture of
sun.
what I want to
That's
change.
an interesting idea. And those kinds of large breakthroughs in science takes a while for us to figure them out, and generations to figure them out. So I can only think that maybe in the future generations it won't be what we think it is now.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. So back to the original question. So it's not a dream.
Well, then we've defined something called a dream.
Programming is
and
my
by
favorite thing to
using the
do.
word
That's
dream,
why I'm in the computer science field.
we all tell ourselves, oh, that
because
wasn't
I
really
love
real. It was just a
computer
dream.
science. I'm glad you're having a good day, bro. For real, for real.
Perhaps it's a
You
different
deserve the greatest things
kind
to
of
come your way, man.
knowing, and it's
The
coded.
greatest
When
things
you
to
have
come
a
your
dream
way.
about this,
One
and
day,
this,
brother, I'm
say,
going to give back
what
to
that
every
really
single one of
was
you that
is
supported me
how
along the
important
way
things are
of growing and improving.
to me when I
that
think about
there's-
this, and I
I
had a
cannot
dream
wait,
about
truly,
it, and it
I cannot
reminded
wait.
me when this happened. and
I
that
would do
happened.
anything. I would do
I don't
anything
think
for
there's
that
anybody who really
opportunity to
knows what
give
a
all my
dream
homies
is, except
everything
that they
that
go, "Oh, it's just a
I've
dream.
ever wanted
Don't
to.
worry about it."
Truly. And
So
that
this is interesting. Do you,
I am
and I
very,
know this
very
is
lucky
gonna
to know
tie
you
into
guys.
your childhood too, I think. But do you think that every dream needs to be deciphered and dissected and decoded?
If you mean just tell my wife what my dream was, I think that's a good thing to talk about. No, I don't think that it's a thing to be decoded and figured out, and you should go see your psychiatrist and say, I need help understanding this dream. I don't think that. It's a matter of.
I'm going to work on it on my
obviously
side.
there are
I know you guys
people who
probably want
have
to
real
see.
problems with that, and they should see
but-
the proper help things.
When you-
But it's not. It's just. It's a passing thing,
When you talk, what was the terminology again? Quantum
non-locality.
quantum non-locality. So
And
when
that comes from quantum physics, which is a brand new thing, only 60 years old, and making it simpler. There's no space, no time. Everything is everywhere, everywhere. And I'm going to go too far on this. People turn the channel off. That guy's
oh no, they're not going to turn the channel off. Because reason I'm asking is
Sure.
I don't understand. I've tried to talk about this so many times, and it's just over my head. And so when we say there's no space and no time and everything's happening all at once in the now, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean? So what was yesterday?
If there's no space, no time, there's no yesterday.
But it's past.
There's no past and no future because it's all happening at once.
But how?
Because that's the way it is. It's a very interesting thing to ask those questions because many, many, many different people, thousands, millions of people, and different cultures have come along and tried to answer all those questions. So I think what that means is that's the right question. The fact that they can't answer it, but in what I've been doing for a number of years,
I gotta fix that command.
says that this information we get can only have come
Hey,
from
Vox,
this
Vox,
person
Vox, Nene, and I'll give you,
one way. And that's the
I didn't,
fact that they know this because
you have to add
they
him
didn't read
first
it in
and
a
then
book.
do it.
They know this because they didn't get a phone call saying, you ought to watch out for this. They got a
Gotta use the
message
restroom.
from beyond space and time and came
Then I
up with
gotta go
some
talk to my mom. We'll
information
be right
that
back.
proved to be true.
So if everything's happening all at once, all the time, and there is no time, I then that means you could break it down into, you could break a millisecond down into a nanosecond, and break that down, and it just continuously, it never ends. You can just keep dissecting. And so does that mean, where is all this happening all at once? That means everything's happening all at once. So that means what I just said 2 seconds ago is happening again, correct?
There's no again if it's all at once.
Help me understand this.
I just thought of a joke in my head when you were talking. It's like, he's trying a second chance. And I snipped the word second out. Yeah, I was glad to be of help, but I am as confused about it too, except for things happen in my life and other people too that say, it's funny you brought that up because I was just thinking about that too. And do you think that means this and this? And it's like, well, how could you have thought about it yesterday morning and I think about it 2 days later and it's the same thing? Doesn't that mean there's a little hint that we are all one together? And I use a gesture that you might want to cut out, but I always say,
God.
yes, God is a religious word. And we're getting off track here, but it's in my head. So I saw interesting street scene done with Muslims, and the guy was driving up in a taxi or a car, and all the little kids came around and said, gimme, 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 gimme. And the guy got out of the car and went like that. And they walked away from him because everything that comes to you comes from what we believe in, not by me giving you quarters or whatever out the window. And it was in the movie, it was an interesting lesson he was teaching those kids. They're used to trying to find something to eat and run down the street and chase anybody that looks a foreigner or whoever to give them some money and make their life better. And this guy got out and he just went like that. And all the kids are like,
Interesting. So if no time, I'm trying to understand the concept of no time. Everything's happening at once, but what is the space? When you say there's no space, what does that mean?
well, if in my mind, if I back up hundreds of years and watch the way people have organized what they thought was space, like we talked about a minute ago in terms of the earth is the center of everything. And everything else goes around the earth. And then you think, well, no, look at it. We've measured out over the years and we found out that not everything is the center of the earth. As a matter of fact, if you look, there's things out there, right? They're really strange. And there's a bunch of things out there, and we're calling those planets. Well, how do you know it's doing that? Well, it took a long time for guys to figure it out and watch it happen. So we are beginning to think now that this thing we call space is infinite. There isn't a place where, well, when do we stop having planets and suns and stars? And it's a good question because some of them say everything was supposed to collapse back in billion years from now and start all over again with the Big Bang. And then time went by and the scientists looking out and said, all of those things aren't coming back. They just keep going further and further and further away until, as time passes, like there really is time, it will be so far away we can't see it anymore. Well, then are we alone in the universe? What's space all about?
That's interesting. So because the universe is expanding.
Yes.
So we will hit and they can see the beginning, they can see the Big Bang from what I understand, supposedly, correct? It happened however many,
And so, and I will challenge that statement, not that it's a big deal. Yes, the Big Bang is the thing. Well, how much longer, how will that stick? Will that always be, that's the way it is? Or 100 years from now, 200, 500 years from now, they will say, that Big Bang thing just doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Pluto's no longer a planet. Lots of things change. but I'm just always fascinated in the subject. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and I just don't have the IQ level to comprehend it.
Well, no, I think you're the one that's supposed to ask those questions and share those answers with the world around you. That's who you are.
While we may have won this election, the fight to restore a great nation has just begun. Now is the time to take a stand, and Patriot Mobile is leading the charge. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service. It's a call to action to defend our rights and freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all 3 major networks. If you have cell phone service today, you can get cell phone service with Patriot Mobile with a coverage guarantee, but the difference is every dollar you spend with Patriot Mobile helps support the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and our veterans and first responders. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% US-based customer service support team will help you find the perfect plan. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/SRS or call 972-PATRIOT and get a free month of service with promo code SRS. Switch to Patriot Mobile today and defend your freedom with every call and text you make. Visit patriotmobile.com/SRS or call 972-PATRIOT. I know everybody out there has to be just as frustrated as I am when it comes to the BS and the rhetoric that the mainstream media continuously tries to force feed us. And I also know how frustrating it can be to try to find some type of a reliable news source. It's getting really hard to find the truth and what's going on in the country and in the world. And so one thing we've done here at Sean Ryan Show is we are developing our newsletter. And the first contributor to the newsletter that we have is a woman, former CIA targeter. Some of you may know her as Sarah Adams, call sign Superbad. She's made 2 different appearances here on the Sean Ryan Show. And some of the stuff that she has uncovered and broke on this show is just absolutely mind-blowing. And so I've asked her if she would contribute to the newsletter and give us a weekly intelligence brief. So it's going to be all things terrorists, how terrorists are coming up through the southern border, how they're entering the country, how they're traveling, what these different terrorist organizations throughout the world are up to. And here's the best part, the newsletter is actually free. We're not going to spam you. It's about 1 newsletter a week, maybe 2 if we release 2 shows. The only other thing that's going to be in there besides the intel brief is if we have a new product or something like that. But Like I said, it's a free CIA intelligence brief. Sign up. Links in the description or in the comments. We'll see you in the newsletter.
Thank you. Well, Skip, let's get into your story real quick before we do. Everybody gets a gift here.
Oh, yeah?
Nothing crazy, just a little something for the ride home. Those are Vigilance Elite gummy bears.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I hope you like candy.
Real treat.
Yeah. Made here in the USA, Michigan. But
Well, thank you. I will bring that home to my family and I'll say, really? Oh, those look really good.
right on, right on. Well, Skip, like I had mentioned at the beginning, you're a massive part, played a massive role in the Stargate program and remote viewing and in U.S. intelligence. And so I want to talk about your journey on how that all came about. And so let's kind of start in childhood. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Southern California, and my dad was a dentist, and my mother's father was a dentist. So the family business was dentistry for them. And there were a couple of kind of childhood things that were interesting to me because they seemed normal to me because they were happening in the family. And then as I got older, I would say, well, I got kind of a weird family. And it sounds like I didn't like them because they were weird. It was more of a casual comment about that. My mom used to talk to animals that died, a cat or a dog or whatever thing, and they'd tell us kids and shit, but they're fine. I talk to them and they're going to be okay and so forth. And I was like, okay, Mom, I'm going to school. I guess one of the stories is an interesting bedwetting story. When I was 10 or a little bit younger than 10, I was still wetting my bed, but I wasn't teased about it. It was just a thing that I had to pull the sheets off the bed and run them through the washer and then make the bed again. And but it wasn't teasing or anything else. Of course, I felt a little of that at school, that people would talk about that. And one night I woke up in bed and the bed was all wet. And I was screaming and mad at what had happened because there was no reason for this. It was an embarrassing thing for me with two older sisters and school kids talking about it. So my mother came in. Are you all right? You fell out of bed? Did you get hurt? Why are you screaming? What's it all about? And I said, I went into the bathroom and I sat on the toilet. And when I began to pee, I woke up here in bed. And now my bed's all wet. And, very angry, really outspoken about it. There's a joke in the end. It really pissed me off. At any rate, my mom put her arm around me and she said, oh, it's okay. It's okay. It'll be okay. And I was like, well, why are you so cool about it? I didn't say anything. She says, sometimes you're in your body and sometimes you're not in your body. And I'm like, so when you go into the bathroom, you have to make really sure that you went to the bathroom because it's obvious you didn't. And we go back to the discussion of dreams. Maybe you dreamed you went into the bathroom and you didn't. And you peed your bed again. Well, that left a idea in my head. As the days rolled by and weeks rolled by, it was like, what does she mean by you're not in your body? And so I would kind of practice at night and found that I could get up and look out the window and then look back and I was in bed. And I said, that's pretty weird. And as time went on, I would jump out the window, and my out of body state would jump out the window, and I learned to trust that.
So when you say, let's rewind for just a second. When you say you would get out of bed and look out the window, and then you would look back and you would be in bed. I mean, how old were you when this started happening? Right around 10?
It would be over 10, so maybe in the next year or two, those things started to happen.
Do you remember the first time that happened?
Yes.
What were you thinking?
Made an impression. Well, I want to go out and play with my friends. I found the first thing that I ran into when I'd go away from my sleeping self in bed, that I was in some sort of school situation, like night school or something. I was in something called night school. But then when I got a little bit older, I started to go find my friends. Well, where's Mikey down the road? Well, hey, what if I go over here and find this? And they were out of their bodies too, although they didn't realize it like I did. And so that became part of my life growing up.
So does that mean when you interact with somebody in a dream, you believe they are also out of body?
I can't answer that question. I can only say what my experience was. And the question is, are they out of body? And I'm not so sure that we use the term out of body. It's happens in the hospitals and dying events and everything else. And so we've codified that as, oh, you were out of your body. And then I say, wait a minute, Skip, wait a minute. You're everywhere, every when. There's not a being in the body or being out of the body. So I had to just, well, maybe I shouldn't talk so much because I don't know what the heck's going on anyway. So the next thing that was kind of like that, telling the story of the weird family I grew up with, which contributes to my eventual career. When I was older and was into, high school and cars and stuff like that, I got a car from my dad's nurse. She gave me a car, and I crawled underneath and started taking it apart and everything. My dad was really liberal. It was okay if I took stuff apart and the garage got dirty, and he'd look under the car and say, how you doing down there? Are you making any progress? And he was very much, and let me find out for myself and let me figure it out for myself. And got that taken care of. And then later, I bought my uncle's car for $100, a 54 Ford. And immediately I went to the other uncle who gave me a 292 engine, which I had punched out 60 thousandths with a racing cam in it and so forth and so on. But there was something else going on. I could look at the car laying underneath it and look at it and say, oh, I see what's wrong. The exhaust pipe bracket is loose. And it wasn't something that I could see physically. It was like I could see through it. And later in life, I learned they had a name for that called remote viewing. And I was like, well, that's pretty weird. I guess when you go to a mechanic to get your car fixed, that's why our mechanics know what's wrong with your car, because they can do that, just like I was doing with my car. Later, I found out that isn't what they were doing. But
wow.
That's part of this development thing that's happening in my weird family again that does it. And one more short story. When I was going to elementary school, my mom sometimes would pick me up from school. She drove a Oldsmobile station wagon that had the fake wood on the sides and the little hood over the top of the windshield. And she picked me up on this side of the street over here. And then she'd look up and down, and then she'd throw a big U-ey to turn around and go up to where our house was. Well, one day when she turned the U-ey, the door swung open and I went floating out. And she turned at me and looked at me. And I floated back in. And then I reached over and got the door and closed it. And she said, "You're always going to have to close that, you know, because it can open up anytime you want." And we didn't talk about it later. I didn't say, "What was that floaty thing all about? How did you do that?" And it was like, that wasn't up for discussion. It just, things happened.
Wow.
So that's the weird family I grew up in. And when it came time to
Had to let my dogs out.
get drafted, I'd gone
What
to
happened?
college
Why
and
did it say
everything,
welcome to
and
chat?
finally I got out of college and got jobs. And
Did it say that before?
just go make a career out of it and so forth and so on. Until that came, what's the expression that comes through? And they said, "Greetings. You are classified 1A and we have a draft," and so forth and so on. And the minute that happened, when I was going around to different department stores looking for jobs, they said, "And so what's your draft status?" "Oh, they just got me in 1A here." And they said, "Well, we can't hire you." And I said, "What do you mean you can't hire me?" He says, "Well, if you get a job here and say you work up a little bit in management, you become a cashier, and then you become a section of the store manager, and then you finally become the assistant store manager, and you get drafted, they have to keep that position open for you. You have to be able to walk out of the Army afterwards and go into that same position, even if you're in the Army 3 years or whatever. So we don't hire people that are 1A. And I said, "Well, I know how to straighten that out." And I walked down the street and found the recruiter, and I said, "I have to join the Army because I have to get rid of this thing hanging over my head. I'm never going to get anywhere if I don't get rid of this thing." And he says, "Well, what do you want to do?" And I said, "Well, I don't know.
I just
What's
checked,
there to
Neon. You
do?"
still
And he
haven't
said,
got
"Well,
it.
look
But
at those brochures
I'm
over there
struggling, Neon, with
and
on
spend
so
some
many
time
things
looking
I'm
at that. See
working
if you
on at
see
the
something
moment.
there that you'd really like to do."
How are you, bro?
And so I went over and looked at the brochures, and I saw this one, that was blue one, a trifold blue one, and it said Army Intelligence. And I said, "What about this one? This looks really interesting." "Oh, I'm sorry, but I can't interview you about that. That's not what I do here in the recruiter's office." And I said, "But this looks really interesting to me. You know, I have some college behind me and speak Spanish and so forth." And "What do you mean you can't talk to me?" He said, "If you really want to know about that, I have to make an appointment for you down in Los Angeles to see some agents down there, because they're the ones that have to decide whether they can accept you."
What was the brochure?
It was just a trifold brochure that said military intelligence, and it was blue on the outside, and I opened and read it. And that sounded better than being a medic or being a rifleman and getting shot or anything. And so I
I'm
said,
doing absolutely
"Well,
incredible.
let me go talk to
I'm working on
Deb."
so many things at one time. It's kind of,
What this is all about,
it's something, but other than that, it's pretty good.
in my book, it says living with guidance, and we define guidance. There seems to be something moving me through my life that I'm not entirely aware of. It's just like, "Oh, okay, that looks, oh, okay." Now at my age, I say, "Oh, that's what that was." Anyway, I got into military intelligence.
Well, what was it?
What was military intelligence?
No, what was the thing?
I'm sorry, I lost.
What was the thing guiding you through life?
Oh,
God.
if you use the word God, yeah.
What do you use personally? You just use a hand motion.
No, but I only remember that and my wife share it back and forth because we know where it comes from. It means we are all one. We are all there already. And we have souls there that help us, and souls that can split themselves and go help other people. And they can be here and still helping you over there. We are the oneness.
Okay.
So I went off to school, and my mom has always told me, you're going to be okay, but I don't want to go to Vietnam, man. And you're all going to be okay. And so
I'm doing amazing, brother. I'd be doing even better if I didn't have so many things I have to do in such little time.
And so on. And you like that? I say so forth and so on.
It's
Just
the
to
only-
fill in the blank there.
It's the only thing
And
that
there's another one. This, that,
I
and the
feel
other
like I
thing.
should be done by now.
So when it came down and the assignments in the classes where they were graduating people in classes out of there, trying to make a lot of counterintelligence people, every other class went to Vietnam, and then the next class went everywhere else, Europe, around the US, and so forth and so on. But it was something to worry about as you were coming up to graduation. And I got sent to another strange place called Alabama. So my first assignment was, isn't this interesting? And my mom used to say, somebody's always going to take care of you. Yeah, Mom, whatever you say. And I went to Alabama, and I know 6 months later, Vietnam was over with. And that began, what am I going to do now? Well, as a corporal or a sergeant by then, I guess, every now and then I got the duty of the teletype. They didn't have other things besides teletypes at that time. And so they'd call me over to the headquarters building and say, okay, this is your week on the teletype, and learn how to use it and everything. Everybody here does that, so we all know how to use it. But what that meant is I got invitations to, how would you like to go to language school? How would you like to go to technical school and learn how to bug things? How would you like to do this? And I would take the ribbon out of the teletype and say, we have a volunteer for that right now. And so that's how I created making all of those particular things for me, and went to language school and so forth and so on. Went down and spent some time in Panama. But
Let's rewind real quick.
yes,
So it sounds like your mom had some type of ability as well.
yes.
Did your father?
Yes, but it was much more subtle. My dad was a quiet guy, and he was subtle, but he was tuned in to what was going on. He was raised as in the religion where they don't believe about going to doctors. I don't remember what the name of that is right now, but when he had a broken shoulder bone, his mom tied a red ribbon around it, and that was supposed to heal it up. And yet he became a dentist, but they didn't call that a doctor. I mean, that's a dentist, for goodness sake. That's not a doctor. So he was very gentle about things. But he was aware. I was very sensitive with him. And I think part of one of those things, as I said, he always encouraged me to try things out. And he let me paint a car in the garage, and all I did was hang up sheets all around it, and I painted the car. And he said, how did it turn out? And I said, oh, it's pretty good. Painted Uncle's car blue. No, I had a 40 Chevy, and I sprayed it taxi yellow and wrote taxi on the side of it. And they didn't like that driving around Glendale, California. And finally, a cop came by and he said, we want to talk to you about your car and the word taxi on the side. I said, yeah, what's wrong with that? And he said, There is no law that says you can't do that. There's no problem with it. However, all the people that are in the taxi business can't stand it because they think it downgrades their feelings about their own car. And I said, okay, I don't have a problem with that. So took taxi off the side, and I think I sold the car for $75 to somebody or something. So
Nice. Did you have brothers and sisters?
2 older sisters, yes.
What about them?
They were girls. They weren't as tuned in as I was to this whole thing, but they certainly understood it. And as we got older, we talk about these things. They're both dead, and we talk about these things and them going through their deaths, and I was there with them and so forth and so on. And they respected, is that an expression? They respected me down. They knew something was different about me. It was 4 years to one sister and another 4 years to the other sister. So I was the youngest of the family. But as we all grew older as people, there was a different arrangement of the kinds of things.
The more I
Skip
type,
did
the
and
quicker I
kinds of
get. It's
things
pretty awesome.
Sonny did and the kind of things that Sue did and so forth and so on. But yeah, they were different.
What was different? What was different?
They liked chasing boys and
Okay.
ditching school and getting in trouble for it. And
Did you ever hear any conversations between your parents about some of these abilities?
no, there's a sidebar to that. When I got out of OCS and was on my way to go to the Pentagon, because I told somebody I wanted to do stuff with remote viewing because I thought it was a threat. He said, well, we'll assign you to the Pentagon and we'll, you go find it. As a lieutenant, you'll be somebody in the Pentagon that's on the night security voice, and you have the access to everything and make sure people lock doors and don't leave classified documents out and so forth. I never actually made it there because somebody intervened. And, but the story about, did your parents ever ask you about things? When I told my parents I was moving out to the east and I would be in and around Washington and so forth and so on, and in the Pentagon and so forth, and she said, oh, well, if you're moving out east, you should look up Bob Monroe. And first of all, I didn't know what a Bob Monroe was. I had no idea. And so my thinking in my head was, do you know how many millions of people are on the East Coast? I don't know somebody named Bob Monroe. And what is she talking about anyway? And so I'm nodding to my mom, yeah, sounds like an interesting idea. Who was this guy? I didn't know. So I drive out there, and just before I left Fort Huachuca, Arizona, which is where I was teaching at the time, got a call from up at Fort Meade. And
We're almost done, guys. We're almost
Inscom
done.
had
I'm
just
about to get
moved
to
half
playing
of
some
their
games in a
outfit
moment.
to Fort Meade, and the assignments officer called me up and said, we're changing your orders of going to the Pentagon. And I'm like, man, this guy arranged for me to go to the Pentagon so he could help me find out about remote viewing. And now these orders have been changed. And well, I guess I'll just have to forget about all that stuff called remote viewing and what I wanted to do and help the intelligence community and so forth and so on. And so I got reassigned up to Fort Meade and went behind the green door, as they say, is...
Real quick, before we get into Fort Meade, how did you find out about remote viewing? Through the Army
Thank you.
side of Army intelligence.
Thank you. I was teaching at Fort Huachuca, Arizona, And a friend of mine, Rob Cowart, and I found Putoff's book, Mind Reach, where they published all of their remote viewing studies, as much as the CIA would let them publish that. And I got a hold of that book, and Rob and I would look at it. Look what they say in here about this. What? Both of us were counterintelligence specialists and doing inspections in different countries and so forth and so on. We don't check for this. We don't see if anybody is remote viewing our Army units. Ding! Something happened. And so I went to the colonel down there just before I went to OCS, and he said, well, you keep your nose clean, you come on back here, Sergeant Atwater. I'll see if I can get you any assignment you want. When you come back here as a lieutenant, you be ready to tell me what you want to do. And so, meanwhile, months ago, Rob Cowart and I were talking about this book from Putoff, and he said that, we were like, we're counterintelligence specialists, and we're not doing anything about this. We're not climbing in people's attics or whatever we do. So when I got back as a lieutenant, I went into Colonel's office, and he said, well, Lieutenant, you're coming to me to tell me where you want to get assigned. And I said, well, sir, it's a little bit different than that. And he said, well, what's that? And I said, there's a book here by some scientists called Mind Reach out at Stanford Research Institute. And they're studying something called remote viewing. And he said, well, what's that? And I said, that's why I'm bringing you this book, sir. I think this is very dangerous and a threat to the counterintelligence work we do. And he said, well, leave the book with me, Lieutenant, and come on back tomorrow, and we'll talk about this. Came back tomorrow, and he said, Lieutenant, I think you're right. And that's when he reassigned me to the Pentagon, which I never got to. So that's the beginning of it, of how I got into remote viewing. Started back at Fort Huachuca with Rob Cowart, deciding this isn't right. We should be doing something. This is our job to watch this. And then things switched back and forth from the idea of not getting to the Pentagon. That wasn't the place I should be. Arrangements were made. And wound up at Fort Meade, behind the green door. And I was given a room behind the green door after I passed all my security clearances and everything, and dug through the safes in the room. And I reached down into this one, picked it up. Those are 3 classified documents on remote viewing. Wait a minute. I thought all this remote viewing stuff was done since I didn't go to the Pentagon like it was planned that I was going to go do that. What is this stuff anyway? So I read through it. And Major Keenan, my boss then, was down the hallway, and I came out and said, what is it, Lieutenant? I wasn't the regular lieutenant because I'd been in the Army 10 years as an enlisted man, so they had a little more respect for me. And I took these in. I said, sir, I found these 3 documents here, and they're all about remote viewing. And he said, oh, yeah, Lieutenant Colonel Skotsko was over there, and he was very interested in that. General Thompson was the one that was looking after that. What was that all about? And General Thompson, in this story, becomes Major General Thompson later. And there's a term in the military called getting a grandfather, meaning there's somebody who's going to take care of you, make sure you do the right thing. Turns out General Thompson was my grandfather because Keenan, Major Keenan, who I went to with these documents, knew General Thompson. And he said, I've got a guy in here that knows about this. What's his name? Atwater. He said, you let Atwater do whatever he wants to do. And I didn't know that was happening.
Interesting.
But I knew General Thompson knew Kit Green in the CIA, and they'd been working together, and he knew all about this stuff that the CIA was doing. So General Thompson had his finger on me through Major Keenan, and he said, well, what should we do about this? Well, we should recruit some people to do this. And how are you going to do that, Lieutenant? I said, well, I think
hello.
we ought to interview
How
some
are
people
you?
that
One
have
second.
security clearances.
I'm not switching the
so
game
that
quite
they
yet,
can do the
but I
kind of work we
am
do at looking at the counterintelligence.
trying to make progress in so many different things.
That was
I'm
the
so
beginning.
I'm behind.
Before it was called
it is what it is.
Stardate. That was the beginning of doing this and working through this situation to get these people trained.
Wow, very interesting. So how did you guys, where did you start? I mean, a lot of people have security clearances. There's a lot of people in the intelligence world.
It
sounds out there. It is what it is.
Yes. First, what we decided to do, myself, Major Keenan got another officer in and was going to be my boss because I was just a lieutenant, and we needed somebody that was a lieutenant colonel to do this. And someone who'd been around INSCOM so that he could go talk to anybody who wanted to get clearances and stuff. And so he was going to be my boss, and I was going to be the remote viewing expert, which I had
You
to
guys
admit.
only knew how excited I am for this waiting screen. It's getting
and
good.
we decided that we should survey the people around the greater Washington, D.C. area.
Dude, it sounds like an
that
awesome
were in INSCOM
project.
And we thought, well, they have to
like
be
that is
assignable.
exactly like keep
They're,
expanding on expanding
they
on
can't
expanding
be-
on ideas and different
There's a lot of people in the
things
Army
and
that
different.
I need to get-
Everybody has
do
different
this
things that
job
they're
now
doing
so I
and
can get
focusing
promoted
on.
then,
Every
and I need to do that job
idea
here,
has
we need to do
different
that
functions
job
and
there,
projects
and
that
we
can
build
be
up
made.
a career pattern of jobs that they
You're gonna
have
like what I'm working on. This
to
shit
work
looks
up promotion.
badass.
We
I'm
had to find somebody that
excited.
didn't think
I'm
that
so
way.
excited and I just can't
So
hide
we
it. I'm so
looked at a
excited.
pool of about
and I just
200
can't
people
hide
around the greater Washington, D.C. area that were Army people and civilians, male, female.
Don't stop.
And we took newspaper clippings that talked about people who had a near-death experience and people who had this happen to them, newspaper-type reporting of psychic stuff. And we'd take it to him and say, the boss has asked us to come around and see whether or not people would think some of these people could help us in the Army some way. If they can do what they say, maybe they could help us in the Army some way. And we would both ask questions, my major and myself, that time just a lieutenant, and we would, this one would ask, and then this one would ask, and we'd see if they would agree. And then we would say, well, let's talk to them a little bit further and then finish that process.
This is actually going to be impressive.
We told
Like it's going to be
SRI
something to
what
show
we're
people
doing,
and actually
and
be
they
proud of.
made an arrangement to do a
Fifi, W time.
exposure of these
Tony,
people.
W
And
time.
we were going to pick 3 people, and I tried to use the word to train. He said, oh, no. We don't train people. We evaluate people, but we don't train people. Okay? Don't use the word train when you talk to Stanford Research Institute. That's what I learned as a little lieutenant. And so I said, so for our orientation, we want to do 3 people. And meanwhile, we recruited these people by the method I told you of showing them the newspapers, and some of them weren't the right people. And when we told them we had 6 people selected that no, it was like 6 or 8 at that time that we brought in. They didn't all stay. They said, well, I thought I wanted to do this, but my wife wants to move and I can't do it. so forth and so on. Put-Off and Targ heard about it, and they said, well, we want to interview them. We don't want you to select which ones. We want to do the interview with them to see if they're suitable for our evaluation. So they came to Fort Meade, and we brought all these people in, and Put-Off and Targ, and talked to them about it, and liked the people and shook their hands and everything. And then we went out to lunch, Put-Off and Targ, and Scotty Watt and me.
Stop doing it!
Went out to lunch, and
Stop
they
doing
were
that to me! Oh no!
whispering at each other, and finally Put-Off said, well, I don't think we want to take 3 people. He says, I want those 6 guys. Well, how about the agreement we had on how much money we had to pay you to evaluate the 3 people? He says, we'll do it for the same price. Those people sound good to us, and we'll deal with them. So they eventually took the 6 people out there, and then later on found the best 3 of those and had the 3 of them go back again. For example, Joe McMoneagle.
What are some of the evaluations that you guys were conducting to find the best candidates?
Okay, there's SRI situation, continue with that, what they did is they had people, somebody would drive away from SRI, and then someone would sit back at SRI and get interviewed and say, describe to me where Dr. Put-Off's gone. And then later they would bring that back, and they would have, this is the true place he was. And then there were 6, 1 out of 6. And so they scored them. Another person, a judge, would look at what the remote viewer tried. I can't make 10 into 6, can I? That doesn't work. And he would score them. No, it's not that one. This wasn't the racetrack. It might be that one. That's kind of a museum-like thing. And so they would rate these things. And they got 80% correct matches. For example, on Joe McMoneagle. No, it was on the 6 altogether, meaning that the judge who didn't know where they'd gone or what was the actual thing about. And that is how we scored and decided who we were going to choose, and chose the ones that had the best to, start out.
Were any of these 6 people surprised that they were chosen? Were they, I mean, how do I describe this? Was anybody surprised at the program and surprised in the reasons you're evaluating them for?
No, they already signed up for the program when they came in, and they, signed secret certificates of, don't tell anybody about this. Your boss doesn't know what you're doing, but he knows that the boss tells him he has to go to Fort Meade today to do something, and he's doing it for me. So they were on board with the program, and they heard about going out to SRI, and we had those classified documents, for example, and they looked at those, and they were interested in going out there and doing that.
What was in the classified documents?
There were a couple of them on Project Scan-8. They were things that had been done before, things that the Soviets were doing.
Blink, be gone. Thank you for the daily check-in.
Was the first beginning published evidence that, not the stuff that the
Who is the
CIA
drip?
knew, but it was the beginning
Oh,
of
the guy that we're watching?
Department of Defense stuff that was published that they had been looking at.
How are you, Blink? Thank you for
people
joining,
around the
Cello.
world
Good
that
morning,
are
brother.
doing
How
this
are you?
thing.
How's everybody
And
doing?
Why aren't we doing this?
Do you know how
I'm working on 19 different
other-
things at one time,
Other
so-
intelligence agencies in countries were doing this?
spies.
Who was the first one to adopt us?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that. And I probably would have to say, I can neither confirm nor deny if I knew.
What were they?
I'm the lieutenant that discovered this stuff in the safe. Went and talked to Dale Graff and so forth and so on.
What were they? Can you tell me what they were remote viewing inside the U.S.?
I don't know that.
Okay.
But it grew into something else. I mean, Joe's gone over there and been with the Russians and talked to them and played with them, and they played with him and so forth.
Yeah.
Hey, Jax. We're at 27.7 out of 75 average. If you know anybody that might want to help us,
people,
very greatly
you guys
appreciate
took
it.
in. What happens then?
Well, they after they finished this evaluation, we had started working at Fort Meade with doing little outbounder things and practicing and so forth and so on of what was going on. So Scotty Watt would drive out in a car to someplace, and then I'd sit over in the operations building and interview them about, describe where Scotty is now. And they would sometimes get hits and sometimes not get hits, which was good for Scotty, because when they'd get a hit, he would say, I wasn't so sure this stuff worked, but I was the one that went out there, and they described the tower I was on and such and so. So it was fun for him.
I'll bet that would be a very unique experience.
So I just want to tell you, we were working with the people, and they, some of them came and lived in our offices there at Fort Meade, and others would come from someplace, and we'd make an appointment for them to come. One of those was Joe McMonagle. He was working down in the Washington area, and we'd say, can you come up on Tuesday and Friday? And so he would say, well, if you arrange for my boss to tell me where I have to be. Yeah. And so he was part of that same thing, testing it out for himself and us testing how to run this thing. And 3 others, SRI wanted them back, and they had some things that they wanted to try out. Can you read with remote viewing? How about if this happens, or how about if that happens? What about if it's underwater? Would underwater stop it? And none of those things mattered.
Interesting.
And or distance and everything. And one of the interesting things that happened as time passed, there was Pat Price was remote viewing for them at SRI. And he had one target that he talked about, which was water tanks. And there's tall tanks, and there's 2 water pools down here. And it's a sewage processing plant. And so when they went down to look at the sewage processing plant, hopefully so the remote viewer could learn things he missed. Well, how come he didn't talk about the red building or whatever? Turns out that it was a swimming pool. And it was like, well, you did get the water, but there's these big towers of the sewage processing plant, so forth and so on. No space, no time. 75 years later, long after Pat Price himself died, the Menlo Park local government published a book of all the things that had been going on for years and years and years. And Russell Tarr got a hold of one and opened it up, and he was like, 75 years ago, that coordinate was not a swimming pool. but a sewage processing plant. And there was the pictures of the towers and everything. And so they started thinking about this differently. First they were like, oh, that remote viewing was 20 blocks away. That remote viewing was when you went on vacation. That remote viewing was 3,000 miles away. And then this thing came up and it was, remote viewing is outside of time. Pat Price never knew, because he died, 75, that was a sewage treatment plant.
Wow.
So it was an awakening to the scientists to say, there's something more here that's going on than what we think we're doing at SRI.
Very, very interesting. I mean, what is time then? What is it?
It's that
If it
word
doesn't
that just
exist,
came out of your mouth.
then what is it?
It isn't. It's a thing that we
No way, is that
invented
Gogu?
to organize our lives.
Gogu said he
on
was
Earth.
lurking and then dipped.
You know, my cat
Don't
doesn't
tell
know
me
time.
that you're gonna ever
The
lurk
birds
again,
don't know
Gogu.
time, except
Please.
when the weather changes, they're
Because
supposed
you
to
do
fly south
you
and
do not
so
know
forth
how to
and so
lurk.
on.
You
But
say
they
you're
don't
gonna lurk. Say unlurk if
think
you're
of
gonna leave
time.
or
And
something.
if
I
I
don't
knew
know.
more about the
Because
history of
you
cultures,
do not know how to lurk, brother. For real.
different societies over
I appreciate it so much, but like when you tell me
that have
something, I
come
hope
up
you
over
mean
the
it
hundreds
instead
of
of telling me
thousands of
something
years,
and then doing another.
they probably have lots of differences. I imagine weather and when you plant things and when you harvest things is a much more crude kind of interface with that. And you're not so concerned about, let's see, it's about. So that's a really good question.
But do you get what I mean, though, Gogu?
And my answer is, well, it depends.
I don't know.
Who is
Gogu's the
keeping
only
track
one
of
who ever does
something
that. He's a kid. I
and
get it. But like
decides
at
to
the same
say,
time,
you know, that's
it's like
spaced out this way.
I don't know.
You
If
the
I ever tell you
seasons
something,
of the
I'm
year,
gonna actually
except if
mean
you
it.
live at the North Pole and the South Pole.
You don't have to
they're
do
pretty much
anything, brother.
always the
Like you
same
do not
season.
have to help me, man. I totally understand. You have other things you want
But
to do.
sounds like humans are the ones that are
And
more
that is
concerned
totally
about
fine, man.
time.
Okay.
It just I don't know.
Let's talk about some of your career in remote viewing.
Right. Remember that I am not a remote viewer.
Okay, so 6 days will be
I was the guy who
6
taught
times
other
24. I mean,
people how to do
144
this
hours.
thing called remote viewing, and used my education in
Alrighty.
psychology to understand how people behave and how to reward them and encourage them and so forth.
I'm just getting Discord promos ready.
But I am not, by
Oh,
the
motherfucker.
definition
I might
of
have
what
way
a
too much
remote
going on my
viewer
PC
is,
right now at
I'm
one
not a
time.
remote viewer.
But you do have abilities.
Yes.
Surprised I don't have any frame
But I
drop.
don't generally, and I wouldn't say those remote view.
That
my
looks
abilities
good.
are remote viewing, and I generally try to stay away from that topic because I want to present myself. This is the way it was done. This is the way it was monitored. This is the way that it was validated, given to the Pentagon these answers, and this much was right that they told us about. I like playing that role.
Okay.
As opposed to, I do remote viewing too.
Interesting. Understandable as well. How was Joe when you met him?
Joe was kind of a complainer about, I can never get this right, and they're not promoting me fast enough, and they should do this and they should do that. And that was bitching was his forte. Had a marriage that was breaking up. Boy, could he remote view. You know, so I love Joe. I mean, I really love that. He made the day. He would tell me things, and I'd be sitting there.
Hello,
How in the
motherfucker.
world did he know that? I mean, all I did was, from Major Watt across the way, he said, okay, well, here's what we're going to start on today. So one of the things we did
Gogu
was,
is our most
not always,
our
but
most
one
watch
of the
time
things we
checker.
did is I wouldn't know what the target was, and it might be in an envelope or it might be a coordinate or whatever. And I would take it over to Joe. So I don't know most of the time.
He's a good kid.
I don't know, and
I do appreciate the time that you
Joe
give me.
didn't know either.
For real, because
And then I would take it
it
back
could be
after doing
no
one
time at
short
all.
session.
You give me your
Joe
time,
would
and
say, well,
that is a lot,
this
man.
is a cold
I
area.
really appreciate it.
and
Gogu, what do you think of that emote? It never lost.
This is really cold. There's snow on the ground, and it's northern somewhere, but it's a industrial area. There are smokestacks there, and there are many buildings and so forth and so on. So I'd stop. That would be the end of the session. I might have him sketch some stuff, and I'd go over to Scotty Watt, and I'd say, sir, this is what we got today. And he'd open it up, and he'd say, schedule your second session, because he could tell me, you're on track. There's something going on here.
Naenaes before you get a whooping.
So it's an interesting situation. I have to diverge a little bit. People were talking about, oh, it's coordinates you use. Oh, it's a picture you use. Oh, well, let me say, you can't use coordinates anymore. You got to scramble the numbers and make up a number and say that's the number. Still works. And how about this and how about that? What I really think right now, maybe tomorrow will be something else, but there was a trust between Joe and I. When he and I were in that room, I didn't fool around with him. He knew that I knew the questions that the Pentagon needed to know. So I'd say, Joe, do you want to hold the envelope? Joe, do you want to hear the coordinates? No, because over the years, there was a trust build up. I'm in that room with him to do one thing, and that's answer some questions from the Pentagon.
What kind of questions was the Pentagon interested in?
Sometimes you just have to yell.
Can you tell us, we've watched in Europe as the Soviets are moving their tanks forward, like they're going to go past the Fulda Gap and so forth and so on. Can you ask where this is right now? And Joe would be able to say, well, yes, I see them moving, but they're all parked in garages.
Hello, motherfucker.
And so they would fly another satellite over.
Hello,
Yeah, they're all parked in
motherfucker.
garages. I don't think we have anything to worry
Yo,
about.
all the check-ins. Thank you, Dirtbike.
There were many
Thank you,
things
Tune.
that the Pentagon
One
wanted
second, let
somebody
me
to have a particular
do this really
problem,
quick. Hello,
that they're
motherfucker,
trying to
Redbeard.
resolve. And is it
Hey,
this? Is it
Redbeard.
that?
This is
I mean, you saw some of those things in the Third Eye video.
actually, you want to copy that
things that
and pin
they
it
were asked
instead,
and
copy it, send
our
it, and pin
satellites
it.
would go
Because if
over
I
every now and
if
then.
I send the
And then
message,
they said, we never
then it
knew
will come
that
up as
was
I
there.
sent the message.
Or
And if
Raymond Buer
Ahmad
told us.
sends the message,
kind of a thing.
it'll
So
be more likely that people will help. If that makes sense.
that grew too. There was, because of Scotty Watt. Scotty Watt.
You don't
knew
have
a
to,
lot of
but
people.
it would be
He
awesome.
could go to the Pentagon and go out to lunch with a guy and play golf with a guy and everything, and got to know.
Hello.
That, you could tell Scotty something that you needed to know, and he would bring.
Thank
home
you,
the
Redbeard. I
envelope,
really appreciate
hand
that
it to
for real,
me,
for real.
And I'd do sessions with people, and then we'd send it back to him.
W mans. That actually really means a
That
lot. You have no idea.
Built up.
You have no
for a
idea how
while.
much that really means to me, dude. For real, for real.
Let's take a quick break.
That
When
looks
we
so
come
much
back, we'll
better.
get into
That looks so
Project
much freaking better.
8200.
Okay, that's great.
Perfect.
Join me and my special guest for the next behind-the-scenes experience exclusively available on Vigilance Elite Patreon. The behind-the-scenes footage is raw and uncut. This is as close to the set as you can possibly get. You can expect anything from off-topic conversations, studio tours, the final moments before the interview starts, and everything in between. The behind-the-scenes content is constantly evolving and will continue to bring you more as we grow. You can gain access for just $15 a month exclusively at Vigilance Elite Patreon.
The time that we have goes
All right,
by
Skip, we're
way
back from the
too
break,
quickly.
and right before we left, we're getting ready to get into Project 8200, but you had mentioned an important point that you wanted to bring up about how the remote viewer knows what to focus on, it sounded like, in the middle of their journey or experience. What do you call it?
Yes.
Is it an experience?
I think it's the only words we can use for it in our mind, in our vocabulary, I think is probably an experience. But I don't think intellectually they think they know they're sitting in the room with me, and so, but they're having an experience in some way.
Okay.
Now, they sometimes may describe, well, I'm going to go over there now and I'm going to look at that. But we shouldn't take that too strongly. They're still sitting there next to you. So.
Okay.
Did you see that video about Three Eye Spies or whatever that was? Third Eye Spies?
I didn't know.
I got it.
So
Yes.
Okay.
What?
okay, but it
No
has to
way.
be the
Oh my God.
Because otherwise I would say these things and you would say,
Got
oh,
it. Okay, so
You're not going to do that. Okay.
that was the Meaty
Excellent.
Marley raid.
So
So now we have
I
boom, which is
was what I
day
discovered recently.
day
Something that I
538.
had not given a great deal
Part
of thought
one.
about it. And I've been in this business a long time. And I was like, whoa, this means something, regardless of what
One
happened.
and then 1 out of 2.
This means something. So the background to this is that in the days of Put Off and Targ at Stanford Research Institute, they obviously had a contract with CIA, and Kit Green was the guy in CIA who was kind of watching them and was in charge of what they did. And then he would take the results that they would get in their evaluating and testing and studying under protocol this idea of remote viewing. And he would take and show some of the results to his people at the CIA. And they started to think, both Kit Green and other people at CIA was starting to think, how do we know that they're sticking with protocol? And how do we know that they don't have some other access to the targets that their remote viewers are getting? So he decided Kit Green, was going to come up with something that would prove to the other people that were questioning him, this stuff is garbage. That doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense to us. He keeps telling them about it and everything. So he decided what he was going to do is he was going to go to another friend of his in the CIA and go to him and say, I want you to give me a set of coordinates, geographic coordinates, that I have no knowledge of it. I know nothing about it. I don't know what it is. And he said, okay. And he gave him the coordinates, and he said, so I don't know what this is. That means nothing to me. I don't recognize it as being the Eiffel Tower or anything. And he says, that's right, you won't know what this is. So he passes that out to SRI. And SRI comes back with this, it's a very elaborate description of this place. He says it's very secret and guards and fences around it. And I went inside and I looked through safes, and on the wall this was written, and opened up the safes and read what the words and names of the files were, and end of session. And so when he gets that back from SRI, he takes it over to his friend, whose name, by the way, was Dave, in the CIA at that time. And he started laughing. He says, this nonsense that you're doing, kid, it's just nonsense. It's ridiculous. And he said, well, what do you mean? He said, I built a cabin last year and fixed it, and I gave you the coordinates to the cabin. And he went to his other friends and said, this is what SRI told me. And they're
To
all
pause
like,
it, you do realize that
"You gotta
doesn't
be
like
kidding."
help.
And he says, no, this is.
I think
this
that's
is-
why
that's a
that makes
real
sense.
place.
That makes a lot of sense.
And nobody knows about it.
I think that's why
So he
it doesn't
got in
necessarily
his car
show you
and he
broke
drove
fast as fuck.
physically to the
Thanks, man.
coordinates. Up
I
in the
did my
mountains,
computer science degree, and
found
you
this
gotta
guy's cabin.
you gotta type quick sometimes.
And said, what is going on here?
So I
This
only
makes
speak
no
in emotes
sense
now.
at all.
You're interesting. You only speak
And
in emotes.
he turned
You're
around
hilarious.
and went down
Hi-ho,
100 yards
hi-ho,
down the road.
do.
And there was a well-cut, well-groomed road, and he turned up there and came over a ridge. And there was Sugar Grove. It was in the late 60s and 70s, the Navy's installation for monitoring Soviet satellites,
Interesting.
which actually physically doesn't exist anymore. Never mind, that wasn't ever there, but we have pictures of it, and you can look up Sugar Grove online. So I need to try to add here. When he went in, he said everything had to do with the names on things and the files and so forth had to do with playing pool. There was a cue ball, a 9-ball, an 8-ball, and this. And
Neon, are you
different
listening?
Kinds of shots and everything.
Almost
And
finished with
he
one of
showed that
Neon's
to his other
first emotes.
CIA
I have to
friends.
kind of put priority into
All
Neon
those
because he
are
just got
top
affiliated today,
secret, classified
and he doesn't have any
Linda's
emotes, and I want to make sure he has at least one
names.
emote. Well,
Those
I also
are
like
real
as soon as I
names
start my
of a
stream back
real
up,
project
and so like when we raid out,
of
it's gonna take a
Sugar
process to raid Royce 2, and then Royce 2 will
And
raid
it
me
was
after I
like,
restart. So like that whole process is
how
just
did
gonna
that
take up a little
happen?
bit of time.
Well,
Then after I get back into the flow of it,
because
I will
he had
be
given,
making some
this is
more.
where it twists up a little bit, but I'll get back to it straight. He had given that to SRI and was expecting that either Hal Hammond or Ingo Swan would do the job, and they were going to look at it with one person and so forth and so on. Turns out
You're gonna
that
like
Pat
it though,
Price
that's for
was
sure.
hanging around. He said, you guys got something going on here? Here, I'll help. And he was that kind of a guy, you know. And it was Pat Price's work.
Because
that
I like
wound
it,
up
and
at
that if
Sugar
I
Grove
like it, you're gonna
and
like it.
read
That's
those
something that I am a
names
perfectionist
that were
when it
top
comes to making
secret
things, making emotes,
password
and that it takes
names
longer the
for
better I get.
everything that Navy
And
installation
it,
did.
it is because of
And
the more
they
I do,
immediately showed
the
up in Green's
more I have a
office,
perfection
angry and
thing.
mad. And what did you do? And we're going to have to investigate this. There's a leak in your department here, and this and that and the other thing. And he said, SRI did it out in California. And then as sort of a joke and an enthusiasm when Putoff describes this thing going on, he says, I'm trying to remember exactly what he says. Every law enforcement person in California showed up at SRI.
Multitasking
They-
helps me though so
they
much.
were really angry about all this information leaking out. Well, the point of this whole thing is all that stuff happened. It's very well documented. And what is it that when here was the target assigned by the coordinate, and over here was Sugar Grove. When he got sent here, supposedly, here's your coordinates, describe what's there. And, you know, Putoff and Tard are trying to do their best and get good protocols and everything. And it's a boring, I'm gonna make up some words because I don't know what to say. It's boring. But they say, wonder what the hell that is over there. And so Pat Price goes over here and finds Sugar Grove. So I started thinking about this situation in remote viewing in the everywhere, every when. How do you know that that is a thing of interest? What is it that attracts you to that, as opposed to following the rules? I want you to describe that cabin in the forest. That's what your job is. Here are your coordinates.
Mhm.
And yet, he goes to Sugar Grove and pretty much scares the bejesus about the CIA and the Navy at that point in time. So I started thinking about that in terms of all the remote viewing I've done and many others. If the theory of quantum non-locality is true, that there is no time and there is no space, what is that next? I'm using this skull of mine, which makes no sense, but it's a good graphic. What is the next twist to that?
Sorry, guys. I know I shouldn't be working on stream. It's just like this endless stream thing. Like, I have so many things that I should work on. Which episode is this?
And
Sorry.
how many times has that happened in the hundreds of thousands of remote viewings that are going on in the world?
After I fix this outline, I gotta fix these eyes.
Somebody says, oh, that doesn't make
After the
sense.
eyes
We
are
asked you to
perfect,
do such and such.
I should be able to send it
And
to
you
them.
did so and so. Did they give any thought to, why in the heck did he do so and so? He usually does really good work. Why did he describe that? I'm still chewing on that. This is, less than a month in my head in about this particular interesting thing. How does that happen? When you wanted to go over to Project 8200, how did Pat Price go
I'll do
and
anything.
look at
I'll
those
do
things?
anything.
Nobody told him to go look at that. He just was that kind of a guy that was attracted to go look at those things. He says when you talk to him, we used a policeman down in Burbank, he said, the detectives would come in and they would say this, that, and the other thing. And he said, I'd kind of roll my head back and say, well, you really ought to check out this. You didn't tell me you guys checked on that. He said, okay. And he said he'd be unusually right about those every now and then.
We're getting somewhere.
And so he kept headed in that direction. This Project 8200 thing was something that I did because Pat Price walked into SRI and his normal working there in the early 70s, having come up from originally down in Burbank. He then lived in Northern California, but he would come down.
All right, I'm gonna
to
be done with the outline in literally just a
do
second.
sessions,
And
because
then
Putoff and Targ checked him out.
after that, will be
And
the
so
eyes.
he would go in and he would do things, but they had to control him because he was a gregarious, wild cat. Is that a good? He was just uncontrollable in terms of what he would do.
Mm-hmm.
And he came in and on Putoff's desk, he said, you might be interested in this.
Oh my gosh, I literally just had it.
For a while, and I've found 4 UFO bases around the globe, and so you really ought to look at it. And
4 UFO bases.
Yes.
And this just came in just completely random one day. This pad comes in and here it is. 4 UFO bases.
This
around
game
the
is,
world.
or not this game.
Where were they?
That tells you how much
Where
making
are
emotes
they?
is like a video game.
Yes.
Literally, I'd rather
They're
do it
still
than
there.
play a video game.
This
I
all
hate to tell you
happened
guys, and like
50 years ago.
I like video
A little bit
games,
more
but I
than
also
that
like
now.
making things more.
Mount Inyangani, which is a country in Africa, isolated country. Mount Hayes is up in Australia. Mount Perdido is on the border of Spain and France. And then there's one in Australia, which I can't quite remember the name of that up in Australia.
Hayes is in Alaska, correct?
Hayes is in Alaska. Yes.
Okay.
Zeal, I think, might be the one down in Australia. So this was an interesting problem for Putoff to deal with. He says, actually, we're watching Pat in our program here and testing and evaluating our program here at SRI. These look interesting. What is it about this that, pulls me to it? So it turns out that he calls up a friend of his called Ken Kress and says, I'm sorry, Kit Green, and calls Kit Green, and they're friends from a long time ago when they
There's
were
going to be a second
junior
where
officers.
I
Now,
will have to.
Kit Green is.
Ooh,
the
okay, this is
CIA.
going to
He
be
went that
perfect.
way,
This is going to be
and
perfect.
Putoff went into being a research scientist, but they're really good friends. So he calls up Kit and says, could you do me a favor? And said, what's that? Well, I was wondering how things are going down in Australia. Do you know who the case officer is down in Australia, the station chief or whatever you call him? And he says, well, yeah. He said, well, I'm just kind of interested in what things are like in Australia now. I'd like to maybe go down there someday. And so he says, well, let me give him a call. And so a couple of days later, he calls back and said, yeah, I talked to the station chief down there, and he said they really like it. They get along with the Australians just fine. They share things and work together on things. And I really like it here too. I hope I don't get reassigned very often. Well, there is that one thing. It's all those UFOs up north. And Putoff is like, oh, well, that's kind of an interesting thing, but otherwise you really like it down there, and you, and so Putoff wasn't going to say anything. He says, we ought to get together next time you're back in the States here. We'll go out and have a beer again. Remember how a good time we had when we were young officers together? He said, yeah, let's do that. Let's get together again. And so then Putoff had those on his desk and told Pat, don't ever do this again. Go get working. You not to do things alone. You have to follow protocol. We're being paid by an outside agency, and we have to follow our protocol, else we'll get fired. So you need to not ever do this again. Only do the things that Targ is working with you in the interview room next door. You do what things we're telling you to do so that we're in control and we can tell the CIA what we're doing.
That's a very interesting demand, considering it's all done in your brain. That's telling you, essentially the same thing as telling you, don't think about these things. I'm your boss. I tell you what to think and how to think.
Right.
How did Pat respond to that?
Well, I don't think I know the answer to that question.
Okay.
But he shrugged his shoulders, and I'm sure because of the maverick that he was, he didn't much care about what he said.
Probably motivated him to do more.
Right. Who knows?
My kind of guy.
So anyway, Putoff keeps it in the drawer, and then he waits because this is a big hullabaloo and people whispering to other people in the office and and so he waits and he waits and he waits. Meanwhile, Putoff and I are becoming good friends. I would go out there and check on the training and check on this and everything, and they'd always take me out to dinner and do this and do this. And finally I said, you don't have to do this. I'm with you guys. I know I sign your checks now. That's what I'm doing for a while because my boss left and now I'm the boss of you. I forget what you call that when you're the person, case control officer. I don't know. Anyways, so we became more friends after a while and could visit and talk about things without him doing his job of taking care of the guy that came from Washington and making sure we take care of that guy because he's the guy who pays us. You know? He said, don't do that. And time passed, and he called me. I have a different program that I run back at Fort Meade, which I think I've explained in some of the papers I sent, is if you're not doing something because you're at war or having something you have to do, you're practicing on that. You're doing mock things that keep you in good training. You don't just lay around on the ground, you do PT and you do all the sorts of things. So I had what I called a challenge program that I did when I had remote viewers that, you know, weren't too busy and they didn't have something immediately to do. I would come up with challenge targets, like send them to a very confusing museum that went around in a circle like that and see if they could
How's
figure
everybody
that
doing?
out.
I'm sorry for
'Cause, you know, you'd be looking at this direction, and then you turn around and
just
look
like
that direction.
not doing anything. I feel
And
bad. I
it
feel
would
really bad.
pass, you know, 50 years in time because you're supposed to walk through the museum and look at
I'm eating
the things.
watermelon.
So those were challenge type targets that I did, several different kinds. So I Put-Off gave me all of Pat Price's transcripts on the things. He said, do you think you could use this in a challenge target training? I didn't need the Pentagon to tell me to do it. I was the operations and training officer, and that's what I did, operations and training. On the training side, it was challenge targets. So I worked up a set of plans for taking the transcript and creating the names of the mountains where these UFO bases were, underground UFO bases were, and then did a series of challenge targets.
All right, we got the story
Four of
made.
them with
Got Discord promos
Joe,
done.
who does a ERV thing, he just lays down and talks. The other people trained by Ingo Swan, and they have this very complicated structure to do their remote viewing. And so I had 6 of those, I think maybe 5. And then we had a couple people who kind of did their own thing. And this was 10 years after. That's why I call it Project 8200, because it was 1973 when Pat Price did this. And then Put-Off gave me the material here after, in his opinion, things quieted down out there and people weren't talking about this anymore. So he handed me these and see if I would run challenge targets on them. And so the Project 8200 is those challenge targets of asking Stargate remote viewers, giving them coordinates to go to and have them describe what's there.
What did he? And so these bases, were they part of the challenge targets?
That I gave them the coordinates that Price had said, this is where I was looking. So I took those coordinates and I told them to go look at these different coordinates and see what they found there. The Stargate remote viewers.
So before we get into what they saw, what did Pat see at these bases?
He described them as inside areas where 4 different kinds of groups of people who had different duties
Yo, Bex. Hello, Bex.
had inside places. That
Yo,
they
I'm
were
curious.
inside these
Who
mountains.
who is down to stick around a little bit? And in 15 minutes, we're gonna raid Royce 2, and then Royce 2 is gonna raid me.
What are we talking here? Just different projects that they're on?
When I restart at 6.
These 4 bases had different stories. I can read them to you what they were. They had different jobs that they did in 4 different bases. And so he would talk about, well, I'm going to go over to Mount Nyangani now, and I'm going to look at Mount Hayes. And so this is another thing that we talked about before. He just would go to this place is, well, this is very interesting over here in Mount Perdido, but I think I'll go back up to Hayes, and then his thing would change, and we had to go through
Sorry
the
if it looks
transcript
like
very
I'm so
carefully.
close to the monitor. It's because
Where's
I'm
he
trying to
supposed
look
to be talking about now?
very, very closely to
And
see if
then
there's
going
any
back to the
small
discussion we had a
blemishes
minute ago,
or that need fixed.
how did he know which one to go to and might be more interesting and so forth? And that's just in the back of my mind now, so to speak. Silly the way I talk one way one time and say, then in the back of my mind, which I know it's not in there. Anyway, so the main thing that there was some interest in when some people would read this and say, oh my goodness, they're terrible, they're invading us, they can do this and they can monitor what our radio things are and they do this. And the single thing that seemed joking up with this is, first, he was worried about this whole thing in terms of him being a military man and wondering about what's all this going on here. But by the time he got through with going through all the targets, he says, they just don't want to be discovered. They don't want people around the planet to know that they're there. They don't want people hiking up the mountain and saying, hey, you guys, what are you doing here?
Who's they?
It depends on which thing you win. And I don't believe all of it. In other words, there's lots of things that they say. And like one of them is their home base is Mars. And I don't necessarily believe that, but other people have said something about that. So I'm looking specifically at the material I have and not adding in things that other people have said.
So what is the material that you had on these 4 different locations? What were they?
So we're moving to the next phase. Let me try to make sure I understand the question you're asking is that the only thing I had to start with was Price's transcript that Putoff gave me, right? And I changed them into questions.
So what was Pat's transcript specifically? What was going on at these 4 different locations? The one in Australia, Alaska, Spain, and the location in Africa.
Joe started out on his thing, and he usually lays down, and then he gets up and comes to
Neon,
the
are you
desk
still
and
hanging with us?
draws for me and explains the drawing. Meanwhile,
Because I'm going to send it to you in a moment.
So he says, this is for Mount Hayes in Alaska. He says, okay, before
We are going to pause this. Actually, no, we're going to pause it. We're just going to close it. And we're going to turn on the console. And I know you probably want to post this as soon as you can. I see a problem with it that I want to fix. I'm a perfectionist. And I just need a minute. I just need a minute to do a few things before I can do that. But I'm just going to send it to you, and you'll be able to see. It's the outline on the bottom that I think can be fixed a little bit. After looking at it up close, I can see that. Oh, W. Oh, you guys could see that? Oh man, I didn't even mean to show that. Um I don't like to like show things that I'm making for somebody. Like Sky is a little bit different. But like when I make something for somebody, it comes from the heart and that I don't necessarily want to like boast about it cuz I don't do it. I don't do it for that reason. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you showing it. It's because it's not my emote to show. You know what I mean? Putting my watermelon up for a second. Alrighty. So this is how we go live with Brother Royce right here. We will be doing that in a moment. Charge my device. Hun- 124 daily check-ins today. Our record is 151. Finally approved it. Hell yeah, brother. Makes me happy, man. If you're happy, makes me happy, man. For real, for real. That is a job well done right there. Hell yeah, man. We're gonna be rating Brother Royce in a second, in like 5 minutes, and then Brother Royce is gonna raid me when I restart at 6. The Skype waiting screen is gonna look so sick. It's gonna look sick. It's gonna look so sick. I can't wait. Oh, brother, you don't have to, man. Don't worry. If you want when you're not live, that'll work easier if you want, just because you have to use your phone for your chat, and I do understand. I do understand, for real. My eyes feel weird. Oh, bro, I understand totally. Brother Royce is the GOAT sometimes. Other times, he's not a nice person. He's very mean sometimes. I'm just playing. Hey, Temp, I want to, and trust me that I stay have everything planned, and that I will work on everything as I am requested, and will try to multitask as much as I can. And then I have a few ideas that I'll work on. So in roughly like a couple minutes, 3 minutes, I am going to raid Brother Royce. I'm going to give all the points back now. Please don't spend any points until we start the next stream. I would really appreciate it. When we do raid over to Royce 2, we are going to then raid over to Royce 1. So just be ready for that and stick around. I would really appreciate it. Yo, we're about to raid Royce 2, and then Royce 2 is going to raid me when I restart. So I hope you guys are down for that. Neon, I sent you something on Discord. Thank you, everybody, for joining the raid. I hope everybody has an amazing rest of your day, and I will be right back at 6 p.m. As soon as it says 5:59, I'm going to raid out, and then at 6, I will start the stream. So stick around for the raid. Stick around for the Royce raid. I would really appreciate it. I'm going to quickly cancel the raid and restart it because it says there's more people in here. I don't know what that's all about, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but who cares? Actually, yeah, I don't think I should have done that. I'm just going to take us to the raid. Have a great rest of your day, and I hope to see you in the next one. For real, for real. Thank you guys so much. Stick around. Peace.